Volume 1, Chapter 126, Hiss. Who is this fatty foo truly? With a soft thud, his head and body parted ways, his lifeless form collapsing to the ground. The arrivals were none other than Guhan and Yang Ying. Years ago, Yang Ying had removed Yang Hui's storage ring, murmuring to himself. My sister was merely 3 years old, playing at the mine, when she accidentally fell into the pit. Not only did he refuse to save her, but he also intended to seal the mine. Had it not been for my mother's desperate intervention, my sister would have perished. He is dead now. Guhan sighed, patting his shoulder. Was that satisfying? Not enough. Yang Ying shook his head. The act of killing Yang Hui had merely ignited the flames of vengeance within him. This was but the commencement of his retribution. Next, Yang Yu. Inside a lavishly decorated establishment, a striking female cultivator flushed with indignation, glaring fiercely at Yang Yu. You're speaking nonsense. I never took your things. Huh. A fleeting glint of lewdness crossed Yang Yu's gaze. Whether you took them or not is not for you to decide. The female cultivator, incensed, hurled her storage bag at him. You can check for yourself. Check. Yang Yu cast a sidelong glance at her. Some items need not be concealed within a storage bag. What do you mean? Follow me. Yang Yu seized her arm. I shall inspect personally, and if there is nothing, you shall be free to go. You shameless wretch. Huh. Yang Yu erupted into laughter, unleashing his imposing aura, instantly subduing her, and without further ado, he dragged her upstairs. Sighing, the onlookers exchanged glances. Yang Yu's infamous reputation was well known. It seemed this female cultivator was a newcomer, bold enough to shop here. On the second floor, as Yang Yu opened the barrier, he was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Within the room, 2 figures clad in black robes and masks silently regarded him. What is your decision? Guhan glanced at Yang Ying. Years ago, Yang Ying inhaled deeply. It was he who falsely accused me of stealing the family's elixirs, nearly leading to my demise. You. Yang Yu's pupils dilated. You are, with a flash, a sword beam sliced through the air. A crimson mark appeared on his brow, and the light in his eyes swiftly faded. With a soft thud, he collapsed, the storage ring on his hand vanishing, while Guhan and Yang Ying departed, taking with them the stunned female cultivator. Next, a fragmented voice echoed. Yang Hong. In the black market, silence reigned, as if it had become an unwritten rule. People moved about, taciturn, and even the rare whispers were subdued, rendering the bustling hall eerily lifeless. Suddenly, a cry of surprise shattered the long-standing silence. Look! The crowd froze, turning toward the speaker. Is this person new? Do they not understand the rules here? Quick, look! The individual appeared utterly indifferent to the gazes of the crowd, fervently pointing at the jade tablet in his hand, his tone brimming with excitement. The bounty task from the Yang family has vanished. A hush enveloped the crowd. Vanished? Is that not a commonplace occurrence? After all, within the northern expanse of Donghuang, few dare to undertake the perilous task of assassinating members of the Yang family. It is not unusual for a client to withdraw a bounty. Such trivial matters hardly warrant such astonishment. Yet hold on. The individual seemed oblivious to the skepticism, continuing to gesture emphatically at the jade tablet. I distinctly recall that just a day and a half ago, there were still dozens of bounty tasks posted by the Yang family. Yet now, half of them have disappeared. What? The crowd gasped in shock, their derision momentarily silenced. The disappearance of 1 or 2 could be attributed to a client growing impatient and retracting their offer. However, to witness dozens vanish within such a brief span of time is preposterous. Surely, the clients could not have conspired to withdraw simultaneously. What a ridiculous notion. Even if they knew each other's identities, it would be absurd for them to engage in such a trivial act. The only plausible explanation is that someone has successfully completed these bounties. Who could it be? In an instant, the crowd's gaze shifted to the bounty jade tablet in their hands. Look, another has vanished. The latest to disappear is Yang Hua, a practitioner of the 2nd level of the Lingxuan realm, with a bounty of 700,000 crystal coins. My heavens, there truly is someone accomplishing these bounties. Who could be so formidable? The crowd erupted into fervent discussion, the unwritten rule of silence long since forgotten. Could it be those elusive gold-tier assassins? Surely. Another voiced with certainty. Who else possesses the capability to achieve such feats? Yet, this course of action seems rather reckless. Should the Yang family discover this, the consequences would be dire. No. A companion beside him shook his head vigorously. That cannot be. These bounty tasks have been posted for several years. If they were inclined to take them, they would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Moreover, given the speed at which these bounties are being completed, it appears they intend to confront the Yang family head-on. I refuse to believe they possess such audacity. Then who do you propose it is? The earlier individual engaged him in a heated debate. In this black market, aside from those few, who else has such prowess? Look, suddenly, another cry of astonishment interrupted their exchange. The assassin's ranking. Huh. The crowd instinctively glanced over, their hearts racing. The assassin's ranking is a list curated by the black market of Donghuang's northern region, reflecting assassins' abilities based on the difficulty and level of tasks completed. Assigning points and rankings. This list is the most accurate representation of an assassin's prowess. Over the years, the rankings have seldom shifted. Yet now, a code name previously languishing at the bottom is suddenly surging upward, swiftly ascending to a mid-tier position. Fatty Fu. It's him. The crowd instantly concluded. The ongoing disappearance of the Yang family's bounty tasks coincides with this individual's rising rank. If it were not him, who else could it be? His voice trembled with disbelief. Have you noticed the assassin's points? It seems he has never completed any bounties before. His score is entirely amassed from the bounties of the Yang family. Hiss. The crowd gasped in astonishment. As they glanced once more at the somewhat ridiculous alias, their hearts surged like a tempestuous wave, unable to calm for some time. This Fatty Fu is formidable, truly a remarkable individual. In fact, it was not just them. At the end of the fork, the cloaked figure was equally unsettled. He alone understood that Fatty Fu had registered as an assassin for less than a day. Fatty Fu. He murmured to himself. Who exactly are you? Guhan, of course, remained unaware of the commotion he had caused in the black market. On the periphery of the Yang family's territory, Guhan and his companion concealed their presence, quietly hiding atop a sprawling ancient tree, patiently awaiting their target's arrival. Throughout the day, they struck decisively, each blow resulting in a fatality without hesitation, traversing nearly 1,000 miles and successfully assassinating over 20 individuals. During this time, apart from an unexpected encounter with a female cultivator, not a single soul had glimpsed their figures. Naturally, they had no intention of harming her. They merely concealed her in a safe location, leaving behind some essence crystals before departing. By the time she emerged, the events would have long concluded. Brother Yang. Guhan whispered, are you certain he will pass this way? Absolutely. Yang Ying replied calmly. It is his habit. Their current target was the 26th, Yang Ji, a Yang family elder, cousin to the family head Yang Xiong and Yang Ying's uncle. He was also among the strongest of the assassination targets, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th realm of divine transformation. Moreover, he was the very one who reported Yang Ying's mother for secretly hoarding essence crystals, nearly leading to her demise. Guhan fell silent, inwardly sighing. As if to vent his emotions, with each kill, Yang Ying would recount a fragment of his past. Gradually, Guhan came to acquire a more comprehensive understanding of him, with certain experiences chilling him to the bone. The murderous intent within him began to rise. Indeed, they all deserved to die. In truth, the smoothness of today's assassination was not only due to their formidable strength, but, more crucially, Yang Ying's meticulous planning and strategy. Yang Ying possessed an intimate understanding of these individuals. He was acutely aware of their every word and action, their peculiar habits and preferences. Perhaps deep within him, there lingered certain fantasies, dreams of one day completely eliminating these individuals, which compelled him to subconsciously memorize their behaviors and devise several foolproof assassination plans. Yang Ji. Yang Ying suddenly spoke, his emotions stirred. He is the one I most desire to kill, without exception. It was precisely because of him that my mother, although she managed to save her life back then, has since been afflicted with a lingering ailment that remains unhealed to this day. It appears, sighed Guhan, that this is the reason you value wealth above all else. Indeed, Yang Ying did not perceive any fault in his avarice, openly confessing to it. Unfortunately, despite the years that have passed, my mother's condition has not worsened, yet the prospect of a complete cure seems as daunting as ascending to the heavens. There will be a way, Guhan offered a rare word of comfort. Once I locate the ghostly physician, everything will be resolved. The ghostly physician? Yang Ying's spirits lifted at the prospect. If he could be found, my mother would be saved. In truth, Guhan pondered, our experiences are somewhat similar, aren't they? Before he could complete his thought, his expression shifted. Someone is approaching. It is he. Yang Ying lowered his voice. The time has come. With that, the two fell silent. Yang Ji, a practitioner of the divine sense realm, had attained a level of awareness where even the slightest disturbance could alert him. At this moment, they suppressed their own presence to the bare minimum, resembling two stones, waiting for Yang Ji to draw near, ready to strike with lethal precision. Closer, even closer. They could faintly discern the sound of steady footsteps. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Yang Ying, who had been concealing his aura to the utmost, suddenly felt his arm tremble. Following this, his entire body began to shake uncontrollably. Gu Han's heart sank as he glanced at Yang Ying, observing that he appeared to be suffering immense torment, and within a few breaths, he was drenched in sweat. What is wrong? Gu Han inquired with a perplexed gaze. It's nothing. Yang Ying managed to shake his head with difficulty. Nothing at all. Gu Han rolled his eyes. He could clearly see that Yang Ying was far from well. We must retreat. He signaled Yang Ying with his eyes. Against a master of the 6th level of the divine sense realm, with his current cultivation, it would be impossible to eliminate him without Yang Ying's assistance. And there was a risk of alerting the Yang family, thereby exposing their identities. No, Yang Ying's resolve was unwavering. He refused to leave. Despite the unbearable, excruciating pain that gnawed at him, he was steadfast in his desire to stay. This man had harmed his mother. If they were to withdraw now, it was likely that the Yang family would discover their actions before they found another opportunity, making it exceedingly difficult to strike at Yang Ji again. He had finally overcome his inner turmoil to join Gu Han in taking action. How could he bear to abandon such a fortuitous chance? Perhaps it was the only opportunity. Gu Han sighed, understanding Yang Ying's perspective. Just as he had sought vengeance for Gu Tian, it mattered not who stood before him. Retribution must be exacted. To the very end. With this thought, he ceased his attempts at persuasion, silently adjusting his stance, preparing to unleash his sword with the utmost might. Just then, the sound of footsteps grew clearer. The figure of Yang Ji appeared. As they ventured further, the ancient tree came into their view. When they were still 100 feet away from it, he abruptly halted. Although the commotion caused by Yang Ying was minimal, to a cultivator who had attained spiritual awareness, it was as conspicuous as a flickering flame in the darkness. Come out. He fixated his gaze on the ancient tree, concealed yet revealing. What manner of rodent is this? Boom, boom. As his words fell, two exceedingly powerful auras suddenly surged from the ancient tree. Volume 1, Chapter 127. If he remains discreet, Fatty Fu will undoubtedly ascend to the top of the assassin rankings. Is everything all right? Since he had already been discovered, Gu Han decided to abandon his concealment. Casting a glance at the still trembling Yang Ying beside him, should I take matters into my own hands? Together, Yang Ying clenched his teeth, seemingly enduring immense pain. You alone cannot manage. These few words were nearly squeezed out through clenched jaws. You. Gu Han's brow furrowed deeply. What on earth is happening? We will discuss this later. Yang Ying's aura gradually escalated, hinting at an undercurrent of ferocity. First, eliminate him. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, he let out a low growl, and his imposing presence surged to its zenith. Enough. Gu Han was not one to dither. He unleashed his spiritual energy with full force. A tempest of murderous intent swirling within him, as a 3-inch sword radiance burst forth from his sword. Strike. Boom. As the command resounded, the two charged towards Yang Ji, one after the other. An assassin? Upon seeing their attire, Yang Ji's eyes glimmered with cold light. What audacity! Kill. Time was of the essence. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk of attracting unwanted attention. Gu Han hesitated not for a moment, bellowing as he closed the distance to within 10 feet of Yang Ji. With a slight shake of his arm, the killing sword was upon him. Suddenly locked onto by Gu Han's murderous intent, Yang Ji's pupils constricted, and he found himself momentarily paralyzed. This is bad. Fear surged within him. Earlier, he had distinctly sensed that Gu Han's cultivation was merely at the gathering essence stage. Yet now, the formidable spiritual pressure emanating from Gu Han, coupled with the overwhelming killing intent from his sword, reflected none of the traits of a mere gathering essence cultivator. Even most spirit-profound realm cultivators would pale in comparison. Nevertheless, he was a cultivator of the divine sense realm. His spiritual awareness extended beyond his body, somewhat mitigating the onslaught of murderous intent. Although he had not completely dispelled its effects, he had regained his ability to move. Seeking death, with an enraged shout, he flipped his palm and swiftly drew a long sword, which, infused with spiritual energy, gleamed chillingly as it lunged towards Gu Han. Clang! A crisp sound resonated as his long sword, a mid-grade treasured weapon, shattered in response. The break remarkably smooth. How is this possible? His expression shifted drastically, unable to fathom why a seemingly battered long sword could possess such sharpness. Just then, the killing sword approached once more. This is bad. A chill ran down Yang Ji's spine. At the brink of life and death, it seemed he summoned all his latent potential in that fleeting moment, twisting his body just enough to narrowly evade the deadly strike. Even so, the long sword left a gash on his chest, half a foot deep, revealing bone. Boom. Before he could react, Yang Ying's assault followed swiftly. A spear, over 10 feet long, gleamed ominously at its tip, accompanied by a howling sound, rushing towards him with an unstoppable momentum. Upon seeing the spear and sensing that familiar aura, Yang Ji suddenly realized, "You are Yang Ying." Yang Ying offered no reply. He was beyond concern for such trivialities. His hand trembled uncontrollably around the spear, fueled by an intense hatred and excruciating pain that pushed him to the brink of madness. All he desired was to slay Yang Ji. "You wretched spawn!" Yang Ji roared with fury. "Indeed, you are nothing but a stubborn little beast. How dare you attempt to assassinate me? Today, I shall eliminate a threat to my Yang family on behalf of my elder brother." Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two were ensnared in battle. Yang Ying sought to kill Yang Ji, and Yang Ji harbored the same intent towards Yang Ying. In truth, he had never regarded Yang Ying, born of a servant, as a member of the Yang family, which was precisely why he had exposed Yang Ying's mother for hoarding elemental crystals. In his eyes, the trio of Yang Ying and his mother were not even worthy to be considered servants of the Yang family. Bang! Bang! Both combatants moved with remarkable speed, colliding more than 10 times in merely a breath's duration. Under normal circumstances, even if Yang Ying aimed to subdue him, it would come at a significant cost. Moreover, he was currently tormented by pain, unable to unleash even 70% of his strength. Were it not for the stubbornness and madness that fueled him, he would have already collapsed. The notion of killing Yang Ji was nothing short of a fevered dream. Little beast. Yang Ji was both astonished and enraged. He had never anticipated that the usually quiet and unremarkable Yang Ying possessed such formidable strength, strong enough to instill fear within him. Yet, in his fury, he forgot that Yang Ying was not alone. Furthermore, the primary force behind the assassination was not Yang Ying. Not far away, Guhan's expression was devoid of emotion, yet his murderous intent boiled within him, nearly bursting forth. He understood well that the commotion from the battle could have already alerted the Yang family, and their concealment was at risk. He had only one chance with his sword. Should he fail with this strike, he could retreat at any moment. However, if Yang Ying, along with Yang Lan and her mother, were to suffer dire consequences, with this thought, his murderous intent surged anew. Death! Buzz! With a slight quiver, the long sword unleashed a flash of blade light, piercing towards Yang Ji in an instant, as swift as lightning. You? Sensing the impending threat behind him, Yang Ji's expression changed dramatically. One Yang Ying was already a considerable challenge. With Guhan involved, he stood no chance whatsoever. In that fleeting moment, he devised a countermeasure. His consciousness swiftly withdrew from Yang Ying and shifted to Guhan. In truth, his plan was rather simple. With a momentary surge of divine consciousness to intimidate Guhan, he then unleashed his full power, breaking free from Yang Ying's grasp and hastening back to his clan in search of assistance. His strategy was sound. Cultivators in the divine communication realm possessed divine consciousness that, aside from probing their surroundings and enhancing spiritual perception, could also serve as a means of attack, particularly against those beneath their rank, granting them a significant advantage. Unfortunately, he had misjudged his opponent. In terms of soul force strength, Guhan was even superior to him. Of course, for Guhan, it could not be said that it was without effect. Rather, it had minimal impact. With a soft sound, as Yang Ji meticulously contemplated his next escape plan, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as a long sword pierced through him. He faltered, struggling to turn his head. Why was he not affected? Guhan was bewildered. Just a moment ago, it seemed as though darkness had enveloped him. And then it was gone. Yang Ji's eyes were filled with resentment and bitterness. "I refuse to accept this." With another soft sound, over a dozen strands of Yin sword energy swirled around, severing all vitality within him. On the opposite side, upon witnessing Yang Ji's demise, Yang Ying could no longer maintain his composure, suddenly kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. his knuckles turning white from the strain. Just as Guhan was about to inquire further, his expression abruptly shifted. Someone was approaching. We must leave. Without a moment's hesitation, he hoisted Yang Ji with one hand and grasped Yang Ying with the other, his figure flickering as he swiftly vanished from the scene. A moment later, a figure arrived, bearing a striking resemblance to Yang Ji. How curious. His brow furrowed deeply. He had distinctly heard some commotion. Why was there no one in sight? Before he could finish his thought, as his divine consciousness swept across the area, he discovered the bloodstains left on the ground. Indeed, a chill ran through him. Someone had attacked here. What audacity! With a cold smirk, he activated his speed, following the trail of blood in pursuit. In the black market, the main hall buzzed with activity, resembling a bustling marketplace, devoid of the usual atmosphere of solemnity and foreboding. Everyone was fixated on the jade tokens in their hands. Dressed in black robes and wearing masks, their excitement was unmistakable. After initially being shocked, they had gradually come to accept the audacity of Fatty Fu in confronting the Yang family. At this moment, they were no longer concerned with how many members of the Yang family had perished or their potential reactions. Their sole focus was on one question: how high would Fatty Fu's ranking among assassins rise? The top 30? The top 20? Or perhaps the top 10? Yang Fa, 5th layer of Lingxuan, bounty of 800,000. Yang Gui, 7th layer of Lingxuan, bounty of 850,000. Yang Kai, 9th layer of Lingxuan, bounty of 1 million. He made it. Suddenly, someone shouted with elation. After slaying Yang Kai, his ranking had entered the top 30. Impressive. Truly impressive. At this point, Fatty Fu had also slowed his pace in executing tasks, and the crowd understood. The stronger one becomes, the more unexpected occurrences arise, rendering it impossible to maintain the previous pace. Nevertheless, they held an unwavering confidence in Fatty Fu, patiently awaiting his next move. Meanwhile, within each cave, the shadowy figures dedicated to upholding the black market's order were intently focused on their specially crafted jade tokens. No one accepted missions, no one pursued bounties, and no one sought treasures or secrets. Thus, they found themselves at leisure. After all, with time on their hands, why not observe that Fatty Fu? Quite enjoyable indeed. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the hall. Yang Qi, 2nd realm of divine communication, bounty of 1,100,000. A second voice exclaimed excitedly, I told you. This Fatty Fu is certainly skilled enough to eliminate a divine communication realm practitioner. The one who wagered with me. Quickly, bring forth 10,000 crystals. Hiss. His ranking has surged to 27th. After the fervent discussions, the crowd once again focused their attention on the jade token, anxious not to miss any critical updates. However, this time, the wait felt unusually prolonged. Just when they thought Fatty Fu was about to withdraw, one person gently raised their head and swallowed. Yang Ji, elder of the Yang family, 6th realm of divine communication, bounty of 1,500,000. The proclamation silenced the crowd. In an instant, everyone's gaze darted to the assassin leaderboard. Fatty Fu, ranked 21st. It is important to note that the higher one ascends on this leaderboard, the more challenging it becomes to advance. Not to mention the top 30, even the top 50 rarely sees changes. At most, only 1 or 2 positions might shift. Yet now, a sudden leap of 6 ranks. How far can he climb? One person queried, their tone laden with complexity. I believe, at least the top 15. Conservatively, the top 10. First. Suddenly, the individual who had previously won the wager shouted, I have faith in Fatty Fu. I truly think he can reach the pinnacle of the assassin leaderboard. A moment of silence enveloped the hall, swiftly followed by uproarious laughter. First? Surely you jest. While Fatty Fu may be formidable, he cannot possibly attain the first position. The top 5 is his utmost limit. The one in first place is the enigmatic Lone Eagle. He has held the top spot for a decade. Although he has rarely made a move in recent years, he was once a figure that instilled terror. Fatty Fu is still lacking. That individual, however, remained obstinate, defiantly exclaiming, I stake 100,000 crystals. Fatty Fu will undoubtedly reach first. Huh. The crowd paused, astonished. They had encountered bravado before, but never to this extent. I'll join you, 70,000 crystals, betting he 1T make it. I wager 50,000 that he 1T. I too wager 3,000, betting he 1T. In an instant, apart from that one individual, the rest of the hall erupted with bets, all wagering that Fatty Fu would not secure the first position, accumulating a staggering 70 to 80,000 crystals within moments. In truth, as the words left his lips, that person began to harbor regrets. It is merely his pride that prevents him from yielding. Fatty Fu. He glared fiercely at the jade tablet, his eyes reddening with rage. He must strive for excellence. He must reach the first position. The 100,000 crystals represent his entire fortune. Should he fail, it would spell his utter ruin. Guhan, of course, remained oblivious. At that moment, he had already garnered a devoted follower. His figure flickered, moving with agility. In a mere quarter of an hour, he had distanced himself from the Yang family territory. In truth, the person who followed him possessed even lesser cultivation than Yang Ji, but he dared not take further action. Attracting one member of the Yang family could easily summon a multitude. To continue the fight would indeed be rather foolish. Suddenly, Yang Ying spoke again. "Let me go?" His voice had regained its calm, clearly having composed himself. Upon hearing this, Guhan immediately halted his movements. He had not intended to blame Yang Ying earlier. What was truly at play here? He understood that Yang Ying was cautious and meticulous. Unless there were special circumstances, he would not have made such a significant oversight. Yang Ying remained silent, yet his gaze was fixed upon Yang Ji's lifeless body. "Congratulations," Guhan acknowledged, aware that Yang Ying harbored unspoken burdens and chose not to press further. "Revenge has been achieved. Thank you." Yang Ying's emotions seemed somewhat heightened as he clasped his fists toward Guhan. "For all these years, whenever I reflect upon my mother's plight, I have yearned, deeply yearned, to avenge her. There is no need for thanks." Guhan waved his hand dismissively. "Collaboration is the essence of sincerity. Besides, what about the debt of gratitude?" Having stated his piece, his expression changed. "Someone is pursuing us." He glanced at Yang Ying. "Can you still fight?" Rest assured, Yang Ying hesitated for a moment. "For the time being, I will not falter. Our collaboration can proceed." "Excellent." Guhan smiled. "Then we shall wait for him?" "Indeed, we shall wait." Chapter 128. 8 million crystals, a bounty on Guhan. Following the trail of blood, Yang Feng hurriedly made his way into a dense forest. As a direct descendant of the Yang clan, he believed no one in the northern regions of the eastern wilderness would dare to challenge him, and without a second thought, he plunged into the depths of the woods. After advancing a short distance, he abruptly came to a halt. Ahead, two masked figures in black robes stood silently, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Beside them lay the unmistakable corpse of Yang Ji. "Second brother?" Yang Feng exclaimed, his eyes instantly turning a furious crimson. "Did you do this?" "Indeed," Guhan boldly admitted. "You." Yang Feng gritted his teeth. "To dare assassinate a member of the Yang family, you possess tremendous audacity. Just wait. The wrath of the Yang family is something you cannot bear." As he spoke, he produced a communication jade talisman. Anger notwithstanding, he was not foolish. Yang Ji's strength surpassed his own, and he had fallen to the hands of Guhan and his companion. He knew he could not contend with them. At this moment, he secretly regretted his impulsiveness in pursuing them so recklessly. Suddenly, he was caught off guard. As the jade talisman was unveiled, a sudden flash of light erupted, instantaneously shattering the talisman to pieces. The great sword Qi of Dian. Yang Feng fixed his gaze intently on Guhan. "Who is it? Do you know them?" "Yet." Guhan paid him no heed, casting a glance at Yang Ying. "I know him." Yang Ying nodded. "Yang Feng, a direct descendant of the Yang family. At the third level of the divine connection realm, is the younger brother of Yang Ji. It seems I have not seen his name on the bounty list." "That is to be expected," Yang Ying replied calmly. "This individual is exceedingly ruthless." "Ruthless?" 3 years ago, someone inadvertently offended him and was subjected to a month of torment before meeting their demise. All of that person's relatives and friends were ruthlessly exterminated by him, and the entirety of their family's wealth was divided between him and Yang Ji. Such occurrences are numerous. It is simply that all those individuals are dead, and thus there are no bounties on him. So merciless? Guhan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he is no virtuous character. At this moment, Yang Feng had discerned Yang Ying's voice. "You are Yang Ying. You possess immense audacity. How dare you conspire with outsiders to assault your own kin? This is a grave sin, one deserving of death." "Kin?" Yang Ying inhaled deeply. "When have you ever regarded me as kin?" Boom. As he spoke, his aura surged to its zenith. "Years ago, merely because my sister was young and naive and offended you, you nearly struck her down with a single blow. Kin? In your eyes, we are worth even less than mere servants." Guhan, keenly perceptive, suddenly sensed something amiss. Yang Ying's cultivation seemed to have strengthened a notch since before. Yang Feng's complexion paled. You are audacious beyond measure. If the family head learns of this, your sins are beyond redemption. First, Guhan shook his head. He will not find out. Second, he slowly raised his long sword, his aura steadily escalating. You are somewhat foolish. Today, it is not he who shall perish, but you. Do you understand? Young brother, he remarked, casting a glance at Yang Ying. The usual arrangement? Very well. As the words fell, two formidable forces descended in an instant. Within the main hall of the Yang family, what has transpired? Yang Xiong's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with coldness. Is there still no news? None. Beside him, an elder of the Yang family shook his head. I have already dispatched individuals to inquire. Many have accepted this task. Even the Ma family brothers have mobilized. Results should be forthcoming soon. Go to Yu Mountain City. Yang Xiong's face remained impassive. Increase the bounty to 3 million. The northern wasteland of the east is indeed vast. Besides the main camp, the black market has established numerous small outposts to facilitate the nearby issuance of bounties and tasks. The elder hesitated slightly. Family head, if that is the case, along with the 100,000 from the Meng family, it totals 400,000. Is this not somewhat excessive for a mere gathering yuan realm cultivator? Although he has grown stronger, such a sum could claim the lives of even those in the divine connection realm multiple times over. Before Liner exits seclusion, Yang Xiong shot him a glance. He must die. The sooner the better. Do you understand? Yes. The elder's heart trembled. I will attend to this immediately. Meng family. Father. Meng Qian, her face etched with resentment, once again sought out the family head, Meng Chuan. Is there any news? Has that man perished? Her visage, marred by large bruises, bore testimony to Guhan's vicious strikes. At present, she felt utterly humiliated to step outside. The more she pondered, the deeper her hatred festered, wishing fervently to see Guhan suffer 1,000 tortures. Not yet, replied Meng Chuan, his expression darkening. But rest assured, with that bounty in place, he cannot evade death for long. Indeed, his animosity towards Guhan was no less than Meng Qian's. The near disabling of his children and the grievous injuries suffered by those dispatched to guard Yuanshan City marked the greatest disgrace in the history of the Meng family. I cannot comprehend. Meng Qian spat bitterly. Why did our ancestor heed the words of that Zuyang? Had the clan intervened, that man would have perished long ago. Do not be reckless, Meng Chuan admonished. The ancestor has his own considerations. Moreover, do you think he can be kept in the dark about the bounty? He merely turns a blind eye. Just then, a steward from the Meng family entered the room. Family head, miss. Steward Meng. Meng Qian's expression brightened. Is there news? Has that man fallen? Not yet. The steward shook his head. However, news has just arrived from the Yang family. They have raised the bounty on that man to 3 million crystal coins. 3 million? Meng Chuan's eyes narrowed. It seems Brother Yang is quite anxious. In that case, we must not let them underestimate the Meng family. Let us elevate our bounty to 5 million. Understood. After the steward departed, Meng Qian wore a look of reproach. Father, why do you always compete with Uncle Yang? Brother Yang Lin will be displeased to hear of this. Brother Yang Lin? Meng Chuan regarded her with a sidelong glance. You have shown little concern for your own elder brother. He's been out training for years, without a word. Meng Qian retorted. He doesn't even know how badly I've been treated. Fear not, Meng Chuan sighed. Before the secret realm opens, he will surely return. I look forward to seeing whether the pride of the Yang family or our Ming family's prodigy prevails. With that, he ceased to mention Guhan, as if he had already regarded him as a dead man. In Yuanshan City, nestled within a secluded and unremarkable courtyard, lay one of the black market's strongholds. Increase it, an elder from the Yang family declared, producing a storage ring. The bounty for the head of Feng Wu has been raised to 3 million crystal coins. The cloaked figure opposite him wore a peculiar expression. At this juncture, you Yang family still have the audacity to place a bounty on someone? Your audacity is truly remarkable. Coughing, the elder seemed to struggle with restraint, unable to suppress his curiosity. Has nothing transpired in the Yang family today? Why do you inquire? The elder blinked in surprise. Well, the cloaked figure hesitated for a moment before presenting a jade token. You might want to take a look for yourself. Following the slaying of Yang Feng, only 2 bounties remained on the Yang family's list. The risk is too great. In a small valley, Yang Ying pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Due to my actions, some time was lost with Yang Ji, and even more time was wasted with Yang Feng. The remaining 2 objectives lie within the Yang family territory. If we were to forcefully proceed, the probability of failure could reach as high as 70%. He sighed. It is my fault. I apologize. No matter. Guhan waved his hand dismissively. Perfection is a rare occurrence. Achieving 27 is beyond my expectations. If I were to undertake this alone, I doubt I could accomplish even half of it. So what do you think? He glanced at Yang Ying. Are you satisfied? Absolutely. Yang Ying nodded. I have never felt such exhilaration before. The long-standing suppression within him erupted today, leaving his emotions in turmoil, unable to settle. I had already told you. Guhan chuckled. Partnering with me will never lead to regret. Yang Ying remained silent, tacitly agreeing. In truth, for him, Guhan was indeed an exceptional partner. With formidable combat prowess, remarkable killing ability, and a bold yet meticulous nature, he was decisive in action and, more importantly, deeply loyal. Without Guhan, the prospect of revenge would be utterly hopeless for him. He calmed his emotions and continued, I understand far less than the Yang family does. It may not be so smooth sailing. Brother Yang, Guhan patted his shoulder. Do your best, but do not force it. Yang Ying nodded and then gazed at the jade token in his hand. As he stared, his expression turned peculiar. What's wrong? The Yang family has raised your bounty to 3 million crystals. 3 million? Guhan squinted his eyes. They are indeed quite extravagant. It seems that coming to the Yang family today was a wise decision. Furthermore, he paused. Yang Ying added, the Meng family has raised your bounty to 5 million. Brother Yang. Guhan's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze upon him. You must exert your utmost effort regarding the Meng family. Devise the most impeccable plan for me. In the main hall of the Yang family, after dismissing an elder, Yang Xiong paced back and forth, agitated. At that moment, a servant approached cautiously. The foreman at the mine has died. So what if he is dead? Yang Xiong frowned deeply. Just a foreman. Must I be informed of such trivial matters? Get out. Yes, yes. Unexpectedly, not long after, the servant returned. Head of the family, another shopkeeper from the Yang family has died. He was a branch family member. Did I not tell you? Yang Xiong shot him a cold glance. Such minor affairs should be dealt with internally. Are you deaf? Yes, yes. However, soon after, the servant returned once more, trembling and pale. What is it? Yang Xiong, furious yet amused, sensed a murderous intent in his eyes. Who has died now? The servant quaked in fear. Yang Hong, a direct descendant of the family. Yang Hong. Yang Xiong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that yet another one had truly perished. Yang Hong vaguely remembered this individual, a young man of considerable talent within the family. Something was amiss. His brow furrowed deeply. 3 individuals had perished within a single day. This was highly irregular. However, before he could ponder further, the family head entered the room. Something grave has occurred. What is it? Yang Xiong's heart sank, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense of dread. Someone is slaughtering the members of the Yang family. The elder, whose expression was a mixture of suspicion and alarm, relayed the information he had gathered from the black market stronghold. 26 bounties. 26 individuals. In truth, he had failed to account for Yang Feng, who was not listed among the bounties. Damn it! With a furious strike, Yang Xiong shattered the nearby white jade chair into fragments. Among those targeted, nearly half were direct descendants of the Yang family, including several who were his closest allies. His right and left hands. He could hardly believe it. All had perished. Who did this? He fixed a menacing glare upon the elder, his teeth clenched and his expression fierce. Who is responsible? I do not know, the elder replied, his voice trembling. There is only a codename. Codename? Yang Xiong's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. What is the codename? Fatty Fu. In the black market, as before, the crowd remained fixated on the bounties and rankings displayed on the jade tablet. However, this time, they waited longer. The bounties and assassin rankings showed no signs of change. Has it ceased? It seems it has. The Yang family's bounties had dwindled to a mere handful. Remarkably, within less than a day, he had ascended to the 21st position on the assassin leaderboard, an unprecedented feat. The crowd buzzed with conversation, largely filled with admiration. Even reaching the 21st rank was undeniably impressive, far beyond what they could aspire to. At that moment, the only individual dissatisfied was the cultivator who had wagered 100,000 crystals. 21st? Not enough. Far from enough. Remove the 2. It must be the first place. Bring it forth. The individual who had previously lost 10,000 crystals in a bet extended his hand, his tone laced with smugness. You understand the rules of the black market. Wager and accept your losses. Yes, yes. Quickly, produce it. Although the gains were modest, it served as a form of amusement. I am about to venture into the wild forest, and I am short on elixirs. This amount of crystals will suffice. Others joined in, adding to the ruckus. The gambler's eyes turned red with distress. This is painful. Heart-wrenching. 100,000. Who knows how long it took to save this? It represents all my wealth. This fatty foo is utterly unreliable. Nevertheless, despite the pain, he had no intention of defaulting. For those who frequent the black market, their reputation is more valuable than crystals. And with so many witnesses present, he could hardly escape should he wish to renege. I shall pay. These words were forced from him. As he was about to retrieve the essence crystal, a sudden exclamation escaped from someone. Fatty Foo's ranking had risen by 1 position. He was now in 20th place. What? The individual who had placed a bet momentarily halted in his actions, overwhelmed with joy. I glanced over and laughed heartily. Indeed, Fatty Foo did not disappoint me. What essence crystal? I have not lost yet. There is still an opportunity. Come on, Fatty Foo, hold on. The crowd exchanged glances. This Fatty Foo truly knows how to astonish people. However, wait a moment. The remaining bounties from the Yang family are still active. Did he manage to take on another bounty? Quickly search for it. Let us see which bounty has been. No need to search further. Suddenly, one person's expression turned peculiar. Look, the Meng family's bounty. The crowd instinctively glanced over, collectively gasping in shock. Unbeknownst to them, several of the Meng family's bounties had vanished. The crowd began to realize. Just after finishing with the Yang family, now the Meng family, Fatty Foo was intent on opposing both families. Who is this formidable individual that has emerged in the northern wilderness? It can no longer be said that he is merely powerful. He should be regarded as an unparalleled menace. Perhaps, the thoughts that surged within the crowd startled them. Could he truly use the bounties from both families as a springboard to ascend to the top of the assassin leaderboard? He can. The individual who had placed the bet wore an expression of exhilaration. He can undoubtedly do it. I have complete confidence in Fatty Foo. In stark contrast to his excitement, Yang Xiong's mood was utterly dismal. Patriarch, an elder was reporting the situation to him. The bodies of those individuals have been found. I have also examined them. The assailant possesses formidable strength, adept in the art of assassination, striking with lethal precision, and retreating without leaving a trace. We are somewhat familiar with the assassins in the black market, yet it appears there are no swordsmanship experts among them. We cannot ascertain the origin of this individual. Investigate. Yang Xiong's expression remained impassive. Before alarming the ancestors, I want to uncover the truth. The deceased included many of the direct lineage. If this matter is not clarified, he would undoubtedly appear inept in front of Yang Tong. Patriarch. The elder hesitated momentarily. There is one more thing. Speak. Yang Feng is also dead. Our Yang family has suffered a loss of not 26 individuals, but 27. Bang. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiong completely lost his composure. The newly replaced jade chair was shattered into pieces under his furious strike. What are you waiting for? He was utterly enraged. Investigate. Find me Fatty Foo. Even if it means scouring the entire northern wilderness. I shall have him ground to dust. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Meng family's territory, as before, Gu Han and his companion concealed their presence, moving with the swiftness of lightning towards their next target. Meng Jia, a direct descendant of the Meng family, was the 13th target, with a bounty of 900,000 essence crystals. The two moved with remarkable speed, reaching a beautifully designed courtyard in less than a quarter of an hour, where they temporarily concealed themselves. Are you certain? Gu Han glanced at Yang Ying. He is definitely inside. There is a 50% chance. Yang Ying hesitated for a moment. According to the information I have gathered, this is his residence. But I cannot ascertain whether he is indeed inside. 50-50. Gu Han narrowed his eyes. Sufficient. It is time. Yang Ying spoke again. It is time to withdraw. He naturally had his own considerations. In truth, although he had mingled in the black market for many years and was quite well informed, he was still somewhat familiar with the Meng family. However, compared to his understanding of the Yang family, it paled significantly, making it impossible to devise the flawless plan that Gu Han demanded. Compared to before, their operations within the Meng family had not been as seamless. In fact, there had been several instances where, had it not been for their exceptional alertness and strength, they might have been discovered. Withdraw? Gu Han glanced at him. Are you afraid? Yang Ying wore a look of exasperation. Is this even a matter of fear? Enough. Guhan waved his hand. It was merely a jest. Indeed, we should cease. If we continue, someone is approaching. Yang was taken aback. Without hesitation, he quickly concealed himself. From their earlier skirmish, he had sensed that Guhan's spiritual awareness was far more acute than his own. As expected, it wasn't long before two figures approached from the distance. Guhan observed clearly. One was Mengyu, whom he had encountered previously, and the other, though unfamiliar, was likely their target, Meng Jie, judging by his appearance. Of course, with the cultivation levels of Mengyu and his companion, they would not detect Guhan and Yang, who were hiding nearby. Second young master, Meng Jie said, his face adorned with a flattering expression. You are still injured. Why must you come in person? It is no trouble. Mengyu waved his hand. After taking the medicinal pill, I am quite well. I have come to inquire about the matter I asked you to investigate. What have you found? I have discovered something. Mengyu replied, his face lighting up with excitement. That young man hails from the capital of Deqi, a graduate of the Martial Academy. I do not know why he did not go to the Yuqing sect, but instead chose Fengwu Academy. While he was in the capital, he resided at the Murong family's inn, suggesting a connection to them. I also heard that the recent war in the Deqi capital and the death of that Master Zhang are closely linked to him. Is that so? Mengyu scoffed. He indeed has some background. By the way, Meng Jie seemed to recall something. He appears to have a rather foolish little maidservant who is quite close to him. A maidservant? A glint of cold light flashed in Mengyu's eyes. Close, you say? Elaborate on that. Just as Meng Jie was about to speak, a chilling voice suddenly interrupted. Perhaps I should elucidate? Who? Both men were startled, turning to see Guhan, clad in black robes, standing before them. Sighing inwardly, Yang followed Guhan out. Yui glanced at Guhan. You have lost your composure. Yang, Guhan took a deep breath. If someone were to exploit your sister and mother, would you remain calm? My apologies. Yang fell silent for a moment. I misspoke. Assassins? Upon observing the attire of the two individuals, Meng Jie instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. You possess an audacity that is quite remarkable. This is the Meng residence. And you dare to act with such impunity? Second young master, he proclaimed, positioning himself defiantly before Mengyu, as if to demonstrate his unwavering loyalty. As long as I am here, no one shall be harmed. Suddenly, a chilling command echoed through the air, imbued with an unrelenting malice. Akin to the icy depths of the abyss, Meng Jie felt as though he had plummeted into a frozen cavern, his body momentarily immobilized. A glimmer of light erupted abruptly, followed by a soft gasp. A slender scar appeared on his brow, while his expression remained tinged with a semblance of ingratiation, before his lifeless form collapsed onto the ground. In truth, with his cultivation at the 9th level of the Lingxuan realm, had he exercised greater caution, he would not have succumbed to Guhan's sword with such swiftness. Regrettably, in his eagerness to display loyalty, he had let his guard down, rendering himself incapable of harnessing his full potential, and thus became a mere specter beneath Guhan's blade. Mengyu, feeling the familiarity of the swordplay, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Is it you? Indeed, it is I, Guhan replied, slowly removing his mask to reveal a visage marred by a murderous intent. Are you surprised? Mengyu's countenance turned ashen. You are here? Yes, Guhan stated, raising his long sword with deliberate slowness, a palpable aura of menace enveloping Mengyu. Isn't it quite the coincidence? Fear gripped Mengyu's heart, as a shadow of death swiftly descended upon him. Do you intend to kill me? Not quite. Guhan shook his head. I am here to address your query. Did you not just inquire about the depth of my relationship with Asha? He fixated on Mengyu, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. She is my life. With a chilling realization, Mengyu's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. You. His body trembled slightly. If you take my life, the consequences will be dire. As he spoke, he discreetly retrieved a communication jade talisman from his palm. But before he could make any move, a surge of formidable spiritual energy swept through, shattering the talisman into fragments. Yang, the matter is settled. He cast a glance at Guhan, evidently recalling the previous encounter in the forest. Mengyu was engulfed in utter hopelessness. Do not kill me. We can discuss this rationally. He gazed intently at Guhan. In truth, there exists no irreconcilable enmity between us, correct? Release me, and I swear, I will not hold you accountable. Furthermore, I will approach my father to rescind the bounty on your head. If you desire anything further, do not hesitate to ask. The Meng family possesses ample medicinal herbs, elemental crystals, and magical artifacts. Brother Yang, Guhan pondered briefly. What would you do if someone threatened your life? Kill. Yang Ying replied with unwavering resolve. Precisely, Guhan nodded. Those who dare to threaten Asha's well-being are thereby endangering my life, which is why you must perish. With that declaration, the sword light suddenly flared to life. No, Mengyu barely managed to utter a single word before his body was cleaved in two, extinguishing his life. Simultaneously, at Fengwu Courtyard, at the foot of the mountain, which was once overrun with weeds and desolation, a remarkable transformation has taken place. The cobblestone path, long concealed beneath the tangled undergrowth, has been meticulously cleared, extending gracefully up to the mountainside. Flanking the path, a vibrant array of transplanted flowers and exotic plants sway gently in the breeze, exuding an enchanting fragrance and vitality, shedding the previous air of decay. All of this, of course, is the handiwork of Asha. At this moment, she continues her diligent labor, her back bent in unwavering dedication. The young master has stated, "This is home. It must be made beautiful. When he returns, he will surely be delighted." As she murmurs to herself, an idea strikes her, prompting her to dash to the foot of the mountain, where she carefully cleans and erects a half-broken stone tablet. Glancing at the three large characters inscribed as Fengwu Courtyard, she places her hands on her hips and nods in satisfaction. This will do. Her delicate face, now dusted with grime and dirt, adds a touch of endearing innocence. Unbeknownst to her, not far behind, a graceful figure, imbued with allure, has silently approached her. Volume 1, Chapter 130, A New Bounty. Fatty Fu, 40 million crystal coins. Meng family. What? Lingxuan suddenly stood up. Are you telling me that within a single day, over 20 members of the Yang family have been murdered? Indeed. A senior elder across from him nodded. According to the reports, a total of 27, including several of the Yang family head's younger brothers. Outrageous. Mengchuan shook his head repeatedly. Truly outrageous. Yet, in his eyes, there was not a trace of sympathy or anger, but rather a hint of schadenfreude. Though the two families were united by marriage, the undercurrents of animosity ran deep. Go, prepare a generous gift. I shall personally visit and extend my condolences to Brother Yang. The family head. Before he finished his words, an elder burst in, his expression filled with alarm. A grave situation has arisen. What is it? Meng Chuan's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. Did I not instruct you all to remain calm in the face of adversity? The sky will not fall. The second young master is dead. What? Meng Chuan froze. Repeat that. The elder swallowed hard. A clansman has reported that the bodies of the second young master and Meng Jia were found not far outside the clan grounds. Additionally, 12 other clansmen have also perished. Thud. Meng Chuan sank back into his seat, his complexion paling. 12. The elder felt a chill run down his spine. Did they share any commonalities? Yes. The elder inhaled deeply. These 12, along with Meng Jia, are all listed on the black market bounty board. Moreover, their wounds were all inflicted by a single deadly sword strike. Family head. The elder's face turned ashen. This situation mirrors that of the Yang family perfectly. It is undoubtedly the work of the same individual. Speak. Meng Chuan gritted his teeth, his expression twisted in rage. Reveal everything you know. A detail must not be overlooked. Indeed. Boom. After a brief pause, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted within the Meng family's estate. The elegantly constructed family hall was instantly reduced to ruins. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a disheveled figure emerged, resembling a madman. It was Fatty Fu. You dared to slay my son. I demand blood for blood. The uproar was so immense that news could no longer be concealed. Naturally, the Yang and Meng families had no intention of hiding the incident. They frantically mobilized a multitude of clan members, desperately searching for the unknown Fatty Fu, consumed with a desire to exact a brutal vengeance. Almost instantaneously, the event spread throughout much of the northern region of the eastern wilderness. In no time, Fatty Fu's name became widely known, resonating like thunder, and his notoriety soared to unprecedented heights. Fatty Fu. Who is he? I have no idea, but he is certainly a formidable figure. Who cares who he is? What matters is that his actions are refreshingly decisive. Hush. Tread carefully. Such matters should be contemplated in silence, not spoken aloud. Oddly enough, a young cultivator expressed his confusion. Wasn't he the two families searching for Fatty Fu? Why not inquire in the black market? You know nothing. A nearby individual looked at him, as if he were a fool. The black market has its own rules. Even if they went, it would be futile. Rules? The young man remained unconvinced. What if the two families resorted to force? What a naive child. The other person scoffed disdainfully. Believe it or not. If they dared to stir trouble in the black market today, tomorrow, the losses for both families would not merely be a handful of clan members. Alas, in a corner, an elderly cultivator's eyes glistened with moisture. Fatty Fu is a man of righteousness. My son, the one who harmed you has long since perished. If you knew, you could find solace. In truth, he was not alone. Unlike the two families, who harbored a bitter grudge against Fatty Fu, many others felt immense gratitude towards him. Father, in a dilapidated family, a young boy, still innocent, knelt before a spirit tablet, tears glistening in his eyes. The one who wronged you, Yang Hua, is dead. Our vengeance has been avenged. Elsewhere, a middle-aged man bore a melancholic expression. Father's bounty has finally been claimed. The beast, Yang Yu, who sullied your name, has finally met his end. The heavens are just. He could not escape the consequences. Mengjia. A woman's countenance was filled with sorrow, her eyes still harboring resentment. On that day, when you schemed to seize my family's mine, did you ever consider the retribution that would come to pass? Fatty Fu, regardless of who you are, you have become a benefactor to my Li family by slaying Mengjia. Indeed, throughout the northern region of the eastern wilderness, such instances are countless. Guhan, of course, was unaware that he initially acted out of indignation, seeking revenge against the two families while inadvertently earning the title of benefactor in the eyes of many. At this moment, however, he was not in the mood to ponder such matters. In an inconspicuous valley, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, Guhan's face was filled with apprehension. We halted in time. Indeed, Yang Ying nodded in agreement, still feeling a lingering fear. The matter concerning Meng Yu was, in fact, an accident. After slaying him, the two immediately resolved to cease their actions. With the first unexpected event, it was certain that a second and third would follow. They naturally would not gamble with their lives. Indeed, this was proven true. Shortly after their departure, they encountered a large group of clansmen from the Yang and Meng families. I am quite at ease cooperating with you, Guhan said, turning his head with a serious expression. This is far more gratifying than dealing with that rotund fool. Rotund fool. Yang Ying recalled the scene in the wild forest and suddenly realized. Is this Fu fool the same person? Indeed. Guhan's expression darkened. This Fu fool is quite despicable. Yang Ying fell silent, suddenly feeling that Guhan was rather despicable as well. In truth, Yang Ying paused for a moment. I have long wished to inquire why you declined the invitation from Qingyun Pavilion. For many, it is a coveted opportunity. Haven't I already mentioned it? Guhan shot him a glance. I have a conflict with Qingyun Pavilion, particularly that fellow surnamed Yuan. Sister Murong is correct. Such people are insincere and vain, not worth associating with. You. Yang Ying's eyelids twitched. Sister Murong is your sister? What of it? Guhan raised an eyebrow. Are you acquainted with her? Acquainted? Yang Ying instinctively rubbed his arm, which still ached. Within the Yuqing sect, a thunderous sound erupted. Murong Yin, wielding her grand purple-gold hammer, strode forth. Rapidly approaching the mountain gate, onlookers secretly felt a headache brewing. What madness is this lunatic up to now? Sister. Behind her, Shun Xian hurriedly followed. His face etched with concern. What are you doing? Hammering people. Murong Yin brandished her hammer, a cold smile gracing her lips. It has only been a few days since we last met, and those two scoundrels have already raised the bounty on my brother Gu to 8 million. They cannot continue to bully us. Do they truly believe my brother Gu has no backing? I shall seek them one by one and smash them to pieces. Sister. Shun Xian said, exasperated. Did not Zui Yang warn them previously? They would not dare to go too far. Not too far. Murong Yan's eyes widened. 8 million is not excessive? A cultivator at the Divine Connection realm could perish several times over. Can Brother Gu withstand this? Besides, Zui Yang is Zui Yang. And I am I. He warns them. I take matters into my own hands. You. Shun Xian sighed in resignation. With your fiery temperament, if you go, who knows what trouble you will stir up. Shun Xian. Murong Yan's anger flared, and she pressed down on his shoulder. How did I not realize before that you were such a softy? Ah. Shun Xian winced, his face paling. Sister, stop it. You promised you wouldn't hit me. Huh. Murong Yan shot him a glance. Did I ever make such a promise? You. Shun Xian gritted his teeth against the pain. What I meant was, going to the Yang and Meng families is of no use. Think of it. Brother Gu is perpetually in peril. If you truly wish to go, You ought to first ensure his safety. Indeed. Morong Yan's eyes lit up with realization. How could I have overlooked this? Brother, you are truly clever. He released Shun Xian's shoulder, wearing an expression of deep remorse. I apologize, senior brother. I misjudged you. I promise I shall not strike you again. Shun Xian offered a sorrowful smile. Huh. I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. Let us go. As his body felt lighter, he was suddenly seized by Murong Yan's grip on his shoulder, pulling him away in an instant. Let us first head to Fengwu Courtyard to find Brother Gu. Afterwards, we shall deal with those rascals from the other two families. Fengwu Courtyard, at the foot of the mountain. Asha gazed proudly at her creation, her small face radiating delight, completely oblivious to the unusual happenings behind her. Just then, in a critical moment, a figure descended swiftly and stood beside her. Senior sister? Asha was taken aback, then eagerly pointed at her surroundings. Look, isn't it beautiful? I made all of this. Indeed, Yu Miao gently ruffled her hair, smiling warmly. Asha, you are also a treasure of our Fengwu Courtyard. Hee hee. Asha laughed wholeheartedly. So, Yu Miao's gaze shifted to the figure ahead, her demeanor calm. Who might you be? Asha turned around instantly, spotting the figure that made her grit her teeth in frustration. It's you. The figure, of course, was the sorceress Lu Ying, who wore a look of dejection. What a pity, I have been discovered. Ha! The smile on Asha's face transformed entirely into ire. You shameless woman, what are you doing here? What am I doing? The sorceress feigned tears. I am naturally here to find my dear Guhan. What a heartless person he is. Despite my deep affections, he treats me this way. Yu Miao's brow furrowed slightly. You like my junior brother? The young Lu Ying, quick to respond, said, Greetings, senior sister. I suppose I am not unpleasing to the eye. Yu Miao scrutinized her closely, her frown deepening. Unfortunately, my junior brother does not favor those of your ilk. Is that so? Lu Ying's aura shifted dramatically, her allure transforming into innocence, her seduction into purity. At that moment, she appeared as two contrasting extremes, her elegance ethereal, her eyes resembling clear waters, her enchanting visage carrying a hint of coldness, evoking no desire for impropriety. Senior sister. She curtsied gracefully, her voice soft and melodious. What of that? Quite commendable. Yu Miao nodded. It seems my junior brother prefers such a demeanor. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Yu Miao waved her hand, and a jade needle returned to her grasp. Opposite her, the sorceress's brow suddenly bore a crimson hue. Strikingly beautiful. Senior sister, she sighed softly, you truly are heartless. Before her words could fully escape, her figure began to dissolve slowly. I care not for your intentions. Yu Miao's eyes were icy, devoid of any warmth. Should you dare to harm my junior brother or Asha, I shall ensure you regret it for all eternity. A series of faint, mocking laughs echoed nearby. Fear not, senior sister. I am too fond of Brother Gu to wish him harm. Since he is not here, I shall seek him elsewhere. Little girl, do grow up quickly. A foolish anger surged within him. You vile woman, come out. I shall glare you to death. With a gentle touch, Yu Miao patted his head. She has already departed, senior sister. The foolish one raised her small face, her expression rife with indignation. Why not capture her? That woman is exceedingly wicked. Silly girl, Yu Miao sighed. I am equally powerless against her. What? The foolish one gasped, her little face instantly drooping. It's over, it's all over. What is the matter? Yu Miao could not help but smile. Although I cannot discern her origins, she seemed to harbor no malice towards you just now. Oh, senior sister, the foolish one sighed. I am worried about the young master. The junior brother? Yes. The foolish one nodded earnestly. That woman is utterly shameless. The young master will undoubtedly be lured. In the valley, Guhan remained oblivious to the fact that the witch had sought him out once more. Brother Yang, he said, noting the expression on Yang Ying's face. Have you ever felt the weight of my sister Morong's hammer? Yang Ying shot him a glance. Why bring up that topic? All right then. Guhan chuckled awkwardly. The time is right. The commotion over there should have subsided. We ought to collect our bounty, lest the night stretch on with more dreams. Good. Upon hearing this, Yang Ying perked up, his words flowing more freely. Let me see. He retrieved the jade token once more. Excluding Yang Feng and Meng Yu, we have eliminated a total of 39 targets. The total bounty amounts to... His words trailed off as he seemed to notice something, his expression turning peculiar. There is something. What is it? Guhan raised an eyebrow, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Surely they haven't increased my bounty again. Not quite. Yang shook his head. It's just that the two families have issued a new bounty, each offering 20 million crystal coins for. Here. He fixed his gaze on Gu Han, his eyes gleaming with greed. Fatty Fu's Life. Chapter 131. The top of the assassin's list. The Lone Eagle, Gu Han. 400 million crystal coins. Not only Yang, but even Gu Han's eyes glinted with desire. If Fatty were here, he would unhesitatingly sell him off in an instant. What is wrong with you? Noticing Gu Han's expression, Yang misinterpreted the situation. Rest assured, though I may be impoverished, I would never betray you. His voice was somewhat gruff, clearly tempted by the offer. Brother Yang, Gu Han was hardly inclined to listen to his reassurances, his eyes dark and contemplative. Tell me, if I were to step forward and reveal my identity, do you think they would grant me those 400 million crystal coins? Yang was at a loss for words. Whether they would or not, you would surely be finished. Sighing, Gu Han acknowledged the truth of it. Indeed, the risk is considerable. A single misstep could lead to my downfall. Reluctantly, he abandoned this unrealistic notion. Let us first claim the bounty and discuss matters further. Yang exhaled in relief. He suddenly realized that Gu Han was not only ruthless towards his enemies, but even more so towards himself. Upon leaving the valley, the two of them traveled westward. This place was quite distant from the black market, a full 1,000 miles away. Conversely, it was relatively close to Fengwu Courtyard. In less than an hour, they had already covered several hundred miles, and their journey was more than halfway complete. At this moment, they were merely a short distance of several dozen miles from Fengwu Courtyard. Suddenly, Gu Han came to a halt. What's wrong? Yang inquired, puzzled by the abrupt stop. I sense something, Gu Han replied, his gaze sweeping the desolate surroundings, devoid of even a single shadow. Something feels amiss. In truth, he had harbored a vague feeling of being watched for the past quarter hour, and the sensation intensified with each step forward. Is something wrong? Yang pondered, grasping the gravity of Gu Han's words. He had no doubt about Gu Han's instincts. On numerous occasions during their previous missions, they had evaded detection thanks to Gu Han's formidable spiritual awareness. Indeed, Gu Han nodded, his eyes narrowing. 8 million. Yang, why don't you proceed alone? I'll return to Fengwu Courtyard to check on a Shah, and we can meet here later. Yang hesitated. He understood Gu Han's intention. Is that wise? Fear not. Gu Han chuckled reassuringly. If I were certain, I would have acted already instead of lurking in the shadows. Just stay vigilant. I'll manage here just fine. Very well. Yang, being decisive, replied. Take care. With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving no trace behind. Gu Han, too, did not linger, redirecting his path. While he appeared at ease on the surface, internally, he heightened his spiritual senses to their utmost. Yet, it seemed the pursuer was exceedingly patient. After another quarter hour, there was still no sign of movement. No action. Gu Han scoffed, accelerating his pace dramatically. At that moment, a sound of rushing air suddenly approached from behind. In the blink of an eye, it was within 3 paces of Gu Han, a fierce gust carrying a sharp intent that sent a jolt of pain through his neck. Now, Gu Han pivoted swiftly, drawing his sword to meet the oncoming force. Clang! A resounding metallic clash echoed as Gu Han immediately felt an immense power surge through his sword, propelling him backward by several dozen paces. Transcendent. Above the 7th realm. He deduced instantly. Fortunately, thanks to the specially crafted robe by Yu Miao, it had absorbed half the force, leaving him only with a slight numbness in his arm. Without any significant harm. Before he could regain his footing, the fierce wind surged towards him once more, a flicker of shadow aiming directly for his brow. This assailant was relentless. Once they moved, it was with an overwhelming force, intent on delivering a fatal blow, offering Gu Han no respite whatsoever. A master. Gu Han's heart raced with trepidation. Regardless of whether it is Yang Ji or the later Yang Feng, both of whom are masters of the divine spirit realm, they cannot be compared to the newcomer. As the ominous light surged towards him, he dared not exhibit the slightest carelessness. A murderous intent surged within him, and his spiritual energy swelled like a tidal wave. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust his sword directly forward. Just then, he suddenly felt a momentary dimness before his eyes, an attack on his consciousness. However, for him, it was virtually ineffective. A soft gasp escaped his lips, as if the individual before him also found it curious that Gu Han remained unaffected. Clang! Another crisp sound rang out. This time, Gu Han was forced back several dozen yards. Correspondingly, the individual opposite him also felt a degree of impact. The overwhelming sword energy, intertwined with the killing intent, caused a slight delay in his assault. It was only at this moment that Guhan finally had the opportunity to discern his opponent's form. Clad in black combat attire, a silver mask concealed his face, and in his hand was a dagger, half a foot in length, shrouded in a ghostly light. Strangely, despite having seen him clearly, Guhan still struggled to perceive his aura, as if this person possessed some unique method to obscure his presence. Across from him, the individual's wrist trembled slightly. Evidently, although he had countered Guhan's strike, he did not emerge unscathed. A glance at the two nicks on the dagger brought a flicker of pain to his eyes. In an instant, with a swift motion of his wrist, he vanished and charged once more towards Guhan. Boom! Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A formidable aura surged from a distance, and a figure wielding a large spear, producing explosive sounds, charged forward with unwavering momentum. It was none other than Yang Hua. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated once more. The two figures briefly collided before separating, each retreating instantaneously. However, it was evident that Yang Hua was at a disadvantage. "Are you all right?" He cast a glance at Guhan. "Your timing is impeccable." Guhan shook his still numb arm. "I'm fine, though this person is rather formidable. What is his background? Do you recognize him?" "If I am not mistaken," Yang Hua tightened his grip on the spear, "he should be the Lone Eagle, who has dominated the black market assassin rankings for a decade." "Is that so?" Guhan narrowed his eyes. "It seems the allure of 8 million crystal coins is indeed substantial. He is exceptionally skilled." Yang Hua inhaled deeply. His most notable achievement was severely wounding a master of the 5th level of the Skyward Realm with a single strike. "That is understandable." Guhan nodded. "He appears to possess some method of concealing his presence. It is easy to fall into his trap if one is not cautious." Upon Yang Hua's arrival, the Lone Eagle seemed unfazed. "I do not comprehend." He fixed his gaze on Guhan and spoke slowly, his voice dry and hoarse. "How did you discover me?" Guhan pondered for a moment. "Why don't you take a guess?" "You are remarkably strong." The Lone Eagle disregarded his jest. "Strong enough to be beyond what I anticipated for a gathering essence realm cultivator. It seems that those 8 million crystal coins are indeed not so easily earned." 8 million? Guhan replied with utmost seriousness. "It may cost you your life." "Life?" The Lone Eagle shook his head, his tone somewhat haughty. "As an assassin, living today and dying tomorrow is an inherent risk. However, I am different. Since the day I embraced this path, I have never failed in my assassinations. My survival thus far is not solely due to strength, but also to meticulous caution. Do you understand?" As he stated, he was indeed cautious and exceedingly patient. Even when targeting someone of far lesser cultivation, he would exert his utmost effort, never daring to be careless, especially when facing Guhan, a valuable target worth 8 million crystals. Half a day prior, he had already concealed himself along the inevitable route to the Fengwu courtyard. Regardless of whether Guhan was returning or departing, he would be the first to notice, ready to strike with lethal precision. "I believe," Guhan frowned slightly, "there is something you have failed to grasp. We are 2 against 1, giving us the advantage." "Hee," the Lone Eagle chuckled. "I am fully aware of your intentions. I initially planned to turn the tables and eliminate you, but I did not anticipate your ability to withstand 2 of my strikes without perishing. Nevertheless, it matters not. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are mere illusions." With that, he cast a glance at Yang Hua, discerning from his stance that he too appeared to be an assassin. "An unknown pawn," Yang Hua replied impassively. "You do not recognize me." Just as I mentioned earlier, the Lone Eagle shook his head. "Being an assassin is a profession fraught with peril. I have refrained from action in recent years precisely for this reason. After completing this bounty, I shall retire, distancing myself from the eastern wilderness and reveling in the beauty of the world. For an assassin, this is the ultimate outcome." "Brother Yang," Guhan remarked, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Are you aware of what it signifies when an assassin begins to speak more frequently?" "What?" Yang Hua was taken aback. "It signifies that their time is drawing near." At this, Guhan slowly raised his longsword. Moreover, that last remark sounded eerily like a farewell. Volume 1. Chapter 132. The Assassin's Fatal Saying. "After this job, I shall wash my hands of this life." Yang Hua contemplated, finding some truth in it. Fortunately, he rarely spoke in his daily life. Nevertheless, Guhan's words seemed to have touched a nerve with the Lone Eagle, whose tone grew cold. He gripped his dagger and advanced towards the two, deeming further words unnecessary. Ultimately, success or failure would be determined by strength. With a swift motion, he suddenly blurred and reappeared before Yang Ying, his dagger slicing through the air, aimed directly at his brow. Die! A fierce shout echoed. A surge of divine intent instantly descended upon Yang Ying. Just as he intended to counterattack, Yang Ying felt a momentary daze engulf him, his movements suddenly slowed. A mental assault. For an ordinary practitioner of the spirit profound realm, this moment could undoubtedly be fatal. Yet, Yang Ying, being an assassin by nature with extensive combat experience, saw no path of escape. In an instant, he channeled his internal energy into his spear, advancing rather than retreating, thrusting directly at the lone eagle's brow. If the lone eagle did not retreat, they would meet their demise simultaneously. Madman! In the depths of his heart, the lone eagle silently cursed. His choice of the formidable Yang Ying was predicated on the realization that Gu Han was impervious to his mental assaults. He had initially intended to ambush and either eliminate or severely injure Yang Ying before turning his attention to Gu Han. However, he was taken aback when Yang Ying opted for a life-for-life strategy. With a swift motion, he refused to exchange lives, retreating from the offensive. Yet, before he could withdraw, a palpable aura of murderous intent suddenly ensnared him. Even as a seasoned assassin, accustomed to the precarious balance between life and death, an icy dread coursed through him. Kill! A furious shout erupted, and a long sword appeared before him in an instant. How infuriating! The lone eagle felt a jolt of alarm, his mental energy swiftly enveloping him, temporarily dispelling the influence of the murderous intent. He positioned his dagger defensively, narrowly managing to block the impending strike. Crack! A faint sound echoed as a minuscule fissure appeared on the dagger, thinner than a strand of hair. Before he could mourn for his weapon, a new threat emerged from the long sword. Whoosh! The concentrated sword light suddenly dispersed, transforming into over a dozen formidable sword energies, aimed directly at the lone eagle's vital points. The specter of death loomed. With a roar of rage, the lone eagle twisted his form, narrowly evading the fatal blow. Thud! Thud! A series of faint sounds resonated as the sword energies carved deep wounds into his flesh, exposing bone. His heart brimmed with fury. In truth, given his prowess, he was confident he could triumph against either Gu Han or Yang Ying individually. Yet their combined forces proved overwhelming. It was hardly his fault. Gu Han's indifference to mental attacks rendered one of his most potent offensive methods ineffective, while Yang Ying's life-for-life approach hampered his ability to retaliate. He had encountered two formidable adversaries who instinctively countered his strengths. At that moment, the scene echoed Gu Han's earlier jest, 2 against 1. We hold the advantage. Damn it! The lone eagle felt an overwhelming frustration that nearly drove him to madness. Boom! Before he could finish his thought, Yang Ying's spear lunged forward once more. Clang! He had no time to speak, raising his dagger to intercept the blow. Before he could catch his breath, Gu Han's murderous sword was upon him again. Clang! He countered with a swift strike, managing to block it once more. Clang! Clang! In rapid succession, Gu Han and Yang Ying's assaults flowed seamlessly, leaving the lone eagle no opportunity to recuperate. At that moment, the lone eagle's resolve waned with each passing encounter. Although he relied on his superior cultivation to sustain him longer, eliminating both adversaries seemed increasingly improbable. Their cooperation was alarmingly synchronized. Retreat. In an instant, he made a decisive choice. The allure of 800,000 crystals was tempting, yet should the battle persist, he could not guarantee his safe escape. Yang, do not let him escape. Gu Han immediately sensed his intent. Agreed. Yang Ying instinctively understood his intentions. As he witnessed the solitary eagle attempting to retreat, he gritted his teeth and abruptly maneuvered his spear, abandoning the previous life-for-life combat style. An immense surge of spiritual energy instantaneously coursed into the spear, forcefully striking down upon the solitary eagle. A resounding crash echoed. The solitary eagle, poised to depart, suddenly faltered. At that very moment, Gu Han advanced once more. He was acutely aware that, given the solitary eagle's prowess, if it wished to flee, they would be unable to pursue. The opportunity created by Yang Ying was singular. Death. He too relinquished the sharpness of his sword, launching himself directly at the solitary eagle. The solitary eagle was momentarily taken aback, and then elated. The harmonious synergy of Gu Han and Yang Ying's combat style had dissipated. With a swift motion, he harnessed the force from Yang Ying's spear, moving like lightning, and collided with Guhan. Death. A look of exhilaration adorned his face. At last it is you. With a flick of his wrist, the cracked dagger in his hand glimmered ominously as it aimed for Guhan's brow. Is that so? Guhan chuckled. Soul capture. In that instant, a flicker of confusion crossed the solitary eagle's eyes, rendering him momentarily dazed. However, as a practitioner of divine consciousness, he swiftly regained his composure in less than a breath. It was precisely this fleeting moment of bewilderment that caused the dagger to veer slightly off course, merely severing a strand of Guhan's hair. Just then, a sharp spear tip pierced through his chest. The solitary eagle glanced down, despair etched across his features. He understood. The opportunity for victory had slipped away, and the chance to escape was lost. Defeat was now inevitable. Why? He fixed his gaze upon Guhan, confusion swirling in his eyes. I am clearly stronger than you. I stated it. Guhan took a breath. This battle has naturally drained me as well. We are many, 2 against 1, an assured victory. As his words fell, a flash of sword light suddenly cut through the air. The solitary eagle was engulfed in darkness, his consciousness swiftly descending into silence. Guhan exchanged a glance with Yang Ying. Words were unnecessary. Yang Ying met his gaze, her expression devoid of emotion. After a pause, Guhan's voice was low. Don't force it. It's quite uncomfortable to hold it in. With that, Yang Ying could no longer contain herself and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then it was Guhan's turn. Coughing, he too expelled blood. The #1 assassin, cough cough, truly possesses remarkable skill. In truth, while the two appeared to dominate the encounter, denying their opponent any chance to retaliate, they had long since exerted every ounce of their strength, each fighting with their lives at stake. Any slip-up could have led to their demise. The title of the #1 assassin is not merely a fade. Guhan disregarded his image entirely and plopped down onto the ground. He casually retrieved the solitary eagle's storage ring. He furrowed his brows. The first assassin possesses so little essence crystal? Within the storage ring, there were barely over 1 million essence crystals, with scarcely any medicinal pills or spiritual materials. Quite normal. Yang Ying held the silver mask in his hands, inspecting it meticulously. Given his character, upon acquiring the elemental crystal, he would naturally transform it into his own power at the earliest opportunity. In truth, it was not only him. Most assassins would opt for such a course of action. Is that not so? Guhan felt a sense of disappointment. Does that mean we? What is this? As he spoke, he produced a golden jade token from his storage ring. An identity token? After a few glances, he took out his own white jade token. Why does mine differ from yours? Buzz. Just as the words left his mouth, the jade token radiated a brilliant golden light. Chapter 133, Young Friend. Would you be interested in becoming a ferryman of the Yellow Springs? Within the black market, the crowd continued to gaze at their jade tokens, though the initial excitement had gradually faded. Earlier that day, Fatty Fu's ranking had risen to 15th place. However, there had been no further development since then. Until an hour ago, 2 factions joined forces to issue a bounty, each offering 2 million elemental crystals for Fatty Fu. Sighing, one person remarked, enough. There's no hope left. Indeed, with both factions having issued bounties, this matter should come to an end. Speaking of which, another person expressed with a tone of reflection. A bounty of 4 million elemental crystals. TSK. In my years within the black market, even a bounty of 400,000 is a rarity. It seems these 2 factions have truly invested heavily. Fatty Fu has indeed set a precedent for the highest bounty in the black market. All right, the earlier speaker approached. Stop dwelling on it. With our meager strength, we would barely be able to serve as a distraction. Moreover, we have no idea of his identity. So how could we possibly seek him out? In my opinion, perhaps those renowned gold-ranked assassins, especially the Lone Eagle, might stand a chance if they took action. Lone Eagle? Amidst the discussions, one individual appeared to recall something. By the way, it seems we have won our bet. At that moment, in a corner, a cultivator who had wagered his entire fortune stood there in a daze, on the verge of tears. 15th place. It's over. Fatty Fu has let us down. I could lose my entire fortune. Enough. One person patted him on the shoulder. Stop hesitating. Just bring it out. Consider this a lesson. In the future, refrain from speaking so confidently. What are you dawdling for? You wouldn't want to default on your debts, would you? As the crowd closed in, the man gritted his teeth. Default? In the black market, one must honor their words. It's merely 100,000 elemental crystals. I will pay. Saying this, He clenched his jaw and produced 100,000 elemental crystals. The crowd reached out eagerly. My 8,000. My 3,000. Huh. My 10,000. As the elemental crystals dwindled, the man's heart ceased to bleed, having drained completely. Wait. Suddenly, a cultivator who had not participated in the wager instinctively glanced at the jade token, his eyes widening in shock, his speech faltering. Quick, look. The assassin leaderboard. It's gone. What? The crowd stood in stunned silence, instinctively glancing at the leaderboard, and were instantly rooted to the spot. On the leaderboard suddenly, the once 15th-ranked Fatty Fu ascended to the first position. Meanwhile, the former first-ranked Lone Eagle had vanished without a trace. A gasp echoed through the crowd, their hearts racing. The rules of the black market were well understood by all. The disappearance of a ranking signified the death of that particular assassin. One individual swallowed hard and tremulously inquired, "Who did this?" As if it needed asking, someone pointed at the jade tablet. "I recall a rule in the black market. If one assassin kills another, they will usurp their ranking." A collective intake of breath filled the air as they were struck with dread. Fatty Fu had slain the Lone Eagle. He had eliminated the gold medal assassin who had long dominated the leaderboard, instilling fear in countless souls across the eastern wilds. Remarkable? No, this was beyond mere remarkable. It was utterly astonishing. "Dear friends," another voice interjected, pointing at the jade tablet with a somber gaze. "Let us not forget a crucial rule. The black market offers special protection to the top assassin, ensuring their name does not appear on the bounty list." Instinctively, the crowd glanced around, and indeed, the two bounties, each worth 40 million crystals, had vanished without a trace. In that moment of brilliance, Guhan's identity jade tablet transformed into gold, while the Lone Eagle's became a dull gray, devoid of any luster. What could this mean? "You now rank first on the assassin leaderboard." Yang explained the black market's rules with a hint of envy in his voice. "Your jade tablet surpasses mine. It is a privilege reserved for gold medal assassins. Furthermore, having attained the top rank, the black market will eliminate all bounties associated with you." "Is that so?" Guhan mused, glancing curiously at the jade tablet. Indeed, within it, the bounty on Fatty Fu had vanished. However, the bounty on the chief disciple of Fengwu Academy remained prominently displayed. 8 million crystals. He wore a bemused expression. "Is there any distinction in the cancellation?" Continuing to peruse, he noticed that various tasks and bounties were neatly categorized within the jade tablet, easily accessible without the need for arduous searching. To accept a task or bounty, one merely needed to input a breath of energy, making it exceedingly convenient. His identity information had also transformed. Code name, Fatty Fu. Level, A grade. Authority, high. Task count, 39. Ferryman of the underworld, pending. In comparison to before, aside from the elevated level, the addition of the phrase ferryman of the underworld caught his attention. He inquired of Yang, but he too was in the dark. Losing interest, Guhan dismissed the notion of pursuing a career as an assassin. The title of ferryman of the underworld seemed problematic, and he had no desire to engage further. After consuming a medicinal pill, both their injuries had significantly healed, prompting them to return to the black market. This time, they encountered no further surprises. Fatty Fu. Upon entering the hall, an exuberant voice filled with excitement and a hint of tremor rang out. "I knew you could do it." "Do what?" Guhan and Yang were taken aback by the spectacle within the hall. "What are these people up to? Bring it here." The man, full of self-satisfaction, exclaimed, "Quick! Return my crystal, and all that you owe me must be brought forth. Let it be known that should anyone attempt to renege, I shall not be merciful." The crowd felt a tinge of embarrassment. Although they were numerous, the notion of defaulting in the black market was too shameful to bear. Reluctantly, they conceded and handed the crystals over to him. Undoubtedly, witnessing the formidable rise of Fatty Fu dulled their pain over the loss of crystals to a significant extent. "Ha!" The man laughed, nearly unable to contain his glee. The sum of 700,000 to 800,000 crystals was something he would toil for years to earn. Yet, in this moment, due to Fatty Fu's influence, he had struck a windfall, making it impossible to suppress his excitement. "Brother," upon noticing Guhan and his companion entering, he greeted them with enthusiasm. "You've just arrived. You have no idea. A prodigy named Fatty Fu has emerged in our black market. I have no interest." Guhan naturally dismissed his chatter. "Moreover, I harbor no fondness for that Fatty Fu." The man inwardly cursed. What arrogance! "You dare to speak such words in front of Fatty Fu?" One flick of a finger could crush you. Guhan paid him no heed and, alongside Yang Ying, proceeded down the side path. Collecting their bounty was their foremost priority. Bounty. Guhan, clad in a black robe and mask, went unrecognized by the black-clad man, who maintained his usual indifferent tone. Show me the jade token. Upon glimpsing the color of the jade token in Guhan's hand, the man's pupils dilated sharply. Golden. The next moment, he noticed the identity information on the token and became visibly unsettled. You are Fatty Fu? Indeed. Guhan responded with some confusion. Is there an issue? And no. The black-clad man composed himself and calculated internally before handing Guhan a storage ring. You have 39 bounty tasks, totaling 1,680,000 crystals. Since you currently hold the top position on the assassin leaderboard, your commission is waived. Commission? Guhan scoffed. This is indeed the black market. It's so corrupt. The black-clad man appeared speechless. You don't even understand this basic rule. Wait. Guhan interjected. Isn't there supposed to be some special treatment for being at the top of the leaderboard? Special treatment? Well, for instance, crystals. Are there any? None. Elixirs? None. Magical artifacts or techniques? None at all. Huh. Farewell. Guhan turned to leave. Stop. At that moment, a venerable voice suddenly echoed. The next instant, an elderly figure materialized before Guhan, clad in green, with hair streaked with gray. Though his face bore the marks of age, his eyes sparkled with a clarity that seemed to penetrate the soul. Old Mu. Upon seeing the elder, the black-clad man hastily bowed. Guhan's heart raced. This elder exuded a presence reminiscent of the one Mu Rongyuan had imparted to him. A master. He concluded instantly. This individual is undoubtedly a master rivaling Mu Rongyuan. The elder, Master Mu, waved his hand, signaling the cloaked figure to withdraw, and then proceeded to cast a layer of restrictions within the cave. May I converse with you for a moment? Guhan wore an expression of disbelief. What further inquiries could there be, with the restrictions already in place? Could I possibly leave? Senior, he remained cautiously vigilant. The bounty I earned was entirely legitimate, adhering to the rules of the black market. Why then? Fear not. The elder chuckled softly, his tone gentle. I harbor no ill intentions. Then, what is it that the elder seeks from me? Young friend, Master Mu's expression grew serious. Have you noticed the changes in the identity jade token? Guhan's heart skipped a beat. He comprehended the implication of Master Mu's words. Indeed, I have noticed. Master Mu's tone suddenly turned exceedingly grave. Might you have an interest in becoming a ferryman of the Yellow Springs? Chapter 134. The division of spoils begins. Yang Ying. I take 38%, you take 62%. Guhan felt utterly speechless. Am I being drawn into this once more? Senior, he was internally reluctant. What exactly is a ferryman of the Yellow Springs? As the name suggests, Master Mu replied with a profound gaze. A ferryman of the Yellow Springs is one who guides souls to the underworld, aiding them in their early rebirth. Guiding to the Yellow Springs? Early rebirth? Guhan momentarily froze, only to sense something amiss thereafter. Senior, he stroked his chin. Is this not akin to being an assassin? Master Mu's speech faltered. There exists some distinction. A mere change of name? Master Mu was momentarily at a loss for words. The matter was of considerable magnitude, and I cannot elucidate it fully. Should you agree, you would naturally uncover the secrets within. So, are you interested? This role as a ferryman does not conflict with your previous identity, and the benefits are immense. Benefits? Guhan scoffed. Not being subject to a cut? Master Mu's veins throbbed in frustration, nearly losing his composure. What sort of benefit is that? He discerned that Guhan was deliberately provoking him. Senior, witnessing how irate Master Mu had become, Guhan sighed. If I refuse, you wouldn't prevent my departure, would you? Naturally not. Master Mu shook his head. This matter is entirely voluntary. However, the opportunity is rare. Had you not ascended to the top of the assassin leaderboard in such a short time, I would not have extended this invitation. Even that solitary eagle, who dominated the first place for a decade, has not received such an honor. Then I shall decline. Guhan resolutely shook his head. I refuse. Truly refuse. Master Mu's brow furrowed slightly. You must have some understanding by now. In truth, this black market is merely a small faction on the periphery of our organization. Only by becoming a ferryman can you gain access to the most core secrets and acquire benefits beyond ordinary imagination. This is a rare opportunity. You should seize it. I apologize. The more Master Mu urged, the higher Guhan's caution rose. The depths of the black market are far more profound than he had anticipated. With his current cultivation at the gathering essence stage, should he recklessly tread into it, he might not even know how he met his demise. As for the benefits mentioned by Elder Mu, he remained entirely unmoved. There is no such thing as a free advantage in this world. I am accustomed to a carefree existence and dislike being constrained. Thus, I must ask for your understanding, esteemed elder, as I cannot acquiesce. Very well. Observing that Guhan had made up his mind, Elder Mu displayed a countenance of disappointment and ceased his persuasion. So be it. However, should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out at any time. This agreement remains valid indefinitely. With that, he casually lifted the restrictions. Esteemed elder, seeing Mu's honorable conduct, Guhan inwardly exhaled in relief. Has he truly let me go? If you wish to stay, esteemed elder, fare thee well. Guhan turned and departed. Sighing softly after a moment, Elder Mu lamented the lost potential. Having blood on his hands, yet harboring a sense of righteousness, what a pity such a fine talent was squandered. Outside, upon witnessing Guhan's emergence, Yang Ying expressed some confusion. Why has it taken so long? Let us go. Guhan offered no explanation. Seizing Yang Ying's hand as they hurried away, remaining any longer might risk Elder Mu's sudden change of heart, which would lead to a regrettable outcome. Once outside the black market, the two ran for over 100 miles. Noting that there was no pursuit behind them, Guhan finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seems that Elder Mu is indeed a man of his word. What is it? Yang Ying, seeing Guhan in such a state for the first time, asked. Has your identity been exposed? Not at all. Guhan waved his hand dismissively. They merely sought to recruit me, but I turned them down. That is hardly surprising. Yang Ying shook his head. After all, your achievements are extraordinary. If they are not blind, they would certainly value you. They are unaware, Guhan replied, indifferent. He had encountered such recruitment attempts far too often. Your contributions cannot be overlooked in this matter. Me? Yang Ying chuckled self-deprecatingly. I am but an ordinary person. Speaking of which, Guhan's curiosity piqued. If I am not mistaken, you possess neither a special constitution nor a bloodline, do you? Indeed, Yang Ying paused for a moment. I do not. Nor have I achieved the pinnacle of cultivation. No. What about your martial arts? Mid-tier of the Xin rank, quite unremarkable. This only heightened Guhan's intrigue. Why is it that I feel your combat prowess exceeds that of those possessing special constitutions and bloodlines by a considerable margin? Yang Ying remained silent, the melancholy in his gaze deepening. Noticing his apparent reticence, Guhan refrained from further inquiries, patting his shoulder as they resumed their journey. After approximately 15 minutes, they halted once more. Here, they were but 100 miles from Fengwu Courtyard. Brother Yang, Guhan remarked with a sense of poignancy, the time has come. Indeed. Yang Ying nodded, the melancholy in his eyes having vanished, replaced by joy and excitement. The time has come. With that declaration, both produced a storage ring in their hands. These, naturally, were the spoils of their conquest. Together with the lone eagle, they had precisely 42 pieces, not too many, not too few. The two exchanged a knowing glance. A silent agreement reaching between them. Shall we divide them? Yes, let's. Leave it to you. Guhan briefly placed the storage ring into Yang Ying's hand. Such matters are not my forte. All right. Yang Ying replied without any pretense. He seized a storage ring, belonging to Yang Wei, which contained a staggering total of 178. 165 essence crystals, a vial of qi gathering pills, 11 second-tier beast cores, and spirit grass, amounting to a total value of 243, 851 essence crystals. He spoke rapidly, and with each word, his eyes sparkled with excitement. After calculating Yang Wei's treasures, he picked up another storage ring, that of Yang Yu, which held 325,000 essence crystals. Hold on, Guhan exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Surely, this is excessive. Let us be frank. Please. Guhan felt overwhelmed. I trust you. Just give me a final figure. Very well. Yang Ying hesitated for a moment before nodding. Once again, Guhan witnessed the remarkable computational prowess of Yang Ying. In less than a quarter of an hour, he declared, done. Done? Guhan's eyes widened further. So fast. He had assumed it would take at least an hour for Yang Ying to finish. Yang Ying, sensing Guhan's skepticism, encouraged, shall I recount? Coughing. Guhan's expression shifted drastically. No need. Just tell me, what is the total? Including the value of the storage rings, it amounts to 21,356,349 essence crystals. During the enumeration, Yang Ying's voice quivered slightly. The spoils combined surpassed even the bounty considerably. It was no surprise. These individuals hailed from two prominent families. Their wealth was indeed substantial. Brother Yang, Guhan maintained a facade of calmness. Rest assured, I promise to lead you to wealth. And I shall not go back on my word, not to mention our bounty. As he spoke, he gingerly extended another storage ring. Yang Ying regarded him with disdain. Come, why is your hand trembling? In total, there are 38, 156, 349 essence crystals. He promptly announced another figure. Upon finishing, he unconsciously swallowed hard. Heaven have mercy. Before today, I had never encountered such an abundance of essence crystals. Guhan took a deep breath. How shall we divide it? Simple. Yang Ying began to analyze swiftly. When we confronted Yang Wei, I used my aura to intimidate him, while the lethal blow was dealt by you. Thus I shall take 30%, and you 70. Guhan's expression darkened. Just give me the final figure. 38%, that's mine. Yang Ying suppressed his rising excitement. 62%, yours. Guhan's lips twitched. As expected, this calculation is indeed in keeping with Yang Ying's style. Let us not quibble. He shook his head. I'll take 60, you take 40. I am not one to nitpick. Very well. Yang Ying hesitated for a moment. I, too, do not relish taking advantage of others. This item has the ability to conceal one's aura and is of considerable value, so I shall gift it to you. As he spoke, he tossed the silver mask of the solitary eagle to Guhan. Conceal one's aura? Guhan examined the mask. No wonder. It seems this individual succeeded in assassinating so many targets due to this. It is indeed a remarkable item. Therefore, Yang Ying resumed his calculations. The number of yuan crystals you should receive is, Brother Yang. Guhan responded swiftly. I don't need the change. You may have it all. For some reason, the mere thought of Yang Ying splitting a yuan crystal in half sent a shiver down his spine. After some deliberation, he acquired 1,400 yuan crystals, along with a substantial collection of pills and spiritual herbs, which he would inevitably need, thus sparing him the trouble of purchasing them. The remainder was bestowed upon Yang Ying. Brother Yang, Guhan's spirit soared. Shall we collaborate again when the next opportunity for fortune arises? Absolutely. Yang Ying replied without a moment's hesitation, his conviction unwavering. He had discerned the truth. Aligning himself with Guhan could lead to prosperity, great prosperity. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on the storage ring, his emotions surging with excitement. With these yuan crystals, he could accomplish an abundance of endeavors. Guhan smiled and extended his hand. Until we meet again. Yang Ying, momentarily lost in thought, hesitated for a brief instant before extending his own hand. Until we meet again. He paused, seeming somewhat hesitant. If only your cultivation were higher, you could join me. Wait. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Guhan's expression shift to one of solemnity. Someone is coming. A multitude. Chapter 135. Dare to bully my brother Gu? Feel the wrath of this lady. In an instinctive reaction honed over years, Yang Ying unsheathed his spear, his demeanor cloaked in vigilance. Just then, a group approached from the distance, steadily drawing near. Not assassins. Yang Ying's heart sank. He recognized their garb all too well, the Yang family, and the Ming family too. The opposing faction had spotted Guhan and Yang Ying, hastening their pace toward them. Approximately 7 or 8 individuals, with 4 at the forefront, all possessing the cultivation of the divine connection realm. 2 from the Yang family and 2 from the Ming family. In truth, their encounter was purely coincidental. Due to the sudden disappearance of Fatty Fu's bounty, these 2 families had come to the black market's stronghold to gather information, never expecting to cross paths with the 2 men. Ah, is that not Yang Ying? One of the Yang family members sneered with a mocking tone. Yang Ying's expression darkened, but he remained silent. What's the matter? Another Yang family member suddenly scoffed. By lineage, you ought to address me as clan uncle, shouldn't you? Heh. Having entered the Jade Qingtian sect and the Qingyan pavilion, have you become so arrogant? Do not forget, regardless of where you go, the blood that flows through you is that of the Yang family. Beside them, the Ming family members remained silent, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Let us depart, Yang Ying said impassively, gesturing for Guhan to follow. Guhan remained still, his gaze sweeping over the group, his eyes gradually narrowing. On ordinary days, he would have let their taunts slide, but today was different. The significant incident within the clan has long since alerted the venerable ancestor Yang Tong. From the top down, even Yang Xiong was subjected to a severe reprimand. Coupled with their relentless search for the whereabouts of Fatty Fu, they were already simmering with rage. eager to unleash their pent-up frustrations. Undoubtedly, Yang Ying stood as the prime target for their outburst. Leave. A member of the Yang family stepped forward to obstruct him. If I am not mistaken, this is the route to the black market. What business do you have here? Are you perhaps engaged in some unsavory dealings? Was there any need for inquiry? What mischief could he not undertake? The second young master was grievously injured, and it was undoubtedly due to Yang Hua, was it not? If not her, then who? Truly, she was a scourge upon the Yang family, ever stirring up trouble. A few voices rose in a cacophony of insults. Yang Ying remained silent, gripping the long spear tightly, his knuckles turning pale. TSK. A member of the Meng family's eyes glinted with malicious intent. Perhaps this incident involving both families is connected to him as well? Indeed, the Yang family member's eyes brightened. There is certainly a possibility. When we return, we must report this to the family head. Brother Yang Ying remained mute. Gu Han could no longer restrain himself. Is this what you call kin? Yang Ying said nothing, though a hint of desolation flickered in his eyes. Boy, one of the Yang family members glared coldly. Where did you spring from? How dare a mere gathering yuan realm meddle in affairs beyond your scope? Have you not heard the saying, disaster comes from the mouth? Be careful lest you lose your life. Gu Han's appearance had been described in the bounty, yet these individuals, accustomed to their status and seldom interacting with the black market, naturally failed to recognize him. Brother Yang, a murderous intent began to rise within Gu Han. Shall we not collaborate once more? Yang Ying understood his meaning, for we're at the divine connection realm, all below the 5th level. If the two of them fought with all their might, they could manage to overcome them, while those beneath the divine connection realm would be easily dealt with. He hesitated, not out of reluctance to strike. The flames of hatred had been thoroughly ignited within him after recent events, and he would harbor no reservations when it came to action. However, this was a personal matter. He did not wish to owe Gu Han a favor. TSK. The Meng family member cast a glance at Gu Han. It seems you are resolute in wading through this murky water. Today, you must receive some lessons. Otherwise, who knows what riffraff might ride roughshod over our families. I am no mere riffraff. Gu Han suddenly chuckled. You have placed an 8 million crystal bounty on my head. My reputation is hardly inconspicuous. Upon hearing this, Yang Ying furrowed his brow at Gu Han's voluntary revelation. It has nothing to do with you. Not at all. Gu Han waved his hand dismissively. I was merely incensed. Moreover, the countenance of these individuals bears a striking resemblance to my own kin. I find them utterly detestable. 8 million? The two families across from him instantly reacted. You are the chief of Fengwu Courtyard? Indeed, beyond doubt. Gu Han nodded. Are you not surprised? The two families exchanged glances. Their understanding instant. Indeed, they were quite astonished. Moreover, today he must not be allowed to escape. Yang Ying. A member of the Yang family pointed at Yang Ying and unleashed a torrent of curses. Do you not know what this person has done? How could you collude with him? Truly a traitor. Enough. Seize him and hand him over to the clan leader for punishment. And this lad? Since we have encountered him, let us eliminate him. After all, no one will know. Eliminate him? Gu Han slowly drew his long sword. Brother Yang, shall we adhere to the old customs? Very well. Given the situation, Yang Ying showed no hesitation. With a flick of his spear, his aura surged dramatically. Yang Ying, you are incredibly bold to dare. Boom. Boom. Halfway through his words, his expression suddenly changed. The ground beneath them began to tremble slightly. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. What is happening? Gu Han blinked. Why does this commotion seem so familiar? In the next moment, a coarse voice echoed in their ears from afar. Senior brother, hurry. We have waited for so long. Brother Gu has not returned. He must be in trouble. This voice, of course, belonged to Murong Yan, junior sister. Soon after, a tone of exasperation emerged from Xinxian. This vast expanse of the eastern wilderness. Where shall we look for him? We must search. Murong Yan exclaimed angrily. Go back to the Murong family and call for help. Let them all go out to search. I will wander around first. The junior sister was resolute. Senior brother, you truly are a coward. Murong Yan expressed her dissatisfaction. I told you to cultivate your physical strength, yet you refuse, and now, wait. Halfway through her words, she suddenly spotted the group confronting each other. Could it be? With a single glance, she recognized Gu Han and was overjoyed. It was truly wonderful that Brother Gu was here. But suddenly, she also noticed the members of the Yang and Meng families. Without needing to think, she understood what had transpired. Bah! She was furious. Daring to bully my Brother Gu. Boom! As she spoke, A layer of pale yellow spiritual energy suddenly radiated from her body. With a powerful sweep of her hand, the purple-gold hammer soared toward the two families. Taste my hammer. Volume 1, Chapter 136. In truth, Fatty Fu is me. More accurately, we are one. The two families were taken aback. Although we were indeed bullying him. How can you attack without even asking? Boom. The thunderous sound reverberated. Before the hammer could arrive, the overwhelming pressure had already rendered everyone breathless. Brother Yang. Guhan felt a chill run down his spine. Retreat. Although Murong Yin was not targeting him, he still felt a twinge of panic. Should that hammer strike him, it would render any realm of power useless. There was no need for him to remind Yang Ying, who had suffered from the hammer's might before, to react even swifter than Guhan. Murong Yin. At this moment, the two families finally regained their composure, their eyes bulging with fury. How dare you, boom. Another resounding crash. Guhan felt the ground tremble beneath him, as a colossal hammer struck, creating a deep pit spanning dozens of yards in an instant. Clearly, Murong Yin had exerted her full strength in this blow. Amidst the swirling dust, four disheveled figures emerged, while the fate of the others was all too evident. Murong Yin, cried a member of the Yang family, blood trickling from his lips, a testament to his injuries from the blast. You dare to kill my kin? Now's our chance. Guhan glanced at Yang Ying. Attack. The four were masters of the divine realm. Though they were unlikely to be killed by a single strike, they bore significant injuries. Understood. Yang Ying responded, brandishing his spear as he charged at the very Yang family member who had insulted him most grievously. You dare. Yang Ying shouted, his voice laced with fury. I will slay you. In an instant, the air was filled with the echoes of their enraged cries. Excellent. Murong Yin's eyes sparkled with determination. Brother Gu, allow me to lend you my strength. With a swift motion, she summoned the colossal hammer back to her grasp. I've long found you wretches intolerable. You dare to bully my brother Gu? I shall crush you. Senior brother. Guhan shot a glance at Xinxian. Keep an eye on them. Do not let them escape. You all. Xinxian sighed, though he made no move to dissuade them. Fully aware of the depravity of these two families. Bang. Bang. The moment Murong Yin joined the fray, she disrupted the tacit cooperation between Guhan and Yang Ying. As they fought, they soon realized that they were no longer central to the conflict. Murong Yin faced four adversaries single-handedly, relying solely on her unparalleled brute strength, wielding the massive hammer with astonishing speed, striking relentlessly at her foes. The four were forced to retreat, unable to counter her assault. There was no choice. The might of that hammer was overwhelming. Yang Ying's temples throbbed with frustration. This is chaos. Indeed, Guhan marveled at the scene unfolding before him. Impressive. You wretches. Murong Yin grew even more emboldened, her strikes becoming swifter. I shall crush you. Bang. One unsuspecting Yang family member was struck directly in the chest, erupting into a mist of blood without a sound. Ha! Murong Yin had succumbed to a frenzy of battle. This is exhilarating. So utterly exhilarating. Quickly, the remaining three were filled with rage. Block her. In that instant, three powerful wills descended upon Murong Yin, causing her movements to falter momentarily. Kill her. They disregarded her identity and prepared to unleash their lethal intent. Boom. At that very moment, a spear surged forward, relentless and unstoppable. A sword, imbued with murderous intent, appeared before the trio. Kill. With the combined strength of Guhan and his companion, they held a significant advantage over the three injured opponents. At that moment, Murong Yin had regained her composure and boldly declared, Dare to deceive me? I shall crush you. She then joined the fray. In this 3-on-3 confrontation, the adversaries offered little resistance, and soon two of them fell. The remaining member of the Yang family wore an expression of utter despair. Monsters. Each of these three possesses unparalleled prowess, and today they all stand before me. In a fleeting moment, regret washed over him for having provoked Yang Ying and dismissed Guhan. But alas, it was too late. A scream pierced the air as Guhan's sword struck him, and he dared not retaliate, opting instead to flee into the distance. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Xinxian. Do not attempt to escape, he said, shaking his head. You cannot flee. The man, filled with rage and sorrow, retorted, Are you truly intent on exterminating us? Before he could finish his words, a blade of energy pierced his brow. With a thud, his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. When victory is assured, one can act with bravado. When faced with defeat, one resorts to feigned humility and pleas for mercy. Such hypocrisy is truly irksome, Shinshin thought, stunned. In just a few days, Guhan's strength had evidently grown considerably. Nearby, Yin, wielding a massive hammer, playfully swung it toward Guhan. He jumped back in surprise. Sister, have mercy. She laughed, a bit embarrassed. I'm just accustomed to it. Shinshin mused, indeed. In this world, only I can provoke my junior sister with such ease. Not far off. Yang Ying had diligently finished clearing the battlefield and approached Guhan. In an instant, they huddled together to deliberate. How much do we have? 8 storage rings. And the essence crystals? A total of 570,816. How shall we divide them? 4 parts for you, 3 for me, and 2 for him. Observing the camaraderie between the two, Yin and Shinshin exchanged bewildered glances. What are they up to? It sounds remarkably like a division of spoils. Before they could comprehend, Guhan handed a storage ring to Yin. This is yours. Exchanging looks with Shinshin, they realized it was indeed a division of spoils. What are you doing? Yin exclaimed. Do you think I'm someone who lacks money? Just keep it. Turning to Guhan, she pulled him aside and whispered, why are you associating with this stoic face? This fellow is miserly and overly calculating. He is not easy to deal with. Of course, her whisper was louder than the average person's voice, and Yang Ying and Shinshin heard every word clearly. Junior brother Yang. Shinshin felt a bit awkward. Junior sister, do not take it to heart, Yang Ying remarked with a stoic expression. The pain in his arm flared anew. Cough, cough. Guhan felt a tinge of awkwardness. Brother Yang is quite a decent fellow. I have enjoyed our collaboration immensely. Really? Yin was taken aback. Collaboration? It dawned on her that during the fierce battle, Guhan and Yang Ying's synergy was remarkably adept, leaving no room for error. Even she, had she rashly engaged, would not have claimed certain victory. What on earth is happening? Sister, Guhan did not conceal the truth. Are you familiar with Fatty Fu? Fatty Fu? Yan's eyes lit up. He is quite a formidable character. In just a single day, he assassinated dozens from 2 families without arousing suspicion. Truly impressive. But what a ridiculous name. It sounds rather peculiar. Brother Gu, Shinshin, with his keen perception, seemed to grasp something and looked utterly astonished. Could it be? Guhan glanced at Yang Ying, noting his lack of objection, and nodded. Fatty Fu is none other than myself. To be precise, it is both of us. At Meng's residence, Meng Chuan sat regally at the head of the table, his expression devoid of emotion. Beside him, Meng Qian's face was ashen, utterly despondent. Her usual pride and arrogance vanished. What has happened? Meng Chuan spoke slowly, his voice laced with a palpable fury and murderous intent. Have we not found him yet? Patriarch, a nearby elder chuckled bitterly. The individual seems to have emerged from thin air. We possess no leads whatsoever. The eastern wilderness and northern territory are vast, making search efforts futile. What of the black market? Meng Chuan struggled to contain his rage. What can be said? The elder sighed. They staunchly adhere to their rules, revealing not a shred of information about Fatty Fu. Moreover, I have just learned that due to Fatty Fu ascending to the top of the assassins list, the black market has rescinded the bounties on our families. Damn it. Meng Chuan could no longer restrain himself and leapt to his feet. This is intolerable. Father. Meng Qian's face was filled with resentment and bitterness. You must avenge second brother. Rest assured. Meng Chuan's eyes reddened once more. Whoever dares to slay my son, I shall never let them go, regardless of their identity. Patriarch, the elder contemplated. The emergence of Fatty Fu is peculiar, and his disappearance equally so. Could it possibly be connected to the chief disciple of Fengwu Academy? After all, the only one who has had grievances with our families is him. Furthermore, we had just placed a bounty on that individual when Fatty Fu intervened. There must be some hidden connection. There is certainly a link. Meng Qian suddenly shrieked. Perhaps Fatty Fu is none other than Zuyang. Meng Chuan remained silent, clearly harboring doubts. Within the eastern wilderness and northern territory, who else? Possessing both the motive and the capability to elude the watchful eyes of many. Could it be but Zuyang? Poor Zuyang, forever shouldering an unjust burden. This time, he has completely borne the brunt for Guhan. This matter. A chilling murderous intent glimmered in Meng Chuan's eyes. They must provide me with an explanation. Do they truly believe that by relying on that woman, they can act with impunity in the northern wilderness? My son cannot have died in vain. This vendetta cannot go unavenged. As his words fell, he vanished in an instant. Within a cave, unexpectedly, upon hearing Guhan's account, Shinshin wore an expression of astonishment. How audacious you two are. To dare assassinate members of two families? And you actually succeeded. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Brother Gu. Morong Yin wore a look of reproach, clearly dissatisfied. Why was I not invited to partake in such thrilling endeavors? Besides, our collaboration would surely surpass that of a certain individual. Guhan twitched his lips. Collaboration? Are you serious? One blow from you would likely reveal the perpetrator to the entire northern wilderness. Junior brother Yang. Shun Xian glanced at Yang Ying. Given your temperament, I cannot believe you would engage in such reckless acts. He had heard about the incident outside the Rui building. He was not surprised that Yang Ying aided Guhan. However, the fact that these two individuals, so dissimilar in nature, managed to come together and achieve such a monumental feat was beyond his expectations. He spoke. Yang Ying pondered for a moment. Bring me profit. And then, I believed it. Yang Ying fell silent for a brief moment. Thus, I gained wealth. Wealth? Shin Xian raised an eyebrow. Surely, that cannot be the sole reason? He understood. Yang Ying, typically taciturn and meticulous in his actions, would never be reckless enough to strike against members of the Yang family, regardless of his greed. Moreover, Yang Ying contemplated. I seek vengeance. Very much so. Alas, Shun Xian sighed inwardly. It seems Yang Ying has truly suffered at the hands of the Yang family. Brother Gu. He turned his gaze back to Guhan. We just heard from the foolish girl that you managed to exchange for that elixir. I never expected that Zui Yang would be so unassuming, possessing such a remarkable item that even the master of the Rui building willingly relinquished it. Indeed. Morong Yin nodded earnestly. When I first heard you visited Fengwu Courtyard, I nearly thought you had lost your mind. Junior sister, Shun Xian chuckled lightly. With Brother Gu's intellect, he would never engage in such folly. He must have thoroughly contemplated his actions, proceeding with confidence. The results speak for themselves, so you need not fret unnecessarily. Guhan blinked. Thoroughly contemplated? Confident? I was simply caught off guard. Zui Yang is impressive. Morong Yin expressed admiration. One strike nearly felled a practitioner of the skyward realm. Yet he proclaims daily that he is merely an ordinary chef, deceiving everyone. TSK, that is what true mastery looks like. Someone like Yuan Gang, who revels in the limelight, should learn from him. Guhan could no longer endure the exaggeration. Mastery? That is quite a stretch. My second senior brother is indeed just a chef. By the way, Shin Xian seemed to recall something. I heard from Sister Yang that you are also set to participate in the qualification battle for the secret realm. Given your prowess, the opponents this time should pose no significant threat, except for that newcomer to the Qinyan Pavilion, Chu Kuang. Him? Morong Yin curled her lip in disdain. He is always inseparable from Yuan Gang. Certainly not a good sort. Chu Kuang. Guhan was taken aback. Who is he? He hails from the great Chu Martial Academy. Yang Ying interjected suddenly. During the last assessment I oversaw, one was him and the other was you. He seems to have also attained the extreme realm. However, he is not as formidable as you. Guhan raised an eyebrow, surprised yet indifferent. There are countless geniuses in the world, while the extreme realm is indeed challenging. Those who achieve it are certainly not in short supply. Humph. Morong Yin shot a glance at Yang Ying. Finally, a sensible remark. There is something of greater concern. Rather than Chu Kuang, Guhan was more preoccupied with the circumstances within the secret realm. I wonder if there are any spiritual herbs that can enhance the soul within that place. Brother Gu, Shun Xian's expression turned serious. The true great fortune within that secret realm is limited to one location. As for other items, whether they be spiritual herbs or exotic fruits, do not even touch them. Why? It could lead to death. A flicker of trepidation crossed Shun Xian's eyes. Anything consumed from there will lead to demise. No matter how high your cultivation, survival is utterly impossible. Over the years, countless individuals, disregarding the warnings, have tried stealthily, and without exception, all have perished. Guhan furrowed his brows deeply. If that is the case, why venture inside at all? For the fortune? Shun Xian forced a bitter smile. The fortune there is far too immense. I cannot articulate it precisely. You will understand once you enter personally. So, you mean to say, Guhan sighed wryly, even if we find such a spiritual herb, we cannot consume it. Brother Gu, Morong Yin waved her hand dismissively. Do not worry. I will urge them again after returning. So many days have passed without a whisper of news, utterly useless. There is no need to be overly concerned. Guhan shook his head. That herb for enhancing soul power is inherently rare and not something that can be found in a short while. Enhancing soul power. Yang Ying suddenly spoke up. You require such a herb? Indeed. Guhan nodded. A significant portion of my relentless efforts to earn essence crystals is for this very item. I happen to know. Yang thought for a moment. There is a place where such a thing exists, and it is a precious herb. Where? Guhan was suddenly on his feet, eyes gleaming with excitement. He understood clearly that Yang was referring to a precious herb, not merely a spiritual herb. The Yang family. Yang hesitated for a moment. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them slightly. He could see the glint of greed in Guhan's eyes. Not just him. Even Morong Yan's eyes began to sparkle. Brother Gu, she exclaimed, wide-eyed with excitement. Hasn't this been found? Yes. Guhan gritted his teeth. I must acquire that precious herb. Brother Yang. Saying this, he slapped Yang on the shoulder. I also have a way to make a fortune. Are you interested? Brother Yang, what are you planning to do? Volume 1, Chapter 138. Yang would rather perish in poverty than collaborate with you again. What do you want? Yang cast him a fleeting glance, her heart trembling. I shall depart. I shall distance myself, to avoid being ensnared by you. How dare you covet the secrets of the Yang family's realm? Utter madness. You possess not an ounce of awareness. Brother Yang, Guhan protested, visibly displeased. Our previous collaboration was quite fruitful, was it not? You yourself acknowledged that. Yang maintained a stoic expression. That was in the past. Shall we continue this partnership? Absolutely not. With unwavering resolve, Yang rejected the notion of collaboration. No, there shall be no further opportunities for cooperation. I, Yang, would rather face destitution and oppression than follow this fool into chaos. He had come to realize that Guhan's audacity far exceeded his own cultivation by 10-fold. By 100-fold. Brother Yang, Guhan remained undeterred. Where has your courage gone? When we ventured to the Yang family previously, you were not this timid. Is it comparable? Yang could no longer restrain herself. You are venturing into a secret realm. This is not merely dealing with some member of the Yang family. Do you grasp the significance of a secret realm for a family? Yang Morong Yen fumed. Do not be so foolish. If you cannot seize this opportunity for wealth that is presented before you, it is no wonder you remain impoverished. Yang laughed in indignation. You dare to label this as wealth? It is more akin to a death sentence. Brother Gu. Morong Yen waved her hand grandiosely, brimming with confidence. Pay him no mind. If he wishes to withdraw, let him. Who cares? With our combined prowess, a mere secret realm would be effortlessly claimed. Junior sister, Shun Xian lamented, feeling a headache coming on. You must not complicate matters. This is no trivial affair. Are you afraid? Morong Yen scoffed disdainfully. If you are frightened, you need not attend. Shun Xian retorted. When have I ever declared my intent to go? Brother. Morong Yen grew increasingly excited, attempting to pat Guhan on the shoulder, only to find him too distant. Instead, she slapped Shun Xian's shoulder with enthusiasm. Sister has a brilliant plan. Do you wish to hear it? Ouch. Shun Xian grimaced, his face turning pale. A brilliant plan? Guhan's eyes brightened. What do you propose? Even Shun Xian and Yang perked up, all ears. The trio was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Morong Yen, who appeared so unrefined, was in fact quick-witted and resourceful, the first to conceive a strategy. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. It's simple. Seeing the three gazing at her, Morong Yen declared with pride, our ancestors have long disapproved of those two families. I shall return and incite a conflict between the Morong and Yang families, ideally pulling the Yuqing sect into the fray. With the combined strength of our two families, annihilating the Yang family would be a breeze. Thus, the secret realm would be within our grasp. Silence enveloped the room. The three exchanged bewildered glances. You call this a brilliant plan? Indeed. One should never harbor expectations of her. Speak up. Morong Yen glared. Is my plan not sound? Junior sister Shun Xian sighed heavily. It is highly likely that upon presenting this matter to Elder Morong, you will find yourself imprisoned. Moreover, even if Elder Morong and the Yuqing sect were to acquiesce, the Qishao Academy and the Ming clan would certainly not remain idle. When that time arrives, a chaotic clash among the factions could lead to a catastrophe sweeping through the northern regions of the eastern wilderness. Is it not so? Morong Yen was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly that grave? The three exchanged glances, speechless. What do you think? Morong Yen appeared somewhat troubled. Senior brother, what shall we do? Indeed. Shun Xian directly cast the dilemma onto Guhan. Brother Gu, since you were the one to raise this issue, what course of action do you propose? It seems rather challenging. Guhan furrowed his brow deeply and turned to Yang. Brother Yang, your thoughts are meticulous, and you possess profound knowledge of the Yang clan. Pray tell, what should we do? Yang Ying's expression darkened. Why is this thrust upon me again? There's no choice. He retorted. The secret realm is the foundation of the Yang clan. Not only is it personally overseen by our ancestor, but there are also 10 elite members of the Yang clan within, all possessing cultivation levels above the 8th stage of the divine transformation. It is not merely us. Even the clan leader and elders must seek his permission to enter the secret realm. Instantly, the three regarded him with altered expressions. With such intimate knowledge, it is hard to believe you have not contemplated entering the secret realm. Yang Ying forced an explanation. I have indeed thought about it. Not just me. Everyone would wish to enter. However, wishing and achieving are two entirely different matters. It is difficult. Following the initial excitement, Morong Yin finally recognized the magnitude of the challenge. Bang! She slammed her hammer onto the ground, nearly causing the small cave to tremble. The situation is quite similar to that of the Morong clan. Our ancestor has stationed the most elite shadow guards within the secret realm, and even my entry would not be so easily granted. Let it go. Yang Ying sighed. You stand no chance. Indeed, Shun Xian added, with the Yang clan's ancestor guarding it, even Elder Morong would have no recourse. Exactly. Yang Ying nodded. Unless you can divert his attention. Moreover, Shun Xian interjected, those elites must also be drawn away. Not only that, Yang Ying glanced at Shun Xian, immediately understanding, and continued to analyze. You must also divert the elders and clan leader of the Yang clan, along with all the experts, and it must be for a considerable duration. What Brother Yang said is entirely accurate. Shun Xian silently praised Yang Ying's cooperation. Even if you manage to accomplish all that, you must also find a way to quell their suspicions and grant yourself ample time. From what I know, Yang Ying deliberately cast a glance and continued. The ancestor is extremely suspicious. Therefore, at this juncture, the two exchanged knowing looks. Difficult, as challenging as scaling the heavens. They echoed each other's sentiments, almost pointing fingers at Gu Han, urging him to abandon the endeavor. Indeed, it seemed to have some effect. Gu Han frowned deeply, rendered speechless. Enough. Morong Yin could no longer contain herself, brandishing her hammer, nearly striking the two of them. Is this your idea of advice? You are merely exacerbating Brother Gu's distress. Speak another word, and I shall flatten you. The two fell silent. After all, they had said all that needed to be said. Brother Gu. Morong Yin glanced at Gu Han. Perhaps I should proceed with my method, my friends. At that moment, Gu Han suddenly spoke, his gaze regaining its tranquility. Thank you for the reminder. It is but a trivial matter. It is enough that you understand the challenges involved. The two believed that Gu Han had abandoned this reckless notion, feeling a wave of relief. It is truly wonderful that you are open to counsel, they exclaimed. Indeed. Gu Han replied with a contemplative expression. Were it not for you, I would have remained oblivious to the multitude of difficulties I now face. However, I find myself more confident than ever. The expressions of the two stiffened. This sentiment sounds somewhat amiss, they thought. Brother Gu, Shun Xian ventured cautiously. You intend to draw them all away, do you not? Gu Han appeared perplexed. Did you not assert that this was the optimal approach? Shun Xian, at a loss for words, responded. Is that truly what we meant? I have stated it clearly. Yang Ying interjected, her brow furrowed. The ancestor is exceedingly suspicious. Even if you manage to summon Elder Morong to divert his attention temporarily, what of the others? Draw them all away. Gu Han insisted. Draw? Yang Ying regarded him incredulously. What will you use to draw them? What piques their interest, you must use to entice them. Pique their interest? Yang Ying shook her head vehemently. He is intrigued by half-sane elixirs. Do you possess any? No. He is captivated by sacred elixirs. Do you have these? None. He also has an interest in heavenly tier techniques. Do you have any? At this, Gu Han pondered momentarily. As a matter of fact, I do. Do you truly? Yang Ying was taken aback. Brother Gu Morong Yin swallowed nervously. Such matters are no jest. Are you genuinely in possession of one? I am. Gu Han had confidence in the three. My adoptive father once mistakenly entered a forbidden area and stumbled upon an ancient treasury, where he discovered a heavenly tier technique and informed me of it. However, as it does not align with my abilities, I have never practiced it. He could not elucidate the origins of the technique and thus attributed it to Gu Tian. It was evident that Shun Xian and Morong Yin were convinced. After all, they had witnessed Gu Tian's formidable prowess and enigmatic nature firsthand. Even the monstrous Zheng Ning was no match for him, making it entirely plausible for him to wander through a forbidden realm. However, Yang Ying furrowed her brow in concern. Perhaps due to a budding sense of camaraderie with Guhan, he felt compelled to caution, "You ought not to divulge this to us. The value of a heavenly tier technique is exceedingly high. So high, in fact, that its mere emergence could incite a tempest of bloodshed. Be aware that the highest-ranked techniques in the northern region of the eastern wilderness are merely of the earthly tier." "I trust you," Guhan replied with a smile. "Setting aside Sister Murong and the others, just consider you, Brother Yang. You would rather split a primordial crystal in two than take advantage of me. Thus, I am well aware of your character." Hiss. Upon hearing this, Shen Xian and the others regarded Yang Ying with newfound suspicion. Could he truly be capable of such a thing? They wondered. Yang Ying's expression darkened, suddenly feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger at having her secrets laid bare by Guhan. "Wait for me," she said, as Guhan slowly closed his eyes. "The cultivation technique has slipped my mind a bit. I must ponder it thoroughly." A sigh escapes my lips. Alas, one cannot continually evade reality. What must be faced, must be faced. Outside, the three individuals were expressions of intrigue. How could one forget such a crucial technique? This must truly be extraordinary. In the realm of consciousness, compared to his usual flamboyant demeanor, the shadow now appears as if it has lost its soul, exuding an air of despondency. Upon witnessing this visage, Guhan is taken aback. "Are you all right? It's you?" As Guhan suddenly appears, the shadow grits its teeth and leaps up. "You little rascal. You have finally deigned to meet me. Speak. When will you perish? Give me a definitive answer." Guhan feels a twinge of guilt. Is it not preferable to be alive? If I still had a corporeal form, I might just spit blood. I should never have trusted you. You deceitful scoundrel. Just wait. When I am finally free, I shall flay your skin and shatter your bones, suspending your soul in the abyss of demons for eternity, allowing you to truly experience the agony of demonic corruption. Let me remind you, Guhan's face darkens. Consider your current predicament before you threaten me again. And what of it? The shadow, still seething with rage, softens its tone slightly. You broke your promise first, showing utter disloyalty. What harm is there in cursing you a couple of times to vent my frustrations? Guhan's expression turns sour. Do you wish for my demise so fervently? Of course. The shadow's sentence trails off. Suddenly, it perceives the sword intent upon the sword prison awakening once more. Youngster, it declares, I have lost my temper. People should not, at the very least. Enough? Guhan sighs. This incident was truly unforeseen. Besides, have I not already pledged to assist you in dealing with that disciple? Are you not the demon lord, a figure commanding the 9 layers of the demon realm? Is your capacity for tolerance truly so limited? In an unprecedented moment, he offers the shadow a few compliments. The effect is markedly positive. That makes sense. The shadow's mood visibly brightens. I am certainly not one to harbor petty grievances. Wait, youngster, are you concocting some nefarious scheme again? Guhan feels a bit embarrassed. Could you provide me with another copy of the technique? At the foot of the mountain in Fengwu courtyard, a Sha sits on the meticulously cleaned stone steps, her delicate white hands propping up her chin, her small face etched with worry. Young master, when will you return? Just as she murmurs to herself, a thunderous roar erupts. 2 forces surge from afar, crashing down with tremendous might. The overwhelming energy sweeps through, not only devastating the stone tablet, but also wreaking havoc on the flowers and plants a Sha had just painstakingly cultivated. Oh no! A Sha exclaims, her heart aching. Who are you? I worked so hard to arrange this. The intruders are Meng Chuan and Yang Xiong. Earlier, as Meng Chuan pondered the situation, his suspicions grew. He sought out Yang Xiong, and together they decided to confront the matter head-on, arriving at Fengwu courtyard with resolve. At this moment, they are utterly confident. That rotund fellow must be Zhuiyang. Little girl. Meng Chuan naturally would not regard Asha with any respect, his gaze turning icy. Get lost. With that, he swept his sleeve, intending to send Asha flying. At that moment, a delicate figure suddenly descended, completely blocking his assault. Senior sister. Asha hurriedly ran to Yu Miao's side. These 2 individuals, upon arrival, clearly bore ill intentions. At this moment, Yu Miao was devoid of her usual gentleness and grace, her eyes filled with a chilling glare. Do you seek death? Where is Zhuiyang? Yang Xiong, aware of Yu Miao's identity, nevertheless had a lesser understanding of her compared to Zhuiyang, and thus did not hold her in high regard. Bring him out. It seemed that Yu Miao's cold demeanor had transformed into a murderous intent. You truly wish to die? No more nonsense. With those words barely spoken, a glimmer flashed, and a jade needle, barely an inch long, was already less than half a foot from his brow. Disaster. Yang Xiong felt a chill run down his spine. This woman is formidable. Terrifyingly so. Boom. In an instant, he retreated, attempting to evade the jade needle. However, he was quick, and Yu Miao was even faster. Before he could retreat far, a delicate figure appeared beside him, silently and stealthily, a hand as white as jade reaching out to strike. Bang! With a resounding crash. He was sent flying. You. Not far away, Lingxuan was taken aback. Your cultivation. He could not help but be astonished. Yang Xiong, like him, had traversed the 9 heavens tribulations, successfully entering the earth tribulation realm. Yet now, they were still no match for Yu Miao. Her tenacity was perhaps on par with Zuyang. Do you also wish to perish? Yu Miao cast a glance his way. Meng Chuan felt her energy lock onto him. Today we whoosh. Before he could finish, the jade needle transformed into a streak of light, piercing directly towards the convergence of his heart's meridians. You. Meng Chuan was drenched in cold sweat in an instant. Just as the crisis loomed, he twisted his body sharply, the jade needle narrowly passing through his shoulder. Whoosh. The needle circled back, returning to Yu Miao's grasp. At that moment, Yang Xiong also came flying back, standing alongside Meng Chuan. Their bodies, tempered through the 9 heavens tribulations, were indeed formidable. Although Yu Miao's onslaught was fierce, it had not inflicted significant damage upon them. Yet, they dared not retaliate, lacking the confidence. Let us go. In that instant, both lost the desire to confront her and intended to depart, planning to reconsider later. Stop. Yu Miao's voice rang out. Did I permit your departure? What do you intend? Yang Xiong's face darkened. Do not think that we fear you. Indeed, compared to Yang Xiong, Meng Chuan's anger ran even deeper. Not only had Zuyang attempted to assassinate my kin, but he had also caused the death of my son. This matter is far from over. Assassination? Yu Miao frowned slightly. I am indifferent to these matters, but you have created utter chaos at the entrance of my Fengwu courtyard. We must settle this account properly. The two nearly burst into laughter. The entrance? Does your Fengwu courtyard even possess such a thing? Look, Asha pointed at the mostly destroyed flowers and plants. Her little face filled with indignation. I toiled hard to cultivate those. You must compensate. Did you hear that? Yu Miao gently patted Asha's head. Casting a glance at the two. Asha demands compensation, and you shall pay. As she spoke, the jade needle in her hand trembled with intent, suggesting she would resort to force if they refused to comply. Very well. Yang Xiong, seeing her earnest expression, gritted his teeth and said, just wait. We shall send someone shortly. Sister 3. As the two departed, Asha lifted her small face. Is it true that second brother assassinated their kin? That is certainly not the case. Yu Miao's eyes glimmered with coldness. If second brother were to act against them, he would not employ such convoluted methods. He would simply charge into their clan with a blade. Humph, someone is undoubtedly trying to frame him. If I discover who it is, I shall ensure they pay dearly. Alas, Asha sighed once more. I wonder how young master is faring. I just heard from Sister Morong that he has been offered a hefty bounty. Fear not. Yu Miao replied with a smile. Our little junior brother is quite cunning. If they truly had a way to deal with him, they wouldn't have worn such expressions earlier. However, they dare not pursue a bounty on him. Once elder sister returns, they will face dire consequences. Elder sister? Asha was taken aback. Is she truly formidable? Upon mentioning their elder sister, Yu Miao's face radiated admiration and pride. Were she present, those two would have departed our Fengwu courtyard on their knees. Is that so? Asha's eyes sparkled. She must be extraordinarily powerful. Guhan, unaware of these developments, found himself inadvertently on Yu Miao's mind. The secret realm? Upon hearing Guhan's account, the shadow suddenly perked up, casting aside its earlier displeasure. Such matters are quite familiar to me. Familiar? Guhan was taken aback. Have you engaged in such actions? Naturally, the shadow replied with pride. I must have done so at least 100 or 80 times. You. Guhan's eyes widened. Aren't you the demon lord, an unparalleled powerhouse? How could you indulge in such deeds? Nonsense. The shadow retorted. My prowess was not innate. I too had my moments of weakness. In those days, who dared to bully me? I would wreak havoc upon their family's secret realm. I would take everything I could, and for what I could not, I ensured they were left with nothing. That feeling, it's more satisfying than seeking personal vengeance. Is that so? Guhan's eyes gleamed. Do you have any insights to share? Insights. As a seasoned veteran in this field, the shadow certainly had much wisdom to impart. There is plenty. Your plan in an instant. He was invigorated, gesturing grandly. His posture straightening. It is fairly meticulous, with no major issues, though there is a minor flaw. What flaw? Guhan humbly inquired. Please enlighten me. He. The shadow shot him a glance. I shall not disclose. Guhan's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Volume 1, Chapter 140. Yang, ultimately. One cannot escape the allure of truth. Outside, upon seeing Guhan's expression, the three exchanged glances, pondering whether he had genuinely forgotten the technique, which seemed rather implausible. Within the realm of consciousness, speak, he commanded. Initially, he contemplated inflicting further wounds upon the shadowy figure. Yet, recalling the sight of the latter's devastated soul power while searching for the fifth hidden acupoint, Guhan's resolve softened, and he ultimately refrained from striking. What do you intend to do? If you wish to leave, then that is out of the question. Kill him. The shadow's tone shifted dramatically. Last time, you promised to help me teach him a lesson, but that was insufficient. Far from enough. Assist me. His gaze was fixed intently upon Guhan. Kill him. And that wretched woman. And all those who have betrayed me. I want them to experience the most excruciating death imaginable. Guhan raised an eyebrow. You harbor such hatred for them? A chilling smile crept across the shadow's face. Those individuals harmed your adoptive father. How much do you despise them? You wish for their suffering. My hatred, the shadow continued, his expression contorting, is 100-fold greater than yours. Understanding dawned upon Guhan. He fell silent for a moment before nodding. I agree to your request. Very well. The shadow ceased to be cryptic. What is your flaw? Guhan interrupted. How can you be so certain I can assist you in avenging your grievances? And why do you place such faith in me? Intuition. The shadow asserted with unwavering confidence. My intuition has always been remarkably accurate. Then, Guhan mused. Did your intuition not foretell that your disciple would betray you? That is of no consequence. The shadow's pride took a hit. In any case, though you are brash, cunning, and sharp-tongued, and quick to sever ties, greedy, and lustful, which I have yet to see much evidence of, overall, you are still 1,000 times better than my disciple. Guhan's countenance darkened further. Is this your idea of a compliment? Speak. I fear I may act upon my irritation if I listen any longer. What flaw do you possess? Outside. With a sudden burst, Guhan's eyes flew open, startling the three. Enough, he exclaimed, filled with a sense of reflection. The shadow truly deserves its reputation as a seasoned veteran in this field. His method is extraordinarily effective. Gu brother, Murong Yan's eyes widened. Have you figured it out? I have indeed, Guhan nodded. The returning heart technique, a mid-tier celestial method, when mastered to its peak, can illuminate an ancient Dharma form, rendering one nearly invincible within the same realm. As he spoke, despite the protests from the three, he resolutely divulged the contents of the returning heart technique. Except for Murong Yan, Shun Xian and Yang Ying listened with rapt attention, evidently gleaning considerable insight. Remarkable, Shun Xian marveled. I had no idea that such celestial techniques could be so extraordinary. Gu brother, how can we possibly repay you for such a precious gift? No need for repayment. Yang Ying replied succinctly. With a grand gesture, Guhan casually remarked, this mere celestial stage technique is inconsequential. I have long wished to bestow it upon you. Yet opportunity eluded me. The three individuals exchanged complex glances, initially believing Guhan was merely offering hollow consolation. In truth, Guhan spoke with sincerity. When compared to the Diyin Sword Classic, this technique was merely subpar. What a pity, Shen Xian lamented, such a splendid artifact, to be used merely as bait. Brother Shun, Guhan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Surely you cannot believe I would present them with the complete technique? Shen Xian was taken aback. Are you suggesting just the first 5 lines? Do you believe that would suffice? Excessive, Yang Ying interjected, shaking his head. 3 lines would be sufficient to drive them all to madness. Indeed, Guhan expressed his admiration. Brother Yang, you and I share an exceptional understanding. Hiss. Shun Xian and Murong Yan exchanged glances, recognizing the cunning nature of their plan. These 2 individuals were of the sort that would ensnare others without remorse. Suddenly, Murong Yan had an epiphany and, looking at Yang Ying and Shun Xian with disdain, said, weren't you 2 unwilling to participate? Just a moment ago. You were vexing Brother Gu, and now you are so eager. How fickle. The 2 men flushed with embarrassment. They had not anticipated that Guhan would indeed possess a celestial stage technique capable of resolving all difficulties. Thus, The risk associated with this endeavor diminished significantly. Shun Xian, in a moment of inspiration, declared, I will keep watch for you. Yang hesitated momentarily. I am more familiar with the Yang family. The three men, no, four, to be precise, excluding Murong Yin, engaged in meticulous discussions to refine various details before parting ways. Upon returning to the foot of the Fengwu Mountain, Gu Han encountered a bustling scene of servants from the Yang and Meng families, seemingly engaged in planting something. Here, Asha commanded, her petite face adorned with earnestness. And here, my goodness, you are truly inept. You cannot even plant flowers properly. The group of servants, tirelessly obeying her commands, labored to the point of near exhaustion. Naturally, they dared not exhibit any dissatisfaction. Who were they to provoke someone capable of bringing the esteemed heads of the Yang and Meng families to their knees? Asha. Gu Han gazed at the transformed mountain gate, utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? Young master. Upon seeing Gu Han's return, Asha joyfully rushed over, eagerly explaining the situation to him. I see. Gu Han's expression turned somewhat cold. The visit from the Yang and Meng families was entirely unexpected. Wait, this matter is far from over. Young master. Asha, brimming with excitement, pointed out the surroundings. Is it not beautiful? Indeed. Gu Han's gaze softened as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Since this is home, it must embody the essence of a home. Asha, you have truly matured. Younger master. Asha looked down shyly, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto her face. Not so quickly. Gu Han nearly choked on his words. Absolutely. Without a doubt. The scourge known as the witch must not be overlooked. Upon encountering Yu Miao, he naturally did not conceal anything, laying bare his experiences and plans. Upon hearing this, Yu Miao's expression turned peculiar. It turned out that the assassination of members from both families was orchestrated by him. Unexpectedly, Gu Han felt somewhat embarrassed. They had actually suspected second senior brother. Young master, Asha tugged at Gu Han's sleeve, just now. Third senior sister mentioned she would kill the one who framed second senior brother. Gu Han replied, that is of no consequence. Yu Miao appeared unfazed, stating that second senior brother was destined to bear the blame. Their misunderstanding was merely a misunderstanding, which could not alter his fate. As for you, junior brother, you always bring us surprises. Gu Han wholeheartedly agreed. When it came to bearing the blame, no one was more adept than Zuyang. Senior sister, he pondered. Aren't you going to inquire about my celestial level cultivation technique? If you don't need it, Yu Miao shook her head. No matter how exceptional a technique is, it must align with one's own nature. Otherwise, it is merely a useless trinket. My cultivation and that of your second senior brother differ from ordinary individuals. We have no use for such things. Gu Han felt somewhat perplexed. It was evident that Zuyang and Yu Miao never practiced, yet their cultivation levels were astonishingly high, as if they were perpetually engaged in cultivation. No need to dwell on it. Yu Miao shook her head. In due time, when your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will naturally comprehend. Gu Han ceased to ponder further. After exchanging a few more words, he prepared to take his leave. Junior brother. Yu Miao suddenly called out to him. Remember, regardless of what you wish to pursue, do not hesitate. Just pursue it wholeheartedly. If the sky were to fall, your second senior brother and I would bear the weight. Even if we cannot withstand it, there is still senior sister. Though we are few in number at Fengwu Courtyard, we are not easily bullied, understand? Yes. Gu Han felt warmth in his heart. The impression that Yu Miao and Zuyang left on him was distinctly different from that of Murong Yin and the others. If Murong Yin and her companions were friends, then Yu Miao and Zuyang were akin to family, true family. Murong family, celestial level cultivation technique. Upon hearing Murong Yin's account, Murong Yuan's pupils constricted. He had underestimated that individual. Entering the forbidden area unscathed and obtaining a great fortune was indeed remarkable. He referred to Gu Tian. Ancestor, Murong Yin pointed to her head, her face brimming with pride. I've memorized that technique. Brother Gu said that if you assist with this matter, the technique shall serve as a token of gratitude. What if you refuse to help? Then so be it. Murong Yin huffed. This technique, even if it rots in my belly, I shall not utter a word. By the way, my senior brother won't disclose it either. You. Murong Yuan trembled with rage. You little girl, why do you keep siding with that fellow? Will you help or not? Murong Yin was entirely unfazed by his frustration. Ancestor, we need your word. Sigh. Murong Yuan sighed heavily. But let it be clear. My assistance to him is not due to this celestial level cultivation technique. It is solely because I owe him a personal favor from last time. The two matters are absolutely distinct. Is that so? Murong Yin regarded him with suspicion. Ancestor, shall we forego this technique then? Murong Yuan's face flushed slightly. Since he had retrieved it, he might as well take a glance. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days had elapsed, while the outside world was in chaos. No one dared to cause trouble at Fengwu Courtyard. Inside the thatched cottage, Guhan sat cross-legged with closed eyes. Before him, the elemental crystals had piled into a small mountain, nearly engulfing him completely. A torrent of ferocious spiritual energy coalesced into a vortex, continuously flowing into his body. The spiritual liquid within the spiritual pool had accumulated to about 1/3 of its capacity. His cultivation had reached the 3rd level of elemental gathering. Naturally, the consumption was considerable. With liquid spiritual power, 5 concealed acupoints, and 100 zhang spiritual pool, the combined expenditure during his practice was nearly dozens of times that of an ordinary person. Just to break through to the 3rd level of elemental gathering, he had consumed nearly 1/3 of his gains. After consolidating his realm, he slowly opened his eyes and ceased his cultivation. Time was nearly up. Young master, beside him, Ashan naturally understood what he intended to do. You must be careful this time. Rest assured, this plan is foolproof. Young master, Asha shook his head, her small face filled with seriousness. That shameless woman. If you encounter her again, you must not allow yourself to be seduced. Guhan's expression darkened. If I see her again, I'll sever her with a sword. Asha instantly felt relieved. At this moment, on the edge of the northern region of Donghuang, where it bordered the wild forest, 2 figures trudged forward, weary and dusty, making their way towards the agreed-upon location. Yang Ying and Shen Xian. Junior brother Yang. Shen Xian expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thanks to you this time. I never expected your thoughts to be so meticulous, leaving no small detail overlooked. Our arrangement is enough to deceive the unsuspecting. He chuckled. If one were unaware of the truth, even Elder Murong and the others would likely believe it without a hint of doubt. Yang Ying remained silent, but the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. We're about to strike it rich. If successful, this wealth will far exceed my imagination. At this moment, he had already cast aside his previous refusal of Guhan's offer. Following Guhan meant great profit. How enticing. In Volume 1, Chapter 141. The emergence of heavenly grade techniques, luring the tiger from its mountain, and infiltrating the secret realm. Within the northern region of Donghuang, having confirmed that Zuyang was indeed Fatty Fu, the once grand search operation by both families abruptly ceased, and the numerous personnel dispatched were recalled. Such actions had become meaningless. Of course, perhaps to vent frustrations or seek revenge, the bounty on Guhan surged to 20 million, 10 million for each family. In the main hall of the Yang family, a group of elders looked at Yang Xiong, whose countenance was grim and whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. They dared not breathe a word. Just 2 days prior, Yang Xiong had been severely reprimanded by Yang Tong and nearly lost his position as head of the family, so his mood was understandably poor. Head of the family, after a long pause, an elder cautiously suggested, perhaps we should let this matter rest for now. We can reconsider when the young master emerges. Let it rest? Yang Xiong sneered. My son is gravely injured. My kin has been assassinated. And that wretched Yu Miao has yet to be avenged. My heart is in turmoil. Increase the bounty. I refuse to believe that such a substantial sum of spirit crystals cannot secure the life of a mere gathering Yuan realm cultivator. With no means to deal with Zuyang and Yu Miao, he could only vent his frustration on Guhan. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished. 2,000 spirit crystals. The bounty on a gathering Yuan realm cultivator is already 100-fold increase. Are we really adding more? Head of the clan, one elder urged, yet his words remained unfinished. Suddenly, a commotion arose from outside. Head of the clan. At that moment, a manager from the Yang family rushed in, his excitement barely contained. A joyous occasion. A momentous event. A joyous occasion? Yang Xiong, already irritable, was pushed to the brink of fury. Speak. What is this joyous occasion? If it fails to satisfy me, HM. The manager shrank back. Head of the clan, a heavenly level technique has emerged in the northern wilderness. What? Yang Xiong sprang to his feet, startled. Meng family. Hearing the report from a clan member, Lingxuan was filled with astonishment. The return to origin heart technique? To forge oneself as the furnace, the soul as the foundation, and the qi as nourishment, to condense the indestructible Dharma form, dominating the universe and reigning supreme. None can rival me? He was reciting the opening lines of the Return to Origin Heart technique. Heavenly level. The more he contemplated, the greater his shock became. This was undoubtedly a heavenly level technique. I must see the ancestor. This technique must belong to the Meng family. Yuqing sect. On the back mountain, Murong Yuan suppressed his inner turmoil and feigned seriousness. I have traced the origins of this technique. It was discovered by a wandering cultivator who stumbled upon an ancient relic. However, it is protected by restrictions, and he only obtained the opening lines. The true technique lies deep within the relic. It seems he returned seeking assistance, but the information leaked, and he has mysteriously vanished, likely facing dire consequences. Beside him stood two other elders of Yuqing sect, Wu De and Duan Ren, their faces etched with deep wrinkles. Clearly aged and nearing the end of their lifespans. Vanished? Duan Ren furrowed his brow. Does that mean the relic's location is lost? Murong Yuan pondered. It is said to be westward, about 10,000 miles away. That should be its general vicinity, though the exact location remains unknown. As he spoke, he sighed. The profundity of this technique is unparalleled in my lifetime. Not only in the northern wilderness, but even in that place, it is a rare gem. If one can truly cultivate it to its peak and condense the Dharma body, our cultivation will surely advance. His words were sincere. After all, since acquiring the technique, he had studied it day and night over 20 times. Hearing this, Wu De and the others began to breathe more rapidly. Advancing further would mean attaining the true, transcendent realm. The distinction between the extraordinary realm and the half-step extraordinary realm, though merely a single character apart, represents an insurmountable chasm in essence. Furthermore, the disparity in lifespan is nearly double. Murong Yuan's words struck directly at their vulnerabilities. Let us go. Upon this realization, Wu De could no longer contain his impatience. We must seek it out immediately. We must reach that ancient estate before anyone else. Indeed, a glint of cold light flickered in Duan Ren's eyes. Anyone who dares to compete with us, let it be known that we will show no mercy. My friends. Murong Yuan feigned a frown. Is this truly prudent? What is imprudent about it? He retorted. The exact location of that ancient estate remains unclear. Murong Yuan began to analyze the situation. Even if we arrive first, if luck is not on our side and others find it before us, then... His words were laden with concern. Right. Wu De suddenly came to a realization. Friend Murong speaks wisely. Let us gather our forces. Duan Ren's expression twisted. The Murong family and the Yuqing sect, every practitioner above the divine connection realm must join us. I wish to see which of our factions possesses greater manpower. Practitioners above the divine connection realm had long since cultivated their divine consciousness, which would undoubtedly aid in locating the ancient estate. Excellent idea. Murong Yuan nodded earnestly. I shall return at once to make preparations. We shall set forth without delay. Much appreciated, my friend. The two exchanged solemn bows. Although they often had disagreements with Murong Yuan, this collaboration was genuine. After all, with their combined numbers, the likelihood of uncovering the technique first was significantly increased. Lingxuan, the head of Qixiao Academy, was a middle-aged man, also at the half-step extraordinary realm. Unlike the eagerness of the duo from Yuqing sect, he bore an air of tranquility. The exact location of that ancient estate is still ambiguous. We must deliberate further on how to search for it. Indeed, we must discuss it thoroughly. The notion of strategizing before acting resonated with the headmaster, and the others nodded in agreement, exchanging compliments among themselves. No need to panic. There is still time. Suddenly, a figure rushed in from outside, flustered. Not good. Elder Wang. Lingxuan gestured dismissively, not laying blame. What brings you here in such a state of alarm? We are deliberating on how to explore the ancient estate. Since you are here, why not contribute your thoughts? Contribute my thoughts? Elder Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Headmaster, your heart is truly vast. Headmaster, his face was fraught with urgency. I just discovered that the experts of the Yuqing sect and the Murong family above the divine connection realm have mobilized entirely. Heading towards the location of that ancient estate, there are at least 50 or 60 of them. What? Lingxuan's complexion changed dramatically, losing his composure. Those three old fools. How shameless. How utterly shameless. Relay my orders. With that, he waved his hand. All practitioners above the divine connection realm of Qixiao Academy, follow me. We must reach that ancient estate before them. Boom. As he spoke, the atmosphere crackled with urgency. He soared into the sky. The clan leader, an elder with a somewhat sluggish mind, was still puzzled. Are we not going to discuss this? In midair, Lingxuan nearly tumbled down. Discuss? What nonsense. By the time we finished discussing, they would have already seized the techniques. At the Yang residence, shortly after I depart, outside the secret realm, Yang Tong's gaze swept over the 10 elite clan members guarding the area. You shall remain here. Remember, anyone who dares to approach even a step towards the secret realm shall be executed without mercy. The contents within must remain unknown to anyone. Understood? Yes, ancestor. Good. With a wave of his hand, Yang Tong commanded. Just then, Yang Xiong flew in from the sky. This is not good. The Yuqing sect, the Murong family, and the Qishao Academy have already set out ahead of us. What? Yang Tong's heart raced. How many have gone? All the cultivators above the divine connection realm have gone. There are over 100 of them. Yang Tong fell silent for a moment. Very well. Leave 2 behind. The other 8 shall come with me. This technique is destined to belong to my Yang family. No one can take it away. At the Meng residence, in the sky, the stern-faced ancestor Meng Qing was giving final instructions. Whoever finds the ancient estate first will be generously rewarded by me. Yes, on the wasteland, a man dressed in white, with a somewhat peculiar appearance, was riding the wind. He was Wei Fong, the master of Rui Tower. Heavenly tier techniques? His golden eyes suddenly brightened. No matter who acquires it, they must share a portion with me. Not far from the black market, in a rather secluded and simply furnished cave. Alas, the elder Mu, whom Guhan had met before, slowly rose. After living so many years, one cannot escape the word greed. Very well, it's worth taking a look. Perhaps this opportunity is also meant for me. With that, he stepped forward and instantly vanished from sight. At this very moment, the entire north of the eastern wasteland was engulfed in a frenzy. Look, the people from Yuqing sect, and Qishao Academy, the Yang family, the Meng family. Hiss, they have all come out in full force. Obviously, who can resist the temptation of heavenly tier techniques? If it weren't for my insufficient cultivation, I would join in the excitement as well. Amidst the murmurs, a figure quietly slipped away from the crowd, disappearing in an instant. Judging by the silhouette, it was indeed Yang Ying. After proceeding for about a quarter of an hour, he arrived at a small valley. There, Guhan and the others were quietly waiting for him. So slow. Murong Yin, the eldest, expressed dissatisfaction. It would have been better for me to go. The 3 ignored her. You? Are you eager for exposure? Yang Xiong, Guhan licked his lips. What is the situation? Did you see clearly? Yang Ying took a deep breath. Almost all the divine connection realm members of the Yang family have mobilized. There are no more than 2 left. 2. Guhan squinted. It seems that Yang Tong is indeed a suspicious person. Isn't that so? Murong Yin exclaimed. To cooperate with you and avoid suspicion. The ancestor has reassigned all the divine connection realm experts from the clan. Even the dark guards within the secret realm were not spared. Is that so? Guhan's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Not a single one left? Brother Gu. Murong Yin was taken aback. What do you intend to do? Please don't resort to familiar faces. Certainly not. Guhan mused inwardly, preoccupied with an entirely different matter. By the way, he inquired further. Have you made all the necessary arrangements for that ancient estate? Everything is prepared. Shun Xian's lips twitched. If they were to see it, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Indeed, Yang Ying's expression was somewhat peculiar. Quite astonished. As they recalled Guhan's instructions regarding the items he had them place within the estate, a single word flashed through their minds. Devious. Never before had they encountered someone so cunning. Very well. Guhan's demeanor brightened. Come, let us embark on the journey to substantial fortune. In an instant, Shen Xian and Yang Ying felt their spirits ignite with fervor. This time, they were truly on the brink of great wealth. Nearby, Mu Rongyan, wielding a massive hammer, exhibited even greater excitement than the 2. As for riches, she cared little. Her sole desire was to join in the revelry. The more boisterous, the better. The Yang family's secret realm lay nestled not far behind the family estate, within a serene and elegant little valley. At this moment, 4 figures stealthily approached the valley's edge. With Yang Ying's assistance, they effortlessly evaded all prying eyes. Of course, as a precaution, all 4 were clad in black attire, donning masks. Remember, Yang Ying reminded them, after the deed is done, return my clothing, it is quite expensive. The 3 exchanged disdainful glances. On the brink of a fortune, yet still so miserly, how absurd. Just then, as Guhan was about to speak, a faint, alluring fragrance wafted through the air. Hiss. The hairs on his body stood on end. Why does this scent seem so familiar? Mu Rongyan sniffed the air. A feminine fragrance? Guhan, dear brother. Then, a melodious, enchanting voice reached their ears. At last, sister has found you. This is bad. Guhan spun around abruptly, only to behold Lu Ying, swaying gracefully as she approached. He swiftly drew his sword. Are you following me? Hee. Lu Ying giggled, her laughter like the fluttering of flowers. From the moment you stepped out, I've been tailing you. Who knew you were scheming in the secret realm? Such a sly one you are. Brother? Mu Rongyan also stood up, her tone becoming hostile. You are his sister? Oh. Upon seeing Mu Rongyan's imposing figure, Lu Ying appeared momentarily stunned. How could this warrior be so tall and formidable? Warrior? A brief silence ensued. Mu Rongyan erupted in fury. I shall crush you. Volume 1, Chapter 142, Sister Sorceress. Shall we change things up a bit this time? Provoked by the remark, Mu Rongyan could no longer contain herself. She brandished her purple golden hammer, ready to unleash a torrent of blows upon the strikingly alluring Lu Ying. Junior sister, Xian exclaimed in alarm. Please, do not act impulsively. If Mu Rongyan were to lose her mind, the commotion would undoubtedly be significant. At that moment, several individuals would likely be thoroughly exposed. Upon hearing this, Mu Rongyan's movements froze, her breath coming in rapid gasps, clearly struggling to suppress the fury within her. Sister, Guhan was also taken aback. This woman is no ordinary person. One must be cautious in their approach. Sister? Lu Ying glanced at Mu Rongyan again. So she is a woman? How surprising. You. Mu Rongyan's eyes reddened. From childhood, she had always been sensitive to this matter, and now, with Lu Ying repeatedly reopening old wounds, how could she possibly restrain herself any longer? I'll crush you. As she spoke, she swung her massive hammer directly at Lu Ying. However, Lu Ying did not flinch or evade, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. Yet, just as Mu Rongyan's figure was a mere 10 feet away, a flicker of eerie light flashed in her eyes. In that instant, Mu Rongyan's body suddenly froze. The massive hammer was only a few feet from Lu Ying's exquisitely beautiful face. A gust of wind swept through, scattering her hair, creating a breathtaking sight. However, Xian and Yang Ying felt their scalps tingle. They were well aware of Mu Rongyan's strength. No one could match her in a direct confrontation. Yet, at this moment, she was so effortlessly subdued by Lu Ying. The soul captivation technique. Only Guhan vaguely recognized some of the witch's abilities, similar to how she had subdued the fat man that day. Lu Ying chuckled, her face filled with admiration. Indeed, my dear brother is quite knowledgeable, but sister, this is no ordinary soul captivation technique. If you wish to learn, come to sister, and I will teach you well. Junior sister, Xian exclaimed anxiously. What is wrong with you? Yet, no matter how he called out, Mu Rongyan remained frozen, holding the hammer aloft like a puppet, showing no signs of response. Let her go? With a flash, leaving only an afterimage, Xian instantly appeared before Lu Ying. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Rongyan moved. The massive hammer was suddenly descending toward him. Junior sister, Xian's pupils constricted. If that hammer struck him, he would surely perish. He quickly evaded, stepping out of the range of Mu Rongyan's assault. However, before he could speak again, Mu Rongyan pursued him, the hammer raining down like a storm, forcing him to dodge desperately, in a state of utter disarray. Had he not been skilled in body techniques and incredibly fast, he would have surely met his demise beneath that hammer. Not far away, Yang Ying was ready to intervene. Don't go. Guhan stopped him. You are no match for her. His gaze shifted to the witch, coldness emanating from him. Release her. You seek me, not her. Oh. Lu Ying feigned surprise. Brother Guhan, are you prepared to have a proper conversation with sister? Indeed. Guhan nodded. Let her go, and everything will be negotiable. The sorceress declared with a triumphant smile. At last, dear sister, I have bested you this time. As her words lingered in the air, Mu Rongyan's assault came to an abrupt halt. Phew. Xian gasped for breath, on the verge of collapse. In truth, his abilities were not so meager. However, facing Mu Rongyan, he was hesitant to unleash his full power. At that moment, Lu Ying's enchanting gaze shifted towards Guhan. Come with me, sister, I assure you. I shall not harm them. What about my adoptive father? Guhan remained motionless. Uncle Gu? The mention of Gu Tian filled Lu Ying's eyes with sorrow. You are heartless. And so is Uncle Gu. Had it not been for my own means of self-preservation, I might have been compelled to kill him. Alas, by now, he likely does not even know where he is. Guhan sighed inwardly. Indeed, Her fears were justified. Her adoptive father had become lost. Quickly, Lu Ying urged with a playful smile. My patience is rather limited. These few must be your friends. Surely, you would not involve them in your troubles? Before she could finish her sentence, her brow furrowed slightly. Annoying insects. Swish, swish. As her words fell, two figures approached rapidly, landing before the group. They were, without a doubt, the elite members of the Yang family left to guard the secret realm. This place is a forbidden ground of the Yang family. The duo cast a cold glance at Guhan and the others. Intruders shall be met with merciless slaughter. Boom. As they spoke, their formidable powers erupted. One was at the 8th level of the divine realm, and the other at the 9th. Guhan felt a shiver run down his spine. These two exuded an aura reminiscent of the solitary eagle he had encountered, indicating they were formidable adversaries. Clearly, they represented the true elite of the Yang family, akin to the shadow guards of the Morong clan. Sorceress. Suddenly, as Yang Ying and Shun Xian braced themselves, he shouted furiously, You possess immense audacity to covet the secrets of the Yang family's realm. The 4 tigers of Guanshan once received the favor of Senior Yang. Now that we have crossed paths, we shall not allow your escape. Brother, second brother. His sword pointed directly at Lu Ying. Today, we have the opportunity to repay our debt. Shun Xian and Yang Ying looked utterly bewildered. The 4 tigers of Guanshan. Are you serious? Both of you. Guhan addressed the 2 Yang family members. This sorceress is cunning and exceedingly troublesome. Let us first unite our strength to subdue her. We can discuss the particulars later. They remained silent, their gazes fixated on Lu Ying. They did not trust a single word of Guhan's. Yet, they could undeniably sense the significant threat Lu Ying posed, greater than that of the 4 of them combined. Alas, Lu Ying sighed softly. You little rascal, always concocting schemes to trouble your sister. Let us see how I shall discipline you. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 members of the Yang family sprang into action, charging towards Lu Ying. Little insect. Observing the figures of the 2, Lu Ying's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain, her tone dripping with annoyance. How utterly bothersome. In an instant, akin to the earlier Murong Yen, their movements abruptly ceased, rendered motionless. So foul. Lu Ying bit her lip, urging them to keep their distance. Upon hearing her words, they swiftly retreated. How dull. Lu Ying cast a flirtatious glance at Guhan. Brother Gu, would you care to enjoy a performance courtesy of your sister? Bam. As she spoke, one of the duos suddenly mustered all his strength and struck the other with a palm. PFF. The man spat a mouthful of blood, instantly grievously wounded. Bam. Without a moment's hesitation, he retaliated, delivering a similar blow. Bam. Bam. The sound of their clashes echoed continuously. Their breaths diminished at a visibly alarming rate. Brother. Lu Ying smiled alluringly. Is it splendid? Hiss. Before Guhan could respond, Shun Xian and Yang Ying were already sweating profusely, their scalps tingling with anxiety. This woman is terrifying. Brother Gu, Shun Xian stammered. How do you know such a person? Beside them, Guhan remained silent, gradually closing his eyes. Yang Ying and Shun Xian stared in disbelief. What? Has he decided to abandon all resistance? While it was indeed futile to resist, surely a semblance of a struggle must be made. Guhan was oblivious to their thoughts. The secret realm and the prospect of wealth had long been cast aside in his mind. The enchantress. She had threatened his safety time and again. Today, she must be eradicated completely. Otherwise, the repercussions would be endless. Oh, Lu Ying, noticing Guhan's demeanor, felt a surge of interest, licking her luscious lips. Not resisting? Sister likes this. It's over. Shun Xian and Yang Ying exchanged glances. Brother Gu must ensure she is thoroughly satisfied. Within the realm of consciousness, the shadow laughed heartily. Ha ha. I am the supreme demon lord, although I am now but a wisp of a remnant soul. It is no surprise that this little demoness has set her sights on you. It is curious that my last strike did not end her. Perhaps I underestimated her. Guhan wore an expression of exasperation. I summoned you for assistance, not to indulge in your triumphs. Where is the solution? He retorted. You claim to be a demon lord. Dealing with a mere little demoness should be simple, no? Simple. The demon lord waved his hand dismissively. Lure her in, and I shall devour her whole. Guhan's face darkened. Do you truly believe, after suffering from our last encounter, she would willingly enter? Indeed. The demon lord pondered for a moment. From what you have told me of her origins, I am unaware of her past paths, but presently, this little demoness undoubtedly walks the most difficult path of the celestial demon. relying solely on your words to completely eradicate her presence, quite the challenge. Celestial demon? Precisely. The demon lord nodded. This path of the celestial demon is enigmatic and ever-changing. Those who tread upon it appear sentimental but are, in truth, devoid of emotions. On the surface, they seem deeply devoted, yet at their core, they are utterly heartless. At this juncture, he cast a glance at Guhan. Has he ever professed his affection for you? Did she not claim to be smitten at first sight? Does she often tempt you, leaving you in a state of delightful turmoil? Guhan's face flushed with embarrassment. All of that is true. Do not believe it. The shadow spoke with a serious tone. Since you have pledged to assist me in my quest for vengeance, allow me to impart a few words of wisdom. Not a single word of hers should you trust. If you do, it will spell your doom. You shall gradually develop feelings for her, ultimately becoming her puppet. Once you are ensnared in the depths of your affection, lost in an obsession from which you cannot extricate yourself, that will be your undoing. Me? Guhan exclaimed. Fall for her? What nonsense is this? I would rather kill her. Heh. The shadow cast a sidelong glance at him. Before beauty, I hope you can withstand the allure. Enough of this banter. Guhan replied with palpable impatience. I have little time left. Do you possess a plan or not? A dignified demon lord, unable to contend with a mere celestial demon, would surely invite ridicule. You insolent wretch. The shadow's anger flared. Do not underestimate me. A mere celestial demon. I have numerous methods to bring her to her knees. Pay heed. With that, he casually shared a secret technique of the demonic arts with Guhan. Heh. Guhan's smile turned cruel. Just wait. This time, I shall relish your demise. As he spoke, he prepared to depart. You. The shadow suddenly called out to him. In fact, there is another approach. What? The celestial demon embodies ruthlessness and is most averse to love. If you possess the ability to stir genuine emotions within her, she would meet a fate more tragic than anyone else. You. Guhan pondered for a moment. Are you out of your mind? The shadow? You little rascal. After Guhan left, he vented his fury with a stream of curses. Truly insufferable. Outside, perhaps weary of the spectacle, Lu Ying waved her hand dismissively. Enough. Let us conclude this. My brother Guhan and I have pressing matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, the two paused momentarily. In the next instant, they summoned all their power and struck fiercely at each other. Bang! In that fleeting moment, both collapsed, lifeless on the ground. Even in death, they did not awaken. Alas! Lu Ying languidly stretched, her gaze shifting to Guhan. Dear brother, have you been waiting anxiously? Sister is on her way. With that, she glided towards Guhan. Shen Xian and Yang Ying braced themselves for confrontation. You too. The sorceress's enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief. Never mind. Should I truly kill you? You would likely never love me again. Go over there. Do not disturb our delightful affair. In an instant, the two froze, stiffly retreating into the distance. Sigh. Lu Ying leaned closer to Guhan, noticing his eyes still tightly shut. She inhaled deeply, a look of rapture crossing her face. How delightful. With a sudden motion, Guhan opened his eyes. Alas! Lu Ying exclaimed in sheer delight. You are awake? Sister thought you were upset and ignoring me. How could that be? Guhan chuckled. After all, we are old acquaintances. Alas! Lu Ying's cheeks flushed with warmth. Your gentleness has endeared you to me even more, dear sister. Is that so? A more radiant smile graced Guhan's face. Enchantress, do you realize how truly beautiful you are? Hee hee. Lu Ying gazed at him, her eyes brimming with affection. Just how beautiful. Come a little closer, and I shall whisper it to you. Lu Ying bit her crimson lip, playfully remarking, What a little rascal you are. As she spoke, she leaned in slowly, nearly pressing herself against Guhan. Wicked brother. A mischievous glint sparkled in her stunning features. Sister knows your devious intentions. But have you forgotten? Your soul-binding technique holds no sway over me. Understood, Guhan nodded, his smile growing even brighter. Therefore this time, I intend to employ a different tactic. In an instant, his smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor as he uttered two chilling words. Soul Despair. Volume 1. Chapter 143. Seizing the Technique. A great chaos. Bathed in blood. In that fleeting moment, two ethereal beams shot from Guhan's eyes, akin to sharp swords, piercing Lu Ying's brow. Her smile faltered. Bang! The next moment, she was struck as if by lightning, her form propelled backward, pallor overtaking her visage, clearly wounded. Soul Despair Technique. By harnessing one's own soul power, it transforms into a seed, tainting the opponent's soul. Against others, the effect may not be so pronounced. Yet, the majority of Lu Ying's power stems from her exceedingly potent soul, making her inherently vulnerable to this method. An opportunity. Witnessing her injury, Guhan hesitated not for a moment, his sword descending with great force. A boundless intent to kill surged within him. Thud. In an instant, a faint crimson line appeared upon Lu Ying's brow. She gazed at Guhan, her expression filled with sorrow. What a cruel heart. Before she could finish her lament, her form gradually dissipated, vanishing entirely. Guhan's brow furrowed deeply. This situation mirrored the last time. Clearly, despite her injuries, she was not dead. At that moment, Shen Xian and the others suddenly regained consciousness, panting heavily, still haunted by the experience. What on earth was that? Gu brother, Shen Xian glanced around nervously, swallowing hard. Where is she? She has fled, Guhan sighed. Rest assured, she should not return for some time. Brother, Shen Xian felt a wave of relief. But his expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiarity. It seems you have quite the deep affection for her. What exactly is your relationship? If I am not mistaken. Guhan pondered. She likely wishes to consume me. Consume? Even Yang Ying's gaze turned peculiar, clearly misinterpreting the situation. Guhan's expression darkened. She seeks to devour my soul. What are you two thinking? The two suddenly understood, initially thinking something else entirely. Gu brother, Morongyan, evidently oblivious to the underlying meaning of their dialogue, sheathed her hammer. What now? We continue onward. Guhan pointed towards the two members of the Yang family. It seems that she has just resolved our two greatest troubles, allowing us to act without stealth. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany and chuckled. What do you think those individuals are doing now? Shen Xian hesitated for a moment. Are they about to fight? Certainly, Yang Ying replied with unwavering certainty. They will undoubtedly come to blows. The location of the ancient estate was reached by Shen Xian and Yang Ying after 10 days of travel. But for someone like Murong Yuan, who was on the verge of transcending, such a journey would certainly take much less time. In merely half a day, a multitude of individuals arrived at their destination in grand procession. Of course, if they had not brought along so many clan members and disciples, their speed could have been even swifter. Master of the courtyard, on a desolate hilltop, an elder from Qishao Academy stroked his beard. Here lies the boundary of the ancient estate. How shall we search for it? Should we not establish some regulations? Regulations? Li Sun looked at him as if he were a fool. Have you not seen that those families have already begun to take action? If we delay any further, we shall be left with naught. Search, all of you search quickly. He spoke the truth. As soon as the other families arrived, they immediately seized a portion of the area and hastily commenced their search. Yet Qishao Academy insisted on deliberating every matter, thereby falling behind the others. Hurry. Li Sun waved his hand. A generous reward awaits those who find something. With that, he was the first to charge forward. Just then, he encountered a visibly anxious Yang Tong. The two paused in surprise, halting their movements. Typically, Yang Lin, the young master of the Yang family and the foremost disciple of Qishao Academy, enjoyed a close relationship with them. Yet at this moment, a sense of mutual wariness had emerged. After all, the allure of heavenly-level cultivation techniques was unprecedented. Hee, Li Sun forced a smile. Yang Daoyu, have you found anything? Hee, Yang Tong replied, equally forced. Still nothing. Our two families are closely related. If you uncover any news, do not forget to inform me. Of course. Li Sun nodded. Should you discover anything, do not forget about me. Ha. Certainly. In an instant, the two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Yet the authenticity of their smiles was questionable. Found it. At that moment, a sudden uproar of angry shouts and quarrels erupted from a distance. Get lost. We found this first. Nonsense. The ancient estate is unclaimed property. Why should it belong to your Meng family? Who dares to step forward? The Meng family will not rest until we are avenged. Do you think I fear you? Where are the people from Yuqing sect? Come here. Today, anyone who dares to obstruct us will be annihilated. Found it. Upon hearing the commotion, Yang Tong and his companion were momentarily stunned. How long had it been since they arrived? They had prepared for a prolonged wait, yet they were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. In an instant, the smiles vanished from their faces. Cultivation techniques. Yang Tong bellowed in fury and suddenly fled. It belongs to the Yang family. Li Sun sneered, then promptly followed. Today, who dares to contend with me at Qishao Courtyard, shall not blame Li for being ruthless. In an instant, not just the two of them, but several others rushed towards the source of the commotion. Before a crumbling wall, Lingxuan, accompanied by numerous members of the Meng family, stood guard at the entrance of a dilapidated cave, their expressions vigilant and filled with murderous intent, ready to fight to the death against anyone who dared to approach. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. Meng Qing, the ancestor. Meng Chuan exhaled in relief. I have already investigated. That technique indeed originated from here. Fools. Meng Qing's expression darkened. So what if you found it? Who allowed you to leak the information? The Meng family members exchanged glances, bewildered. We did not intentionally divulge anything. The location of this cave is simply too conspicuous. Anyone with a bit of effort could easily discover it. Boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, several powerful auras descended from the sky. Observing the Meng family's actions, the other three families wasted no time and immediately surrounded them. Heh. Wu De fixed his gaze on Meng Qing, his smile more lamentable than a cry. Do you wish to monopolize it, Meng brother? Even Yang Tong's expression darkened, coldness glinting in his eyes. Our family's relationship needs no further elaboration, does it? Your actions seem rather ungracious. Meng Qing's face was grim. That technique is destined to belong to my Yuqing sect. Wise up and step aside. Faced with the hostile glares of the crowd, Meng Qing remained silent. Alone, he was unafraid. With two families, he could grit his teeth and manage. But with three families, he feared that he and all the clansmen he brought would perish, rendering all efforts futile. Though the technique was splendid, one needed to be alive to wield it. Brother Yang, after a moment's contemplation, he suddenly spoke. Let us join forces to fend them off. Once we acquire the technique, we shall share it between our two families. What do you say? Good. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Tong agreed. He was not foolish. He understood that this technique could not be monopolized by a single family. It belongs to the Yang family. With a sweeping gesture, he moved to stand beside Meng Qing. Follow me. In an instant, the two families united. Meng Qing's confidence surged. You too. Dan Ren's expression darkened. Do you truly think my Yuqing sect is insignificant? Yuqing sect? Ordinarily, they would show him some respect, but with the facade torn away, they no longer held back. How far you have fallen. Indeed, do you think it is still the time when your ancestors were around? The younger generation enraged. Dan Ren declared, How dare you insult us, Yuqing sect? With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Step forward and eliminate these ignorant brats. Yes, indeed. The Yuqing sect was formidable. Even if the members of the Murong family have not yet arrived, their formidable power alone can effortlessly overshadow either of the two families. Fellow Taoist Yang, Li Sun's expression darkened. Are you truly intent on proceeding in this manner? Humph. Respond to him. Just a mere cold snort. Clearly, Yang and Ming had made up their minds. Senior Duan, Li Sun sneered. It seems today we must join forces. What nonsense. Wu De could no longer contain himself. Damn it. Let us eliminate these scoundrels. He, being nearly as old as Duan Rinshou, naturally craved the coveted technique more than anyone else present. In that instant, notions of seniority, decorum, and cultivation were cast aside. In the face of longevity, such trivialities held no value. Stand aside. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Wu De as he charged towards the two. Those who block my path shall perish. Attack them. People of Qixia Courtyard, engage. Behind him, Duan Ren and Li Sun no longer hesitated and rushed towards the two families. In a heartbeat, the four families were engulfed in chaos. Boom, boom, with each resounding crash. What was already a dilapidated and desolate estate was nearly reduced to mere rubble under the violent aftermath of their battle. At that moment, Murong Yuan arrived, accompanied by the members of the Murong family, albeit fashionably late. Of course, he had intentionally delayed his journey. Ancestor. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, the head of the Murong family, Murong Hai, who was also the father of Murong Yan. Have we arrived too late? Not at all, just in time. That technique, no rush. Murong Hai looked speechless. Ancestor. At this moment, let us not be so composed. Hurry and take action to seize it. Little did he know that Murong Yuan had spent countless days and nights studying that technique to the point of near nausea. Fellow Murong, upon seeing their arrival, Wu De was filled with elation. Quickly, let us act in unison and eliminate these two families first. Agreed. With a grand gesture, Murong Yuan commanded his family as shadow guards to encircle them, ensuring not a single one escapes. Encircle? Murong Hai was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this merely watching a show? Why are you dawdling? Morong Yuan shot him a glare. If a single one escapes, I shall hold you accountable. Yes, yes. Fellow Taoists, Morong Yuan bellowed. I am here to assist you. With that, he wasted no time and charged into the chaotic battlefield. This is bad. Yang and Ming felt a weight in their hearts. Facing 2 with 3 had already been incredibly taxing. Now, with Morong Yuan joining, they were at a severe disadvantage. Boom. Before they could devise a countermeasure, Morong Yuan unleashed a palm strike towards them, giving it his all. Having reaped such substantial benefits from Guhan, he was determined to play his part to the fullest. Moreover, he had long held disdain for the 2 families, seizing this opportunity. He was resolute not to let it slip away. In that moment, Yang and Ming were under immense pressure, their furious shouts echoing in the air. Below, the 4 factions were already engulfed in a fierce battle, each side seemingly eager to consume the other whole. Their strikes were imbued with lethal force. And within a mere moment, significant casualties had already occurred. Quickly, Wu De and Duan Rin exclaimed with excitement. They are barely holding on. Just a bit more effort, and that technique will be ours. Morong Yuan wore a look of incredulity. He couldn't help but wonder if the 2 would be driven to despair upon discovering the truth. At that moment, far from the battlefield, 2 figures stood side by side, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Old Mu, Wei Fong remarked with a sidelong glance, given your background. Do you truly lack access to celestial-level techniques? Of course, Old Mu replied, shaking his head. While there are some celestial techniques available there, my status renders me unworthy of comprehending them. Indeed, Old Mu sighed. Am I not in the same predicament? Wei Fong shifted his gaze toward the battlefield. What shall we do? Let us observe the unfolding events, Old Mu replied nonchalantly. Such celestial techniques cannot be monopolized by just a couple of families. Regardless of the outcome, we must ensure a share for ourselves. Indeed, Wei Fong nodded. Unfortunately, their insatiable greed has likely caused them to overlook this truth. At the entrance to the Yang family's secret realm, the atmosphere felt distorted compared to other places, rendering everything before them somewhat surreal. Brother Gu, Morong Yin exclaimed, wielding a massive hammer, eager to take action. Can you manage? Allow me to handle this. To enter the secret realm, one must either possess the corresponding method to break the restrictive barriers or resort to brute force to shatter the spatial shield. This was a shared understanding among all. Naturally, the size of the secret realm varied, and the difficulty of breaking through would differ accordingly. The Yang family's secret realm was not particularly vast. With Morong Yan's astonishing strength and cultivation, forcibly breaching it would not be overly challenging. However, the commotion would be considerable. Fear not, Guhan declared confidently. My method is unparalleled in the world. It was born to breach secret realms. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you later. Not interested, Morong Yin scoffed. With a single strike from my hammer, no secret realm can withstand me. Shun Xian shook his head as well. It wasn't that he was unwilling to learn. He feared that he might lose control and end up caught and punished. However, Yang Ying's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Ahead, Guhan focused intently, his hands forming a series of intricate seals that dazzled the onlookers. Open! Suddenly, he bellowed, releasing the formed seals. The space quivered, and a portal, 4 feet high, silently manifested before them. Enter. Guhan, drenched in sweat, was clearly exhausted. The seals had drained his energy significantly, nearly depleting him entirely even with his dual polarity spiritual force. Let us go, let us go? Morong Yin couldn't contain her excitement and was the first to leap inside. Huh. The next moment, she suddenly exclaimed, something is amiss. In Volume 1, Chapter 144, if we seize the Yang family's treasures, how could we not claim the Ming family's as well? It must be equitable. Upon hearing her outcry, Guhan entered the secret realm, his brow furrowing in concern. Indeed, something was wrong. Logically, regardless of the realm's size, the spiritual energy within should be abundant. Yet, the spiritual energy in the Yang family's secret realm was alarmingly sparse, even inferior to the outside. Moreover, there were scarcely any spiritual herbs, and those few that were visible appeared half dead, devoid of any vitality. This situation evidently stemmed from a prolonged deficiency in spiritual nourishment. Even more peculiar, the veins of the leaves of those herbs bore faint, dark red patterns, resembling strands of blood. Surely not. Guhan was taken aback. Had it all been in vain? The techniques were revealed. The people had all been drawn away. Even the sorceress was effortlessly dealt with. And this was the outcome? Beside him, Shen Xian and Yang Ying wore grave expressions. Does it resemble something? Very much so. What do you mean? Guhan suddenly awakened. Resemble what? Look. Suddenly. Morong Yin pointed into the distance. There's a restriction over there with something inside. Huh. The three were momentarily stunned. Instinctively, they glanced over and discovered a translucent restriction, roughly 10 feet in diameter. Let us go. Guhan was the first to rush forward. Let us take a look. The secret realm was not extensive, and within mere moments, the group arrived at the exterior of the restriction. Guhan stared in astonishment. What kind of spiritual herb is that? Within the restriction, there was a small, black pool, about a foot in size, in which a palm-sized, deep purple spiritual grass, adorned with 7 leaves, floated without any wind, exuding an otherworldly essence. Yuanling grass. Shun Xian's eyes widened in amazement. And it has 7 leaves? Yuanling grass. Guhan's eyes sparkled. It must be a remarkable find, right? Although he did not recognize this herb, its appearance alone suggested it was extraordinary. Do you remember? Yang Ying suddenly sighed. I mentioned that the Yang family possesses a precious herb capable of enhancing soul power. Is this it? Indeed. Yang Ying nodded. This herb was obtained by our ancestor over a decade ago from the depths of the wilds, and it has since been stored in the secret realm. Intended for Yang Lin to break through to the divine realm, allowing him to significantly enhance his soul power and surpass several minor realms. Yang Lin. Guhan pondered. Is he the brother of Yang Fei, the top student of Qixia Academy? Correct. Yang Ying nodded. He is also the young master of the Yang family. Young master? Guhan raised an eyebrow. I seem to have an innate conflict with that term. However, Yang Ying ignored his jest, her brow furrowed in confusion. Why does this Yuanling grass have 7 leaves? 7 leaves? Guhan's heart skipped a beat. Is there something wrong? Brother Gu Shen Xian elucidated. This Yuanling herb is a supreme elixir for enhancing spiritual strength. However, its growth cycle is exceedingly slow, producing but a single leaf every 100 years. Thus, the 7 leaves here indicate it has matured over 7 centuries. Junior brother Yang. Since you were aware of this treasure's existence, why the hesitation? Before he could finish, he sensed an anomaly. Could it be that years ago, when the ancestor returned with this herb, I only glimpsed it from a distance, and it bore but 5 leaves? Indeed. Shun Xian sighed. In just over a decade, it has sprouted 2 additional leaves, undoubtedly linked to the peculiarities of this place. 7 leaves. Guhan, unfazed by the anomalies, gazed in awe. Surely, the potency is enhanced. Indeed, Yang Ying mused. Once this spiritual herb reaches 9 leaves, it will evolve into a semi-holy medicine. With 7 leaves, it surpasses the majority of treasures in existence. This herb, Guhan's face radiated desire. It must be acquired. He sensed that this 7-leaf Yuanling herb might surpass even the elixirs of the ghost doctor in efficacy. Considering that the semi-holy herb was refined into 9 pills, while here lies a complete herb, nearing the status of a semi-holy medicine. Right. Morong Yin nodded. Since we have come this far, it would be a disservice to our efforts not to bring back something valuable. Precisely. Guhan agreed wholeheartedly. There is a saying in the mortal realm. A thief does not leave empty-handed. Brother Gu, Shun Xian felt a bit awkward. Ahem, we are indeed the thieves. Guhan responded with a sense of entitlement. If we are to be thieves, we certainly cannot return empty-handed. That would be against the rules. Shun Xian remarked. It is difficult. Yang Ying shook his head. This restriction was evidently set by the ancestor himself, who possesses the strength of a half-step transcendent. To unravel it, one would likely need the expertise of an expert at least in the tribulation realm to have a chance. Let us give it a try. Guhan swiftly drew his sword. If it fails, I will seek sister's assistance. No need. Morong Yin lifted her heavy hammer with determination. Let me give it a shot first. As she spoke, her aura surged, and with a mighty swing, she brought the hammer crashing down upon the restriction. Break for me. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted. Fortunately, this was within a secret realm, and the noise could not escape. Otherwise, such a strike would surely alarm the entire Yang family. With one mighty blow, the barrier visibly rippled and even dented slightly. However, Morong Yan's strength was ultimately insufficient. In less than a moment, the barrier restored itself to its original state, though its radiance dimmed slightly. Did it not break? Morong Yin expressed her dissatisfaction. One more strike. Wait. Guhan called out to her. Together. He observed keenly that relying solely on Morong Yin to breach the barrier would be an arduous task. Very well. Although Morong Yin was disappointed, She understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from acting recklessly. In the blink of an eye, the three were prepared. A long sword, brimming with murderous intent. A lance, relentless and unwavering. A mighty hammer, imposing and formidable. As for Sun Xian, he excelled in speed, yet his lethality was rather mundane, failing to impress, merely serving as a support. A thunderous cacophony resonated continuously. The four of them exerted all their strength, their attacks relentlessly striking against the barrier. Though they had yet to breach it, the brilliance above gradually dimmed. Time passed, though it felt uncertain. Boom. Crack. Another resounding crash echoed as the barrier seemed to falter, flickering momentarily before vanishing entirely. At this moment, Gu Han and Yang Ying were nearly exhausted, while Mu Rongyan bore wounds on her palms, clearly struggling as well. Success. Gu Han suppressed his fatigue, his face alight with excitement as he swiftly approached the small pool. Upon seeing the transparent, crystalline liquid, shimmering with a faint divine light, he paused in astonishment. What is this? The roots of the Yuan Ling grass were unmistakably embedded in the liquid, clearly deriving nourishment from it. Indeed, Sun Xian and Yang Ying's expressions turned grave. It truly was that substance. No sooner had the words left their lips than, seemingly due to the destruction of the barrier, the layer of liquid began to evaporate rapidly, transforming into streams of radiant spiritual mist that dispersed into the air. With just a single breath, Gu Han felt the weariness dissipate entirely. Moreover, the hidden injuries sustained during earlier intense battles, which had not been mended, also vanished, accompanied by a slight enhancement in his cultivation. What a remarkable treasure! Gu Han's eyes sparkled. The effect of this spiritual mist was exponentially superior to that of the Mu Rong family's premier elixirs. Do you remember? Sun Xian inhaled deeply. I told you there was a monumental fortune within that vast secret realm. This liquid is precisely it. Is this truly it? Reflecting on the exquisite sensation he had just experienced, Gu Han wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, it was a tremendous boon. No wonder. Mu Rongyan suddenly understood. I wondered why this place bore such resemblance to that secret realm. Now it all makes sense. Yang Ying's expression was complex. The rapid evolution of this Yuan Ling grass to 7 leaves is indeed due to this. How did the ancestor manage this? Something feels amiss. Sun Xian's brow furrowed deeply. This is no mere resemblance. It is as if they were crafted from the same mold. Logically, this substance should not exist here. Why ponder so much? Mu Rongyan shot him a glare. When the ancestor returns, I shall inquire, and all will be revealed. Alas, Sun Xian sighed. It seems we have no choice. Brother Gu. Mu Rongyan gazed at the Yuan Ling grass, a flicker of desire in her eyes. Quickly gather it. This precious herb is just what that young girl needs. Our journey has not been in vain. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Han sighed inwardly and did not refuse. This Yuan Ling grass is of utmost significance to Asha. My apologies. After all this effort, the greatest harvest of this expedition is undoubtedly this Yuan Ling grass, which is also the only gain. Logically, all 3 of them had contributed significantly. The Yuan Ling grass, naturally, must belong to them as well. Furthermore, the cultivation levels of the 3 are evidently on the verge of breaking through to the divine realm. This precious herb holds exceptional significance for them. Isn't that so? Mu Rongyan expressed her discontent with a frown, delivering a light slap on Gu Han's shoulder. As the elder sister, would I really compete with my brothers for resources? Moreover, the celestial level cultivation technique you provided us is of greater value than this Yuan Ling grass, is it not? I warn you, if you continue this way, I may have to give you a proper beating. Ouch! Gu Han grimaced in pain. Indeed, Sun Xian nearly burst into laughter. Although I, Sun Xian, may not possess extraordinary talent, I certainly won't be hindered by the divine realm. You can rest assured and keep this item. I owe you a debt. Yang Ying's response was unequivocal. The celestial level cultivation technique carries immense significance, so let this serve as partial repayment. As he spoke, a fleeting shadow crossed his gaze. This Yuanling grass holds little value for me. The others dismissed his words as mere excuses, paying them no heed. Brother, Morong Yin gently exerted pressure with her hand. You must not utter such words again. Crack. A faint sound of bone cracking echoed. Cough, cough. Morong Yin felt embarrassed and quickly withdrew her hand. All right. This time we have made considerable gains. If that old rascal Yang Tong returns, he will surely be infuriated. Shen Xian looked on in exasperation, glancing at Gu Han. Is it broken? Yes, it is. Guhan appeared despondent. I was careless. I forgot to dodge. He subtly increased the distance between himself and Murong Yin, rubbing his shoulder. Given the circumstances, perhaps we should. Yang Ying hesitated for a moment before speaking. If you seek compensation, there are indeed ways. Yang. Murong Yin erupted in anger. Have you no shame? You've already listened to the celestial level technique for free. What more do you want? Yang brother. Guhan instantly understood, his eyes lighting up. Are you implying? Yes. Yang Ying took a deep breath. It pertains to the Meng family's secret realm. His cautious nature typically prevented him from making such statements. But at this moment, he was evidently ensnared in a lucrative dream, unable to extricate himself. Yang brother. Guhan, forgetting the pain in his shoulder, exclaimed. You are truly my kindred spirit. The Yang and Meng families are intertwined. If we seize from the Yang family, how could we not take from the Meng family as well? His expression was incredibly earnest. We must treat both equally. We cannot favor one over the other. Shen Xian opened his mouth, suddenly realizing that offending Guhan was undoubtedly one of the most foolish decisions made by both families. At this moment, Lingxuan, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that his family's secret realm had also caught Guhan's attention. Meanwhile, within the ruins, the fierce battle had escalated to a boiling point. Volume 1, Chapter 145. Take everything that can be taken. If it cannot be taken, then I shall consume it directly. Boom. Murong Yuan and his three companions launched a combined attack, forcing Yang and Meng to continuously retreat, spitting blood. Below, aside from the Murong family, which remained inactive, the other four families suffered casualties. Certainly, the strength of the Yuqing sect already surpasses several families, and with the assistance of the Qixia courtyard, the ones suffering the most casualties are undoubtedly the Yang and Meng families. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Yang Xiong, caught off guard, was struck by several opponents and flew away into the distance. At that moment, a figure abruptly appeared beside him. Murong Hai. You. Yang Xiong's pupils constricted. What do you intend to do? The ancestor commanded it. Murong Hai replied solemnly, strictly adhering to Murong Yuan's orders. Not a single one must escape. You. Yang Xiong seethed with rage. When did I ever say I would flee? Intuition. Murong Hai interjected, not allowing Yang Xiong to argue. His aura surged, and he launched a fierce assault against him. I feel you wish to run. Thus, you must be running. Infuriated, Yang Xiong nearly spat blood. This is too much. He realized that Murong Hai was simply bored and looking for a reason to provoke him. I will fight you to the end. Consumed by fury, his eyes turned crimson, and he disregarded the distant battle, charging directly at Murong Hai. Murong clan. Murong Hai shouted. These two families intend to flee. Take action. Not a single one shall escape. Upon hearing this, the Murong clan members perked up. Having watched the spectacle for some time, they were already growing impatient. With the order given, they wasted no time, rolling up their sleeves and rushing towards the two families. Following the lead of their ancestor, Murong Yuan, who held a disdain for the two families, they harbored no goodwill towards them. Each one fought with lethal intent. Consequently, the already exhausted Yang and Meng families were quickly brought to ruin. Ancestor. Witnessing the near devastation of his kin, Lingxuan felt his heart bleed. What shall we do now? Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, several fierce attacks came crashing in, cutting off his words. Increase the effort. Above, Wudo wore an expression of exhilaration. They can hardly hold on any longer. If we eliminate them, two opponents will be gone, and we can discuss the allocation of the techniques afterward. Yang Tong felt a pang of anguish. I came here determined to obtain those techniques, bringing only the elite of the Yang family with me, yet I haven't even laid eyes on the techniques. And half of my kin are already dead. Stop. Suddenly, he bellowed. Below, the crowd was startled, their eardrums ringing, instinctively halting their actions. Yang Tong, Duanren scoffed. Now you know how to relent? It's too late. You. Yang Tong's eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted. Do not force my hand. Force you? Murong Yuan stepped forward once more. Is it not a bit late to speak such words now? Today you must perish here, in the arena. If anyone yearned to eliminate the two, it was undoubtedly him. Then let us all die together. Lingxuan resolved to go all out. At our level of cultivation, you should understand, if we truly fight to the death, how many of you will survive? The martial arts technique, which we cannot attain, you shall not acquire either. Before our demise, my companion Yang and I will utterly obliterate this place. Who among you dares to obstruct us? Go ahead, try. Indeed. Yang Tong gritted his teeth. At worst, We shall perish together. The three of you. Morong Yuan felt a jolt in his heart. Do not heed their words. Let us act swiftly to prevent prolonged entanglement. Yet, Wu Da and his companions hesitated. Alas, Morong Yuan sighed inwardly. He understood that it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate Yang Tong and his companion today. The crux of their dilemma lay in their divergent intentions. They were not united in purpose. Otherwise, resolving the matter with Yang Tong would be a trivial endeavor. In an instant, the atmosphere in the arena reached a stalemate. Esteemed friends, at that moment, a voice imbued with the essence of steel resonated through the air. Allow me to speak. It was Wei Fang. Indeed. Following this, the voice of Old Mu echoed as well. Continuing this conflict will yield nothing but mutual destruction, which benefits no one. As they spoke, the two figures appeared before the crowd. Naturally, their arrival did not surprise anyone. However, due to their status, the onlookers wore solemn expressions and remained silent. Esteemed friends, Wei Fang clasped his hands in greeting. At this juncture, I trust you all understand that this technique cannot be claimed by a single faction. Given this reality, why not approach the matter with calmness and engage in rational discourse? He. Wu Da smiled insincerely. Speak plainly, Wei Daoyu. Very well, Wei Fang nodded. I propose that we divide the technique equally. The crowd hesitated. Clearly, they were dissatisfied. If they were genuinely willing to share, they would not have initiated such a fierce conflict in the first place. Nonetheless, despite their reluctance, Wu Da and his companions begrudgingly accepted the outcome. They had no other choice. Would they fight to the death? Who would survive? They could never sacrifice themselves for the benefit of others. Very well. Seeing their agreement, Wei Fang glanced at Yang Tong and his companion. Gentlemen, how do you feel about this? No problem. Those four words were nearly forced out through clenched teeth. In truth, they were even more unwilling than the four opposing them. Even if they were to acquire the technique, the price they would pay would be far heavier than that of their adversaries. However, without compromise, they would have to exchange lives with the other party. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not choose such a desperate path. For a moment, both men felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. Had they known this would be the outcome, they would have never opted for such a head-on confrontation. Very well. Old Mu's spirits were high. Since it is thus, esteemed friends, now that the conflict has subsided, shall we venture to the ruins to investigate? Upon hearing this, everyone inhaled deeply, suppressing their murderous intent and dissatisfaction. At this point, let us first secure the technique. Any further matters can be addressed upon our return. This issue must not be left unresolved. In a flash, as the crowd rushed into the ancient cave, driven by the fear of being left behind, a voice of caution rang out. Be careful. We have suddenly entered the ancient treasury, Wei Fang warned. This place is filled with the remnants of powerful beings from a bygone era. The traps set here are certainly formidable. If we fall victim to them, the consequences are not to be taken lightly. Upon hearing this, the group immediately adopted a more cautious demeanor. However, Meng Chuan, the first to enter, seemed to possess some hidden knowledge, hesitating before speaking. Is something amiss? Elder Mu inquired, sensing the oddity. This place appears to have been explored multiple times. Indeed, the cave was in a state of disrepair, teetering on the brink of collapse after enduring the ravages of time. It was devoid of even the most basic spiritual artifacts, let alone any traps. The others shared the same sentiment. Given the conspicuous location of the treasury, they found it hard to believe that it had gone unexamined. Meng Chuan. Meng Qing's expression darkened. Did you not say that the cultivation method was within? Ancestor. Meng Chuan replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. It lies within that grand hall ahead, sealed by some sort of barrier. With renewed vigor, the group hastened their pace toward the spacious hall, only to find it utterly vacant save for a stone platform at its center. Upon the platform, a faint glow emanated from a barrier surrounding a jade talisman, which was missing a corner. Etched into the side of the platform were a few lines of text. Return to the source. Reclaim the heart method. Below it were the opening lines of the cultivation technique, though the characters were worn and nearly illegible, clearly having weathered the test of time. In that instant, the breaths of the onlookers grew heavy with anticipation. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Wu Da exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It seems that there must have been a barrier here that has recently depleted its spiritual energy, exposing this stone platform. No wonder this cultivation method has remained undiscovered until now. Indeed, Duan Ren nodded in admiration. Moreover, The fact that this esteemed predecessor chose to make this method public demonstrates a generous and magnanimous spirit. Beside them, Mu Rongyuan's lips curled in disdain. Do those words have any relevance to that young man? Unbeknownst to Gu Han, he had unwittingly become the revered elder in Wu De's eyes, characterized as broad-minded and generous. Unlike the Yang family, the Ming family's elite members above the divine connection realm had all remained, while only a few symbolic representatives from the spirit-profound realm were stationed outside the secret realm. Compared to Yang Tong, Mengqing felt far more confident, never once considering the possibility of the secret realm being seized. Such a thought was utterly inconceivable. No one would dare to attempt it. At that moment, outside the secret realm, Gu Han proclaimed, "Open." After swiftly dealing with the few Ming family members, he reopened the secret realm. Instantly, a rich surge of spiritual energy rushed forth to greet him. "Let us go." His excitement was palpable. Now this is how a secret realm should be. Indeed, the Ming family's secret realm was incomparably superior to that of the Yang family. In a meticulously arranged field of medicinal herbs, vibrant spiritual plants and materials thrived under the nourishment of a spiritual spring, swaying gently in the breeze, their fragrant aromas filling the air. Here, Yang Ying's old habit resurfaced, his excitement palpable. He enumerated the treasures before him. 5 units of Koashin grass, a spiritual herb worth 3 million crystals. 300-year-old Zhugua, valued at 2 million crystals. The Xian Shuang flower, now evolved to the level of a precious herb, worth 5 million crystals. And the Qianqiu vine, an exquisite material essential for crafting treasures, valued at 8 million crystals. His incessant muttering left Murong Yin and Shun Xian utterly bewildered. Goodness! Who knew Yang had such talent? One cannot judge by appearances. To gain entry into the Qingyun Pavilion, Yang Shidi must possess exceptional qualities. Beside them, Gu Han was unfazed, accustomed to such fervor. Don't just stand there. With so many spiritual herbs and materials, our fortunes are truly within reach. We should take everything we can without hesitation. As he spoke, he selected a pale purple fruit, suffused with spiritual energy, appearing exceedingly extraordinary, and reached out to pluck it. Wait, Yang Ying swiftly intervened. That is the Xian fruit, a rare precious herb. Without a millennium of Xian Yu to preserve it, once harvested, it will vanish into thin air. Regrettably, our haste has left us unprepared. What is the difficulty? Gu Han glanced at him dismissively. Just eat it. Don't. Yang Ying began to protest, but Gu Han had already seized the fruit, and before he could react, it was promptly consumed. What's wrong? Gu Han queried with curiosity, but before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically. The Xian fruit surged within him, transforming into a wildly potent stream of spiritual energy, forcefully coursing through his meridians. Wait, his countenance changed. I need to break through first. He settled onto the ground, gradually guiding the energy into his spiritual pool. Remarkable. Murong Yin observed with admiration. My brother Gu is indeed extraordinary. Yang Ying appeared speechless. If he did not possess the extreme realm, the potency of that fruit alone could have caused his body to burst. Have you all noticed? Shun Xian remarked. His expression complex. Just 10 days prior, he was at the first level of the gathering Yuan realm. Yet now he has advanced so swiftly that it won't be long before he catches up to us. I'm curious, Murong Yin mused, regarding Gu Han with scrutiny. How many zhang does my brother Gu's spiritual pool contain? 70. Shun Xian provided a figure. More than that. Yang Ying shook his head. At least 80 zhang. When I joined forces with him, his combat power was far beyond that of a mere gathering Yuan realm cultivator. Just as the three were marveling at this revelation, Gu Han opened his eyes once more, gritting his teeth. Let us discuss this later. Right now, we must seize what we can. By the way, inform me of what cannot be taken. I shall consume it all. As he finished speaking, a surge of energy emanated from him, indicating he had already broken through to the 4th level of the gathering Yuan realm. Hurry. He cast a fierce glare at a few individuals before returning to his meditation. Within the ancient hall, several people gathered. Wei Fong clasped his hands in greeting, stating, I trust that you are all familiar with my character. If you deem me worthy of your trust, may I be the first to examine this technique? The crowd remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Clearly, they placed greater faith in Wei Fong than in those beside him. Without further hesitation, he effortlessly broke the seal within half a breath and held the jade talisman in his hand. However, as he swept his divine consciousness over it, the smile on his face abruptly froze. What's wrong? Old Mu inquired, puzzled. Wei, are you alright? Perhaps the profound nature of this technique has captivated you? Suddenly, a figure darted to the front of Wei Fong, seizing the jade talisman while he was lost in thought. It was Yang Tong. How dare you? The crowd erupted in anger. Humph. Yang Tong infused his divine consciousness into the jade talisman, a cold smile spreading across his face. Fear not, as we have an agreement. I will abide by it after I have finished examining it. He paused mid-sentence, his body trembling slightly, and his eyes turned a blood red. Old Mu furrowed his brow deeply. Is the allure of this technique truly that potent? Taking the jade talisman from Yang Tong, he glanced at it, only to find himself at a loss for a moment. Soon after, Wu De, Duan Run, and Li Sun each took their turn to inspect the jade talisman, mirroring the bewilderment of Wei Fong and the others. Ultimately, the jade talisman found its way into the hands of Murong Yuan, being merely the leader. He was unaware of Gu Han's specific plans and thus was filled with curiosity as he hastily stole a glance. Just that one glance made his eyes widen in astonishment. This lad is utterly outrageous. The talisman contained merely 4 straightforward lines. This master, having sensed the heavenly mystery, has inscribed the return to origin heart technique for a fated individual to discover here. This heart technique uses the body as the furnace, the soul as the foundation, and chi as nourishment, condensing an indestructible Dharma form, reigning supreme over the 6 realms and standing unparalleled in the 8 desolates, invincible. The heavenly mystery is gone. Alas, our fates end here. The remaining content is for you all to derive on your own. At that moment, both Yang Tong and Meng Qing could no longer endure. Spewing mouthfuls of blood, in the secret realm of the Meng family, Gu Han gradually opened his eyes. His cultivation was a mere step away from the 5th level of the gathering Yuan realm. He had never anticipated that a single purple smoke fruit could yield such immense benefits. Boom, boom. Nearby, loud crashes resonated as Murong Yin and her companions exerted themselves vigorously against a barrier. Accompanying them were Murong Yan's dissatisfied remarks. Brother, put in more effort. Brother, you truly are a coward. Brother, you can't even compare to that young fellow. It's truly embarrassing. Gu Han's lips twitched at her words. Yet he felt a surge of excitement within. A barrier? That surely indicates the presence of something valuable. He had gained experience by now. Just like the precious Yuanling grass from the Yang family, the more valuable the spiritual herbs, the more meticulously they are protected. With a flicker of his form, he had already arrived beside several individuals. Brother Gu, Shun Xian gasped, filled with overwhelming joy. You have finally awakened. The restriction before them was even more formidable than that of the Yang family. Without the significant assistance of Gu Han, Murong Yin and Yang Ying had exerted themselves to the utmost, spending a considerable amount of time to dismantle half of that barrier. As for Shen Xian, he was almost negligible in this effort, which was a source of great dissatisfaction for Murong Yin. Upon seeing the spiritual herb within the restriction, Gu Han was taken aback. Qingyan fruit? This fruit, light blue and resembling a lotus pod with 9 orifices, was something he was intimately familiar with. You recognize it? Yang Ying asked, somewhat astonished. After all, in his perception, Gu Han had limited knowledge of spiritual herbs. I have tasted it, Gu Han replied calmly. A pang of envy stirred within Yang Ying. It was given to me by my adoptive father. Observing the astonished gazes of the others, he added, it has a hint of sweetness and is quite delightful. At this, both Murong Yin and Shun Xian felt a twinge of jealousy. Let's get to work. Without delay, he drew his longsword. Such a splendid item must be secured. With his participation, the pressure on Murong Yin and the others significantly alleviated. In less than half an hour, they completely shattered the barrier. What should we do? Gu Han pondered. Shall we divide it and consume it? This fruit, if not preserved using special methods, would not last long. Best not to. Yang Ying's expression turned serious. This fruit is an extraordinary treasure, rare and invaluable. Its worth will not pale in comparison to that Yuanling grass. If you consume it now, it may only enhance your cultivation and fortify your physique. However, if you wait until the heavenly tribulation, its significance would be vastly different. Upon hearing this, Gu Han hesitated. Suddenly, he thought of Gu Tian. Brother Gu. Noticing his apparent dilemma, Murong Yin waved her hand dismissively. You should keep it. I am still far from facing the heavenly tribulation. Besides, with my strength, a mere heavenly tribulation poses no threat to me. That one do, Brother Gu. Shun Xian chuckled. Sister is speaking the truth. In fact, her awakened bloodline is that of the giant spirit. The giant spirit bloodline, Yang Ying elaborated, is exceedingly rare and follows the principle of overwhelming strength. Not only is the physique extraordinarily formidable, but the power is boundless. In terms of physicality and strength, few can rival it. However, there is a drawback. Those who awaken this bloodline invariably transform into someone like Morong Yin. Now I understand, Guhan said, enlightened by this explanation. With such a powerful physique, it would indeed be much easier for her to traverse the heavenly tribulation compared to others. As for me, Shun Xian sighed. It may take me longer to reach the heavenly tribulation realm than it will for sister. Even if you were to give it to me, I would be unable to utilize it. Moreover, judging by your current pace of cultivation, you are likely to reach the heavenly tribulation realm before I do. Returning the favor. Yang Ying's response was succinct. Furthermore, this item is indeed of no use to me. Guhan sensed something amiss. Both the Yuanling grass and the Qinglian fruit were exceptionally precious treasures. Given Yang Ying's character, he would either demand them outright or not at all. He would never resort to such a banal excuse. Brother Yang, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Yang Ying shifted the topic. Please speak freely. He hesitated slightly. I would like my sister to cultivate with that technique. Is that all? Yes. If you wish to give it to someone, then do so. Guhan waved his hand dismissively. That mere celestial level technique is inconsequential. Do not place such weight upon it. When my cultivation level rises in the future, I shall provide you with several volumes to peruse at your leisure. Naturally, Yang Ying assumed this was merely Guhan's attempt at consolation. After a moment of silence, he respectfully clasped his hands together. Thank you. Morong Yin shot him a glance. How pretentious. Shun Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, quite pretentious. Guhan added. Regarding this matter. Guhan pondered for a moment. From the harvest in the Meng family's secret realm, I shall only take this Qinglian fruit. The remainder belongs to you. When he noticed the two were about to refuse, his brow furrowed deeply. The Yuanling grass, combined with this Qinglian fruit, still leaves me at an advantage. If you do not agree, our collaboration shall end here. Seeing his insistence, Shun Xian and Yang Ying exchanged glances, yet they did not refuse further. They could discern that Guhan was earnest. Yang Ying hesitated for a moment. This time, let us distribute according to the effort expended, an equal division. Guhan felt overwhelmed. This time, heed my words, it shall be split evenly. By the way, he seemed to recall something. I have consumed all the spiritual herbs that could not be taken with us. Brother Gu, Shun Xian's brow furrowed deeply. While swallowing spiritual herbs may lead to a temporary increase in cultivation, in the long run, it could accumulate a significant amount of impurities within your body, necessitating considerable time to refine, which is not a wise choice. No matter, Guhan waved his hand dismissively. My constitution is somewhat unique. I am not concerned about that. Really? Shun Xian's eyes brightened. Could it be that you possess a special constitution as well? Indeed, Guhan replied earnestly. I am naturally immune to all poisons. Shun Xian and Yang Ying exchanged incredulous looks. Such a constitution truly exists in this world? Are you deceiving us? Stop worrying unnecessarily. Morong Yin shot them a glance. My brother Gu is a person of conviction. Even the ancestors have praised him for his exceptional wisdom at a young age, his loyalty, his decisiveness, and his thick-skinned, shrewd nature. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. That last part. Morong Yin quickly remedied the situation. The ancestor did not say that. Not far away, Guhan's expression darkened. He suddenly felt that the technique he had offered was rather hasty. Morong Yuan, oblivious to this, had quietly incurred Guhan's resentment. In the relic's interior, his face turned ashen as he crushed the jade talisman into dust. This is intolerable. He feigned a furious demeanor. As a senior, must one toy with us like this? It is truly shameless. Alas, old Mu sighed. This senior possesses a rather wicked sense of humor. Not surprising, Wei Fong replied, his expression devoid of emotion. As one's cultivation deepens, one's temperament often becomes increasingly eccentric. Alas, it is our insatiable greed that has led us into this predicament. The emotions of the two have transformed from initial anger and resentment to a profound sense of helplessness. In stark contrast, Wu De, Duan Run, and Li Sun exhibit far less composure. Is there truly nothing? Wu De's countenance is nearly maddened. How could there be nothing? Just a few more words. Duan Ren mutters to himself. If only I could hear a few more lines, perhaps I might grasp the hidden mysteries and achieve a breakthrough. How infuriating. This cursed celestial mechanism. Their lifespans are nearing their end. Their hope for further advancement hinges entirely upon this technique. Who would have thought it all culminated in a mere farce? Amidst the tumult of their emotions, they have nearly succumbed to madness. Divination? Lingxuan gritted his teeth, nearly cursing aloud. What good is divination? If I could derive a celestial-level technique, I wouldn't have been trapped in this realm for so many years. Nor would I be reduced to a mere subordinate of the Qixia courtyard. Is this some sort of cruel jest? Of course, compared to them, the most tormented are Yang Tong and Meng Qing. They have sacrificed nearly a third of their clan's elite lives and have both sustained severe injuries, only to find that their fates have run their course. To hell with fate. Boom, boom. In an instant, two overwhelming auras erupted as they could no longer contain their fury, utterly annihilating the remnants of this ancestral estate. Old ancestor, Yang Xiong and Meng Chuan were filled with righteous indignation. What shall we do now? Find him. Yang Tong's expression twisted with rage, teeth clenched. Bring me that cultivator who transmitted the message. Indeed, Meng Qing's eyes blazed crimson. I will shatter his bones and scatter his ashes. With their fury reaching a peak, both men once again aggravated their wounds, spitting out fresh blood. Within the secret realm, Guhan, regardless of his ability to endure, stuffed spiritual herbs into his mouth at the mere sight of them, causing the three companions to twitch with anxiety. Brother Gu, Murong Yin expressed her concern. Can you still hold on? Fear not. Guhan shook his head with difficulty. I can still consume a bit more. The three exchanged incredulous glances. You still wish to eat? Do you not fear exploding from within? In truth, Guhan was dangerously close to such a fate. Had it not been for his extraordinarily resilient meridians, the violent accumulation of spiritual energy within him would have already caused his demise. Even if it were transferred to the three of them, driven by the mindset of not letting an opportunity slip away, he gritted his teeth and devoured the final spiritual herb. Thus, the Meng family secret realm was completely ravaged by the trio, leaving not even a trace of spiritual herb behind. Let us depart. Guhan's complexion flushed crimson. I must break through. This place is unsuitable. Within him, waves of tumultuous spiritual energy surged violently, making him feel as if he might vomit blood at any moment. This breakthrough was unlike any before. It would undoubtedly require an extended period. Remaining here would be tantamount to courting death. Let us go. Shun Xian noticed Guhan's struggle and hesitated no longer. We must find a safe place for him. Enduring the discomfort, they pressed on. Guhan once again breached the spatial barrier of the secret realm, forging ahead directly to the north. Shortly after the trio departed, at the Meng family's ancestral grounds, a youth, bearing the marks of hardship upon his visage, slowly made his entrance. Though his pace seemed unhurried, he swiftly arrived at the heart of the Meng estate. Upon catching sight of him, a Meng clansman momentarily stood in astonishment, then was overtaken by elation. Young master? The youth before him was none other than Meng Xing, the long-absent scion of the Meng family. In an instant, his call drew numerous clansmen, who hurried to pay their respects. We greet the young master. Indeed, Meng Xing nodded indifferently, yet as his gaze swept the surroundings, a frown suddenly creased his brow. Where are my father and the others? Brother. Before the clansman could respond, a voice filled with surprise rang out from a distance. It was Meng Qian. Brother. She rushed towards Meng Xing, her eyes brimming with excitement and joy. You have finally returned. Third sister. A smile graced Meng Xing's face, though he soon sensed an anomaly in the clan. What is amiss? Where are father and the others? Before he could finish his inquiry, he noticed the faint bruise lingering on Meng Qian's cheek. Who did this? His tone turned icy in an instant. Brother. Remembering her own tragic ordeal, Meng Qian felt sorrow welling up within her as she began to weep. It was that chief from Fengwu courtyard. And there's more. Second brother is dead. Boom. A formidable aura erupted from Meng Xing. Speak. His eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. Relate the entire sequence of events to me. Volume 1, Chapter 147, My Secret Realm. My spiritual herbs. My blood, sweat, and tears. All gone. Zuyang. Fatty Fu. Meng Xing's tone had turned frigid as he listened to Meng Qian's account. This is intolerable. Brother. Meng Qian's anger intensified with each word. That fatty Fu must be Zuyang. How else could it be so coincidental that he targets our two families? As she spoke, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Enough. Meng Xing's countenance had grown brutally cold, a flicker of nearly imperceptible silver flashing in his eyes. I shall avenge this grievance. With that, he abruptly turned to depart. Brother, Meng Qian was momentarily taken aback. Where are you going? To take revenge. Meng Xing replied with a chilling demeanor. Since it was that Zui Yang who killed my second brother, it would be remiss not to retaliate. I shall slay that chief from Fengwu courtyard and also relieve your anger. But, Meng Qian hesitated. That Zui Yang threatened us. Threatened? Meng Xing scoffed. Throughout my life, I have never feared any threats. Moreover, his warning that our ancestors cannot act does not imply that I cannot. Wait. Suddenly, a sound of something tearing through the air reverberated from afar. In the next moment, a figure landed swiftly before the two. Meng Xing. Upon seeing Meng Xing, he paused for a moment, the frustrations in his heart alleviating slightly. When did you return? I pay my respects to the ancestor. Meng Xing performed a respectful bow. I have just arrived. Very well. Meng Xing scrutinized him for a moment. There has been some progress. The ancestor, Meng Qian, mustered the courage to inquire. Have you obtained the celestial level cultivation technique? Upon mentioning this, the forced smile on Meng Qing's face vanished in an instant. With a wave of his sleeve. He uttered no further words and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. What is happening? Meng Qian's complexion turned pale. Could it be? Meng Qing furrowed his brow. What celestial level cultivation technique? Before he could finish speaking, he caught sight of Meng Chuan returning from afar, accompanied by several clan elders. Soaring through the air. Father? Xingyu? A glimmer of joy appeared on Meng Chuan's face upon spotting Meng Xing, and he quickly descended. You have returned? However, Meng Xing suddenly sensed something amiss. Not only Meng Chuan, but even the elders behind him appeared weak, clearly having suffered significant injuries. Moreover, he distinctly remembered that there were 9 elders in the Meng clan, yet only 6 stood before him now. What has transpired? What is the truth behind the celestial level cultivation technique? A flicker of resentment flashed in Meng Chuan's eyes. Boom, boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a series of thunderous roars echoed from a distance, causing the ground to tremble violently, even from afar. Who dares? A nearly frenzied roar followed. Which fool dares to trespass upon my secret realm? The purple smoke fruit is gone. The blood spirit mushroom is gone. The green lotus fruit is also gone. All of it is gone. Not a trace remains. Within the secret realm, as he gazed upon the desolate emptiness, as clean as if licked by some beast, Meng Qing could no longer maintain his composure and uttered a curse. Deceived in the ancestral hall. 1/3 of the elite clansmen lost. Now, his own secret realm has been ransacked. The successive blows exacerbated his injuries, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ancestor, as Meng Chuan and the others arrived. They witnessed this scene. What has happened? Before they could finish, they too noticed the peculiarities within the secret realm, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Where have the spiritual herbs gone? Inside a rather secluded cave, Yang Ying presented 2 storage rings. According to him, split them evenly. You all can take a look. No. Mu Rongyin waved her hand dismissively. I have never lacked for such resources. You may divide them among yourselves. She spoke the truth. As the most talented among the younger generation of the Mu Rong family, she had never worried about cultivation resources. I am someone who does not like to owe others favors, Yang Ying insisted. Petty. Mu Rongyin snatched the storage rings, glancing through them carelessly. Oh, so many. Junior sister, Shen Xian said with a beaming smile. Aside from that green lotus fruit and the spiritual herbs consumed by Brother Gu on the spot, the Meng clan's centuries of efforts are all here. Even if we divide it among the 3 of us, the value is enough to make most people envious. This time, the value of the spiritual herbs each of them received soared to tens of millions. Even though Shen Xian is a disciple of the master, he had never witnessed such an abundance of wealth. Indeed, he marveled. Following Brother Gu, one can amass fortune. A remark from Yang Ying followed. Hee. Morongyan sneered. Now you realize the value of my brother? Initially, when you were sent, you were all terrified. How can you still have the audacity to speak? The two felt a bit awkward. Had we known it would be so enticing, we would never have opposed it. Cough, cough. Shen Xian hastily shifted the topic. Junior Brother Yang, considering Brother Gu has consumed so many spiritual herbs, to what realm can he possibly break through? At this moment, deep within the cave, Guhan sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, continuously refining the overwhelming spiritual energy within him that felt as though it might burst him apart, his aura rising at an astonishing pace. Need I even ask? Morong Yin cast him a glance. He will undoubtedly reach the spiritual profound realm. It is not that simple. Yang Ying shook his head. If he were an ordinary person, such a vast amount of spiritual energy would likely allow him to directly ascend to the 5th or 6th level of the spiritual profound realm, but given his unique circumstances, it is hard to say. Before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and his body began to tremble violently. Junior brother Yang. Shun Xian's expression turned serious. What is wrong? And nothing. At that moment, Yang Ying was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, as if he was enduring some unbearable agony. Injured? Morong Yen looked puzzled. Could it be? He seemed fine just moments ago. Yang Ying gritted his teeth and stood up. I will be right back. With that, he staggered away, soon vanishing from their sight. I can't shake this feeling. Shun Xian pondered. There is something off about junior brother Yang, but I cannot pinpoint what it is. Morong Yen scoffed. He has poor connections. It's no surprise. That is not fair to say. Shun Xian sighed. You know the Yang family's ways. Junior brother Yang's current state is likely a consequence of circumstance. True enough. Morong Yen wore a look of schadenfreude. I truly wish to see the expression on Yang Tong's face now. Presently, Yang Tong's expression was beyond mere difficulty to describe. Useless. Looking at the 2 elite clan members' corpses on the ground, his face twisted in rage, he roared incessantly. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Ancestor. A trembling clan member stepped forward. We knew nothing of the affairs here. Yang Tong had long issued a stern decree. Any clan member who approached the secret realm would face severe punishment. Thus, they had never dared to step foot into this valley, and were oblivious to what had transpired. Bang! In a fit of rage, Yang Tong struck the man, turning him into a mist of blood. Investigate. His face contorted in fury. All of you, go investigate. I do not care how you do it. You must find this person. I want him. He gritted his teeth, shattered into a million pieces. Amidst his fury, a sliver of worry crept into his heart. The Yuanshan grass, he no longer cared. Should the secrets concealed within the secret realm be unveiled and reach that place, the Yang family would undoubtedly become the target of scorn, with no one capable of rescuing them. Ancestor. Yang Xiong gritted his teeth. Just now, news arrived from the Meng family that their secret realm has also been breached. There must be something amiss. Why has that martial art appeared so coincidentally, leading us all to that forsaken estate? How? Yang Tong shot him a cold glance. Do you believe me to be foolish? He had already comprehended the situation. The martial arts, the forsaken estate, the opportunities, everything was part of a scheme, designed to divert their attention and then strike at the secret realms of both families. That fatty Fu. Yang Xiong seethed with anger. It must be him, aside from him. I cannot fathom anyone else who harbors such deep grievances against our 2 families. He also had some understanding of the treasures within the secret realm. He knew full well the dire consequences that would befall the Yang family should this secret be revealed. Ancestor. At the thought of this, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Perhaps we should ally with the Meng family and head to Fengwu Courtyard. No need for that. Yang Tong cast him a sidelong glance. Put away your petty thoughts. That fatty Fu is not Zuyang. Previously, as they departed from the forsaken estate, despite their frustrations, they had still managed to stop Old Mu to inquire about Fatty Fu. However, Old Mu was exceptionally tight-lipped, only stating that Fatty Fu was not Zuyang, refusing to divulge any further information. Not him. Yang Xiong was taken aback. Then who is he? You're asking me? Yang Tong sneered. Truly a useless fool. What are you still dawdling for? I do not care whether this matter is the doing of that Fatty Fu or not. We shall unite with the Meng family and mobilize all our clan's resources, even if it means traversing the eastern wilderness and the northern border. We must uncover the truth behind this matter. Otherwise, you can forget about your position as clan leader. Yes, yes, Yang Xiong silently lamented. I shall go at once. Wait. A hint of madness flashed in Yang Tong's eyes. Bring Yang Lin back to me. I want to plunge the eastern wilderness and northern border into complete chaos. Chapter 148. That chief of Fengwu Courtyard. I shall slay him. In Qixia Courtyard, a formidable aura suddenly erupted, drawing the attention of numerous disciples. What happened? It's senior brother Yang. He has emerged from seclusion. Indeed, with the secret realm expedition approaching, he must prepare diligently. Alas, senior brother Yang has become even more handsome. What infatuation! Does he even look at you? Amidst the discussions, a striking figure appeared before the crowd. With a handsome visage and a stern expression, clad in white, he exuded an air of nobility. It was none other than the chief of Qixia Courtyard, the young master of the Yang family, Yang Lin. Greetings, senior brother. The crowd bowed in unison. Yang Lin replied indifferently, not sparing them a glance, and proceeded to leave. This person in the crowd. A beautiful female disciple expressed her curiosity. Is he always this arrogant? Ji Xian, a female cultivator in front, turned back, her face serious. You have just embarked on your journey and remain unaware that Brother Yang is not only the foremost among us at Qishao Academy, but also the heir of the Yang family. A naturally gifted spirit body of the verdant wood. He possesses ample reasons for his pride, does he not? The female disciple, named Zhishuan, appeared utterly bewildered. It sounds impressive indeed. Nonsense. Another female cultivator shot her a fierce glare. Brother Yang is the strongest. Indeed, he is the pride of Qishao Academy. Should I hear you utter such words again, tread carefully. Faced with the crowd's reproaches, Zhishuan seemed somewhat intimidated, her eyes glistening with tears. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Never mind. The previously admonishing female cultivator sighed. In the future, refrain from such remarks. Though you are new, given your aptitude and prowess, it is not impossible to contend for a place in the secret realm. Strive to do your best. Do you understand? Yes. Zhishuan lowered her head, rubbing her eyes. I will work hard, senior sister. Everyone's attention was fixated on Yang Lin, and naturally, no one noticed a fleeting glimmer in her eyes. Meng family. Ancestor. Meng Chuan's face was filled with indignation. Our Meng family is doomed. The spiritual herbs within the secret realm represent not only wealth, but also the very foundation of the Meng family. To have them plundered entirely is undoubtedly a fatal blow. Investigate. In a state of utmost fury, Meng Qing's face bore no expression. Whether it be the thieves of the secret realm or the one who spread false information. I demand a thorough investigation. Certainly. Meng Chuan's visage contorted. It must be that rotund Fu who is responsible. I care not who he is. Meng Qing suddenly roared. Even if it requires the full might of our clan and comes at great cost, we shall find him. Ancestor. Beside him, Meng Qing remained far calmer. Even if we uncover the truth, our losses are irreparable. Our deceased kin cannot be brought back, and the lost spiritual herbs cannot be regrown. The strength of the Meng family has been halved. Infuriating. Reflecting on the ambush orchestrated by several families, Meng Qing's expression twisted once more. They all bear responsibility. If the Meng family is ruined, they shall not escape unscathed. Xinger, how has your strength progressed? The 9th level of Lingxuan. Meng Qing exuded confidence. In the northern region of Donghuang, beneath the realm of Yukong, I am invincible. Excellent. Meng Qing fixed his gaze upon him intently. Then, upon entering the secret realm this time, do not hold back. Should anything go amiss, I, your ancestor, will bear the consequences. If the foundation of the Meng family is lost, there shall not survive either. Do you understand? Ancestor, Meng Qing hesitated slightly. As for Fengwu Academy, let them be for now. Meng Qing shook his head. I have inquired. That rotund Fu is not from Zhuiyang, but if that so-called chief disciple, unaware of the danger, also enters the secret realm, let us eliminate him together. Indeed, Yang family. My words. Yang Tong stared intently at Yang Lin. Have you taken note? Yes. Yang Lin bowed respectfully. Good. Yang Tong nodded. Concerning the matter of the Yuanling grass, you need not worry. As long as that place remains, I, your ancestor, shall surely cultivate another for you. Remember, this time in the secret realm, there is no need for restraint. The Meng family shall unite. Shortly, I will pay a visit to the Meng family. Since we have suffered such great losses, let it be known that no one shall have it easy. Understood. Yang Lin bowed again. I will not hold back. Very well, you may withdraw for now. Ancestor. However, Yang Lin did not move. I am aware of Yang Fei's situation. If that individual enters the secret realm this time, I shall slay him. Good. Yang Tong cast a deep glance at him. Initially, I had no intention of sparing his life. Outside the cave, within less than half an hour, Yang Ying returned, appearing completely restored. Yang. Morong Yin could not help but inquire. Where have you been? Yang Ying remained silent. Morong Yin rolled her eyes and chose not to engage further. Nearby, Xin Xian, more observant, noticed subtle changes in Yang Ying. Has his cultivation improved? However, it was clear that Yang Ying did not wish to elaborate, so he refrained from asking further. At that moment, deep within the cave, Guhan's aura suddenly surged. The 5th level of Gathering Yuan. Xin Xian was astonished. This is rather swift. Soon. He realized he had spoken too soon. In the following days, the trio fully experienced what it meant to advance at an astonishing pace. To break through as easily as one might eat or drink. Every few days, Guhan would achieve a minor breakthrough, until finally, his cultivation stabilized at the 8th level of gathering yuan. The rampant spiritual energy accumulated from consuming too many spiritual herbs had been entirely refined into the spiritual pool, leaving not a trace behind. This was all accomplished while he had the extreme realm by his side. Within the depths of the cave, Guhan exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly rose to his feet. Upon entering the outer chamber, he encountered 3 individuals, their expressions blank with astonishment. "What is the matter?" he asked, surprised. "Brother Gu," Shun Xian replied earnestly, "I believe you. You truly possess a body impervious to all poisons." He could discern that although Guhan advanced rapidly, the occasional waft of spiritual energy that escaped him was remarkably pure, entirely unaffected by the impurities within the spiritual herbs. Even more so than the energy cultivated from spiritual sources. Perhaps, Morongyan pondered, I should also try this method when I return. It would be best not to. Guhan considered, as each person's constitution cannot be generalized. Seeing the jovial exchange among the group, Yang Ying could no longer contain himself. "Have you forgotten something?" "Huh." Shin Xian was taken aback. "Forgotten? Now that you mention it, it seems indeed to have slipped our minds." Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. Today is the day the secret realm opens. With that, Guhan was the first to dash out. Volume 1, Chapter 149, Arriving at the Yuqing Sect. Facing bullying and humiliation. Yuqing Sect. As the foremost power in the northern territory of the eastern wilderness, the sect possesses a multitude of disciples, making it far more vibrant than the other factions. Today, the atmosphere is even more animated. The long-awaited event is finally about to commence. One wonders how many will gain entry this time. The same familiar faces will undoubtedly circulate. It seems that this privilege does not extend to us. Chu Kuang will certainly be admitted. Of course, he is a member of the Qingyun Pavilion. How could we possibly compare ourselves to him? A group of disciples huddles in small clusters, animatedly discussing their excitement. Before a serene and elegant cave dwelling, Yuan Gang, clad in a blue robe, stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes slightly closed, as if waiting for something. Each passing disciple greets him with utmost respect. Within the Yuqing sect, Yuan Gang's authority is on par with that of the esteemed leaders. He revels in this sense of veneration, relishing the feeling of absolute control. Suddenly, he seems to sense a shift and turns his gaze toward the cave. After a moment of restrained energy, a youth dressed in white, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, emerges slowly. It is none other than Chu Kuang. Junior brother, Yuan Gang glances at him, his brow furrowing slightly. Your rapid advancement raises concerns about the stability of your foundation. Before him, Chu Kuang's cultivation remarkably reaches the spirit profound realm. Not to worry. Chu Kuang responds with a smile. It was merely a matter of long-standing accumulation, culminating in a sudden eruption. If we are to discuss foundations, he grins proudly. In the entire northern territory of the eastern wilderness, one would be hard-pressed to find anyone with a more solid foundation than mine. Then I shall rest easy. Yuan Gang finally relaxes, a smile gracing his lips. However, since you have broken through to the spirit profound realm, there is no need for you to participate in the qualifying battle. The conditions to enter the secret realm are quite stringent. One must be under 30 years of age and possess cultivation above the spirit profound realm. Such talented individuals, regardless of which sect they belong to, are undeniably exceptional, though they are few. Even in the most prosperous Yuqing sect, only a dozen meet the criteria, and the other factions have even fewer. Consequently, after discussions among the sects, it has been decided that each time the secret realm opens, an additional 3 special slots will be available for those under 20 years of age with cultivation below the spirit profound realm to compete. This is, of course, to provide an opportunity for prodigies like Chu Kuang. However, it is clear that he no longer requires this chance. Let us observe further, he remarks nonchalantly. If any promising talents arise, I would relish the opportunity to test their mettle. As he speaks, a sudden commotion arises from afar. Yuan Gang's expression shifts, his tone laced with sarcasm. It seems the representatives from the other factions have arrived. I am quite curious to see their expressions now. Brother, Chu Kuang inquires with intrigue. Has something transpired during my seclusion? Indeed, Yuan Gang replies, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. And it is quite significant. He recounts the events that have unfolded during this period. Fatty Fu. Chu Kuang scoffs. He appears bold and fearless. Yet, to put it plainly, he is merely a buffoon. It seems that his strength is utterly insufficient to confront both factions directly, leaving him with no choice but to resort to such underhanded tactics to annoy them. As for the matter of the celestial level technique, it is riddled with flaws. Had they not been so excessively greedy and chosen to turn a blind eye, how could the situation have deteriorated to this extent? What my junior brother states is indeed accurate. Yuan Gang sighed deeply, not to mention others. Even our own two esteemed elders nearly lost their tempers upon returning and have yet to make an appearance. Alas, he then shook his head. The qualification battle is about to commence. Would you accompany me to witness it, junior brother? Since you express such refined interest, I shall gladly oblige. At this moment, outside the mountain gate, Yang Lan gazed intently into the distance. Why hasn't he, my brother, returned? With his temperament, he should have arrived by now. Indeed, beside her. Jiang Feng furrowed his brow. And what of Brother Gu? Did he not say he would come? Yet, his presence remains elusive. Just as they were speaking, Yang Lan suddenly noticed her eyes fixated ahead, her body trembling slightly. What is the matter? Following her gaze, they spotted a group approaching from afar. Judging by their attire, it appeared to be individuals from the other families. Let us depart. Yang Lan swiftly turned around. Brother Jiang, we must return. Halt. Before she could finish her sentence, a chilling voice interrupted. No sooner had the words escaped than several figures swiftly appeared before her. The foremost among them were none other than Yang Lin and Meng Xing. What is this? Yang Lin cast a casual glance at Yang Lan. Have you forgotten the rules of the Yang family upon entering the Yuqing sect? Yang Lan stiffened, gradually turning to him and bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to the young master. Yang, my brother. Meng Xing regarded Yang Lan contemplatively. Could she be? Behind him, Meng Qian wore a face twisted with hatred. It's her. That wretched girl. If it weren't for her, Brother Yang Fei would not have sustained such grievous injuries that day. Yang Lin, my brother, she cast a furtive glance at Yang Lin, her face flushing, her tone softening. You must not let her off lightly. With his striking appearance, exceptional talent, and dual status as the chief disciple and young master, she naturally harbored genuine affection for this betrothed, to the extent of seeking to ingratiate herself with him. Upon hearing this, Meng Xing frowned slightly, but refrained from reprimanding her. Where is Yang Ying? Yang Lin continued to fix his gaze on Yang Lan, inquiring once more. Years of oppression had rendered Yang Lan utterly devoid of courage in his presence. He is not here. At this, Jiang Feng promptly stepped in front of her. We do not know where he has gone. Who are you? Yang Lin's brow furrowed. I am speaking to her. Do you have the right to interrupt? I bang. Before he could finish, a fierce aura descended, forcefully sending him staggering back, and before he could regain his footing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother Jiang, Yang Lan exclaimed with concern. Are you all right? In that moment, Meng Qian suddenly burst into laughter. I have heard that you have found a romantic interest in the Yuqing sect. Could it possibly be him? Huh. Indeed, you are a shameless little wretch. The commotion here is quite significant, attracting a large crowd to observe. Such fervor from these two families. It is needless to say. Are you not aware of the celestial level techniques and the matters regarding the secret realm? TSK. Indeed, among the entire northern wilderness. It is only the Yang and Meng families that have suffered such losses. Hush. Tread carefully. It's enough to know. Do not speak of it. No matter how grave their losses, they are not something we can provoke. The murmurs of the crowd reached Yang Lin and his companions, who clearly overheard. Although their expressions remained unchanged, their countenances darkened significantly. After all, the affairs of the relics have spread throughout the northern wilderness. It is impossible to conceal. Initially, this incident should have been a collective embarrassment for several families. Yet the Yang and Meng families have suffered far too grievously. Not only did they gain nothing, but they also lost their elite members and the secret realm, overshadowing the losses of the other families, thus rendering them the subject of ridicule. Countless speculations arose. Surely, it was that fatty Fu who had struck again. After all, this scheme was too evident, clearly aimed at the two families. Heh! Among the crowd, a young man suddenly let out a cold laugh. To bully the weak and oppress the powerless, what a grand display of arrogance. While others may fear the two families, he remains utterly unconcerned. Morong Chong. Meng Qian turned around abruptly. This matter concerns our two families. It has nothing to do with your Morong family. Mind your tongue. Such words, Morong Chong replied earnestly. Why do you not dare to speak in front of our young lady? Meng Qian faltered in her retort. Indeed, she did not dare to provoke Morongyan. Morongyan? A fleeting glimmer appeared in Meng Xing's eyes as he remarked indifferently. If she were here, I would truly wish to meet her. Do not be hasty. Morong Chong smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. There will be opportunities. With that, he made no further delay and led his kin directly towards the mountain gate. At this moment, Yang Lin clearly had no intention of letting Yang Lan off easily. Regarding Yang Fei's matter, he maintained a stoic expression, yet his tone bore a hint of chill. You are aware, are you not? This incident arose because of you. Do you acknowledge your guilt? After the competition, Yang Lin stated, return to the family and receive your punishment. Upon hearing the term punishment, Yang Lan visibly trembled. She knew better than anyone that the Yang family's penalties were far from ordinary. She steeled herself, biting her lip. I will not return. This matter is not my fault. He wronged me first. Yang Lin's tone grew sharper. Speak that again. I smack. Just as Yang Lan was about to speak, a sudden slap struck her face. Wretch. Meng Qian seethed with anger. Do you dare to defy my brother's words? This slap was evidently delivered with force, causing Yang Lan to spit blood and nearly lose consciousness. Enough. Jiang Feng's expression was one of fury. This is sheer bullying, bang. Before he could finish, he was sent flying away, unaware of his own recklessness. Meng Xing retracted his hand and remarked coolly, my sister seeks retribution. Who are you to obstruct her? You wretched brat. Meng Qian strode purposefully towards Yang Lan. Today, I shall teach you the rules on behalf of my brother Yang Lin. Behind them, the three families wore expressions of malicious glee, while a disciple named Ji Xian from Qixia Courtyard kept her head bowed, lost in contemplation. Just as Meng Qian was about to strike again, a commanding voice suddenly resonated through the air. You two are so brazenly engaging in conflict here. Do you not regard my Yuqing sect? It was Yuan Gang. Upon his arrival, the onlookers from Yuqing sect quickly bowed in respect. Greetings, senior brother Yuan. Even Meng Qian hesitated, her raised hand wavering uncertainly. Brother Yuan, Yang Lin said, unfazed by Yuan Gang's entrance. This is a matter concerning my family. Indeed, Meng Xing concurred. My sister has sustained serious injuries. She merely seeks to vent her anger. Do you intend to stop her, brother Yuan? Yuan Gang's expression turned icy. Outside, I do not concern myself with your actions. But here, within Yuqing sect, she remains one of our disciples. Hearing this, Yang Lin and Meng Xing exchanged glances. Very well, I shall grant you this favor. I hope brother Yuan can extend the same courtesy to us. Not wishing to delay their plans, they each took a step back. Agreed. Yuan Gang's demeanor softened. Once we leave Yuqing sect, I shall not meddle further. Sister. Only Meng Qian remained dissatisfied. Are we to let her go just like that? Let us depart, Yang Lin replied coolly. I assure you, I will provide you with an explanation. Thank you. Brother Yang Lin. Meng Qian's anger transformed into delight, her face radiant with sweetness. She was blissfully unaware of Ji Xian, the disciple from Qixia Courtyard, who was observing her intently from behind. Senior brother, as the crowd began to disperse, Chu Kuang suddenly laughed. Do these two always engage in such amiable discourse? They? Yuan Gang scoffed. They are certainly not easy to deal with. However, their arrogance will not last long. Once you advance in your cultivation, together we shall make all of the northern east wilderness bow before our Qingyun pavilion. The northern border? Chu Kuang raised an eyebrow. Senior brother, the divine land is vast. It encompasses far more than just the northern east wilderness. Ha! Yuan Gang laughed heartily. Indeed, junior brother, your vision is expansive. You are truly my kindred spirit. As they bantered, the two gradually moved away, ignoring Yang Lan and Jiang Feng entirely. As the excitement faded, the crowd dispersed, eagerly making their way into the mountain gates. The qualification battle for the secret realm was about to commence. Brother Jiang, Yang Lan's gaze dimmed. I am so sorry. I have implicated you. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. They have gone too far. We must find our master. Your injury is severe and cannot be delayed. After a moment, the area outside the mountain gate was deserted. It was at this moment that a series of murmurs filled the air, laden with blame. Why didn't you speak up earlier, Yang? What does it matter to me? If he hadn't consumed so many elixirs, would he have cultivated to this point? Brother Yang, are you placing the blame on me? Enough of the bickering. If you continue, the secret realm will close. In the first volume, Chapter 150, The competition commences, with the shameless Yang Meng families openly cheating. Within the gates, a vast stone platform, stretching dozens of feet, was surrounded by a bustling crowd. Such a grand event occurs only once every 5 years. Even those aware they had no chance to participate still flocked for the excitement. Upon the platform, an elder from the Yuqing sect meticulously outlined the rules of the qualification battle. As before, the wheel battle system would prevail, continuing until no challengers remained, thus declaring the victor. Should any participant feel outmatched, they could voluntarily concede. His tone bore a hint of resignation. Following the return from the ancient estate, many elders and leaders of the Yuqing sect, most of whom were injured, chose to enter seclusion. The remaining members, too preoccupied, naturally passed this task to him. As the rules were concluded, anticipation surged among the crowd. Who knows? Perhaps an opportunity might present itself. Not far away, Yuan Gang observed the platform, flanked by 7 or 8 companions. 3 belonged to the Qingyun Pavilion, while the others were disciples of various leaders and elders who, over the years, had submitted to Yuan Gang's formidable methods. Senior brother, Chu Kuang moved to descend the platform. I shall join them in their play. What's this? Yuan Gang inquired, puzzled. You regard this trivial contest with such importance? Not quite, Chu Kuang replied with a smile. Those who arrive here must be the elite offspring of their families. Among them, there may be a few overlooked talents. I wish to test my luck. Should I uncover any potential, even if they cannot join the Qingyun Pavilion, it would still yield some benefit. Ah, I see, Yuan Gang acknowledged, enlightenment dawning upon him. Your thoughtful approach is admirable. I must admit my oversight. Chu Kuang fell silent, and in a flash, he appeared on the platform. Gasp. Upon his arrival, those who had been eager to ascend immediately reconsidered their intentions. Chu Kuang, an elder, furrowed his brow. You are? Long elder, Chu Kuang replied with a smile. I have just broken through less than half an hour ago. Surely, I am qualified to participate in this contest. If you find it inappropriate, I can suppress my cultivation to the 3rd level of gathering yuan. That would align with the rules. Long elder exchanged a glance with Yuan Gang, hesitating. He realized he could not afford to offend either the Qingyun Pavilion or Yuan Gang. Very well, esteemed guests, seeing his agreement, Chu Kuang's gaze swept over the crowd. As you can see, I have restrained my cultivation to the 3rd level of gathering yuan. Should anyone manage to withstand 3 of my strikes without defeat, I shall graciously yield my qualification for the secret realm. In an instant, regardless of their familiarity with him. The thoughts of the crowd ignited with excitement. 3rd level of gathering yuan. 3 strikes? If one does not step up now, one would truly appear foolish. I will. A young man from the Morong clan leaped forward. 3 moves, as you said. Of course. Chu Kuang chuckled. When I make a promise, I always keep it. Not far away, Chu Kuang and Yuan Gang exchanged glances filled with admiration. He truly is the future of our Qingyun Pavilion. Just then, Yuan Gang seemed to recall something. By the way, where is junior brother Yang? Has he not returned yet? Senior brother, a respectful voice came from behind. It has been a month since we last saw him. Humph. Yuan Gang's expression turned cold. Such disregard for rules. It appears I have been too lenient with him in the past. Meanwhile, far away atop a peak, Morong Yuan wore a frosty demeanor. Rest assured, after the competition, I will seek justice from both families. That would be best, a middle-aged man beside him said, his anger slightly abated. This disciple is a treasure. Not only is he of the extreme cold physique, but, if you don't go, I will. This man was named Lu Feng, the master of Jiang Feng and Xin Xian, and one of the last 4 elders of the Yuqing sect. What else? Morong Yuan cast him a sidelong glance. He possesses a heavenly level technique. Lu Feng's heart sank. You know? Fear not. Morong Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I am not like those 2 old fools, coveting the fortunes of the younger generation. He remained calm. Heavenly level techniques? I have those too. The kind that anyone can cultivate, regardless of their physique or bloodline. By the way, as if recalling something, Morong Yuan casually inquired. Where is Xin Xian? Him? Lu Feng was filled with frustration. I don't know where he has gone. The secret realm is about to open. And he is still outside idling away? Is your family member, huh? Morong Yuan scoffed. I don't care about her. If she doesn't want to go to the secret realm, then let her be. As he spoke, his gaze turned toward the distance. This Chu Kuang is truly a rare talent, one not seen in our Yuqing sect for decades. It is a pity he has entered Qingyun Pavilion. Elder, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment. How is the sect master's injury? He has yet to appear during this excursion to the legacy site. clearly indicating he has not recovered. Not well. Morong Yuan shook his head. Wu Shuang was too ruthless. He will likely never recover in this lifetime. Alas, Lu Feng sighed. From Chu Kuang's performance, he is indeed worthy of the title of prodigy. And he may become another Luo Wushuang in the future. Him? Morong Yuan shook his head. He is far from it. Although his performance is indeed astonishing, there are still those who can rival him. Rival? Lu Feng was taken aback. Who? Hee. Morong Yuan chuckled. A little scoundrel with a dark heart. Bang. On the arena, Chu Kuang casually waved his hand, sending another opponent flying off the stage. In just a brief moment, over 10 people had already been defeated at his hands, none having endured a single move. What is the matter? Chu Kuang said, his expression one of disappointment. Is there no one left? The crowd remained silent. They had already realized that Chu Kuang's strength was utterly absurd, far exceeding their expectations. Very well. The disappointment etched on Chu Kuang's face deepened. Perhaps my expectations of you were excessively high. With that, he turned his back and departed from the arena. Not far off, Yang Lin and Meng Xing exchanged glances, a subtle glimmer of malice flickering in their eyes. In light of this, Elder Wang shook his head. This spot belongs to Chu Kuang. Who shall claim the remaining 2 spots? I will. From the crowd below, a young man from the Yang family leaped onto the stage. Yang Lei, 19 years of age. At the 8th level of the gathering origin realm, a gasp escaped the crowd as they felt a chill run through them. His strength was formidable, yet he deliberately avoided confronting Chu Kuang, revealing a cunning mind. Is there no one else? Yang Lei's gaze swept across the arena. If there are no challengers, let Lu Rang of the Yuqing sect, at the 5th level of the gathering origin realm, step forward. Before he could finish his sentence, another individual jumped onto the stage. Unlike Chu Kuang, Yang Lei was not invincible. Despite his great power, many still sought to seize this opportunity. Predictably, Lu Rang soon succumbed to defeat. However, new challengers continued to emerge. As time passed, the number of those vanquished by Yang Lei grew, while the daring few willing to challenge him dwindled, until ultimately, none dared to face him. Very well, Elder Wang then proclaimed, the 2nd spot belongs to the Yang family. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from the crowd. I shall challenge him. Accompanied by a fragrant breeze, Meng Qian ascended the stage. Her? The crowd furrowed their brows in unison. It was evident that Meng Qian's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the gathering origin realm, a significant gap from Yang Lei. Moreover, as the pampered daughter of the Meng family, lacking any special physique or bloodline, her practical combat experience was minimal, leading the crowd to doubt her ability to defeat Yang Lei. Not far away, Yuan Gang seemed to discern the intentions of both families and frowned deeply. These 2 families truly lack shame. No matter, Chu Kuang chuckled. They are merely clowns. My senior brother need not take them to heart. On the stage, Elder Wang appeared to have realized something. Do you truly wish to challenge him? What? Meng Qian replied haughtily. The rules of the arena are as such. Is that not permissible? Very well. Elder Wang, now visibly perturbed, spoke with a hint of anger. Then let us commence. There is no need for a match. Yang Lei suddenly shook his head. I am not a match for Miss Meng. I concede. In an instant, Elder Wang's expression darkened to an extreme. Below the stage, the crowd erupted in an uproar. This is blatant cheating. Indeed, they have lost all sense of propriety. Alas, what can we do? These 2 families hold great power. We are left only to watch. Yet, this violates the rules. Will Elder Wang not intervene? The crowd discussed amongst themselves, their voices rife with dissatisfaction. This contest. Elder Wang's demeanor grew icy. It does not adhere to protocol. Protocol? Below the stage, Yang Lin suddenly laughed. You just stated that if one cannot prevail, they may concede. Yang Lei believes he is not her match, thus his surrender aligns with the rules. What of it? The rules. Meng Xing's face was devoid of warmth. It is you who set the rules. Are you now prepared to violate them? You. Elder Wang seethed with fury, utterly exasperated. Such outrageous behavior. In chapter 151 of the 1st volume, this individual named Gu Han is indeed formidable and domineering. Atop the peak, Lu Feng was consumed by rage. This is utterly shameless. Bah! They deserve to have their secret realm seized, and their kin to be slaughtered. Such disgraceful beings ought to have perished long ago. Nonsense. Morong Yuan's expression was equally grim. The qualification battle for the secret realm cannot be treated so frivolously. It is absolutely unacceptable. Boom. Boom. Before he could finish his words, A series of loud crashes suddenly reached his ears. Lu Feng paused. Could it be? Who else could it be? Murong Yuan wore an expression of resignation. It is she. Around the arena, hissing sounds echoed. The disciples of the Yuqing sect were clearly no strangers to such commotion. Indeed, accompanied by the noise, a rugged voice suddenly rang out. Clear the way. If you don't, I shall flatten you. With a whoosh, a path roughly a yard wide suddenly opened up amidst the previously tightly packed crowd. Soon after, the figures of Guhan and his companions appeared before the onlookers. Among the crowd, a female disciple from Qixia Academy named Ji Xian had her eyes curving into crescent moons, radiating sheer delight. What are you laughing at? Someone beside her inquired, puzzled. I'm just very happy. Her gaze remained fixed on Guhan. It's quite a delightful surprise. At the edge of the arena, Murong Yin halted. Elder Wang, we haven't arrived late, have we? No, Elder Wang replied, his lips twitching. Not late at all. Within the Yuqing sect, undoubtedly. The person most feared by all was Luo Wushuang. The one who caused the most headaches was none other than Murong Yin. Brother, Gu, my friend. Suddenly, two voices of surprise rang out from a corner, Yang Lan and Jiang Feng. Little sister? Yang Ying's face brightened, but upon seeing Yang Lan, his expression darkened instantaneously. Who did this? Seeing the two approach, Murong Yin's expression also soured. Injured? She could clearly see that Jiang Feng was gravely hurt, and Yang Lan bore even worse injuries. Boom. The purple gold hammer crashed down violently, striking the arena with a resounding thud. The once sturdy platform instantly developed a crack that spread beneath Meng Qian's feet, causing her face to blanch in fear. Elder Wang. Murong Yin fumed. Speak. Who did this? She was unfamiliar with Yang Lan, yet Jiang Feng was entrusted to her, and Xin Xian by Guhan for care. Witnessing his severe injuries made her feel utterly ashamed to face Guhan. Elder Wang trembled in fright. Me? How would I know? Ha. Xin Xian also let out a cold laugh. To dare injure my junior brother, I am quite eager to discover who possesses such audacity. Brother, Yang Lan, fearing repercussions for Yang Ying, merely shook her head. No, it's nothing. Little sister, Yang Ying felt an overwhelming pang of concern. He understood all too well. The Yang and Meng families are all present here. It must be their doing. I am responsible for this. On the arena, Meng Qian wore a proud expression. With Yang Lin and Meng Xing at her side, she felt emboldened and fearless. So, you are the brother of that little vixen? Keep your sister in check. If she dares to provoke my brother Yang Lin again, I will not let her off lightly. Upon hearing this, Yang Ying's eyes instantly turned blood red. Brother Gu. Jiang Feng chuckled bitterly. Brother Jiang, Gu Han frowned deeply. You must intensify your training, otherwise, anyone could emerge to bully you. Will your injuries ever heal? Jiang Feng's smile grew even more bitter. In just this short month, he had ascended to the 9th level of the meridian opening, surpassing most in his training speed. Yet compared to Gu Han, it was not merely slow, it was akin to the pace of a tortoise. And you? As Gu Han spoke, Meng Qian's expression darkened. Recalling the humiliation she had endured that day, I remember your insult vividly. Sister, Meng Xing's gaze was somber. Who is he? Brother. Meng Qian spat. He is that top disciple of Fengwu Academy, Zui Yang's junior. Is that so? Meng Xing's eyes narrowed. You are the one who harmed my sister? And Yang Fei? Yang Lin's expression darkened as well. You were the one responsible? Gu Han ignored them, focusing intently on Meng Qian. Does your face no longer hurt? You. A flicker of malice flashed in Meng Qian's eyes. I will ensure you meet a miserable end. What? Murong Yin erupted in fury. You dare threaten my brother Gu? I will crush you. You dare. Meng Xing's gaze turned frigid. Murong Yin, do you seek death? Today, Yang Lin's expression was equally grim. With the two of us here, I shall see who dares to harm her. Not far away, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. Is it him? He actually went to Fengwu Academy? Senior brother, Chu Kuang chuckled. Since he is not dead, it indicates he still possesses some fortune. He can be considered a talent. I will test him shortly. Junior brother. Yuan Gang understood his intent, but remained skeptical. You saw it that day. He is quite arrogant. That is of no consequence, Chu Kuang replied confidently. Before absolute strength, even the most arrogant will prove useless. Such individuals must be thoroughly subdued before they willingly follow you and serve your purpose. Oh, Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow. If you can truly subdue him, that would indeed be a good thing. On the arena, witnessing the escalating tensions, Elder Wang felt a headache coming on. This is a competition. You must not act recklessly. He silently lamented, realizing he could not suppress these individuals' identities. Competition? Guhan raised an eyebrow. She is participating as well. Elder Wang sighed in resignation. Naturally. Good. Guhan's eyes sparkled. Then I challenge her. You are from Fengwu Academy. Guhan's expression turned serious. Before coming, they naturally informed him of the rules of the competition. Guhan, 18 years old, 8th level of gathering essence. Fengwu Academy? The crowd suddenly realized. Is this the chief disciple who has been offered a bounty of 20 million crystals by 2 families? How astonishing. He is still full of life. This is a slap in the face to both families. They've even resorted to such underhanded tactics. How utterly disgraceful for them. Meng Qian's complexion turned pale. She understood Guhan's strength all too well. She quickly turned to seek assistance. The onlookers were greatly entertained. Oh, shameless. It appears they have encountered their nemesis. Let us see how they maintain their arrogance now. You dare to step onto the stage? Meng Xing took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Guhan. Allowing Meng Qian to enter the secret realm was a matter long agreed upon by both families, the very foundation of their collaboration. They had sacrificed their dignity for this. How could they allow Guhan to disrupt their plans? I must. Before he could finish, Guhan had already leapt onto the arena. Must what? Guhan asked with genuine curiosity. I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? The crowd was filled with excitement. As rumored, the chief of Fengwu Academy dared to confront the 2 great families, and seeing him in person confirmed the tales. Bold. Indeed, very bold. Get down. Yang Lin's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Otherwise, you will die? Guhan narrowed his eyes. I shall remember that. Facing Meng Qian, who showed no signs of backing down. Her face went ashen. You dare. Suddenly, Guhan sighed. Last time, I was too soft-hearted. The phrase soft-hearted instantly conjured the most terrifying memories in Meng Qian's mind. Don't come any closer. This time, Guhan slowly raised his hand. I won't hold back. As Guhan prepared to strike, Meng Qian could no longer contain herself, her emotions on the brink of collapse. I admit. Before she could finish her sentence, Guhan interrupted. Do you think I am not your match? How dare you underestimate me? The crowd was taken aback. Wasn't she trying to concede? Can it be interpreted in such a way? With a thunderous roar, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Guhan's eyes. His aura surging as he advanced toward Meng Qian. You dare. Seeking death. Below the stage, Yang Lin and Meng Xing clearly observed Guhan's murderous intent. In an instant, they disregarded all rules and leapt into action to block him. What? Morong Yin brandished her hammer. You 2 scoundrels, dare to lay a hand on my brother Gu. Senior brother, let us go. With their younger brother injured, Shen Xian was equally furious and could no longer hold back. In perfect synchrony with Morong Yin, the 2 rushed towards Yang Lin and Meng Xing. A chaotic battle was about to erupt. Volume 1, Chapter 152. Offered a bounty of 20 million crystals? Do you truly believe I am without temper? Senior brother. The moment Chu Kuang saw Guhan make a move, a look of astonishment crossed his previously confident face. This person is remarkable. Quite impressive. Yuan Gang nodded in agreement. Hearing from junior brother Yang, it seems that this individual has indeed attained an extraordinary realm. Today, witnessing his prowess, he truly possesses some audacity. If he can be of service to us, it would be a fortunate occurrence. However, I am unaware of how many zhang of spiritual pools he has condensed. Brother Yuan, behind him, a disciple of the Qingyun Pavilion, upon hearing the commendations bestowed upon Guhan, felt a sense of discontent. In my opinion, his spiritual pool is at most 30 or 40 zhang. Typically, if one were to assess a cultivator solely by their cultivation level, without the support of an extraordinary realm or unique fortuity, they could only condense a spiritual pool of a mere dozen zhang at most. Anything above 30 zhang is already considered a prodigy. 30? Chu Kuang suddenly chuckled. Not at all. This individual's spiritual pool is at least 50 zhang. What? Absolutely impossible. 50 zhang would classify him as a monstrous talent. How could that be? The others displayed expressions of disbelief. Being part of the Qingyun Pavilion, they were undoubtedly among the most distinguished of the younger generation from the Yuqing sect. Although they had not genuinely achieved the extraordinary realm, employing certain secret methods to expand and strengthen their meridians had indeed allowed them to condense a larger spiritual pool than ordinary cultivators. Yet compared to 50 zhang, theirs paled in comparison. Thus, Brother Yuan sighed. It would be even more challenging to subdue this individual. He held no doubt regarding Chu Kuang's assertion. 50 zhang. He found it hardly surprising. Chu Kuang's spiritual pool measured a staggering 70 zhang. No matter. Chu Kuang's expression regained confidence and composure. Talents tend to exhibit a certain arrogance. However, brother, rest assured, the more extraordinary a person is, the more intriguing it becomes to subdue them. On the arena, the two sides had already engaged fiercely. Yang Lin was enveloped in azure energy, enigmatic and extraordinary, yet faced with Murong Yan's almost insurmountable brute strength. He could only choose to evade the onslaught, refraining from recklessly advancing. On the other side, silver light continuously flowed from Meng Xing's eyes, enveloping his entire being in an instant. However, although Shen Xian lacked the direct combat prowess of the others, his speed was remarkably swift, apart from fleeting afterimages. The crowd could hardly capture any trace of his presence. Despite Meng Xing's inner turmoil, he found himself unable to escape the entanglement in mere moments. Guhan's speed was naturally astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the stunned Meng Qian. At this moment, the only one capable of intervening to stop him was Elder Wang of the Skyward Realm. Yet he retreated to a corner of the arena, his countenance ashen. What audacity! This is a qualification battle for the secret realm. What kind of conduct is this? Do you have even a shred of decorum left? I shall report this matter to the Grand Elder without fail, his incessant muttering echoing. Yet he showed no intention of striking. With Murong Yan present, he certainly wouldn't seek to provoke her wrath. Moreover, he was thoroughly disgusted by the blatant cheating of the Yang and Meng clans. It was utterly unthinkable for him to assist either family. The onlookers were not blind and could easily discern his intentions. Apart from the three families, the rest wore expressions of delight and schadenfreude. Deservedly so. You gaze upon Guhan before you. Meng Qian's face was devoid of color, her delicate features pale as she felt the scene before her strikingly familiar. With all her strength, she struggled to utter the words of surrender. But the audacity of her opponent was overwhelming. Guhan's icy demeanor interrupted her once more. What makes you think I am not your match? Despite being in a woman's body, Meng Qian felt an overwhelming urge to curse. In an instant, Guhan's hand, imbued with spiritual energy, descended upon her. You dare! I will kill you. Yang Lin and Meng Xing, filled with rage, disregarded the assaults of Murong Yan and Shen Xian, charging desperately toward Guhan. But it was too late. A resounding slap echoed through the air. Without a single shout, Meng Qian's body was propelled high into the air. Following this, the sharp sound of bones cracking pierced the ears of those present. Suspended in midair, her aura diminished rapidly, from the gathering Yuan realm to the connecting aperture realm, until finally, all traces of her cultivation dissipated completely. With a single strike, she was rendered utterly powerless. Little sister. Meng Xing's eyes widened in anguish as he rushed forward, cradling Meng Qian in his arms. Yet, no matter how he called out or how many precious elixirs he forced upon her, she remained unresponsive. He realized with dread that Meng Qian had been irrevocably crippled. There was no saving her now. The crowd gasped in shock. How ruthless! How powerful! How domineering! Even Elder Wang was left speechless. He had assumed that Guhan merely intended to teach Meng Qian a lesson, never imagining that he would strike without mercy, completely incapacitating her. Below the arena, Yang Ying suddenly bowed deeply to Guhan. Brother Gu. Jiang Feng felt a mix of gratitude and concern. You really didn't have to go this far. Guhan scoffed coldly. This matter has little to do with you. Offering a bounty of 20 million crystals? Do you truly believe I am without temper? Excellent. Murong Yan exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. This is my brother Gu, grateful for kindness and vengeful against wrongs. I like it. Suddenly, a low roar erupted from below the arena. I will kill you, Meng Xing. Boom. As the words fell, an overwhelming aura surged from him, sending anyone nearby nearly flying. In a flash, he appeared before Guhan. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply at his appearance. Is this the young master of the Meng family? What has happened to him? At that moment, Meng Xing was enveloped in a dense silver light, his true visage obscured save for the palpable killing intent radiating from him. Do you not know? Someone whispered. The young master of the Meng family, in his youth, inadvertently swallowed an unknown celestial metal. Miraculously surviving, he integrated that metal into his bloodline, resulting in a body impervious to harm. How extraordinary! Another sight in awe. The chief of Fengwu courtyard, though decisive, is doomed to misfortune. On the arena, Meng Xing gazed at Meng Qian, his heart heavy with anguish. Do you not realize that my sister has been cherished since childhood, never once touched by a finger? And yet, you dare to. He suddenly raised his head, fixing a fierce gaze upon Guhan. Today, I shall slay you. Cherished? Guhan scoffed, his sword instantly grasped in hand. At last, I comprehend why she is so uncouth. Die. Boom. Unable to contain himself any longer, Meng Xing dashed toward Guhan. You dare. Morong Yin exclaimed in fury. I shall crush you first, you blockhead. Morong Yin, Yang Lin, nearby, was also filled with murderous intent. Today, no one shall save him. Is that so? Shun Xian's figure flickered, appearing before him in an instant. I shall see who dares to lay a hand on him. A chaotic melee was on the verge of erupting once more. Halt. Suddenly, a voice filled with rage rang out. Boom. An unparalleled aura descended, forcibly separating the individuals present. As they discerned the identity of the newcomer, the disciples of Yuqing's sect quickly bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. The arrival was none other than Morong Yuan. Nonsense. Morong Yuan's face was icy. Today is the qualification battle for the secret realm. Not a place for you to settle personal grievances. Ancestor. Morong Yin protested loudly. You see, this bunch of rascals ganged up to bully my brother Gu. Silence. Morong Yuan bellowed in anger. If you utter another word, you shall forfeit your chance to enter the secret realm. What? Morong Yin was about to glare, but was firmly restrained by Shun Xian beside her. Senior. Meng Xing gritted his teeth. You witnessed it. My sister was wrong today. I must avenge this grievance. I have stated it clearly. Morong Yuan cast a fleeting glance at him. This is the qualification battle for the secret realm, an arena. It is not a place for personal vendettas. Since Meng Qian dared to step onto the stage, she must be prepared to face challengers. This is a rule established by several factions. What? Do you find it unacceptable? Meng Xing's face turned ashen with rage. Morong Yuan's words echoed his earlier sentiments. The crowd was in high spirits. Indeed, you just cheated under the guise of rules, and now your sister's defeat is equally a matter of rules. Even so, Yang Lin's expression darkened. The severity of his actions cannot be overlooked. Morong Yuan interrupted him decisively. Is it not sufficient to concede defeat? What? Elder Wang. Morong Yuan's expression remained impassive. Just now, did she not declare her surrender? This Elder Wang's expression suddenly became quite animated. However, she did not. He silently added in his mind. She intended to, but did not have the chance. Ancestor. Morong Yin clamored. Your vision is keen. Not only did she refuse to concede, but she also deemed my brother Gu unworthy of being her opponent, which is utterly disrespectful. Morong Yuan shot her a fierce glare. In that case, he took a deep breath. All that this lad has done aligns perfectly with the rules of the arena, does it not? Indeed. Elder Wang's expression grew stern. It is entirely reasonable. There is not a single flaw to be found. He discerned the truth. Morong Yuan's actions were no longer merely covert protection. He had unmistakably declared his allegiance to Guhan. The crowd struggled to contain their amusement, were it not for the formidable authority that Morong Yuan wielded in their hearts. They might have erupted in laughter. Very well. Morong Yuan gestured with a grand sweep of his hand. Let the contest continue. Predecessor. Meng Xing exclaimed, suddenly raising his head. Are you intending to shield him? He had discerned Morong Yuan's intent. It was likely that Morong Yuan had witnessed the entire affair from the outset, but had deliberately chosen to remain hidden, allowing Meng Qian to be vanquished by Guhan. You boy. Morong Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. Are you questioning me? Meng Xing fixed his gaze upon him. I refuse to accept this. Indeed. Yang Lin stepped forward, echoing his sentiments. I also refuse to accept this. Boom. A powerful aura descended suddenly, casting both men from the stage. You insolent children. Morong Yuan's face darkened ominously. Refusing to accept? Is it not a breach of rules to cheat so openly? And you dare question me? His tone gradually acquired a hint of murderous intent. Let Yang Tong and Meng Qing take the stage. You two insignificant wretches are not worthy. Speak again, and I shall not hesitate to use my power against you. His words exuded an overwhelming authority. In that moment, both Yang Lin and Meng Xing fell silent, their eyes filled with a palpable resentment that seemed almost tangible. Ancestor. Morong Yan's mood brightened considerably. You are truly wise. Humph. Morong Yuan shot her a glare. Let the contest proceed. Yes. Elder Wang promptly bowed, casting his gaze over the crowd below. Is there anyone else willing to take the stage? The people exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. What a jest. One slap incapacitated a cultivator at the 5th level of gathering essence. While that level may seem weak, it clearly demonstrates this person's might. Even if I were to step up, I would hardly endure more than a few slaps. What are you afraid of? Murong Yin expressed her dissatisfaction with the timid disciples of Yuqing's sect. My brother Gu does not devour people. Even if you cannot prevail, simply concede. Indeed. Guhan nodded earnestly. I permit your surrender. Hiss. The mention of surrender sent a collective shiver through the crowd. Surrender? Are you certain? You might just think we are provoking you. Enough. Elder Wang shook his head. Since no one is willing to take the stage, the second qualification shall belong to Gu Han of Fengwu Academy. With a gentle shake of his head, Gu Han leaped down from the platform. Brother Gu. Yang Lan's face radiated gratitude. Thank you. What is there to thank? Gu Han waved his hand dismissively. She merely happened to fall into my hands. It has little to do with you. Yang. Murong Yin cast a sidelong glance at Yang Ying. Your sister has been bullied to such an extent. And yet you remain. Murong Jie? Guhan abruptly interrupted her. Do not blame Brother Yang. He has his own struggles. Though they had known each other for merely a month, his understanding of Yang Ying surpassed that of anyone else. After all, her experiences mirrored his own too closely. Yang Ying clenched his fist tightly, his expression devoid of emotion, yet the blood seeping through his fingers revealed his true state of mind. Brother. Yang Lan watched with a heavy heart. Alas. Murong Yin let out a deep sigh, choosing not to further expose his wounds. You young lad. At that moment, Murong Yuan approached, casting a glance at Gu Han, remarking on his remarkable audacity. Senior. Upon hearing this double entendre, Gu Han suddenly chuckled. I am not only bold, but also thick-skinned and rather callous. Murong Yuan's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at Murong Yin once more. What is the matter? Murong Yin was not easily intimidated. Ancestor, you dare to speak boldly, yet fear that no one is listening? Just at that moment, the voice of Elder Wang resonated once more from the arena. For this competition, there remains one final spot. Who wishes to step forward? I. A voice, lacking conviction and tinged with timidity, called out. May I have a go? Chapter 153. Gu Han and Chu Kuang, the talented ones. Oh. A murmur of curiosity spread among the crowd as they beheld a young female disciple from Qixia Academy tentatively stepping onto the stage, her head bowed deeply, exuding an air of fragility. Who is she? Yang Lin inquired expressionlessly. Senior brother, a disciple hastily explained. Her name is Ji Xian, a recent entrant, unfamiliar to you. Her aptitude is quite decent. Indeed. Yang Lin nodded, then shifted his gaze to the still unconscious Meng Qian, his heart boiling with murderous intent. This enmity must be avenged. This child must be slain. On the stage, observing the trembling Ji Xian, Elder Wang found amusement in the situation. Little girl you. Ji Xian quivered in fright. Am I not qualified? Not quite. Elder Wang replied. According to the rules, simply state your background and cultivation level. Oh. Ji Xian nodded eagerly. My name is Ji Xian. I am 17 years old, hailing from the Spring Fong Kingdom under Qixia Academy. I have just entered for 3 months. And my cultivation is at the 4th level of gathering yuan. My senior sister mentioned I have a chance, so. All right. Elder Wang felt a headache coming on. That's enough. Uffed. Below the stage, the crowd could no longer contain their laughter, erupting in a chorus of amusement. This little girl is truly a gem. Not only timid as a mouse, but having seen little of the world, she dares to step onto the stage. Is she seeking punishment? You foolish girl. Among the crowd, a female disciple from Qixia Academy wore a stern expression. How embarrassing. Enough. Elder Wang shook his head. Who wishes to challenge her? I. Count me in. Me too. Before he could finish his sentence, the crowd clamored eagerly. Although it seemed somewhat unfair to bully such a young girl, the allure of the coveted secret realm qualification outweighed any sense of propriety. Below the stage, this girl. Murong Yin shook her head in disbelief. She truly does not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Before she could finish her thought, her expression suddenly turned serious. Yet, despite her seemingly delicate and easily bullied demeanor, Ji Xian appeared quite flustered when engaging in combat, making numerous mistakes. Remarkably, she managed to evade her opponent's attacks each time, transforming peril into safety and skillfully unsettling her adversary's rhythm. In a chaotic flurry of offensive maneuvers, she ultimately sent him tumbling off the stage. What? Her opponent wore a bewildered expression. I lost. How did I lose? He felt certain he had not exerted his full strength and was filled with regret. Huh. Someone nearby laughed heartily. Letting your guard down? You've messed up. Watch me. Yu Qing's sect, Zhanghai, 5th level of gathering origin. With that, he leaped onto the stage. However, moments later, he too found himself in a state of confusion, just like the previous contender. I lost as well. How did I lose? Their expressions instantly drew countless jeers and taunts from the crowd. Something is amiss. Morong Yin furrowed her brows. This girl is not so simple. Indeed. Guhan nodded. Her attacks, though seemingly chaotic, possessed an underlying order. She adeptly drew her foes into her rhythm, leaving them truly disoriented, unable to unleash even half of their potential, making her victory entirely justified. It is not surprising. Morong Yuan maintained a calm demeanor. Whenever the secret realm opens, several exceptionally talented individuals always emerge. However, she still pales in comparison to Yu and Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang. Guhan instinctively glanced toward Yuan Gang. He had long since learned that the young man accompanying Yuan Gang that day was indeed Chu Kuang. Sensing Guhan's gaze, Chu Kuang also turned to look at him, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration and martial spirit. This person, Guhan's eyes narrowed instantaneously. Quite formidable. From a distance, Chu Kuang, having merely caught a glance of Guhan, immediately concluded that he might be even stronger than he had initially anticipated. Junior brother, Yuan Gang's brow furrowed. Should I take my turn? No need. Chu Kuang shook his head. Senior brother, your cultivation surpasses his by a significant margin. Even if you win, it is likely he would not accept defeat. Against such individuals, one must crush them utterly with an invincible stance, thereby eradicating their sharp edges. In that case, Yuan Gang chuckled. I eagerly await your performance. Junior brother. Behind him, someone pointed toward Ji Xian on the stage. That girl isn't bad either. Her? Chu Kuang shook his head. With such jewels before her, she doesn't shine as brightly. At this moment, on the stage, over a dozen more individuals ascended. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. They all lost in a bewildering manner. Now, no one was laughing. They recognized the truth. It was not that those contenders had been careless, but rather that Ji Xian's strength was exceedingly enigmatic. So much so that even now, they could not discern where her true prowess lay, yet she continued to win inexplicably. One match after another. Is there anyone else? Elder Wang called out again as no one stepped forward. Still, no one answered. The crowd was not foolish. Uncertain of how others have triumphed, I ponder that even if I were to take the stage again, I would likely meet the same fate as those who came before. Indeed, among those who remain standing in this arena, not a single weakling can be found. Thus, Elder Wang promptly declared that the third place belongs to Qixia Academy. To Ji Xian, my mouth agape in disbelief, I exclaimed I won. I really won. Ecstasy flooded me, my cheeks flushed crimson as I leapt in joy, exclaiming, I can enter the secret realm. Senior sister, I truly won. Below, a fellow senior sister seethed with jealousy. So you won. Must you make such a commotion? Unbeknownst to her, a simple word of encouragement had unexpectedly manifested into reality. Forgive me. Ji Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she hurriedly apologized. I didn't mean to. I promise I won't do it again. Sighs of disapproval echoed from the crowd. Such a timid disposition, it seems, will struggle to endure in the realm of cultivation. On the stage, Elder Wang exhaled in relief. Finally, it is over. The qualification battle for the secret realm had reached its conclusion, until, abruptly, another voice interrupted his proclamation. Elder Wang's heart raced. Who is it? How bothersome. Yet, upon seeing the speaker, he swallowed back the reprimand that lingered on his lips. Junior Chu. He managed a strained smile. What brings you here? The speaker was none other than Chu Kuang, unfazed by the curious gazes of the crowd. There remains an hour until the secret realm opens. I wish to settle a personal matter in this brief interlude. With that, he fixed his gaze upon Guhan. That day, I believed your demise was certain. A collective gasp arose among the onlookers, the provocation in his words unmistakable. Die? Guhan raised an eyebrow. I am blessed with a robust life. It is not so easy to extinguish me. Are you disappointed? No, Chu Kuang shook his head. I am quite pleased. I once thought you were overreaching, attempting the impossible, yet it seems fortune has favored you. I underestimated your potential. Frankly, it would be a pity for a talent like yours to perish so soon. Guhan pondered. Is there something amiss with your mind? A sudden laughter erupted from Chu Kuang. You retain your defiant spirit. Indeed, the more gifted a person, the more audacity they possess. Do you know? Guhan narrowed his eyes, that you are quite irritating? Enough, Chu Kuang replied, his mirth fading. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Power is everything. I am not skilled in verbal justs. How about it? There is still time. Shall we exchange a few moves? At this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. A duel? Instantly, their hearts raced with anticipation. One was a genius from Yuqing sect, a newly initiated member of Qingyun Pavilion, possessing unfathomable strength, even when suppressing his cultivation. None could withstand a single strike from him. One is the chief of Fengwu Academy, equally formidable, capable of incapacitating a cultivator at the 5th layer of the Gathering Essence realm with a mere slap. Moreover, he carries a bounty of 2 million spirit crystals on his back, and he remains lively and vigorous to this day. Should these two engage in combat, it would undoubtedly be a spectacle. Such a sight it would be. Chu Kuang. Morong Yin could no longer contain herself. If you wish to challenge my brother Gu, then take this hammer from me first. This is absurd. Morong Yuan could no longer tolerate the situation. Chu Kuang, the contest for today is concluded. You must not create further complications. The elder will intervene shortly. Chu Kuang chuckled. Fear not. My actions are not intended as provocation, nor are they aimed at him specifically. I simply wish to test his abilities, driven by the thrill of the hunt. He glanced at Gu Han. Of course, if he is too timid to accept the challenge, then we shall let this matter rest. His words left Gu Han with no choice. You. A flicker of anger ignited within Morong Yuan. This is utterly outrageous. Not far away, Yuan Gang spoke calmly. There is no need for such anger. It is entirely normal for cultivators to spar and learn from one another. Moreover, junior brother Chu has assured us he will not inflict harm. What is there to worry about? Yuan. Morong Yin exclaimed in fury. I have long found you displeasing. Come, let us have a match ourselves. Not so fast, Yuan Gang replied nonchalantly. There will be ample opportunities for us. What now? Chu Kuang fixed his gaze on Gu Han. Are you afraid? The crowd's attention shifted to Gu Han. Will you dare? They eagerly awaited his decision. Below the arena, Yang Lin and Meng Xing exchanged glances. Let them clash. A fierce battle would be ideal. It would allow us to conserve our strength when we enter the secret realm. Test my abilities? Gu Han's expression remained impassive. Very well, but do exercise caution. Should you inadvertently meet your end at my hands, it would be quite an embarrassing affair. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Indeed, this individual is not to be trifled with. Rest assured, Chu Kuang replied, unperturbed, should you manage to defeat me. That would indeed be a testament to your prowess. Young man, Morong Yuan interjected, his brow furrowing deeply. Are we truly to engage in battle? Elder. Gu Han shook his head. As you can see, he has offered me no opportunity to decline. If I were to refuse the challenge, would it not tarnish the reputation of Fengwu Academy? Reputation? Morong Yuan was left speechless. What reputation does Fengwu Academy even possess? Yet, witnessing Gu Han's resolute demeanor, he chose not to dissuade him further. Should Gu Han opt to evade the challenge, it would surely leave a chink in his armor, diminishing his spirit and proving detrimental to his future cultivation. Brother Gu. As Gu Han ascended the stage, Morong Yin raised her hammer high. Teach him a lesson. Let him understand your might. Brother, Yang Lan expressed her concern. Do you think Brother Gu will prevail? Chu Kuang is formidable. Fear not. Yang Ying shook her head. If you had witnessed his strength, you would not be asking such a question. In the distance, among the disciples of Qixia Academy, Ji Xian gazed intently at Gu Han, her eyes brimming with admiration and obsession. Foolish girl. Beside her, a senior sister wore an expression of discontent. What are you staring at? Ji Xian's cheeks flushed. He is quite handsome, isn't he? The senior sister scoffed. He doesn't even compare to a fraction of Brother Yang. I don't care. Ji Xian shook her head defiantly. In my eyes, he is the most handsome. On the arena, it was no surprise that Chu Kuang welcomed Gu Han's challenge. You have not disappointed me, he remarked. Enough of the chatter. Gu Han slowly drew his long sword. I am pressed for time. Huh. Upon seeing the shabby long sword, the crowd's expressions turned peculiar. Surely, that sword must have been scavenged from a pile of junk. Has Fengwu Academy fallen to such depths that it cannot afford a decent spiritual weapon? Your sword, Chu Kuang observed, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Not bad. You possess some discernment. Gu Han remained impassive. But I wonder about your abilities. Contemplating the competition, Chu Kuang mused. If it is merely this, it would be somewhat dull. Why not add a wager? Excellent. Gu Han's eyes brightened. I enjoy betting with others. Should you lose, Chu Kuang declared, brimming with arrogance. You must submit to me. If I lose, you may do as you wish. Do as I wish. Guhan shook his head. I have no interest in that. If you lose, you shall give me 1 billion crystals. Agreed. Chu Kuang replied without hesitation. So be it. Gasp. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Whether it was submission or 1 billion crystals, neither was a burden they could bear. Yet the two remained remarkably nonchalant, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Excitement surged. Chu Kuang wasted no time. Shall we begin? For the crystals, Guhan raised his long sword slowly. I shall spare your life. Boom, boom. In the next moment, two formidable auras erupted, climbing relentlessly upwards, as if boundless. As their energies intertwined, those standing close to the arena struggled to breathe under the immense pressure. Bang! In a flash, the two figures collided. Chapter 154, The Realm of Extremes. The slaughtering sword devours the heavens. Boom, boom. Though merely testing each other, the clash of their spiritual powers directly fissured the incredibly hard arena. Watching the ceaseless collision of the two figures, a disciple from the Yuqing sect wore a bitter expression. They are extraordinarily powerful. Are these two truly mere novices? Another murmured. I have seen those at the Spirit Profound Realm fight, yet even they are not comparable to these two. Not comparable? One with a hint of discernment replied with a slight sneer. As the two combatants prepared to engage, a palpable tension filled the air. What? Gasped the onlookers, astonished. Could it be that these two individuals had yet to unveil their full potential? A resounding crash echoed across the arena as they separated, each taking a stance. How tiresome, Guhan remarked, his sword held horizontally, his brow furrowed. If you continue to conceal your true strength, you will truly meet your demise. Is that so? Chu Kuang laughed, a mocking glint in his eye. Aren't you guilty of the same? Show me your true capabilities. Guhan's expression remained impassive. Otherwise, I would rather not waste my 100 million crystals. Sighing, Chu Kuang conceded, I had hoped for a battle of equals, but it seems you are unappreciative. Very well. I shall grant your wish. With that declaration, his cultivation surged, elevating him to the Spirit Profound Realm, his aura intensifying dramatically. The Spirit Profound Realm? Guhan was not surprised. His keen senses had already discerned Chu Kuang's authentic prowess. Yet, he remained unimpressed. How premature your words are. Chu Kuang grinned enigmatically. In an instant, a faint, almost imperceptible glow enveloped him, transforming his demeanor entirely. Gone was the self-assured calmness, replaced by an overwhelming aura of battle intent that radiated fiercely from him. This fervor even stirred those nearby, igniting a surge of combativeness among the disciples who stood close enough to feel the intensity, compelling them to leap into the fray were it not for the vestiges of reason holding them back. Morong Yuan's pupils constricted. The savage battle body? What do you mean? Morong Yan asked, perplexed. This physique, Morong Yuan responded with a sigh, is noted in ancient texts. The so-called savage battle body is born for war, the most suitable physique for combat. When engaged in battle, its warrior's strength can dramatically amplify under the influence of battle intent. A fully realized savage battle body can even empower those nearby, allowing them to unleash might beyond their natural abilities. He regarded Chu Kuang with a complex expression. This body is far superior to any elemental spirit body. Moreover, Shun Xian interjected, his brow furrowed. This Chu Kuang possesses an extreme realm as well. Is that so? Morong Yan shot him a glare. Does that mean Brother Gu lacks one? Besides, isn't it merely a special physique? Brother Gu has one too, does he not? Shun Xian fell silent. What? Are you curious? Morong Yuan queried. Does he possess a special physique as well? He had witnessed Guhan's prowess before. He was merely an ordinary body, he was quite certain. A body impervious to toxins. Morong Yan asserted earnestly. Morong Yuan smirked slightly. What sort of special physique is that? No need to rush. Guhan understood Yang Ing's sentiments. There was an inexplicable confidence there. He would not falter. Boom. The arena trembled once more. In Chu Kuang's eyes, a fierce battle intent ignited, altering his tone dramatically. Be careful. Don't perish. With a swift motion, he advanced rapidly towards Guhan. Just then, Guhan's sword descended in an instant, unleashing 18 strands of Dian sword energy that transformed into luminous streaks, aimed directly at his vital points. Remarkably, Chu Kuang retreated in the blink of an eye, his figure twisting and shifting as he deftly evaded one sword strike after another. The more he withdrew, the more fervent the battle intent in his eyes became. Ultimately, he found himself precariously at the edge of the arena, narrowly avoiding the final sword strike. With his battle intent now almost palpable, indeed, gently wiping a trace of blood from his cheek, he smiled again. You have not disappointed me, have you? Guhan reciprocated with a smile. Do you wish to see more surprises? Absolutely, Chu Kuang declared, casually placing his hands behind his back. I eagerly anticipate your true prowess. In the distance, behind Yuan Gang, a figure furrowed his brow. Why is junior brother Chu granting him an opportunity? Wouldn't it be better to seize the moment and defeat him decisively? Foolish. Yuan Gang shot him a glance. If we are to subdue him, it must be done in his strongest state. Only then will he be genuinely convinced. And did you not notice? Junior brother Chu is having the time of his life. Playing? The man was taken aback. Even at this level, he is still playing? Thunderous roars erupted. Before he could ponder further, an unparalleled aura surged forth explosively. Guhan had no intention of holding back any longer. Setting aside their realms, Chu Kuang was, without a doubt, the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. The perfect rival to test his skills. The dual extremity realm. A complete eruption. The spiritual energy within the spiritual pool churned violently, continuously transforming into his combat strength. In a mere moment, the density of his spiritual energy surpassed that of Chu Kuang. Across from him, Chu Kuang's eyes suddenly gleamed with unprecedented brightness. You possess the dual extremity realm as well. With this declaration, silence enveloped the arena. As disciples of a grand sect, although their cultivation may not suffice, many had heard of the existence of the extremity realm. However, their understanding was limited. They knew little of the specifics of the dual extremity realm, merely perceiving it to be far more formidable than the singular extremity realm. They were oblivious, but some understood. Not far away, Yang Lin and Meng Xing exchanged glances, both sensing the lethal intent in each other's eyes. These two could not be allowed to remain. The dual extremity realm. Murong Yuan pondered with a sense of amazement. I never expected that two true prodigies would emerge from the northern region of the eastern wasteland. Elder, Murong Yin cast him a glance. At your age, maintain some composure, lest the younger generation mock you. Murong Yuan's breath quivered, nearly inciting his ire. In truth, Murong Yin and the others had spent considerable time with Guhan and were already well aware of the details surrounding the dual extremity realm. However, given the sensitive nature of Guhan's secrets, none dared to speak of it openly. Exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. At this moment, upon the arena, Chu Kuang was filled with excitement, his fighting spirit heightened. He had long forgotten the original intent of battling Guhan and only desired to engage in a thrilling contest with this opponent. Suddenly, Guhan was caught off guard and directly struck by his assault, staggering back several paces, his vitality surging tumultuously. Meanwhile, Chu Kuang had sustained numerous wounds under the relentless barrage of the great yin sword qi, blood seeping forth and staining his white garments vividly red. Tell me, he seemed oblivious to his injuries as he charged toward Guhan once more. How deep is your spirit pool? Bang! Guhan swiftly crossed his sword, instantly blocking the onslaught. Curious, are we? His tone was equally charged with excitement. Defeat me, and I shall reveal it. Very well. Bang, bang, bang. As they exchanged words, the radiance surrounding Chu Kuang intensified, and waves of profound spiritual power gathered in his hands, relentlessly descending upon Guhan. Previously, I underestimated you. Swish. In the midst of his speech, he vanished in a peculiar flash, appearing a mere 3 feet in front of Guhan. You possess the qualifications to be my adversary. Boom. 2 formidable attacks rained down once more. Come forth. Guhan's eyes gleamed brightly. He did not evade or withdraw. The spiritual energy within him surged like a tidal wave, instantly transforming into 18 strands of great yin sword qi, aimed directly at Chu Kuang's brow. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Guhan was propelled back over 10 paces, while Chu Kuang's face bore several new sword marks. This is bad. Murong Yuan furrowed his brow deeply. Something is amiss. Ancestor. Murong Yin exclaimed in dissatisfaction. What is the matter? Brother Gu is hardly at a disadvantage. The two of them stood aside, Yang Ying's brow knitted in worry. They have lost control. Indeed. Shun Xian nodded. In this situation, whoever harbors hesitation in their heart will inevitably face defeat. Given their temperaments, they are unlikely to accept such an outcome. As if to validate their words, on the arena, Chu Kuang wiped the blood from his face. This is still uninteresting. Indeed, Guhan took a deep breath. At this rate, after an hour, we will not discern a victor. I believe, Chu Kuang's gaze fixed intently on Guhan, that you are concealing something. And you as well. Guhan returned the gaze. What of your treasures, your techniques? Surely you possess them? Indeed. Chu Kuang nodded. But once you witness them, you might find yourself facing death. It's not too late to surrender now. My life is quite resilient. Moreover, Guhan brandished his sword, the tip suddenly emitting a 3-inch sword light. Today, it may well be you who perishes. In an instant, a hint of murderous intent surged within him, firmly locking onto Chu Kuang's presence. For the first time, Chu Kuang's expression shifted. The calm confidence before the battle, the reckless arrogance during the fight, all coalesced into a weighty solemnity at this moment. He could sense the increasingly intense killing intent emanating from Guhan, and he realized that with a single misstep, he could indeed meet his demise beneath Guhan's sword. His aura underwent yet another transformation, under the influence of his fighting spirit. The previously resplendent brilliance surrounding him now bore an unsettling shade of darkness. An enigmatic presence, capable of devouring all, quietly permeated the arena. Hiss! Those who stood somewhat closer felt as though their very flesh and souls were being drawn away by this ethereal essence, instinctively retreating a few steps. Kill! At this moment, Guhan's murderous intent surged to its zenith. He unleashed a thunderous roar. In a flash, his figure darted forward, the long sword thrusting towards Chu Kuang with a speed that had doubled since before. Along the path, countless onlookers sensed the raw, chilling aura of death, a shiver racing from their feet straight to their foreheads. As the threat of death loomed, the gravity in Chu Kuang's eyes intensified. Hesitation was no longer an option. Too reckless. Suddenly, he formed an intricate seal with his hands. Behind him, a faint whirlpool began to materialize. Devour the heavens. At this moment, a subtle realization dawned upon everyone present. After a single clash, it was highly probable that one of the two would perish. Ultimately, who would meet their end? Volume 1. Chapter 155. The Opening of the Secret Realm, the Blood-Soaked World. Not far away, Yuan Gang had lost all desire to spectate, his face betraying a hint of solemnity. This individual was remarkably formidable. Behind him, those who had previously underestimated Guhan now wore expressions of astonishment, though they stood outside the battlefield. The almost tangible murderous intent emanating from Guhan left them speechless. They mused that if they were in Chu Kuang's position, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding that strike. Senior brother, one voiced their concern. This person's strength is extraordinary. It seems difficult for junior brother Chu to subdue him. Yuan Gang's expression turned icy. If he can be of use to us, that would be splendid. If not, he will undoubtedly become a significant obstacle in the future. A shiver ran through the group, all too aware of the latent threat in his tone. However, another voiced some hesitation. This individual possesses impressive strength. Junior brother Chu, rest assured. Yuan Gang had unwavering confidence in Chu Kuang. Junior brother has already revealed his most formidable techniques. He cannot possibly lose. It should be noted that even when compared to him now, I can only rely on my cultivation to gain a slight edge. Boom. Just then, an explosive sound far exceeding the previous ones reached everyone's ears. Bang, bang. The Azure Stone Arena could no longer endure the intertwining of such potent auras. Collapsing in a thunderous roar, the figures of the two were instantly shrouded by an endless cloud of dust. What has happened? Who emerged victorious? I believe it to be Chu Kuang. No, I sense that the chief of Fengwu Academy holds the advantage. Amidst the discussions, Yang Lin and Meng Xing exchanged glances once more, their eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Regardless of the outcome, one of them would surely perish, and the survivor would undoubtedly be gravely injured. Alas, among the disciples of Qixiao Academy, Ji Xian wore a look of regret, murmuring incessantly. How unfortunate. It was just a hair's breadth away, not far off. In the gaze of Gu, a flicker of concern crossed Shen Xian's eyes. He would not concede defeat. Murong Yen waved her hand, though her tone was not as resolute as before. What say you, ancestor? Where is the ancestor? On the arena? The clouds of dust gradually dissipated, revealing 3 figures. 3. The crowd was taken aback. How did another one appear? A commanding voice resonated, declaring, "This contest ends here." Murong Yuan. With the utterance of his words, the spectators finally discerned the scene on the platform. Between Guhan and Chu Kuang stood Murong Yuan, arms folded behind his back. It was evident that he had intercepted the fatal blows delivered by the two. In the arena, there was only one person capable of such a feat. The qualification battle, Murong Yuan stated, his expression impassive. It concludes here. Shortly, you shall accompany me to the secret realm. One was a prodigy of the sect, and the other was a junior he valued greatly, to whom he owed a significant favor. Naturally, he did not wish to witness harm befall either of them. What a pity, Chu Kuang lamented. Were it not for the elder, I would have acquired an additional retainer today. Indeed, Guhan nodded. If the senior had intervened a moment later, you would have lost your life. Shall we continue? Chu Kuang's eyes ignited with battle intent. Let us have another round. Very well. Guhan lifted his sword slowly. I, too, am not yet satisfied. The crowd was left speechless. Satisfied? Their notion of satisfaction was to risk life and death? Absurd. Murong Yuan was thoroughly incensed. If you dare to strike again, I shall revoke your qualifications for the secret realm, and I will suppress you for 10 years. Enough. Chu Kuang shook his head. Turning slowly, I shall grant you a few days of freedom. Cherish it well, for next time, luck may not be on your side. Next time? Guhan chuckled. You would do well to summon Senior Murong. Otherwise, no one shall save your life. Murong Yuan felt a headache coming on. The two were equally audacious, and both had the prowess to back it up. Brother Gu. Murong Yen and her companions hurried over. Are you unharmed? I'm fine, Guhan waved dismissively. It is just a pity that the 100 million crystals I had in hand are now lost. Quite the loss. Shun Xian wore a speechless expression. Even at this moment, he was still concerned about the crystals? How carefree. Young man. Murong Yuan could no longer contain himself. Do you understand what the outcome would have been had I not intervened? I do, Guhan pondered. He would be dead, and I would be gravely injured. Murong Yuan was at a loss for words. So arrogant. Young man. Do you truly believe the one to perish would certainly be him? What if Murong Yin suddenly exclaimed. Ancestor, how did your robe become torn? Following her gaze, the others noticed a significant tear in the sleeve of Murong Yuan's robe, the shape resembling Guhan's sword. Hiss. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Given Murong Yuan's half-step extraordinary realm cultivation, do not speak of the gathering realm. Even the most skilled practitioners of the divine connection realm cannot achieve such feats. Yet now, Elder, Guhan wore an expression of curiosity. What if what? Humph. Murong Yuan's aged countenance grew tense. There is no what if. Prepare well. We shall venture into the secret realm shortly. Guhan, not far away, he perished. Chu Kuang's face regained its calm demeanor. I am injured. Had the elder not intervened, this would have been the final outcome. Junior brother, Yuan Gang's gaze was profound. It seems we have underestimated this individual. Indeed, Chu Kuang nodded. This person is truly remarkable and exceedingly difficult to subdue. No matter. Chu Kuang chuckled. If I cannot subdue him, I shall destroy him. It must be so. A glint of coldness flickered in Yuan Gang's eyes. Go, summon junior brother Yang back. As a member of the Qingyun Pavilion, mingling with such individuals is utterly disgraceful. Understood. At this moment, Yang Lin and Meng Xing felt immense disappointment. They had never anticipated that Murong Yuan would intervene. Otherwise, one of Guhan and Chu Kuang would surely have perished today, coupled with previous events. Their hearts brimmed with intense hatred for Murong Yuan. Young master, a member of the Meng family hesitated. What should we do now? First, return my younger sister home. Meng Xing's expression was devoid of emotion. Once we arrive at the secret realm, I shall resolve everything. Very well. Elsewhere, Yang. Upon witnessing Yang Ying being called away by the Qingyun Pavilion members, Murong Yin wore a look of dissatisfaction, truly lacking in loyalty. Junior sister, Yang Lan's complexion paled. Do not blame my brother for this. He is a good person. Upon learning that Brother Gu had assisted me, he insisted on repaying this debt. If it were not for the burden my mother and I placed upon him. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, evoking profound sympathy in Jiang Feng. Her tears caused Murong Yin to feel a sense of embarrassment. That was not my intention. I merely find the people of the Qingyun Pavilion distasteful. Cai Yang. Guhan sighed. He has his reasons. Indeed, Shun Xian nodded. Were it not for the formidable reputation of the Qingyun Pavilion, the Yang family might have been even more wary, and the lives of the siblings would be far more challenging. Murong Yan's demeanor grew awkward, and she fell silent, feeling she had perhaps overstepped her bounds. Brother Gu, Jiang Feng expressed concern. Once we enter the secret realm, you must exercise caution. Brother Gu, Yang Lan wiped her tears. Given his temperament, he will not let Yang Fei's matter rest. Please be vigilant. Fear not, Morong Yin declared with a flourish. To move against Brother Gu, one must first contend with the mighty hammer in my hands. Guhan remained unperturbed. Morong Yin, at the 8th level of the spiritual profound realm, with the Titan bloodline. Shun Xian, at the 9th level of the spiritual profound realm, born with incredible speed. Together, the three of them were not afraid of the threats posed by the two families. Furthermore, if the families sought not to let him go, why would he wish to spare them? After a brief conversation, Morong Yuan's voice resonated once more. The time has come. Follow me. As all observed the departure of the crowd, the remaining individuals wore expressions of despondency. Sighing, one person lamented, "Do we still have a chance to catch up with such prodigies?" Silence enveloped the group. Catch up? It seems we may never have that opportunity. The entrance to the secret realm lay merely 100 miles from the Jade Qingsong sect, and the Jade talismans required to unlock the realm were held in rotation by several families. This time, it appeared to be the turn of the Jade Qingsong sect. Brother Shun, Guhan inquired with curiosity, why is there a restriction on cultivation levels for entering the secret realm, limiting it to the spirit profound realm? Naturally, there is a rationale behind it, Shun Xian elucidated. The spirit profound realm is the final foundational realm. Upon reaching this level, one must nurture a semblance of spiritual consciousness from the spiritual energy within their spiritual pool. This is what constitutes the first level of the spirit profound realm. Once all the spiritual energy possesses this consciousness, one may use it as a guide to step into the divine connection realm, nourishing the soul and solidifying one's divine thoughts. Ah, I see, Guhan pondered. Could it be that, indeed, Shun Xian nodded. The elixir has tremendous utility. It refines the physical body, expands the meridians, and purifies spiritual energy. Its most significant benefit, however, lies in its ability to greatly accelerate the nurturing speed of spiritual consciousness, which is particularly advantageous for cultivators of the spirit profound realm. Furthermore, the supply of this elixir is scarce, leading to fierce competition during each round of acquisition. Thus, after much deliberation, it was decided that the cultivation level would be set at the spirit profound realm. Consequently, he continued with a hint of nostalgia. The experience of entering the secret realm is said to equate to several years of arduous cultivation outside. What a pity, Guhan expressed with regret. I am still somewhat lacking in my cultivation. Not to worry, Shin Xian replied with a smile. Even so, the benefits you can gain will be substantial. Moreover, the secret realm does not open just once. Brother Shun, you misunderstand, Guhan earnestly clarified. I previously heard you mention that this secret realm is as vast as 100 times the size of the Yang family. With my current level of cultivation, I cannot access it, such a loss. The larger the secret realm, the more stable the spatial barriers. Naturally, the cultivation level required to breach them must be higher. Shun Xian exclaimed, utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that Guhan harbored such aspirations. Such audacity could not simply be classified as boldness. It was utterly reckless. Brother Gu, Morong Yin consoled, do not fret. There will be opportunities. When your cultivation improves, you will inevitably turn this place into your own backyard. Nearby, Morong Yuan cast a glance at the two, feeling a headache coming on. Two unruly individuals had found each other. He feared that his days of peace would soon be at an end. In another location, junior brother Yang, Yuan Gang remarked, noticing that Yang Ying seemed somewhat distracted. As a member of the Qingyun Pavilion, you should refrain from mingling with such individuals in the future. Otherwise, do not blame me for imposing the rules upon you. Yes. Yang Ying hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. Dare I ask, senior brother Yang? Chu Kuang inquired curiously, eyeing Yang Ying, what is your constitution? A mortal constitution, Yang Ying replied. Yet you have cultivated to the extreme realm? Not at all. Do you possess any special endowment? None whatsoever. Then I am intrigued, Chu Kuang chuckled. How did you manage to enter the Qingyun Pavilion in the first place? It was no wonder he asked such a question, for aside from Yuan Gang, the remaining three individuals from the Qingyun Pavilion include one with a fiery constitution, another with an earthy essence, and the last, who once consumed a rare fruit, possesses meridians several times broader than those of ordinary individuals. Although he has not yet reached the pinnacle of power, his strength should not be underestimated. This is Brother Luo. Yang Ying remained expressionless. He had made his promise. Did the juniors still have inquiries? Brother Wushuang? A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Kuang's eyes. I see. It was merely a casual question. There is no need for the elder brother to take offense. Silence. At that moment, Morong Yuan's voice resonated once more, his gaze sweeping over the assembly as he earnestly cautioned, "Though you are already familiar with the rules, I must reiterate, aside from that singular opportunity, nothing else within the secret realm should be touched or consumed. The consequences are yours to bear." With that, he turned his hand, revealing an ancient-looking jade talisman, roughly the size of a palm. As he channeled his formidable power, the space shimmered with a disturbance, and a towering portal materialized before the crowd. "Proceed." Yuan waved his hand, and the members of Qingyun Pavilion were the first to venture inside. Following them were the Yang family, the Meng clan, and the Qixia Academy. The eldest lady, Murong Chong, approached cautiously. "Shall we go together?" "You all go ahead." Murong Yin waved her hand dismissively. "I have matters to discuss with the ancestor." Indeed. In a short while, only Gu Han and the other two remained outside. "You three." Murong Yuan furrowed his brow and sternly admonished, "Why are you dawdling? Hurry and enter. Let me make this clear. Do not entertain any misguided intentions. This secret realm is not for you to tamper with." Shen Xian wore a look of grievance. "This matter seems unrelated to me, does it not, ancestor?" Murong Yin rolled her eyes. "It appears there is an issue with the Yang family's secret realm." They had awaited this moment to evade the Yang and Meng families, and to inform Murong Yuan of the situation. Upon hearing Murong Yan's account, a mix of astonishment and anger flickered across Murong Yuan's face, which ultimately transformed into a weary expression. "I understand. You may enter first. I shall handle this matter myself." The trio, sensing his reluctance to elaborate, ceased their inquiries and entered the secret realm directly. As they watched the portal slowly close, Murong Yuan suddenly sighed deeply. First Zhongning, then Yangtong. The northern territories are destined to descend into chaos. Within the secret realm, Gu Han was oblivious to Murong Yuan's musings. Upon entering, he was utterly taken aback. Whether it was the earth, the sky, or the vegetation, everything within his field of vision was awash in a crimson hue. It was a world drenched in blood. Volume 1, Chapter 156, The Anomaly of the God-Slaying Array. The Cataclysm within the Secret Realm. In the capital of the Great Qi dynasty, within the royal palace, beneath the peculiar azure stone, a narrow and twisted passage extended downward, emanating an eerie and ominous aura, as if leading to the netherworld. At the end of the passage sat a slightly portly figure in a meditative posture, none other than Jiang Xian. Opposite him, an imposing barrier, spanning 100 feet and composed of countless dense and intricate symbols, slowly rotated. In the flickering light, a profound essence seemed to flow forth, imparting a sense of ancientness and timelessness. Behind the barrier, a wisp of crimson mist swirled and twisted, seemingly imbued with life, striving to breach the confines of its restrictions. At that moment, the ancient seal suddenly quivered violently for an instant. Concurrently, the struggle of the red mist intensified. However, the anomaly of the seal lasted merely a fleeting moment before it returned to its tranquil state, firmly imprisoning the mist within. 100 paces away, Jiang Xian abruptly opened his eyes. It was time. He seemed to sense something, casting a sidelong glance and bursting into laughter. A millennium ago, a cataclysmic battle unfolded beyond the heavens, instilling terror in the hearts of countless powerful beings across the continent. Subsequently, several corpses descended, one of which landed precisely in the northern reaches of our eastern wilderness. Yet, as he reached this point, he sighed. Even though it was merely a corpse, its power far exceeded what others could fathom. The founder of the Yuqing sect had already transcended into the realm of the extraordinary. Yet he had no means of resistance, gravely wounded by this corpse, and soon thereafter ascended. Just when despair engulfed everyone, a mysterious incantation emanated from the forbidden grounds, sealing this corpse. Thus was born the God-Slaying Array. Thanks to this, countless beings in the northern regions of our eastern wilderness were spared from calamity. The God-Slaying Array, enigmatic and unfathomable, defied comprehension, and could refine the purest essence of spirituality from that corpse, becoming an extraordinary opportunity for numerous young aspirants. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Brother Wei. At this juncture, he abruptly turned. Tell me, since this incantation bears the name of God-Slaying, what precisely lies sealed here? Is it a divine corpse? Jiang Xian. Suddenly, a voice laden with coldness drifted from not far away. Can you not change that wretched habit of yours? Do you believe I shall leave at this very moment? No, please don't. Jiang Xian wore a broad smile. I shall not utter a single word. Hee hee, Brother Wei, I was right about you. You are indeed a man of your word. Humph. Accompanied by a snort, the figure approached Jiang Xian. It was none other than Wei Fang. Jiang Xian discerned an unusual expression on his face. Brother Wei, you seem somewhat perturbed? Wei Fang cast him a glance, remaining silent. Perturbed? Who could maintain their composure after being so inexplicably toyed with? Brother Wei. Seeing his unwillingness to speak, Jiang Xian ceased his inquiries, wearing a countenance of servility. Then shall we not delay any further? Jiang Xian. Wei Fang inhaled deeply. You must guarantee that you shall not disclose a single fragment of information regarding me. You ought to know my background. Should they uncover my involvement in such matters, I would meet a most unfortunate end. Fear not. Jiang Xian rubbed his hands together. I have contemplated this plan for many years. I assure you it is foolproof. After this matter concludes, I shall no longer appear before you. You shall remain the carefree and unrestrained proprietor of the Rui Pavilion. Once a genius, Wei Fang wore a look of disdain. How could one fall to such a shameless state? He. Jiang Xian remained unfazed. You have said it yourself, it was once. The glories of the past are no more. I have cough. Observing Wei Fang's evident impatience, he retracted his words. Brother Wei, his expression grew solemn. At present, my sole desire is to survive, by any means necessary. Whether through ruthlessness or cold-heartedness, I am willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of life. Wei Fang fell silent. Alas, after a lengthy pause, he spoke again. From this moment onward, we shall owe each other nothing. Excellent. Jiang Xian was overjoyed. Brother Wei, please. Having made his decision, Wei Fang no longer hesitated. With a flick of his hand, a 3-inch-long, jade-like bone appeared in his palm. Upon seeing this object, Jiang Xian's excitement intensified. The remains of the demon sage. Brother Wei, you possess indeed a plethora of remarkable treasures. With a swish, Wei Fang ignored him. A flicker of heartache crossed his eyes as he waved his hand, sending the bone towards the barrier. Buzz. In an instant, the barrier began to ripple. The bone was consumed at an astonishing rate. It was unclear how much time had passed when the barrier's fluctuations reached their zenith, suddenly creating a 2-foot-wide opening. Hurry! Wei Fang shouted. There is only a fleeting moment. Without needing his reminder, Jiang Xian transformed into a beam of light, diving through the opening. Upon achieving his goal, Wei Fang swiftly retracted the jade bone. In that instant, the barrier closed once more. The red mist, which had surged to the edge of the opening, was once again repelled. Damn it! Gazing at the remaining fragment of bone, now no larger than a fingernail, a pang of sorrow struck Wei Fang's heart. The remains of the demon sage are exceedingly rare. The chance to acquire another piece may never present itself again in this lifetime. Within the secret realm, Brother Gu, Shun Xian remarked, observing Gu Han's expression with deep sentiment. You will grow accustomed to it. When my junior sister and I first arrived here, I too was filled with astonishment just as you are. Senior brother, Murong Yin scoffed. How can you still speak of it? Had I not slapped you back then, you might have been rendered utterly dazed. Shun Xian's face flushed at her revelation. Oh. Gu Han, not in the mood for banter, scanned the vicinity and suddenly spotted a blood-red spirit herb not far away. 7-star grass. This type of spirit herb is quite common, neither particularly valuable nor worthless. He recognized it well. Moreover, he soon made another discovery. Celestial blue flower, dragon fruit. First class, Xin mushroom. So many spirit herbs. Every several feet, or even 10 or more, he could identify a named spirit herb. Although most were of average quality, there were several of higher grade, not lacking in value. However, regardless of their appearance in the outside world, here, they all exhibited an eerie blood-red hue, possessing not the usual medicinal properties, but rather exuding a sense of dominance and malice. Instinctively, he grasped the 7-star grass in his hand. Brother Gu, Shun Xian exclaimed in shock. What do you intend to do? Brother Shun, Gu Han licked his lips. Tell me, which is more formidable, my body, impervious to all poisons, or this thing? It's over. I knew this would happen. Shun Xian lamented inwardly. Pray, do not act rashly, she cautioned, a grave expression etched on her face. Have I not already warned you? The elements here are exceedingly bizarre. It is best not to touch anything. Indeed, Murong Yin mirrored her seriousness. Brother Gu, consuming that could truly lead to fatal consequences. Is that so? Gu Han hesitated, his indecision evident to both Shun Xian and Murong Yin, who were deeply concerned. Ultimately, he resisted the impulse to partake. Such a pity, they remarked, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Has Brother Gu lost all reason? Let us move on, Shun Xian urged. eager to redirect his attention. We still need to contend for that precious liquid. Contend? Guhan was taken aback. How do we contend? By fighting. Morong, Yin exclaimed with palpable excitement. As per our usual practice, we shall engage in battle first. Should there be casualties, we will halt to discuss the distribution of spoils. If disagreements arise, we will continue to fight until a resolution is reached. Such a method is rather crude, Guhan acknowledged, but indeed practical. Is it not? Morong, Yin wielded her massive hammer. With our combined strength, we shall undoubtedly secure the largest share. Sister, Shun Xian interjected awkwardly, do not forget about me. You? Morong, Yin pondered for a moment. Brother, I hope you won't hinder our efforts. As the trio conversed, they proceeded onward. Suddenly, Guhan furrowed his brow and halted. Shin Xian was taken aback. What is it? Up ahead, Guhan's eyes narrowed. Someone is waiting for us. Who? Those who wish to slay me. They are here. No sooner had he spoken than Yang Lin and Meng Xing appeared side by side, flanked by disciples from 3 different sects, numbering 20 to 30 in total, rapidly approaching the trio. I knew it. Morong Yin declared, brandishing her hammer. This is typical of their families. Not only that, Shun Xian's expression turned grave. The people from Qixia Courtyard are also present. Numerous opponents? Guhan's eyes narrowed further. But that does not guarantee their success. Throughout, his gaze remained fixed on Yang Lin and Meng Xing. Only these two posed the greatest threat to him, even more so than Chu Kuang. In mere moments, Yang Lin and Meng Xing reached the trio. To Guhan's surprise, Meng Xing fixed his gaze on him, a fierce glint in his eyes. You truly dared to enter. This secret realm does not belong to your Meng family. Guhan retorted with a sudden smile. Those words instantly rekindled Meng Xing's unpleasant memories, intensifying the silver gleam in his eyes. Do you remember? I vowed to kill you. Such declarations caused Guhan's smile to fade. Many have uttered those words to me. Yet alas, they all met their demise. Meng Xing, Morong Yan's face flushed with anger. If you dare lay a finger on Brother Gu, I shall crush you. Morong Yan. Yang Lin said impassively, do not be hasty. None of you shall escape today. You. Shun Xian discerned the deeper implication in his words. What do you mean? Quite simple. Yang Lin's expression turned icy, an aura of malevolence enveloping him. You shall all perish. With that, the atmosphere thickened, charged with impending conflict. The 3 individuals had swiftly dispersed, encircling the 3 with determination. Remember, amidst the crowd, that female cultivator cast a fleeting glance at Jishuan. When the time comes to act, do not be afraid. Simply charge forward. As long as you eliminate one of the 3, your senior brother will surely reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, the onlookers exchanged glances. They were well aware of Guhan's formidable strength. To send a mere girl of the Gathering Essence realm into such a fray was tantamount to sending her to her demise. The insidiousness of her intentions was glaringly evident. However, Jishuan seemed oblivious to the trap in her words, hesitating, but I really like him. I don't want to harm him. Fool. The female cultivator's gaze turned icy. That person is ruthless and utterly untrustworthy. Before she could finish her sentence, a figure suddenly appeared before her. Guhan. What did you just say? Who is untrustworthy? His brow furrowed slightly. The terror in the female cultivator's eyes was unmistakable. Guhan's prowess was beyond doubt. Anyone capable of matching Chu Kuang blow for blow was certainly not someone she, a mere second-level spirit profound realm cultivator, could contend with. Her eyes pleaded for help. Turning towards Yang Lin. Senior brother, save me. Impudent. Arrogant. Seeing Guhan act with such audacity, Yang Lin's expression darkened. This boy truly deserves to die? Yet before either could make their next move, a flash of sword light sliced through the air. The female cultivator's eyes were still wide with fear as her head was sent soaring. Jishuan, splattered with blood, was rendered pale with fright. Why are you so cowardly? Guhan frowned. You shouldn't venture into places like this again. Oh, Jishuan seemed stunned, nodding vacantly. All right. As they witnessed Guhan's ferocity, the crowd collectively retreated, shattering their original encirclement. Brother Shun, Guhan pointed his sword directly at Yang Lin and his companion. Do you see? Sometimes, having numbers is more of a burden. In the distance, atop a small hill, Yuan Gang and Chu Kuang led a group of over 10 individuals, quietly observing the standoff between Guhan and Meng Xing's party. Indeed, Yuan Gang mused. Given their personalities, it is no surprise they would act in such a manner. Senior brother, one behind him hesitated. Why not take advantage of their standoff to seek that precious liquid? There's no rush, Yuan Gang waved his hand. Let us enjoy the spectacle. That precious liquid cannot be refined in a short time. Meanwhile, Yang Ying maintained a stoic expression, yet a flicker of concern in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. What's wrong? His unusual demeanor caught Yuan Gang's attention. Junior brother Yang, it seems you are quite concerned for them? Yang Ying paused for a moment. He has helped me. I owe him a great debt. Oh, Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow. And what of it? I wish to assist him, replied the junior brother. Yuan Gang's expression instantly turned cold. The Qingyun Pavilion is a place that values rules above all. Without my command, should you dare to assist him, do not expect to return. Yang Ying fell silent. He understood the implication. Not returning would mean being expelled from the Qingyun Pavilion. Brother Yuan, Chu Kuang chuckled lightly. Pray do not be enraged. It is evident that Brother Yang possesses a sense of loyalty and righteousness, which is indeed rare. However, Brother Yang, should you choose to aid him, it would be detrimental to our plans. Indeed, Yuan Gang's countenance slightly softened. This person is already notoriously unruly. Without experiencing some hardship, he would never comprehend the gravity of his situation. Speaking of which, Chu Kuang glanced at Yang Ying. Brother Yang, it seems you share a close bond with him? Somewhat. Yang Ying replied. Then, Chu Kuang's eyes brightened. Why not persuade him to join our cause? It is clear that senior sister Murong and brother Shen hold his opinions in high regard. If we could fully win him over, it would be akin to adding wings to our Qingyun Pavilion. To make him yield. After a brief silence, Yang Ying shook his head. It would be more challenging than causing his demise. Is that so? Chu Kuang's smile widened. I am curious to witness which choice he will ultimately make, surrender or death. With that, he took a step forward, heading towards the battleground. Come, let us accompany our junior brother to witness the spectacle. Yuan Gang beckoned. Within the arena, a burden? Upon hearing this, Shen Xian could only smile bitterly. Such words could only be uttered by someone as formidable as you, who fears no collective assault. Today, Meng Xing fixed his gaze on Gu Han, radiating a silver glow as he spoke with deliberate enunciation. I shall ensure that you have no place to rest in death. Spare us your words. Morong Yin swung her hammer with impatience. Today, I shall crush you, you blockhead. Young miss. Just as she was about to strike, a shout suddenly rang out from afar. Murong Chong arrived, accompanied by 7 or 8 members of the Murong clan. What brings you here? Murong Yin retorted, annoyed. Are you here to hinder me? No. Murong Chong trembled with fear. It is the ancestor. The ancestor said that once we enter the secret realm, neither of our families would rest easy. They may attempt to harm this brother Gu, and we must watch over him carefully. Your concern is appreciated, senior. Gu Han felt a sense of gratitude. He had not anticipated that Murong Yuan would be so mindful of his safety. Murong Yin expressed her disdain. A superfluous gesture. Brother Yang. Across the way, Meng Xing glanced at Yang Lin. Perfect timing. Now we need not expend extra effort. Indeed, Yang Lin's aura intensified. Let us deal with him all at once. Prepare to feel my hammer. Before he could finish his sentence, Murong Yin could no longer contain herself and was the first to strike. Boom, boom. She strode forward, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Her hammer swinging with a fierce whistle as she charged directly at Meng Xing. Murong Yin. Meng Xing bellowed, no longer concealing his intentions. Time and again, they obstructed my path. Today, I shall take your life. As he spoke, the silvery light emanating from him suddenly reached its zenith. His cultivation surged upward, attaining the 9th level of the spiritual, profound realm. Boom. In a flash of lightning, the two engaged in fierce combat. Clang. A resonant metallic sound echoed as Murong Yan's mighty hammer collided with the silvery aura surrounding Meng Xing, sending him flying far away. Were it anyone else, such a strike would likely result in shattered bones and grievous injury. Yet Meng Xing appeared unfazed, swiftly turning his form as boundless silver light coalesced around his fists. Charging forth once more. Bang, bang. The resounding crashes continued unabated. Both warriors favored a direct confrontation, their battle naturally causing a tremendous uproar. Brother Shun, Gu Han observed keenly. These two were evenly matched. It was utterly impossible to determine a victor in such a brief interval. The remaining adversaries are yours to handle, Brother Gu. Shun Xian understood Gu Han's intentions, but hesitated. Then you. He recognized Gu Han's formidable prowess, yet Yang Lin was by no means an ordinary opponent. Fear not, Gu Han declared, raising his long sword with deliberate grace. With him, he cannot slay me. Very well. Shun Xian comprehended, although his cultivation was considerably superior to Gu Han's. In terms of lethality, he could not compare. Young master, Murong Chong expressed with utmost reverence. What are your orders for this battle? Shun Xian's expression darkened. Who instructed you to address me thus? Murong Chong appeared puzzled. You and the young lady have already been betrothed. Are you not our esteemed Murong family's son-in-law? Behind him, several members of the Murong clan nodded earnestly. Despite the unexpectedness of the situation, this son-in-law was indeed a son-in-law. Call me. Shun Xian felt a touch of embarrassment. Just call me elder brother. Very well. Murong Chong acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. He was 3 years Shun Xian's senior. Enough. Shun Xian transformed into a wisp of breeze, his form blurring in an instant. No more idle chatter. Let us engage. No sooner had he spoken than he appeared before a member of the Yang family. Bang! With a gentle yet forceful strike. The full power of the 8th level of the spiritual profound realm erupted. Bang! The adversary, merely at the 4th level of the spiritual profound realm, was caught off guard, suddenly spitting blood and soaring into the air. Swish! He flickered again, landing before another opponent. Charge! At last, the 3 families reacted. Stop him! Kill him! Onward! Murong Chong commanded. Protect Brother Shun. I have long found these individuals displeasing. Show no mercy. If we can kill one, we incur no loss. 2 would be a boon. Members of the Murong clan, filled with fervor, exhibited remarkable bravery. In contrast, the 3 families, momentarily flustered by their overwhelming spirit, relied on their numerical advantage to avoid being put at a disadvantage. Not far away, those who had seemingly never witnessed such a bloody scene stood frozen, their faces pale, trembling bodies revealing their utter lack of courage to engage in combat. At this moment, everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs, and no one paid her any heed. Amidst it all, Yang Lin seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed solely on Guhan. Yang Fei spoke slowly. You were the one who injured him, weren't you? Indeed. Guhan nodded. That little wretch is utterly uncouth. I shall teach him a lesson on behalf of the Yang family. Moreover, the aura surrounding Yang Lin deepened ominously. You appear to be quite close to that bastard, do you not? Bastard? Guhan fell silent for a moment. As expected, he gradually raised his sword, the murderous intent within him surging. You too must die. With that, he vanished momentarily, only to reappear right before Yang Lin. Die? The blade shimmered with a fierce brilliance. A formidable wave of killing intent locking onto Yang Lin. Yang Lin's pupils constricted sharply. Though he was at the 9th level of the spirit profound realm and possessed a natural green wood spirit body, he felt an undeniable sensation of being unable to withstand this strike. Nevertheless, he was no ordinary man. In a moment of peril, his aura shifted to a deep green, and with a swift motion, a pair of 3-foot-long dark green pistols materialized in his hands, positioning themselves defensively before him. With a light clang, he retreated instantly. He glanced at the unmistakable sword mark on his pistols, his eyes narrowing. You indeed possess some skill. These pistols were not forged of mere metals. They had been meticulously crafted from the heartwood of a millennium-old Xian iron tree, procured at great expense by Yang Tong. Not only were they classified as top-tier Xian artifacts, but they also resonated harmoniously with his green wood spirit body, remaining unscathed for years. It was unexpected that today they would sustain damage from Guhan's sword. You shall die? He fixed his gaze on the broken sword, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. That sword is mine. As he spoke, the dark green aura around him seemed to come alive, swirling and twisting, enveloping him within a radius of 10 feet. Do you desire it? Guhan's murderous intent reignited. Your life will be the price. Indeed, Yang Lin was the first peer to withstand his lethal strike without sustaining damage, far surpassing the likes of Yuhuaji from that day. Die? Guhan had no intention of underestimating him. With another burst of movement, he unleashed his full arsenal. Boom. Yang Lin, too, did not dare to underestimate Guhan. As he wielded his pistols, dark green energies spiraled upward, piercing directly toward Guhan's vital points. Suddenly, both seemed to sense something, halting their movements in unison. In the first volume, Chapter 158, Yang Ing commanded, as the young master, I order you to kill Guhan. Not only them, but also Murong Yin, Meng Xing, and the embroiled Shen Xian along with the disciples and kin of the 4 families, ceased their assaults. Although little time had passed, all were stained with blood, their eyes nearly clouded with rage. Not far off, led by Yuan Gang and Chu Kuang, over a dozen figures approached the assembly. Yuan Gang. Meng Xing's heart sank. Are you attempting to stir trouble? He understood. Yuan Gang and Mu Rongyan, being of the same sect, naturally found it reasonable to lend a helping hand. Furthermore, due to the influence of Luo Wushuang, the others from Qingyun Pavilion could perish. But Yuan Gang and his companions dared not act against him. Brother Meng, Yuan Gang spoke indifferently. I merely came to witness the spectacle. I shall not intervene. You should proceed as you deem fit. Yuan Gang, Mu Rongyan exclaimed in fury. Cease your cryptic remarks. What is it that you truly intend? No one believed Yuan Gang's words. Did you see that? Yet Yuan Gang paid him no heed, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Han. You are arrogant and reckless. Every action you undertake brings you endless misfortune. This situation serves as a lesson. What? Gu Han's voice turned icy. Are you instructing me on how to act? Not at all, Yuan Gang shook his head. I merely wish to make you aware of your limitations, to advise you to temper your actions. According to your reasoning. Gu Han scoffed. If they bully me, I must simply endure? If they seek to kill me, I should kneel and beg for mercy? If they refuse to comply, I should dutifully extend my neck for the blade. Do you not find your words utterly foolish? At this, Yuan Gang's demeanor shifted to one of frigid intensity. You dare? He thundered. Who gave you the audacity to speak to senior brother Yuan in such a manner? The expressions of those behind him darkened, their eyes gleaming with malice. Bah! Mu Rongyan sneered. You are merely a sycophant of Luo Wushuang. What pretense is this? Silence. Chu Kuang's countenance darkened as he suddenly issued a sharp rebuke. Instantly, the group fell silent. I have stated before, he continued, his gaze now fixed upon Gu Han, there is a certain fortune about you. It would be a pity for such a talent to perish. You should recognize that today's calamity was premeditated. Do you believe you can evade it? And so? Gu Han retorted. Submit to me. Chu Kuang declared, his tone brimming with arrogance. Abide by my rules, and I shall protect you, bestowing upon you countless opportunities for greatness. I will also resolve the troubles you face today. His gaze bore into Gu Han, confidence radiating from him. Well then, consider this. It is my final offer. Upon hearing this, both the opposing factions and Mu Rongyan's group turned their attention to Gu Han. Meng Xing and Yang Lin's expressions darkened. Should Gu Han acquiesce? The two of them would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the combined might of so many, and they might have to resort to that particular item. Do you realize? Gu Han met Chu Kuang's eyes directly. Your manner of speaking is exceedingly irksome. And as for submitting to you, he regarded him as if he were a fool. Have you bested me? Chu Kuang fell silent instantaneously. Gu Han's tone revealed no hint of compromise. Very well. After a brief pause, he sighed. Brother Yuan, let us depart. This individual possesses some talent. Yet, as you mentioned, he is reckless and exceedingly arrogant. I should not harbor any hopes for him. Fear not. Yuan Gang waved his hand dismissively. In this world, there is no shortage of geniuses. However, the number of those who survive to the end is exceedingly rare. Moreover, he cast a fleeting glance at Gu Han. This man's temperament is excessively unruly. Allowing him to join will undoubtedly introduce an element of instability, outweighing any potential benefits. Yuan Gang. Mu Rongyan glared with intensity. Were it not for those two scoundrels today, I would have surely dealt with you myself. Heh. Yuan Gang did not even deign to look at her. Let us focus on surviving first. We must depart. With that, the group gradually retreated. Meng Xing and Yang Lin secretly exhaled in relief. This outcome was the most favorable one. Suddenly, Yuan Gang's brow furrowed deeply. Junior brother Yang, did you not hear my words? Yet, Yang Ying remained rooted in place, silent, his eyes filled with turmoil. Brother Yang, Gu Han sighed. You should leave. You are well aware of my strength, so do not involve yourself in this matter. Mu Rongyan, unusually, chose not to speak. If Yang Ying were to take action, it would signify a complete betrayal of the Yang family, with dire consequences to follow. Junior brother Yang, seeing him unmoving, Yuan Gang's tone turned icy. Stay with me, wait. Suddenly, Yang Lin interjected, interrupting his words. Yang Ying, it has been some time since we last met, and your audacity has certainly grown. Have you forgotten to pay your respects? Young master. Those words were nearly forced through clenched teeth. Heh, Yang Lin chuckled. It seems you have not forgotten your own status. You appear to have quite a favorable relationship with him. Yang Ying remained silent. In that case, Yang Lin shot a glance at Gu Han. A cruel smile gracing his lips. I, as the young master of the Yang family, command you to join me in eliminating him. Yang Ying's form trembled violently. What? Mu Rongyan erupted in fury. You shameless scoundrel. I will crush you. You. Guhan's murderous intent surged violently. Damn it, Brother Yang. Yuan Gang's expression soured. He is a member of my Qingyun pavilion. Brother Yuan, Meng Xing spoke leisurely. Do not forget the agreement you made with us. This is not Yuqing's sect. And since he is of the Yang family, he must heed the commands of the young master. You just stated that this individual's temperament is unruly. We are merely doing you a favor by removing him. You should be grateful. Yuan Gang remained silent. He felt a flicker of temptation. In that case, Chu Kuang suddenly burst into laughter. Brother Yuan, when it comes to others' familial matters, we ought not to meddle too deeply. Indeed, Yuan Gang nodded. However, whether to comply or not still rests upon junior brother Yang's own choice. Do you see? Chu Kuang cast a glance at Guhan. This is the power of the greater situation. How can you withstand it with mere bravado? Nonsense. Guhan's expression remained impassive, his murderous intent more intense than ever. What? Seeing that Yang Ying still had no intention of moving, Yang Lin sneered. It seems my command as young master holds no sway over you. Yang Ying finally spoke. I cannot strike. He has shown me kindness. Kindness. Yang Lin's eyes widened in realization. It appears your prior bond runs deeper than I had imagined. In that case, this is even better. He laughed once more. Here is the refined and improved translation of the provided text. Let me make you a promise. If you join forces with me, I shall release your mother from the clutches of the Yang family. Moreover, I assure you in the name of the young master that henceforth, no member of the Yang family shall dare to trouble you. What do you say? This condition, in exchange for your assistance, would be immensely beneficial for you. With every word he uttered, Yang Ying's complexion grew increasingly pale. Each syllable was a dagger to the heart. The fury in Shun Xian and Mu Rongyan's eyes was almost palpable. They understood that Yang Lin was deliberately humiliating Guhan. Guhan remained silent, fully aware of Yang Ying's character, and he recognized the profound temptation this promise posed. Indeed, Yang Ying's voice was dry as he spoke again. Is that true? I, Yang Lin, am a man of my word. How dare you? Mu Rongyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you intend to be ungrateful to Brother Gu? Junior Brother Yang. Shun Xian's heart sank. You must think this through. Ha ha. Chu Kuang remarked with a sense of melancholy. The feeling of betrayal by one you trusted is unbearable. Humph. Yuan Gang sneered. This is all of his own making. Yang Ying remained unmoved, yet his aura was steadily escalating. Guhan's expression was complex. He realized that Yang Ying had made his choice. Boom. At that moment, Yang Ying's aura surged to its zenith. I apologize. As the words fell, a lengthy spear suddenly materialized in his hand, exuding an overwhelming momentum as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging into the battlefield. Chapter 159, Yang Ying's Choice. How dare you? Mu Rongyan was completely infuriated. I will smash you to pieces. Unable to contain her fury any longer, she charged forward, wielding a massive hammer. Around them, the three families wore expressions of schadenfreude. Arrogant, conceited. Now, the one you had bestowed your favor upon has betrayed you. How does it feel? This Yang Lin. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Chu Kuang's eyes. What a clever tactic. Not only to kill, but to strike at the heart. What? Yuan Gang instantly discerned his intentions. Are you interested in him? Let us observe further. Chu Kuang replied nonchalantly. If he performs adequately, perhaps we could recruit him. Indeed. Yuan Gang agreed wholeheartedly. Junior brother, your foresight and strategic acumen are commendable. In our quest for greatness, our vision must extend beyond the Yuqing sect. We must strive to acquire all that can be of use to us. Precisely. Yuan Gang fully concurred. Let us act swiftly. Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent interrupted him. Guhan. The instant Yang Ying moved, he too sprang into action, his murderous aura stronger than ever. Ha ha. Yuan Gang laughed coldly. To exchange one's life for a lesson is utterly foolish. No. Chu Kuang's brow furrowed deeply. The direction is wrong. Yuan Gang focused intently and soon recognized the problem. Guhan's sword was aimed at Yang Lin. His entire back was exposed to Yang Ying. In contrast, Yang Ying. The speed intensifies, and the force of the weapon grows ever stronger, the distance to Guhan diminishing to less than 10 paces. This distance is traversable in an instant. Brother Gu. Morong Yan's eyes widened in desperation. Quickly evade. What are you doing? In a frenzied rush, she dashed towards Yang Ying. Foolish. Yuan Gang sneered, his face a mask of derision. It seemed he had succumbed to rage, committing acts that bordered on self-destruction. At that moment, Yang Ying's pace quickened, closing the gap to Guhan. 10 paces, 6 paces, 3 paces. Yang Lin and Meng Xing wore expressions of delight, as though they could already envision Guhan's demise at the hands of Yang Ying's spear. Humph. As Guhan's demise loomed, Yang Lin could not refrain from taunting. Today, not only will I bring about your death, but I shall utterly crush your... Before he could finish, he suddenly sensed something amiss. At this moment, Yang Ying had caught up to Guhan, yet the spear in his hand did not descend. Instead, it raced alongside him, charging directly at Yang Lin. You Yang. In the distance, Morong Yin was nearly apoplectic. If you dare harm even a hair on Brother Gu, I swear. Suddenly, she was struck dumb. Huh. Shun Xian exhaled a long breath, laughter bubbling forth. Those two rascals. Yang Ying. At this point, Yang Lin had discerned Yang Ying's intentions, his expression darkening instantly. You possess great audacity. Boom. Before his words could fully escape, Yang Ying had already reached him, the heavy spear crashing down. Bang. Taken by surprise, Yang Lin could only hastily lift his dual pistols to block. A deafening roar echoed. The tremendous force sent him staggering back over 10 paces. Yang Ying. Yang Lin's voice turned grave, his gaze locked fiercely onto Yang Ying. You wretched spawn, kill. Before he could finish, a chilling murderous intent suddenly locked onto him. At this moment, Guhan's killing intent surged, magnified several times over. The intent to kill intensified. The might of this strike was nearly multiplied by several times compared to the last. Not to mention that Yang Lin had yet to react. Even if he had been prepared, he could not possibly withstand this blow. Uft. A soft sound echoed as Guhan's long sword pierced directly into Yang Lin's heart. Without hesitation, the great yin sword energy instantly scattered within him, relentlessly draining his vitality. Yang Lin's complexion turned ghostly pale, his form retreating uncontrollably, his aura plummeting. You dare? What will you do? Guhan's expression remained inscrutable. Are you pleased with this surprise? He and Yang Ying had collaborated on numerous occasions. The moment he caught Yang Ying's gaze earlier, he understood the choice Yang Ying had made, a choice to assist him. With the unspoken understanding between them, there was no need for further words. They seamlessly coordinated, delivering a monumental surprise to Yang Lin and everyone present. You Yang. Morong Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Why didn't you say this sooner? You nearly got me to crush you. Be careful. Yang Ying disregarded her, his vigilance unwavering. Qingmu's spiritual body. His self-healing abilities are remarkably potent. He will not succumb so easily. Indeed, before him, the dark green aura surrounding Yang Lin writhed incessantly, rapidly mending his injuries. Yet, his gaze was fixed intensely on Yang Ying, filled with a desire to rend him to pieces. You wretched creature. He spat, his tone laced with cold fury. Dare to lay a hand on me. Do you still wish to spare the life of that vile woman, your mother? In an instant, Guhan reappeared before him. With a swift motion of his sword, a barrage of over 10 yin sword energies cascaded towards Yang Lin. Despite his formidable regenerative capabilities, Yang Lin's injuries were far from healed, and fresh wounds erupted across his body. Instead of wasting time on idle chatter, Guhan remarked impassively, "You might consider your final words." As he spoke, his sword descended once more. A resounding clash echoed as a figure suddenly materialized before Yang Lin, Meng Xing. With a single strike, the silver light enveloping him trembled momentarily before stabilizing once again. "Brother Yang," he inquired, casting a glance at Yang Lin, "are you unharmed?" "Rest assured." Yang Lin gritted his teeth. "Today, they shall all perish here." Boom, boom. Morong Yin strode forward, positioning herself before Guhan and the others. "Yang," she began, somewhat bashfully. "I did not expect you to be so loyal. My apologies for earlier." Guhan sighed. "If my mother were to know." Suddenly, Yang Ying interjected. "I am using this method to grant her release. She shall never forgive me in this lifetime." He paused before adding, "Nor will my sister." Morong Yan's eyes lit up with understanding. It dawned on her that Yang Ying's earlier apology was not directed at Guhan. "Junior brother Yang." Yuan Gang's expression darkened. "Very well. You have my gratitude." "Senior brother Yang." Chu Kuang's voice dripped with coldness. "We allowed you to intervene, not to assist him." "I understand," Yang Ying replied. As if enlightenment had struck him, his previous hesitations now dissipated. "This is my own decision." Yuan Gang fumed. "Come back." "I will not return," Yang Ying declared defiantly. Disbelief etched across Yuan Gang's face. "What did you say?" In his memory, This was the first time Yang Ying had defied his orders since joining Qingyun Pavilion. I said it again. I wish to help him. Brother Yang, Guhan sighed once more. There is no need for such sacrifice. I am fine. Yang Ying fell silent for a moment. I have no path left to retreat. Guhan ceased speaking, fully aware that Yang Ying's choice to act would cost their family's future. Very well. Yuan Gang's expression darkened further. Since you dare to violate the rules of Qingyun Pavilion, do not blame me for disregarding our past ties. From this moment forth, you are no longer a member of Qingyun Pavilion. You are expelled. For Yang Ying, this signified the dissolution of his final layer of protection. Behind Yuan Gang, several individuals remained expressionless. Yet, no one dared to speak on behalf of the accused. Indeed, this outcome seemed to have been anticipated by Yang Ying, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Yuan Gang exclaimed in a fit of rage, ready to take action. Yuan Shixiao. Chu Kuang intervened, restraining him. Since he has chosen this path, it is evident that he does not share our principles. Such a person is not worth your ire. Humph. Yuan Gang suppressed the murderous intent simmering within him. At that moment, aside from the members of the Murong family, the remaining onlookers wore expressions of derision. Gratitude? For the sake of so-called gratitude, one would forsake a clear path for a dead end? Foolishness. No. To call it foolishness would be an understatement. Suddenly, an almost frenzied voice broke through the tension. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? It was Yang Lin. With his dark green aura, he healed rapidly. Though his countenance remained grim, the hatred within him nearly tangible. You need not elaborate, Yang Ying replied calmly, meeting his gaze. I am well aware. Very well. Yang Lin retorted with a sardonic laugh. Today, I shall cleanse the Yang family of its blemishes, and upon my return, that wretched woman shall not escape unscathed. Yang Xiong. Meng Xing's expression shifted, as if he had discerned Yang Lin's intentions. Using that now is premature. No matter, Yang Lin gritted his teeth. It will be used sooner or later. I can hardly wait to see them perish. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, revealing a blood-red orb the size of a thumb, within which a crimson mist swirled incessantly, its vivid hue almost unnerving. Shun Xian's pupils constricted, and in an instant, he had moved to stand beside the trio. He sensed that the contents of the orb bore a striking resemblance to those spiritual herbs, yet they were far more potent and domineering. Not far off. Chu Kuang's expression suddenly turned grave. Is that what I think it is? Shitty. Yuan Gang was taken aback. You recognize it? Shixiang. Chu Kuang did not elaborate, his gaze inscrutable. These individuals are doomed. Today, no one shall save them. Ha. The Yang family? They truly possess audacity to wield such forbidden items. My curiosity about them grows by the moment. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away, at the very heart of the secret realm, a previously tranquil space rippled momentarily, and a somewhat portly figure abruptly appeared, tumbling to the ground in a disheveled state. It was Jiang Xian. So close, he exclaimed, a look of fright on his face. I almost couldn't get in. Old man. His old habits resurfaced as he began to lament. If it were years ago, I could have withstood it for at least an hour. With a sigh, he leaped into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself beside a small pool, 3 feet across, adorned with blood-red patterns. Within the pool, a layer of translucent liquid, over half a foot deep, flowed gently, radiating a mystical light. In this blood-stained secret realm, there existed a singular place, seemingly heralding the extraordinary nature of this liquid. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xian felt an unexpected surge of vitality within his long-decayed body. A treasure elixir? A look of obsession crossed his face. No, perhaps it would be more fitting to call you the divine essence. Such a wondrous object, to bestow upon those little fellows, would be nothing short of wasteful. He murmured to himself, lost in reverie, yet unaware that the already crimson earth behind him had deepened in hue, with vibrant red mist swirling out from an unknown source, gradually spreading in all directions at an alarming pace. Chapter 160. How could mere mortals stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine? The crisis brought by Jiang Xian was unbeknownst to the others. At the boundary of the secret realm, junior brother, Yuan Gang expressed his confusion. Why say such things? Senior brother ought to perceive the truth. Chu Kuang shook his head. This individual relied on his dual polarity realm and peculiar sword techniques, despite merely being at the 8th level of Yuan gathering. He was no match for even those of the 4th or 5th level of divine connection. This was the reason he had been able to stalemate with Yang Lin thus far. With senior brother Yang's assistance, They possessed a glimmer of hope for victory. Alas, the lamentation fell from his lips. In the end, mortals are merely mortals. How could they ever rival the divine? Divine? Yuan Gang's expression trembled. What is divine? Yet, Chu Kuang refrained from further comment. The confidence that once shone in his eyes was now tinged with an inexplicable wariness. Not far away, as Gu Han beheld the blood bead in Yang Lin's hand, a familiar sensation surged within him, as if he had encountered this before. Moreover, an instinct warned him of the peril contained within this object. Be cautious, he urged the others. This thing is highly peculiar and must be treated with care. Boom. Before he could finish his warning, Yang Lin had already lunged forward, charging directly at Gu Han. Today, no one would escape. A profound sense of crisis suddenly enveloped Gu Han's heart. Without a second thought, he instinctively sought to retreat. Trying to flee? Meng Xing sneered coldly. Too late. Boom. As he spoke, a brilliant silver light enveloped him, and he dashed forward to block Gu Han's escape route. At that moment, a purple golden hammer, whistling through the air, struck him with tremendous force. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as he was sent flying. In midair, he coughed up blood. Even with the indestructible body bestowed by the swallowed celestial gold, he found it difficult to withstand Murong Yan's full-strength blow. Yang Lin, I'll crush you. Murong Yan's hammer veered toward him. At this moment, not only he, but also Shen Xian and Yang Ying were launching their assaults from two other directions. 4 against 1. None among them were weak. No matter how strong Yang Lin was, he could not possibly withstand such overwhelming odds. Yet, there was not a trace of panic upon his visage. Rather, a smirk of triumph crept onto his lips. Alarm bells rang in Gu Han's mind as he stood closest to him, sensing an imminent threat. Retreat. Swiftly. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. It was Yang Lin, who unhesitatingly crushed the blood bead. In an instant, a domineering and imposing aura enveloped the arena. The onlookers felt their souls tremble, their bodies quaking with fear. Had it not been for a sliver of rationality remaining, they might have knelt in worship right then and there. Simultaneously, a vibrant red mist, as thick as a thumb, surged towards Gu Han with lightning speed. There was no time to retreat. Kill. Gu Han was resolute. Realizing escape was futile, he embraced a fierce determination to fight back. With murderous intent rekindled, he suppressed the discomfort from the overwhelming pressure and swung his sword towards the red mist. In utter silence, the mist was cleaved in two. Yet, its velocity remained unabated. In the blink of an eye, it fully permeated his being. In that fleeting moment, Gu Han's form froze, his sword held aloft, motionless, as his aura rapidly diminished. Not far away, Yang Lin's right arm hung limply, seemingly gravely injured. Despite his utmost caution, the reckless manipulation of the red mist had exacted a heavy toll. Externally, his arm appeared unscathed, yet beneath the surface, the red mist had eroded flesh and bone into mere pulp. Thankfully, he was endowed with the innate Qingmu spirit body, granting him formidable regenerative abilities. A surge of dark green energy coalesced around his right arm, visibly mending his wounds at an astonishing rate. He is dead. Not far off, Chu Kuang shook his head. That kind of power was beyond his capacity to withstand. Humph. Yuan Gang scoffed, merely reaping what one sows. Dead. At the rear of the three families. Ji Xian lowered her head, her expression inscrutable, murmuring incessantly. Alas, to perish so easily, what a pity for Brother Gu. At that moment, Murong Yin and her companions hurried to Gu Han's side, calling out incessantly, "Are you all right?" However, regardless of their fervent pleas, Gu Han remained with his eyes tightly shut, pallid and barely breathing. "Stop shouting," Yang Lin declared with evident satisfaction. "He can't survive." "You're talking nonsense." Murong Yin fumed. "I'll smash you to bits." Murong Yin. Meng Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his countenance dark. "Do not rush. Your turn will come soon." He then turned his gaze to Yang Ying, his tone chillingly ominous. "The one you chose to help, even at the cost of your mother's life, is now dead. Tell me, do you regret your earlier decision? Alas, it is too late. You must die, your mother must die, and that wretched sister of yours must die as well." At these words, Yang Ying gripped the spear tightly. "You Yang." Murong Yan's eyes burned with fury. "Senior brother, let us together vanquish them and avenge Brother Gu," I declared. Yang Lin flexed his nearly recovered right arm. "Today, it is you who shall perish." As the words left his lips, he flipped his palm, revealing yet another blood-red orb. "What?" The crowd was taken aback, their faces pale with shock. Such a formidable object, one alone was sufficient to shatter their understanding. Yet there was another? Not far away. Chu Kuang had lost interest in observing further. It appeared that these two had long been conspiring. None among them would survive this day. With the crimson mist in hand, Yang Lin was invincible within the secret realm. Junior brother, Yuan Gang's brow furrowed deeply. If they use that against us during the contest for the treasure liquid, rest assured, senior brother, Chu Kuang waved his hand dismissively. They cannot possess too many of these. Besides, do we not have Sister Morong and the others to shield us? Moreover, even if they truly have more, they will not dare to use them against us. Why? I will subdue the two of them. Ah, I see. Yuan Gang grasped some of Chu Kuang's secret and naturally believed in his words. It seems I have underestimated the situation. With that, he beckoned and led everyone away from that place, casting not even a glance at Shen Xian and the others. Junior sister. On the battlefield, Shen Xian's pupils constricted as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Murong Yan. Be cautious. This thing. Yang Ying fell silent for a moment, a hint of despair creeping into his voice. We cannot withstand it. At that moment, Murong Chong also arrived with his kin, standing protectively before Murong Yan. Though he did not speak, his intent was unmistakable. Any who wished to approach Murong Yan must first overcome them. Step aside, Murong Yan shouted in fury, shoving the crowd away. Today, if anyone obstructs my vengeance, I shall be the first to crush them. Brother Yang, Meng Xingqiao glanced from a distance. They have departed. We too must act swiftly. Humph. Yang Lin sneered. As long as we remain within the secret realm, none shall escape. With that, he no longer hesitated and began to advance towards the crowd. Junior sister, Shen Xian suddenly spoke. Allow me to go first. Before his words had fully settled, he flashed forward, blocking Yang Lin's path. Young master, Murong Chong exclaimed in shock, forgetting the issue of titles. No, senior brother. Murong Yan's eyes were red with tears. Get out of the way. Junior sister, Shen Xian sighed. Do not think to stop me. At my speed, you cannot hold me back. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. In truth, from the day we met, I have always yielded to you, never opposing your wishes. How laughable it is for me, Shen Xian, a man of stature, to have endured so many whispers for your sake. This time, I wish to be resolute. I shall no longer heed your commands. Senior brother, Murong Yan could no longer hold back her tears. Come back. I promise you, I swear. I will never strike you again. I do not believe you, Shen Xian replied, his expression filled with melancholy. However, it seems irrelevant now. You shall never have the opportunity to strike me again. Opposite, Yang Lin furrowed his brow deeply. Shen Xian, this treasure was not intended for you. You lack the qualifications. Suddenly, a figure flashed and appeared beside Shen Xian. Is that enough? Yang Ying. Yang's junior spoke in a calm tone. There is no need for your persuasion. My fate has long been sealed. Whether I live or die makes no difference to me. Yang Ying. Yang Lin's voice turned ominous. Very well. I never expected you, a wretched creature, to possess such courage. Today, I shall end your life, and upon my return, I will ensure your family reunites. Before he could finish his words, several beams of light suddenly flashed. Yet, it was not Yang Ying who made the move. This is bad. Yang Lin's pupils constricted. The light felt strangely familiar. However, he had no time to ponder. Instinctively, he evaded. Yet, in his haste, could he truly dodge everything? A soft sound echoed. His right hand was instantly grazed by a beam of light, falling to the ground, still tightly clutching that orb. Brother Yang, witnessing Yang Lin's severed wrist, Meng Xing frowned deeply. What have you done? It's him. He is not dead. Yang Lin recognized it, realizing that the beams of light were indeed Gu Han's sword chi. What? Meng Xing's pupils narrowed, instinctively exclaiming, this is impossible. Nothing is impossible. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated in everyone's ears. Accompanying the voice, a figure emerged from behind Murong Yan. It was Gu Han. How do you find it? He stared at Yang Lin and his companion, his expression devoid of emotion. Surprised? At this moment, the two felt no delight, only sheer horror. They understood all too well how tyrannical and terrifying the crimson mist was. Not even Gu Han, let alone Yang Tong and Meng Qing, could withstand it. Yet, Gu Han had somehow survived, and he appeared to be in excellent condition. Not just them, everyone was dumbfounded. Those who entered the secret realm were all paragons from their respective families and naturally understood how astonishing it was to survive before that terrifying crimson mist. In the distance, How wonderful! Zhixian gazed at Gu Han, her expression one of infatuation and admiration. You survived, Brother Gu. Even more delighted than her was Mu Rongyan. You are safe. That is truly splendid. Just being alive is enough. Yang Ying's words were always succinct. In just 4 characters, he conveyed all his sentiments. It was a close call, Gu Han mused. I nearly perished. The instant the crimson mist invaded my body, it almost reduced my flesh to a pulp. My survival hinged entirely on that extraordinary meridian. Though the crimson mist is overwhelmingly dominant, a force existing on another plane, it could only be thoroughly refined by my meridian, which is shaped by sword intent. Brother Gu, Shunxian spoke, somewhat perplexed. Your injuries. Before him stood Gu Han. Not only was there no sign of injury, but he appeared even more spirited than before. Brother Shun, Gu Han's response was off-topic. I have just uncovered a secret. A secret? Shunxian was taken aback. What kind of secret? Wait, Gu Han's tone shifted, imbued with a chilling intent. This matter is somewhat complicated. Let's deal with these 2 first. Deal with us? Meng Xing's face bore an icy expression. You speak so boldly. His confidence was palpable. He believed that even if the crimson mist from that orb had no effect on Gu Han, the combined strength of himself and Yang Lin would ensure that, despite the difficulty, they would not be at a disadvantage. This person, Gu Han ignored him entirely, his sword now aimed at Yang Lin. Leave him to me. Boom. As the words left his lips, his aura surged dramatically. He had reached the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, just a step away from the Spirit Qian realm. Shun Xian blinked. He broke through again. That's not surprising, Yang Ying remarked with an even tone. I have grown accustomed to it. Immediately, he brandished his spear, resembling a startled dragon, charging forth with unyielding momentum towards the 3 families. Young master, Morong Chong rushed over. Let us join in. Shun Xian, weary of correcting his address, could only nod helplessly as he flashed to Yang Ying's side. At this moment, Gu Han was merely a few paces from Yang Lin. Kill. This distance was nothing to him, as he closed it in an instant. With a surge of murderous intent, his sword lunged directly at Yang Lin's brow. Bang! Yang Lin used nearly all his strength to barely deflect the strike with his short gun. Yet he was still sent flying. You! He glared fiercely at Gu Han, his internal energy surging, nearly forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. In truth, his strength still surpassed that of Gu Han. However, after Gu Han had severed his wrist earlier, despite his formidable self-healing abilities, it was difficult to recover fully in such a short time, resulting in a significant loss of combat power. On the other hand, Gu Han had achieved a breakthrough, making him even stronger than before. In this ebb and flow of power, it was clear who the victor would be. Brother Meng. In desperation, he sought assistance. Help me. Yet there was no response. At that moment, Meng Xing was thoroughly entangled with Murong Yan, and both were locked in a fierce battle, leaving no time to assist him. They were not alone in this turmoil. The battlefield was as chaotic as before. Of course, aside from Zhixian, who had distanced herself, appearing as an outsider. Haha. Gu Han wore a mocking smile. The esteemed young master of the Yang family is reduced to seeking help from others? In the midst of his taunts, his murderous intent reignited. He understood that someone with Yang Lin's formidable self-healing capabilities was difficult to kill. The only way was to strike him down in one blow, leaving no chance for recovery. Previously, Yang Lin's expression had been grim. I underestimated you, but today, it will still be your demise. As he spoke, he flipped his hand, revealing yet another blood-red orb. This would be the last one. His plan was simple. The orb could not kill Gu Han. However, it could render Gu Han temporarily incapacitated. That moment would be his sole opportunity. Is that so? Gu Han raised an eyebrow. You may attempt it. With prior experience, he had devised a strategy to counter this entity. Although injury was still inevitable, he could retain a substantial portion of his combat power, making it the perfect moment to eliminate Yang Lin. At this juncture, both parties were gambling, betting on a chance to deliver a fatal blow to one another. Very well. Yang Lin tightened his grip slightly, poised to crush the orb. As you wish. Yet, at that very moment, an unforeseen change occurred. Strands of vividly crimson mist suddenly wafted in from the distance, arriving before the two in the blink of an eye. This is bad. Both felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. The aura of the red mist was all too familiar. Without a moment's hesitation, they conjured a protective spiritual light. What is this? Ah, help. Quickly. Run. They had awakened just in time. However, those distant souls were not so fortunate. The first to bear the brunt were the less skilled members of the Yang clan. A member of the Yang family, unable to flee in time, was instantaneously penetrated by several strands of red mist, invading his 7 orifices. His form froze, standing there in a daze. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head. A vivid red vertical eye had appeared in the center of his brow. Meanwhile, four bulges on his back writhed incessantly, as if something were striving to break free from within. Welcome. His gaze was vacant, and he murmured incessantly, "My God." Volume 1, Chapter 161, The Radiance of My God. Poof! Yang Ying's spear quivered and plunged directly into a member of the Yang clan. Yang Ying, at the brink of death, the man's eyes were filled with resentment. Yang Ying remained expressionless, channeling his energy through the spear to extinguish the life force within him. Just then, the strands of red mist drifted closer. A profound sense of peril suddenly enveloped his heart. Instinctively, he released his spiritual energy, erecting a protective barrier. However, that member of the Yang clan was far less fortunate. The red mist, as if imbued with life, incessantly infiltrated his 7 orifices, causing his form to tremble violently. Poof! In the blink of an eye, his stature had expanded significantly. The 4 bulges on his back burst open, revealing 2 pairs of grotesquely robust arms, colored a sickly gray, entirely disproportionate to his physique. My God! The man seemed to have lost all rationality, staring blankly at Yang Ying. Descend. Slaughter them all. Whoosh. No sooner had he spoken than a blood-red vertical eye emerged from his brow, and a faint red light shot forth toward Yang Ying. Before it could reach him, Yang Ying's protective barrier began to tremble violently. This is bad. A shiver ran through him. Without hesitation, he withdrew his spear just in time to narrowly evade the red light. He sensed that should he be struck by the crimson beam, his demise would be inevitable. Junior sister, not far away, Shun Xian also halted his assault, urgently shouting, "Quickly! The protective spiritual light. Beware of this ominous entity. The consequences of its touch are utterly unimaginable." At this moment, Murong Yin and Meng Xing had ceased their combat. Faced with the bizarre and indistinguishable crimson mist, how could they continue to fight? Senior brother, Murong Yin summoned forth a radiant aura, larger than usual, and hastened towards Shun Xian, her expression grave. These figures bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Simultaneously, they spoke a name, Zheng Ning. The individuals who had undergone this transformation resembled Zheng Ning of yore, though they lacked his formidable strength. Miss. Before they could elaborate further, Murong Chong arrived, accompanied by 3 members of the Murong clan, his face etched with terror and sorrow. What on earth is this? Just moments prior, he had witnessed several clan members fall victim to the crimson mist, their forms grotesquely altered. They had lost all sense of reason, unable to discern friend from foe, attacking indiscriminately. As he spoke, his eyes reddened. Just an instant ago, they had fought side by side, sharing blood and life, and now they had become these abominations. No one could bear such a transformation. In truth, it was not solely the Murong clan that suffered. The other 3 families faced a similar, if not worse, plight. The crimson mist had descended so abruptly and swiftly. Except for a handful of the most vigilant, nearly everyone else had succumbed to the mist, transformed into those creatures. It was infuriating. Murong Yin felt a profound sense of grief. What were these things, and what had become of Zheng Ning? Bang! Not far away, Yang Ying swung his heavy firearm, repelling the creature that had entangled him, and regrouped with a few others. These adversaries, he gasped, were significantly more formidable than before. They were challenging to confront. And this crimson mist. Shun Xian's countenance darkened. It resembled the contents of the orb that Yang Lin had produced earlier, albeit far less potent and pure. As if it had been diluted many times over. Otherwise, with their strength, they would surely be overwhelmed. What about him? Yang Ying inquired, momentarily silent. Over there. Murong Chong shouted. In the distance, through the dispersing crimson mist, they could faintly discern Gu Han's figure, still locked in confrontation with Yang Lin. Let's go? Yang Ying did not hesitate. We must assist him. However, it seemed that the luminescence surrounding them was too conspicuous, drawing the attention of the nearby mutated creatures, who charged towards them in an instant, no fewer than 7 or 8. This is dire. Yang Ying's expression shifted. We must be cautious. Beside him, Murong Yan's eyes suddenly glowed a sinister red. Among the 7 or 8 monsters was a member of the Murong clan. Junior sister, Shun Xian warned gravely. You witnessed Zheng Ning's condition. He is no longer your kin. Do not hold back later. I understand. Murong Yin gritted her teeth, and without further ado, she was the first to charge forth. Elsewhere, Meng Xing found himself encircled by 3 creatures, his silver aura surging brilliantly as he bellowed in fury, forcing the monsters to retreat. Though his display was formidable, the damage inflicted upon the monsters is exceedingly limited. It is not due to his lack of strength, but rather the endless crimson mist that envelopes the surroundings, swiftly mending the wounds of those creatures and granting him no opportunity whatsoever. No matter how formidable his prowess, it renders him utterly helpless. Suddenly, 3 monsters let out a simultaneous roar. 3 beams of eerie red light converged and descended directly upon him. This is bad. A heavy feeling settled in Meng Xing's heart. Despite his quick evasion, 1 beam of red light still grazed his body. In that instant, it felt as though he had been struck by a mighty hammer, sending him flying. Yang Lin, his internal energy, surged tumultuously. He suddenly bellowed, "Forget about me. Quickly escape." The monster's overwhelming strength exceeded his expectations. 3 of them had already forced him into a chaotic state, and he dared not contemplate the consequences of facing more. In the distance, Gu Han and Yang Lin were also entangled with their own respective monsters. Gazing at the approaching creature with 3 arms and 3 eyes, its expression vacant, Gu Han finally grasped why the blood bead in Yang Lin's hand had evoked a sense of familiarity. He recalled Zheng Ning. Whether it be the blood bead, the crimson mist, or the sanguine aura that enveloped Zheng Ning that fateful day, all 3 were interlinked. They stemmed from the same source. There must be a connection among them that he was yet to comprehend. However, he had no time to delve deeper into these thoughts at present. The monster repeatedly uttered a singular phrase, roaring as it charged towards him. Glory! Boom! Boom! In comparison to the 4 massive hands, the creature's stature was exceedingly diminutive. He opted to support himself with his hands, leaving behind large imprints upon the crimson earth as he advanced. Gu Han's expression grew grave. With a swift strike, he unleashed a sword attack. In an instant, 18 streams of Dayan sword energy transformed into a radiant flash, soaring towards the monster. Thud! The creature, devoid of any semblance of reason, neither dodged nor evaded, allowing multiple sword energies to penetrate its body. Even though its skin was tough and resilient, it could not withstand the sharpness of the sword energy. Flesh was rent, and the wounds were deep enough to reveal bone. Its speed diminished instantly. However, just as Gu Han silently exhaled in relief, a new anomaly emerged. Waves of crimson mist surged forth, merging into the creature's body. And those horrific wounds that had nearly claimed his life visibly began to heal. The speed of recovery was astonishingly more terrifying than Yang Lin's Qingmu spiritual body. Volume 1. Chapter 162, Gu Han, Valuing Wealth Over Life. Glory! Suddenly, the monster roared, and a vertical eye opened in the center of its forehead. A vivid beam of red light descending upon Gu Han. This is bad. Gu Han's heart raced. He had witnessed the power of this red light firsthand. Yet, the distance between them was too close. There was no time to evade. With no other choice, he could only position his sword horizontally before him, barely managing to block this lethal strike. Clang! A resounding metallic chime echoed. Gu Han's form was instantly propelled into the air. Thud! He had barely landed when he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, prompting him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Glory! The creature showed no signs of relenting, bellowing once more as it charged directly at Gu Han. At that moment, Meng Xing's voice suddenly echoed from afar. In the distance, Yang Lin was panting heavily, his breath chaotic. Under the relentless assault of the beast, he found himself in a dire predicament, gradually losing his strength. The loss of one hand significantly hampered his combat prowess. Had it not been for the formidable regenerative abilities of his Qingmu spirit body, he would have likely succumbed by now. Hearing Meng Xing's warning, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. There was not just one creature. If he lingered any longer, he would surely meet his demise. With that thought, all his latent energy erupted, pushing the beast back several yards. In a flash, he attempted to flee the scene. Leave. Suddenly, Gu Han's voice, laced with murderous intent, resounded. Leave your life behind. Yang Lin's body froze as he found himself ensnared by Gu Han's killing intent. He never anticipated that Gu Han would be driven to such madness, unwilling to spare him even amidst the chaos of monsters and his own peril. You lunatic! Die! Gu Han paid no heed to him, his murderous resolve surging. Ignoring the pursuing creature behind him, he brandished his sword, aiming it directly at Yang Lin. "Kill me." Yang Lin gritted his teeth. "In your dreams." With a swift motion, he revealed his Xian Tai wood short spear, summoning nearly all his remaining strength and cultivation to barely deflect the descending sword. Boom. The impact echoed loudly as he coughed up blood, sent flying far away. Yet, leveraging that immense force, he managed to escape momentarily. Just then, the creature's massive hand swung toward Gu Han once more. Sighing inwardly, Gu Han felt a twinge of regret. So close, he could have captured him. This grudge. Yang Lin's voice dripped with hatred. "I will repay it." Gu Han's gaze turned icy. The sword that was initially aimed at the creature was swiftly redirected towards Yang Lin, and he unleashed another strike. Numerous bright streaks of light flashed. The De Yin sword energy. A pained scream erupted as Yang Lin, caught off guard, lost his left hand to the blow. "I will kill you." He spat out a vengeful remark before swiftly joining Meng Xing, fleeing with the remnants of the three families towards the distance. Boom. Simultaneously. As a consequence of his sword strike, Gu Han was struck by the creature's massive hand, sending him flying once more, his protective spiritual light flickering precariously, nearly shattering. "Kill." He was ignited by true rage. With a fierce shout, he brandished his sword again. "Glory." The creature appeared oblivious, utterly unaware of the imminent danger posed by Gu Han's strike. Its third eye opened wide once more, a beam of red light preparing to shoot forth. Just then, Gu Han's killing sword reached the creature, piercing through the very red light that was about to escape from its being, directly plunging into its third eye. Roar. The creature trembled violently, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Boom. After the agonizing cry, the power within him seemed to have been entirely drained, causing him to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. As wisps of crimson mist continuously emanated from his body, he reverted to his previous appearance. Observing his attire, it was evident that he was a disciple of the Qixia Academy. A distinct sword scar marred his brow, a testament to the precision of his strike. Gu Han was acutely aware of how Zheng Ning had met his demise. He was among the few who comprehended the weaknesses of such monsters. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, the latent injury inflicted by the monster's colossal hand erupting within him. Boom, boom. At that moment, the creature that had been entangled with Yang Lin lost its target and fixed its gaze upon Gu Han. Run. Gu Han harbored no intentions of lingering in battle. The creature was exceedingly difficult to slay, and even if it were defeated, no benefit would ensue. Thus, he would not foolishly remain to confront it head-on. A sudden, piercing sound echoed from the distance. "Gu brother." Soon after, the robust voice of Murong Yin resonated. "Are you all right?" With a thunderous crash, a massive purple-gold hammer descended from the heavens, colliding squarely with the creature. A woo. The monster let out a wretched howl. Despite its formidable defenses and the restorative effects of the crimson mist, it was left with shattered bones and temporarily incapacitated. "I'm fine." Seeing that Murong Yin and the others bore injuries, yet were not gravely harmed, Gu Han breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, everyone is safe. Gu brother." Murong Yin summoned the hammer back and glanced around. "What about Yang Lin and the others?" "They fled." A cold glint flashed in Gu Han's eyes. "For now, I shall spare them. I will settle accounts with them later." "Gu brother." Shun Xian's expression turned grave. "I have observed that although these monsters are powerful, they possess no rationality. If we leave their perception range, they will cease to pursue." "Indeed." Yang Ying nodded. "Before they encircle us, we must depart from this place." The group reached a consensus and chose a direction, fleeing in haste. Initially, several monsters pursued them, but under their combined efforts, they were forced to retreat. Once they lost the perception of a few members, the creatures reverted to their aimless wandering within the secret realm. After a quarter of an hour, a look of alarm crossed Gu Han's face as he abruptly halted. "What is it?" Murong Yin exclaimed, startled. "Has your injury relapsed?" "Treasure." Gu Han's countenance turned serious. "I forgot to collect it." The others exchanged exasperated glances. At such a moment, he was still contemplating material possessions. Surely, there should be limits to greed. "You all go ahead." Gu Han turned back decisively. "I will retrieve the items." With that, he began to retrace his steps. "Gu brother." Murong Yin exclaimed in frustration. "Are you out of your mind?" Gu Han waved his hand dismissively, moving further away. "I'll take a look." Yang Ying furrowed her brow. With his temperament, he would never engage in such a futile endeavor, Perhaps there are hidden circumstances involved. Having collaborated with him for quite some time, I could lend him assistance. With that thought, he hastened after him. Morong Yin was left speechless. She had witnessed avarice before, but never to such an extreme. Two of them, nonetheless. Junior sister, Shun Xian lamented, let us leave a mark and find a place to rest. Our spiritual energy cannot sustain us much longer. Rascal, Morong Yin fumed, stamping her foot. And still too. In truth, Yang Ying was correct. No matter how greedy Guhan might be, it was inconceivable for him to risk his safety for such trivial spoils. His true concern lay elsewhere, within the blood pearl. In the first chapter of Volume 1, he declared, let us join forces and carve a path. Previously, Guhan's breakthrough in cultivation was indeed attributed to that blood pearl. After the crimson mist was thoroughly refined by the extraordinary meridians, only a singular essence remained. And thanks to this essence, his physical injuries were not only healed, but his cultivation nearly ascended to the spirit profound realm. He was all too familiar with the aura of that essence. It was the very liquid used to nurture the 7-star primordial spirit grass within the Yang family's secret realm. Simultaneously, it represented the greatest fortune found within that realm. Thus, while the blood pearl was a lethal weapon to others, capable of causing instant death, it was, for him, an invaluable resource for cultivation beyond compare. He would certainly not let such a treasure slip away. As he drew near that area, a series of faint growls reached Guhan's ears, though significantly diminished from before. Having lost their target, the creatures were now aimlessly wandering elsewhere. An opportunity. Guhan inhaled deeply, his figure flickering as he swiftly approached the previous battlefield. Soon, he beheld Yang Lin's severed hand lying on the ground, along with the vivid red blood pearl nestled in his palm. Silently, he had secured the blood pearl in his grasp. Moreover, he recalled that before Yang Lin fled, his left hand had also been severed, and upon that hand rested a storage ring. Without hesitation, he pressed forward once more. However, upon reaching the battlefield, he furrowed his brow. A monster was prowling about, drooling and muttering to itself. It was unmistakably the very creature that Morong Yin had struck with her hammer. Guhan felt a headache coming on. Still here? Has it been rendered senseless by the blow? No, such creatures possess no intellect to begin with. It makes no difference whether they are foolish or not. Nevertheless, he was resolved not to retreat. The purity of the red mist within that sphere surpassed anything found within the secret realm by dozens of times, and was crucial for his cultivation in the spirit profound realm. Thus, he would not abandon it. As his thoughts raced, a plan formed in his mind. He stealthily concealed himself behind a massive red stone, his intent to kill intensifying. In an instant, the monster seemed to sense something and turned its gaze toward him. Boom, boom. For massive hands pressed against the ground, moving with astonishing speed. Guhan's expression remained impassive, but the murderous intent within him surged. Moments later, the creature had arrived beside the boulder, though stripped of its intellect. The palpable aura of hostility emanating from it instilled a sense of discomfort within him. Donghuang, he bellowed, raising his hand high, intent on shattering the stone. Just then, a flash of light appeared, and in the next moment, a sword, imbued with lethal intent, pierced through his forehead. A cry of agony barely escaped his lips when another flash of light occurred, separating his head from his body, leaving him utterly lifeless. Guhan let out a breath of relief. Though this ambush was swift and efficient, he had exhausted all his strength. Had he made even the slightest mistake, it would have surely alerted the other monsters. Without hesitation, he swiftly grasped Yang Lin's storage ring. A quick glance revealed a blood pearl, no larger than a thumb, lying quietly within. Success! A surge of joy filled his heart. With the changes in the secret realm, whether he could still acquire that precious liquid remained uncertain. But with these two pearls, his cultivation speed in the Lingxuan realm would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. After securing the storage ring, he prepared to depart quietly. Suddenly, a series of loud noises echoed from a distance. Guhan's expression shifted as he looked towards the source, spotting a panicked figure whose spiritual light flickered erratically. Stumbling toward him, pursued by two monstrous beings. It was unmistakably the female disciple from Qishao Academy, Zhixian. Upon noticing Guhan, her pace quickened, her face alight with joy. Help! Silence! Guhan roared, his face darkening. He suspected, no, he was certain, this foolish woman intended to endanger him. Stop! A chilling glint flashed in his eyes. Do not approach. Was she attempting to draw calamity upon him? He scoffed inwardly, realizing she had chosen the wrong target. To his astonishment, Ji Xian actually stood frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably, clearly gripped by extreme fear. Behind her, the two monsters closed in swiftly, their mouths murmuring incessantly. The enormous hands rose high, ready to reduce her to mere pulp. Ji Xian remained motionless, her shaking intensifying. Idiot! Guhan cast a glance back, utterly dumbfounded. Do you truly wish to perish? Ji Xian was on the verge of tears. But you told me to stay still. Guhan was left speechless. He had encountered foolishness before, but never one so profound. Do you obey every command I give? In that moment, he began to question whether Ji Xian was acting deliberately. However, when he saw that she remained unmoving even as the monstrous hands drew perilously close, he finally accepted the truth. This woman was genuinely foolish. At such a short distance, neither she nor he could possibly evade the impending doom. In desperation, he wielded his sword with a swift motion, unleashing 18 formidable sword energies that struck the massive hands of the two monsters with resounding force. Thud! Thud! The creatures were forced back several paces. He was not a cold-hearted individual. Although Ji Xian was a disciple of the Qixia Academy, she bore him no animosity and had not participated in the recent ambush. The thought of her perishing here, due to his words, weighed heavily on his conscience. As he saw Guhan draw his sword, Ji Xian momentarily froze. Run! Guhan's face darkened, exasperated by her foolishness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ji Xian quickly extricated herself from the monster's encirclement. However, the commotion had already attracted the attention of other lurking creatures, and soon they swarmed from all directions, at least 20 of them. Ji Xian looked at Guhan with a face full of helplessness. What do we do? Run! Guhan replied, his expression impassive. Though there were many monsters, they lacked any semblance of intelligence. With his formidable strength and speed, he believed that with a little sacrifice, escaping was feasible. He glanced at Ji Xian, an expression of regret crossing his face. I apologize. If it weren't for my presence, why are you so foolish? Guhan pondered in disbelief. How had she survived this long? Among the disciples of Qixia Academy, she possessed the weakest cultivation and the least courage, yet here she was, still alive. Something was amiss. Ji Xian bit her lip. There's a cave over there. I hid for quite a while before I came out. Why didn't you stay hidden? I ran out of spiritual energy, and I don't have many pills left. Guhan was at a loss for words, but recognized the truth in her statement. Although the red mist was far less oppressive than the blood beads, maintaining resistance was still a tremendous drain on spiritual power. Even with his unparalleled dual cultivation, his reserves would only last half a day at most. Rest assured, Ji Xian summoned her courage. I want to be a burden. I'm sorry. Guhan shook his head. I never said I would take you with me. Ji Xian was taken aback, her gaze dimming. Then, fine. Enough. As the monsters closed in, Guhan ceased his chatter, retrieving a blood bead and tossing a storage ring to Ji Xian. With you along, we're both doomed. Next, he indicated a direction. I will create an opening there. Whether you can escape depends on your fortune. If you survive, the pills in that storage ring will sustain you for a while. With that, his demeanor shifted. He deftly wielded his sword and charged toward the two monsters ahead. On the spot, Ji Xian glanced at the storage ring, steeling herself, and followed suit. Thud! Thud! The sword energies flew forth, leaving deep, bone-exposing wounds on the monsters, hindering their advance despite not striking at their core. Seizing the moment, Guhan's figure flickered, swiftly navigating through. Suddenly, 3 more monsters appeared to his left. Without hesitation, he redirected his path, sprinting toward the right. And there, yet another creature confronted him. Guhan's expression was devoid of emotion as he prepared to swing his long sword once more, yet suddenly, as if sensing something, he broke into a smile. What a fortuitous moment. Bang! As his words fell, a large spear abruptly charged in from the side. The unstoppable force and immense power of the spear sent the monstrous creature staggering back 10 paces. Who else could it be but Yang Ying? Brother Yang, Guhan exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. You truly know how to surprise me. With the seamless cooperation between him and Yang Ying, breaking through became significantly easier than attempting it alone. I owe you, Yang Ying replied, momentarily silent. Not yet settled? Guhan sighed softly, recalling Yang Ying's previous actions. You have already repaid me. It is I who now owes you. Who is she? Yang Ying glanced at the flustered and fleeing Ji Xian nearby. Not important, Gu Han smiled. Shall we break through? Excellent. True to his nature, Yang Ying refrained from further inquiries. With a flourish of his spear, he swiftly united with Gu Han, their combined strength surging. In mere moments, they carved a path through the chaos. Behind them, Zhixian gritted her teeth, resolutely following their lead. It seemed she understood that this was her only chance for survival. If she lost this opportunity, a dead end awaited her. After a while, as the monstrous roars faded into the distance, both men exhaled in relief. They had finally made their escape. At this moment, they appeared somewhat disheveled, bearing various injuries and an unmistakable expression of fatigue. The most terrifying aspect of these creatures was undoubtedly the formidable red light. The wounds they sustained were all from resisting that very light. She has emerged as well. Yang Ying glanced back. Heh, Gu Han chuckled. Though foolish, she is remarkably resilient. Did you acquire it? Yang Ying inquired after a brief silence. I did. Gu Han's spirit lifted. This is a prized possession. I understand the rules. We'll split it 50-50. However, you might not be able to utilize it. So I will compensate you in other ways. No need. Yang Ying shook his head. What you have given is already ample. If, pausing momentarily, he suddenly fixed his gaze on Gu Han, his expression tinted with a hint of desperation. If we can still escape, and should anything happen to my mother and me, could you look after? His words halted abruptly. His complexion turned pale, and his body trembled violently, as if shaken by an unseen force. Overwhelmed by immense pain, the protective spiritual light surrounding him vanished in an instant. Silently, tendrils of red mist crept inexorably closer. Volume 1, Chapter 164. Though I, Gu Han, may be thick-skinned and dark-hearted, I would never abandon a friend. As the encroaching red mist loomed nearer, Yang Ying, foreseeing his grim fate, hopelessly closed his eyes. Promise me. He sighed softly. Look after what nonsense. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice, brimming with impatience, abruptly interrupted him, followed by a large hand that landed heavily on his shoulder. The anticipated crimson mist did not materialize. As Yang Ying opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a quivering protective aura enveloping him, keeping the ominous red fog at bay. Beside him, Gu Han gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly. Yang Ying endured the pain, urging, don't worry about me. He could see that, despite Gu Han's abundant spiritual energy, sustaining the protective barrier for two was an arduous task. Be quiet. Gu Han's face paled. Not care about you? Are you suggesting I watch you transform into that monstrosity? Yang Ying fell silent. In truth, the agony he endured was far greater than Gu Han's. Just then, Zhixian finally arrived, breathless and anxious, rushing to their side. She observed Yang Ying's pained expression, her eyes filled with concern. What happened to him? Don't ask. But silence. Oh dear. Zhixian was nearly in tears. They are closing in. What? Gu Han turned to glance back, only to see several monsters relentlessly pursuing them. They had scarcely escaped the fray and were still within the range of those creatures' detection, rendering their situation precarious. He shot Zhixian a fierce glare. Why didn't you say something sooner? You told me not to talk. Zhixian protested, her eyes brimming with tears. Gu Han felt a headache coming on. We must go. He dared not linger. If Yang Ying's old affliction had not flared up, with their combined strength, they could have easily fought their way through. However, now he gritted his teeth, gripping Yang Ying's shoulder, and moved away. Yet, bearing the weight of the protective barrier for two was tremendously taxing. And with the added burden of carrying Yang Ying, their pace slowed significantly. Even with all his might, he could only manage to outpace Zhixian by a fraction. The risk of being overtaken by the monsters loomed ever closer. Let me go? Yang Ying struggled to speak. If you don't, we won't escape. Stop talking nonsense. Gu Han retorted. In truth, he was not faring much better. Yang Ying, do you think I am as cold-blooded as your kin? I admit, I can be thick-skinned and greedy, but I have never betrayed a friend. If you want to lighten my burden, then for heaven's sake, be silent. Yang Ying sighed. You can't hold out much longer. Rubbish. Gu Han haphazardly stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth. I am at the dual extremes realm. My spiritual energy is unparalleled. Today, I will show you how long I can endure. In truth, Yang Ying spoke wisely. If it were anyone else, even Shun Xian, despite his higher cultivation, he could not withstand such a strain. It was only due to Gu Han's foundation in the dual extremes realm that he could achieve such an extraordinary feat moreover. Gu Han glanced back at Zhixian and, almost as if compelled by fate, remarked, at least we have someone to fall back on. Zhixian's tears flowed anew. You have gone too far. Ahem. Guhan felt somewhat embarrassed. Run. If we cannot escape, we are doomed. This chase persisted for nearly 15 minutes. Guhan was uncertain how he managed to endure. By the end, his mind was a blank slate, and he moved his feet almost instinctively. Finally, just as he felt he could no longer hold on, Yang Ying spoke again. It's all right. As his words fell, Guhan felt his internal spiritual energy surge back to life, and the protective aura enveloped him once more. Phew. Guhan exhaled heavily. Just a moment longer. Despite having elixirs to replenish his energy, they paled in comparison to the consumption he had endured. Had Yang Ying delayed his words any longer, he would have truly faltered. Such occurrences. Guhan, nearly exhausted, stuffed his mouth with elixirs. This was not the first time this had happened. You must provide me with an explanation today. After a brief hesitation, Yang Ying prepared to divulge the truth. However, at that moment, panting heavily, Zhixian finally caught up with them. What? Why have you stopped running? At that moment, her delicate face was ashen, disheveled strands of hair clinging to her cheeks, presenting an unexpectedly captivating sight. Yet, Guhan did not spare her a glance. Stop running? Feeling a slight restoration of his internal energy, he let out a cold laugh. After chasing us for so long, do you really think I, Guhan, lack temper? In the distance, two monstrous creatures relentlessly pursued them, having followed since the beginning. Yang Ying, he squinted his eyes. We can discuss your matters later. Assist me in catching my breath now. With those words, he charged forward, sword in hand, towards the two creatures. Within a rather concealed cave, Yang Lin slowly opened his eyes. Under the restoration of the dark green aura, the hands that Guhan had severed had regrown. Naturally, the storage ring could not regenerate. Young master, senior brother. Upon seeing him awake, the members of the Yang family and the Qixia Institute gathered around him. This grudge. Yang Lin clenched his fists tightly. It shall be avenged. With his strength and status, he had never faced such a significant loss or humiliation throughout his life. His hatred for Guhan and Yang Ying ran deep. Yang Ying suddenly spoke Meng Xing from the side. What on earth happened here? His tone was laced with accusation. Yang Lin understood his implication and shook his head. I assure you, this has nothing to do with that thing, nor with the Yang family. Let it be so. Meng Xing snorted coldly. If I discover that this matter is connected to you, Brother Meng, Yang Lin suppressed his anger. What we should be concerned about now is not this matter. What do you mean? Yang Lin's gaze turned somber. You should be aware of the rules of the secret realm. In order to allow us time to refine the precious liquid, the next opening will be in half a month's time. Upon hearing this, Meng Xing's countenance abruptly darkened, as he became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Time. The elixirs. Lacking sufficient potions to restore their cultivation, the prospect of withstanding the encroaching crimson mist was nothing short of a delusion. Setting aside the loss of Yang Lin's storage ring, even he himself could only sustain the protective spiritual light for 3 days with the potions he carried. This was still contingent upon his status as the young master of the Meng family, who possessed high-quality elixirs. The others fared even worse, as none had anticipated such an upheaval within the secret realm. At this moment, wisps of the red mist still coiled around them, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Hand them over. After a prolonged silence, Yang Lin's voice pierced through the tension, cold and unyielding. Leave enough potions for 1 day's use, and surrender the rest to me. With his storage ring lost, and with the meager spiritual energy he had left, he could barely hold out for half an hour. Young master, senior brother. Apart from Yang Lin and Meng Xing, only 10 disciples remained from the 3 families. Suddenly, 6 of them knelt, desperately pleading, spare us. Without the elixirs, we cannot survive. A fierce glint ignited in Yang Lin's eyes. Providing you with a day's worth of elixirs is already an act of utmost benevolence. Should you fail to appreciate my generosity, do not blame me for disregarding our past ties and taking action against you. At that point, not a single potion shall remain with you. A shiver ran through the crowd, silencing any further protests. Despite the unwillingness that roiled within their hearts, they had no choice but to relinquish their elixirs. Yang Lin's commanding presence and formidable strength left them no room for resistance. They dared not defy him. Meanwhile, Meng Xing emulated Yang Lin, gathering the potions of the Meng family members, unfazed by their displeasure. After a brief calculation, his brow furrowed once more. Yang Lin's elixirs could last for 7 days. Meng Xing's storage ring remained intact and could sustain him for 8 days. This, of course, was predicated on their ability to refrain from engaging in battle, for any conflict would further diminish their time. Not nearly enough. Far from sufficient. Even if they seized all the potions from the others, they would still fall short by a day or two. Yet in their current predicament, not even a few breaths of time remained. The crimson mist alone could claim their lives. Neither of the two harbored ambitions toward the other's elixirs, not out of camaraderie, but out of sheer caution. Both understood each other's strengths and limitations, and thus refrained from the folly of internal strife. What shall we do? Meng Xing's brow knitted in frustration. It was still inadequate. Although the secret realm was replete with spiritual herbs, they were utterly inaccessible. Young master, one of the Meng family members swallowed hard. Is there not also the precious liquid within the secret realm? If we could reach it first, we might resolve our dilemma. Fool. Meng Xing shot him a cold glare. Have you not noticed that the deeper we venture, the denser the red mist becomes? Indeed. Yang Lin nodded in agreement. Even Meng Xing and I may not survive a day at the center. If you go, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, given the profound alterations occurring within this secret realm, can you assure us that the precious liquid will remain unblemished? If something were to go awry, we might not even have the opportunity to return. Upon hearing this, despair enveloped the group. Thus, Meng Xing inhaled deeply. There remains but one course of action. From this day forth, you, Yang Ying, shall have a friend. Me Guhan. Seizing. Yang Lin naturally comprehended his intent, his expression turning cold. This secret realm houses more than just us. If we lack elixirs, we shall resort to seizing them. Indeed, Meng Xing swiftly commenced his analysis. The prowess of the Qingyun Pavilion is overwhelmingly formidable. Having lost our trump cards, with our clan members and disciples decimated, engaging them would lead to catastrophic losses. As for those monsters, they are even more formidable than the Qingyun Pavilion. Yang Ying. The mere mention of this name ignited Yang Lin's resentment. If we reclaim their elixirs, our survival is assured. In terms of power, Yang Ying and his companions are undoubtedly the weakest. From any perspective, they present the most advantageous targets for us. Prepare diligently. The plan is set. Meng Xing cast a cold glance at the crowd. To survive, you must fight with all your might. Your fate depends upon your performance this time. Yes, the group promptly agreed. They understood well that even if they fought with all their strength, it might not extend their lives by much. Yet, failing to strive could render even a few more days of life a luxury. That wretched fool. Yang Lin's face was a mask of malice. I shall make him witness the dire consequences of betraying me. In a small hollow of a hill, Ji Xian gazed at the distant cave. Her eyes reddened and brimming with unshed tears. How infuriating. I cannot believe his treachery. Moments ago, Guhan had sent her here under the guise of needing fresh air. She was well aware that this was merely a ruse to prevent her from overhearing their conversation. Within her heart swelled a torrent of grievances and discontent. The bone-draining pill? Inside the cave, Guhan furrowed his brow. What is this? Merely hearing the name, he understood that this elixir was certainly no trivial matter. I do not know. Yang Ying shook his head. This pill was discovered in a secret location. I possess only its name and a few fragmented descriptions. Nothing more. Not only have I never heard of this elixir in the Yuqing sect, but even in the Eastern Wilderness, Northern Territory, or the black market, its name eludes me. You. Guhan sighed. Consume such a pill? Indeed, Yang Ying nodded. The bone-draining pill's purpose is to extract all of a person's potential within a short span, granting them power and cultivation that rivals that of special physiques and bloodlines. Previously, he pondered, I once told you that I am merely an ordinary body, and the cultivation method I practice is rather rudimentary. This was indeed the truth. My current strength is entirely due to this pill. Guhan finally comprehended why Yang Ying, despite appearing as the most unremarkable of cultivators, possessed such extraordinary prowess and combat strength. It was all attributed to this bone-draining pill. The cost. Silence enveloped the moment. He inquired again, is it the kind of suffering you just endured? Not merely that. Yang Ying shook his head. If it were just that, it would be a relief. After consuming this elixir, my progress will accelerate over the next decade, yet the frequency of this pain has intensified. It began as once every 6 months and has now dwindled to roughly every fortnight. Of course, there are benefits, he added, showcasing his cultivation level. 9th realm of spirit profound. A heaviness settled in Guhan's heart. Just a month ago, Yang Ying was only at the 7th realm of spirit profound. This advancement was nearly catching up to him. At what cost? His tone grew increasingly somber. What else? A flicker of regret crossed Yang Ying's eyes. In this lifetime, I shall never hope to reach the realm of sky sovereigns. Guhan fell silent. He could discern the helplessness and despair in Yang Ying's voice. For a cultivator, there is no despair greater than the severance of one's path to advancement. Why? He found it hard to comprehend why Yang Ying had driven himself to such extremes. To live, Yang Ying's eyes glimmered with a hint of sorrow. My mother must live. My sister must also live. Aside from me, no one else will protect them. Therefore, I must grow stronger. I must instill fear in those of the Yang family to safeguard their lives. But he glanced at Guhan. I am not like you, possessing extraordinary limits, nor am I like Yang Lin, endowed with a special physique, much less like Mu Rongyan, who has awakened the bloodline of the Titan. I am merely an utterly ordinary mortal body. Becoming stronger is exceedingly difficult, akin to climbing to the heavens. Guhan remained silent. His heart weighed down even further. Do you know? These thoughts had been bottled up within Yang Ying for far too long. Now that he found an opportunity, his words flowed forth. When I discovered that elixir, I was truly elated. I knew I had a way to protect them. Indeed, after taking the elixir, my strength and realms surged rapidly. My cultivation speed was astonishing. Even senior brother Luo took notice of me. However, later on, he seemed to uncover my secret. Discovered? Guhan was taken aback. Then why did he still allow you to join the Qingyan Pavilion? Yang Ying's expression was complex. He is quite peculiar. Upon learning my secret, his first reaction was not anger, but rather a question. Since I had already risked my life once, did I dare to do so again? Of course I dared. I am not afraid of risking my life. I fear that even if I do, I may not see any hope. But senior brother Luo showed me hope. You see, he has a rule. I know, Guhan nodded. To guess the elemental crystal. Exactly. Yang Ying suddenly smiled. I was fortunate enough to guess correctly. So senior brother Luo permitted me to enter the Qingyan Pavilion. Had I guessed wrong? Guhan paused for a moment. You would have perished. It matters not. Without entering the Qingyan Pavilion, the three of us would not live long anyway. Then why? Greed? Yang Ying seemed to anticipate Guhan's question. In truth, I can hardly utilize those resources myself. They are all reserved for them. While I still have time and strength, I must do everything I can for them, for otherwise, it will be impossible in the future. Why? Guhan could no longer contain himself. Since you care for them so much, you should not choose to help yourself today. Yang Ying smiled faintly. I have mentioned that it is a debt I owe you. Furthermore, my mother once said that no matter how difficult life may become, one must never abandon their conscience. I have always heeded her words. Do not take it to heart. Observing that Guhan fell silent once more, he comforted. Speaking of which, had it not been for your guidance in amassing wealth, I would not know how many years it would take to gather those resources. Perhaps I would never accumulate enough. It is solely because of you that I have been able to accomplish these feats, and my sister can cultivate the heavenly rank techniques. Her aptitude is quite exceptional, far surpassing mine. Thus, he spoke earnestly. Thank you. No need for that. Guhan shook his head. Since we are friends, it is only natural to prosper together. I, Yang Ying instinctively replied, have never had friends before. Guhan gazed at him intently, his expression grave. From this day forth, you shall have one. Yang Ying fell into silence. Guhan slowly rose, patting his shoulder with a sincere smile. How does it feel? Yang Ying hesitated for a moment. Quite good. Then, that is sufficient. Guhan gradually closed his eyes. Please wait for a moment. What are you doing? Reflecting deeply to see if I can resolve your issue. In the first volume, chapter 166, a millennium ago, giants descended upon the world, declaring themselves gods. Within the secret realm, beneath the incessant encroachment of the crimson mist, the ground, foliage, and scattered stones appeared more vibrant than before. Thankfully, within a valley, a disciple of Qingyan Pavilion wore an expression of lingering fear. Had it not been for Brother Chu's timely warning, we would have suffered significant losses this time. At the onset of the crimson mist, Chu Kuang was the first to notice the anomaly. Thanks to his alert, apart from one individual who reacted rather sluggishly, the rest promptly activated their protective spiritual light, averting the risk of becoming monsters. Not only that, nearby, gazing at the peculiar golden pill in his hand, Yuan Gang was filled with astonishment. This Tianyuan pill is the most superior restorative elixir, often rare and precious. Yet surprisingly, my junior brother possesses quite a few. With the aid of this Tianyuan pill, we can not only endure for half a month with ease, but we also have a chance to explore the center of the secret realm. Like Yang Lin, The members of Qingyun Pavilion managed to avoid being tainted by the crimson mist, yet they found themselves ensnared in a crisis of insufficient elixirs. However, all of this was effortlessly resolved by Chu Kuang. He carried a substantial quantity of elixirs, each of the highest quality, such as the Tianyuan pill, which was more than sufficient to assist everyone for half a month. At this moment, their gratitude towards him reached an unparalleled height. The center of the secret realm? Chu Kuang chuckled. It is indeed worth exploring, but not at this moment. Junior brother, Yuan Gang inquired curiously. Do you have other plans? He failed to notice that his attitude towards Chu Kuang had already shifted, evolving from initial admiration to a current necessity to heed Chu Kuang's counsel. Senior brother. Confidence radiated from Chu Kuang's face as he grasped the overarching situation. Our elixirs are sufficient, but what of Yang Lin and his companions? Surely, they could not have foreseen this scenario from the outset and prepared an abundance of elixirs, could they? Yet, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. With that blood orb in hand, it is likely that Murong Yin and her allies have already perished at the hands of the two. Moreover, those elixirs. Chu Kuang's gaze deepened. Have you not noticed that the quantity of this crimson mist has increased compared to before? What? The group exchanged wary glances, their hearts tightening. Indeed. Thus, Chu Kuang smiled. As time progresses, their consumption will be astonishing. Even if they acquired the elixirs from Murong Yin's group, it would still be insufficient. Junior brother. Observing Chu Kuang's expression and recalling his background, Yuan Gang felt a stir of realization. What exactly is this crimson mist? Do you know? This substance, Chu Kuang sighed, is the power of the divine. Divine? The group exchanged perplexed looks. This marks the second time Chu Kuang has mentioned such a term. Junior brother. One person remarked in confusion. Could it be that deities truly exist in this world? I do not know. Chu Kuang shook his head, offering an ambiguous response. His expression grew distant, as if lost in thought. A millennium ago, giants descended upon the world, proclaiming themselves as gods. The marrow extraction elixir? Within the realm of consciousness. Having listened to Guhan's account, the shadow expressed deep admiration. This is indeed a remarkable item. It surpasses my own blood spirit technique by leaps and bounds. It is the quintessential choice for cultivating expendable magical soldiers. Alas, had I not been ambushed all those years ago, I would have sought someone to concoct a batch. He rambled on, ensnared in the glory of yesteryears, entirely oblivious to Guhan's increasingly grave expression. Guhan, suppressing his ire, inquired, "Is there truly no solution?" A solution? The shadow regarded him as one might a fool. Come, let me elucidate what expendable means. It is a consumable, used once and discarded, irretrievable. The cost of rescuing one expendable is sufficient to create thousands more, who would be foolish enough to devote efforts to their recovery. If one were truly saved, could they still be called expendable? Guhan disregarded the shadow's sarcasm, seizing upon a glimmer of hope in his words. Is there still a way? A way. The shadow hesitated. In truth, it is quite simple. Yet for you, it is virtually unattainable. Speak. He had lingered too long. The potency of the marrow extraction elixir had long since melded with him, rendering ordinary restorative elixirs mere drops in a bucket, useless. Unless one could procure a spiritual herb of sacred rank or higher. Sacred herb? Guhan felt a weight in his heart. He had yet to encounter even a half-sacred herb, let alone a sacred one, especially one capable of replenishing foundational potential. In those days, the shadow lamented once more. Even my battle companion consumes sacred herbs, cough cough. Noticing Guhan's grim countenance, he altered his tone. Very well, since this individual is your friend, I shall impart to him a secret technique. Although it may not resolve his dilemma, it will alleviate him from the agonizing torment akin to having one's bones crushed and marrow extracted. Speak. Guhan's expression softened slightly. Yet, as he listened, his countenance shifted once more. This method of yours, do not harbor any doubts. The shadow acknowledged candidly. It is merely a means to cultivate cannon fodder. A mindless, unfeeling pawn. One who knows only to charge ahead is the epitome of a qualified cannon fodder. Guhan nearly struck him with a sword, casting a cold glance in his direction. He prepared to depart. Wait. Suddenly, it seemed he recollected something. There is another matter. He recounted his experiences within the secret realm. Gods. The shadow paused in surprise. 3 eyes and 6 arms. You are aware? I possess some knowledge. The shadow's tone grew grave. In the distant epochs of antiquity, an unprecedented war erupted, shattering the heavens and earth, leading to a catastrophic calamity. It is said that a clan that claimed to be divine participated in the conflict. 3 eyes and 6 arms. Precisely as you described. Guhan was taken aback. They too participated? It was said to have occurred in ancient times. The shadow retorted irritably, at that time. I had yet to be born. What battle could I possibly partake in? All of this knowledge was gleaned from some remnants of ancient texts. And the outcome? The shadow side. According to the fragments left in the texts, that battle left countless races devastated, and the living were scarcely 1 in 100. Since then, many formidable races either chose to conceal themselves or gradually declined, disappearing entirely from the annals of time, rendering their appearances a rarity. Even if rumors occasionally surface, their veracity remains unverified. This divine clan is no exception. At this juncture, he appeared somewhat perplexed. Why would traces of them exist in a land that is but a remote corner of the world? Strange, indeed strange, these creatures. Guhan furrowed his brow. Are they truly gods? The shadow scoffed derisively. They are devoid of any divine consciousness, not even worthy of being called divine servants. At best, he pondered, offering a most fitting analogy, cannon fodder. Guhan wore an expression of exasperation. It seemed the shadow had an affinity for such entities. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave. Hold on. Suddenly, the shadow appeared to recall something and called out to Guhan. Volume 1, Chapter 167. Do indulge. Our spiritual medicine comes from a reputable source. These ancient remnants are increasingly troublesome. The shadow hesitated. Should you transform into such a monstrosity, no one would be able to save you. Guhan was taken aback. Are you genuinely so benevolent? Do you not wish for my demise? I have come to understand. The shadow replied earnestly. You are a calamity, and calamities often endure the longest. Guhan, he felt inclined to strike him again. Outside, Guhan slowly opened his eyes and let out a gentle sigh. Your predicament cannot be resolved for the time being. It matters not. Yang seemed to have anticipated the outcome and was not particularly disappointed. From the moment I consumed the elixir, I had foreseen this result. I harbor no regrets. In truth, these years have been rather splendid, and that suffices. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. If you seek an elixir to enhance your spiritual power, perhaps that secret realm may yield some rewards. Really? Guhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Yang hesitated for a moment. That place is exceedingly peculiar. Peculiar? Indeed. Yang nodded. Several years ago, when I was merely at the gathering origin realm, I ventured to the northern edge for a task and inadvertently stumbled into that secret realm, where I beheld a grand hall filled with elixirs. Yet, just as I acquired a marrow-extracting elixir, I was forcefully expelled by a restriction. When I emerged, I was met with nothing but desolation. The secret realm had vanished. Vanished? Guhan furrowed his brow. How could that be? It truly did not exist. Yang nodded. I was not disheartened, though, and returned several times as my cultivation improved, yet I found no trace of it. Were it not for the tangible existence of that marrow-extracting elixir, I might have doubted the authenticity of my experience. That place, Guhan mused, must indeed be real. If we could not locate it, it is certain we overlooked something. The marrow-extracting elixir, combined with Yang description, led him to conclude that the elixirs within that secret realm were undoubtedly extraordinary. It was highly probable they possessed some ineffable effects akin to the one he had once extracted from the mysterious stone, including the replenishment of spiritual power. Though that was merely one of its functions. Observing Guhan's urgency, Yang sighed. Should we manage to escape, I shall accompany you once more. Excellent. Guhan nodded. The spoil shall be divided equally. No need. Yang shook his head, his gaze dimming. I no longer require such things. He understood quite well what awaited the three of them should they succeed in their escape. Guhan was well aware of his concerns. I will enlist the help of my second senior brother to devise a plan for you. Moreover, I possess a secret technique. His words were interrupted by a sudden commotion from outside. Oh, let go of me. Please, let me go. I truly haven't done anything. That was Ji Xian's voice. Humph. Little girl, sneaky as ever. You even know how to eavesdrop? Not so foolish after all. Now tell me, are Yang Lin and that pair of scoundrels inside? The voice belonged to Murong Yen. Guhan and Yang exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting bemusement. Before they exited the cave, not far away, Murong Yen hefted a large hammer in her left hand while gripping Ji Xian's slender waist with her right, sternly interrogating her. In stark contrast to Murong Yan's robust figure, Ji Xian appeared delicate and petite. despite her incessant struggles. She could not escape the grip of Murong Yan's strong hand. Nearby, Shun Xian and his companions surveyed their surroundings with evident caution. Gu Han, feeling increasingly exasperated, hastened to approach Murong Yan to explain the situation. See, Ji Xian's small face flushed crimson. I have repeatedly asserted that I harbor no ill intentions. Oh, please release me. Humph. Murong Yan casually cast her aside, causing Ji Xian to shed tears in frustration. Indeed, it is my brother Gu who remains vigilant. Knowing to send someone to scout the area, Gu Han felt a pang of guilt. His original intention was merely to create an excuse to send her away. As the group entered the cave, they listened intently to Gu Han recount the events, secretly feeling a twinge of anxiety for the two. Thankfully, it was Gu Han who had taken precautions, Shun Xian mused. Had it been me, I would not have lasted a mere quarter of an hour. At that moment, Murong Chong exchanged glances with his companions, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. He stepped forward, his expression grave. Miss, what is the matter? Murong Yin inquired, puzzled. There is something you must accept. With that, the group presented their respective storage rings to her. Murong Yin blinked in surprise, momentarily at a loss. What does this mean? Miss, Murong Chong's expression was solemn. We have just scouted the area, and the crimson mist is increasing rapidly. The protective spiritual light cannot falter for even a moment. Moreover, the deeper we go, the more spiritual energy it consumes. Surely, the elixirs in your and the young master's possession are far from sufficient. Please accept these. Shun Xian frowned slightly, sensing an excess in what was offered. You all have given us too much. Murong Yin's eyes widened. What will you do? The group exchanged glances, their expressions laden with determination. They would rather perish than allow the young mistress and the young master to come to harm. At that moment, Ji Xian cautiously took out Yang Lin's storage ring, timidly saying, If it's not enough, I still have some here. Murong Yin did not accept it, nor did Shun Xian. While they felt touched, they also found the situation amusing. Brother Yang, Gu Han's gaze was somber. This is your forte. Could you help us calculate how long our recently acquired spiritual herbs can sustain us? Yang Ying furrowed his brow. Given the rate at which the crimson mist is expanding, our spiritual herbs will last approximately 3 months. Oh, Gu Han's expression remained impassive. 3 months, is that too short? Indeed, Shun Xian nodded. I had anticipated 4 months. I haven't calculated that, Murong Yin admitted, scratching her head. Meanwhile, Murong Chong and his companions were utterly stunned. 3 months. At that very moment, Yang Lin and Meng Xing had already begun their search for Gu Han, having evidently noticed the increasing density of the crimson mist. We must find them. Meng Xing's face was grim. This secret realm is not vast. We must locate them swiftly. Indeed, Yang Lin's expression mirrored his discontent. If we cannot find them, we can only await our transformation into those monstrous beings. Yes, the crowd naturally understood that they had no way out. Gritting their teeth, they disregarded the exhaustion of their cultivation and dispersed throughout the secret realm. Volume 1, Chapter 168, An Extraordinary Fortune Solely Belonging to Gu Han. The 7-star grass, the frost flower, and the blazing fire mushroom. As Murong Yin presented a plethora of spiritual herbs, Murong Chong initially managed to recite their names, but soon became utterly dumbfounded. So many. Far too many. How could there be this much? He swallowed hard. Miss, our family secret realm is guarded by our ancestor. Are you suggesting? He hesitated. Murong Yin had completely emptied their secret realm. What did this mean? Murong Yan's expression darkened. Are you implying that I have stolen from my own family? No. Murong Chong quickly clarified. That's not what I meant. Just take it. Murong Yin, visibly impatient, dismissed his concerns. Stop with the nonsense. Trembling, Murong Chong accepted the spiritual herbs. Yet his mind continued to speculate. If they weren't from their own family, then where could they have come from? Suddenly, it dawned on him, and his complexion shifted dramatically. He had heard that the secret realms of the Yang and Ming families had been emptied. Could it be that? Gu Han's expression grew serious. Rest assured, these spiritual herbs are from a legitimate source. You can use them without worry. Indeed, Yang Ying emphasized, the source is entirely legitimate. Yes, Shun Xian added, especially legitimate. Murong Chong felt a wave of realization wash over him. It must be these individuals behind it. Such audacity was truly remarkable. From the side, Yang Ying produced a collection of spiritual herbs and offered them to Gu Han. If it's not enough, we can discuss it further. Gu Han declined the offer. I have no need for them. They are yours to keep, Yang Ying insisted, fully aware that during the division of spoils, Gu Han had taken only the Yuan Ling grass and the Qing Lian fruit, leaving behind most of the spiritual herbs. Don't worry, Gu Han smiled. The fact that Yang Ying insisted on gifting him the herbs indicated that he already considered Gu Han a friend. If I require anything, I certainly won't hesitate to ask. These red mists are fatal to you. But for me, he suddenly glanced at Ji Xian. You, go outside and take a breath of fresh air. Ji Xian wore an aggrieved expression. You're being unreasonable. If you don't listen, then I won't care. With that, she stormed out of the cave. And you all. Murong Yin cast a glance at Murong Chong and the others. You two go outside. Yes. Gu Han did not stop them. The three before him were the ones he deemed trustworthy. Shen brother, once the others had departed, Gu Han's eyes suddenly lit up. Do you remember the secret I mentioned to you earlier? Secret? Shen Xian was taken aback. What is it? Just watch. Gu Han ceased further explanation. In the next moment, his protective spiritual light opened a portal, drawing several strands of blood mist into his body. Brother Gu, what are you doing? The three were taken aback, and their attempts to intervene came too late. Gu Han's complexion appeared somewhat pale as he waved his hand dismissively and took a seat. It's nothing. His conjecture had proven correct. The crimson mist within the secret realm was indeed of the same essence as that in the blood droplets. They were one and the same. However, the former was significantly weaker than the latter, hardly capable of inflicting any substantial harm upon him. The only distinction lay in the fact that the crimson mist in this secret realm harbored a formidable will. As the mist entered his body, this will forcefully compelled him to merge completely with the blood mist, transforming him into a mindless monstrosity. He steadfastly maintained his mental fortitude, resisting this consciousness. In an instant, the crimson mist was thoroughly refined by his meridians, and with a thread of essence absorbed into the spirit pool that will vanish without a trace. After a brief moment, he exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes, astonished to find his cultivation had indeed increased. He was on the verge of transcending into the spirit profound realm. The transformation of Gu Han did not go unnoticed by the trio. How is this possible? This thought simultaneously surfaced in their minds. Brother Gu, Shen Xian blinked, still struggling to comprehend the situation. Is this the secret you mentioned? Indeed. Gu Han nodded, sharing his insights regarding the connection between the crimson mist and the treasure liquid, as well as the method to refine the crimson mist. The trio listened in stunned silence. Even the usually composed Yang Ying wore a face of incredulity. After a brief pause, Shen Xian finally regained his composure. This is simply astounding. Brother Gu, Murong Yin exclaimed, her expression filled with envy. Your body, impervious to all poisons, is extraordinarily powerful. It exceeds my giant spirit bloodline by leaps and bounds. Gu Han sighed, almost convinced of his own invulnerability to toxins. This secret realm journey seems custom-tailored for you. It's akin to a divine fortune for you, Yang Ying remarked, somewhat contemplative. Despite their awareness that the treasure liquid originated from the crimson mist, they dared not risk even a trace of it, let alone refine it like Gu Han. In this expedition, everyone had become mere accessories to Gu Han. Moreover, Gu Han licked his lips. All those spiritual herbs in this secret realm are usable by me. Indeed. Murong Yin's eyes brightened. You can refine the crimson mist. What is poison to others is a tremendous boon for you. Wait. Yang Ying did not hesitate. I shall gather them for you. Let us go together, Shen Xian chimed in with a smile. Aside from Brother Gu, this place is not conducive for our cultivation. Since we have time to spare, we might as well collect all these spiritual herbs. With such a significant issue in the secret realm, whether we can enter again remains uncertain. Perhaps this is our only opportunity. All right. Gu Han nodded, accepting their goodwill. After all, these spiritual herbs were of utmost importance to him. Let us try not to disperse. He expressed some concern, adding an admonition. If we encounter Yang Lin or those creatures, it would be prudent to have each other's backs. Rest assured, Shen Xian replied with a smile. We would naturally refrain from such foolishness. Wait. Murong Yin shook the large hammer. Upon encountering them, I shall crush them flat with a single blow. As she spoke, they had already departed from the cave, taking Murong Chong and others with them, moving away directly. Gu Han smiled, warmth blossoming in his heart. Just as he was about to draw the crimson mist into his body once more, his brow suddenly furrowed. What are you doing? Outside the cave, Ji Xian cautiously entered, her expression pitiful as she said, She says I am a burden and 1T let me go. She speaks the truth. Guhan nodded. Your survival thus far is solely due to sheer luck. You. Ji Xian seemed slightly irked, daring to stand her ground before Guhan for once. Are you looking down on me? Go outside. Guhan's expression remained impassive. Let out some air. Oh, upon his gaze. The determination Ji Xian had managed to muster quickly deflated, and she walked out with a sense of grievance. Shaking his head, Guhan once again focused his mind, cautiously drawing the crimson mist into his body. In this first volume, Chapter 169, today, I shall use you as my whetstone. For Guhan, the crimson mist itself was not terrifying. What was truly fearsome was the will contained within it. Through incessant probing, he had found the optimal balance point to absorb the crimson mist to its fullest extent, while remaining unaffected by that consciousness, allowing his spirit to delve into cultivation. With the precious liquid for cultivation, the speed was naturally astonishing, nearly exceeding tenfold that of the external world. In just a short while, his cultivation had entirely entered the spirit profound realm. At this moment, the benefits of the precious liquid became manifest. The spiritual energy within the spirit pool, which would typically require repeated refinement to yield a trace of spirituality, now glimmered visibly under the nourishment of those essences. Soon, he found himself immersed in the satisfaction brought by this elevation of cultivation. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, suddenly, a frantic scream pierced through from outside. What are you all doing? Ji Xian. With a flash, Guhan instantly opened his eyes. Outside, he beheld the frenzied faces of Yang Lin and Meng Xing, while Ji Xian was retreating in fear. Don't come over, young master. Behind Yang Lin, someone fawned, saying just now, I passed by and saw this girl alone guarding outside. There must be secrets within that cave. Indeed, Yang Lin nodded. You have not acted recklessly, so you shall be rewarded. Thank you, young master. Senior brother, a disciple from Qishao Academy, bore an unkind expression. Look, what she holds seems to be your storage ring. Huh, Yang Lin sneered. I did not expect it to be picked up by her. That wretched girl. The disciple's face was filled with greed. Daring to steal senior brother's storage ring, hand it over at once. No. Ji Xian's pretty face turned pale as she clutched the storage ring tightly to her heart. I did not steal this. He. The disciple glanced at her, his gaze laced with lewdness. Whether or not you stole it, I shall find out after interrogating you. It has been well over half a day since the anomalies in the secret realm began. The elixir in his hand had nearly been depleted, and under the looming threat of death, certain dark thoughts within him were magnified considerably. As for the bond between Ji Xian and him, it had become nothing short of a jest. You too. Meng Xing frowned, but did not intervene. Go check the cave and see if there's anything. Yes. Meng brother. Yang Lin also turned a blind eye to the disciple's actions. Even if everything went smoothly, finding them and retrieving the elixirs might not suffice. As the crimson mist thickened, the two grew increasingly aware of the gravity of the situation. If all else failed, Meng Xing's gaze darkened. They would have no choice but to seek help from Qingyun Pavilion and those monsters. Not far off, Ji Xian, witnessing the slowly approaching disciple, was in a state of panic. We are fellow disciples, aren't we? Fellow disciples? The disciple licked his lips. Since we are fellow disciples, you should let your senior brother have some fun. As he spoke, his palm was about to touch the protective aura surrounding Ji Xian. Around them, the others were stirred by nefarious desires, casting malevolent glances at Ji Xian. If life was to be forfeit, they might as well indulge in their basest urges. Why? Ji Xian seemed to recall certain memories, her eyes vacant, filled with despair and helplessness. Why must you all push me to this extent? At that very moment, two agonized screams echoed from within the cave. Who? Yang Lin and Meng Xing felt a chill run down their spines, turning abruptly towards the cave. Even the disciple froze for a moment. In an instant, a figure materialized before him. It was Guhan. You. The disciple's expression turned to one of terror. Why are you here? Want to have some fun? Guhan's gaze was chillingly cold. I'll ensure you enjoy it thoroughly. With that, a flash of sword light sliced through the air. The disciple barely had time to react before he was cleaved in two, his severed body collapsing to the ground. Howling in agony. Soon, his cries ceased. Crimson mist surged into his 7 orifices, visibly altering his form. Another flash of sword light pierced through his brow. The transformation ceased instantly. Before her, Guhan appeared like a celestial being, shielding her. Ji Xian's eyes shimmered with a complex array of emotions. You may leave. Guhan glanced at her. No need for you to keep watch. Ji Xian finally regained her senses, reverting to her previous day's demeanor. What about you? That's none of your concern. Thank you. No need. Guhan narrowed his eyes. I find these people to be beasts, and I am eager to slay them. It has little to do with you. Moreover, Guhan cast another glance her way. When I fight, I prefer not to have any burdens nearby. Do you understand this? Understood, understood. Ji Xian nodded vigorously. I understand. I want to be a burden to you. With that, she swiftly activated her movement technique and vanished in an instant. Guhan shook his head. In Ji Xian, he had discovered but one commendable trait. She was obedient. Very obedient. Young master, he observed as Ji Xian departed. Behind Yang Lin, someone seemed unwilling. Should I go retrieve her? No need. Yang Lin fixed his gaze on Guhan. She is merely a small fry, after dealing with him. It will not be too late to find her. Unexpectedly, Meng Xing also wore a cold expression. I initially thought he was just a minor obstacle. But it seems I have inadvertently hooked a real surprise. To be honest, Guhan replied earnestly, I am even more delighted than you. What about that wretched spawn? Yang Lin spoke mockingly. And what of Morong Yin and the others? Why are you the only one here? What? Am I not enough alone? Guhan raised an eyebrow. Yang Lin smiled cruelly. Today, you shall meet your demise. Oh really? Guhan returned the smile. However, I intend to spare your life. It will prove quite useful. What do you mean? It's nothing, Guhan said as he slowly raised his sword, his aura steadily ascending. I merely wish to exchange your life for something of value. Surround him. Yang Lin's eyes turned cold. Those who hesitate to fight will know the consequences. Under normal circumstances, he and Meng Xing would have already engaged in battle. Yet, given their limited supply of medicinal pills, they could only allow these individuals to wear down Guhan's strength. Understood. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts. Though they knew they were no match for Guhan, they still encircled him. It appears, Guhan sighed, you have yet to grasp a fundamental truth. No matter how many pawns there are, they remain mere pawns. Boom. As his words fell, he held nothing back. A series of thunderous sounds erupted from within him, his cultivation soaring to its zenith. Spirit Xian, second level. Impossible. Yang Lin and Meng Xing's pupils constricted. Just half a day prior, Guhan was clearly at the 9th level of gathering yuan. Yet how could such rapid cultivation be possible now? Today, Guhan paid them no further mind. A surge of murderous intent rose within him, his spiritual energy coursing violently, all pouring into his sword. You shall serve as my sharpening stone. As he spoke, he lightly swung his sword. 21 rays of Diyin sword energy instantly dispersed in all directions. The speed surpassed all previous instances. The lethality was even greater than before. Chapter 170. I'm sorry, your poison is ineffective against me. Those qualified to enter the secret realm were undoubtedly the elite offspring of various families' younger generations. Though they could not compare to Yang Lin and Meng Xing, they were still remarkably outstanding among ordinary people. However, their usual pride and arrogance transformed entirely into helplessness and despair at that moment. The sword light was too swift, so fast that they could not even perceive it, let alone defend against it. In the blink of an eye, the vital points of the three facing Guhan were enveloped by the sword light, and as their screams echoed, the protective spiritual light surrounding them dissipated in an instant. The force of the sword sent their bodies soaring. Whoosh! Another 3 rays of sword light flashed by. They penetrated their foreheads in an instant. By the time they hit the ground, the 3 had become lifeless corpses. It was only at this moment the remaining 4 individuals suddenly regained their senses. Drenched in cold sweat, their once reckless and fearless fervor dissipating significantly. They initially believed that, even if they could not defeat Guhan, they would still manage to engage him. However, it now appeared they had overestimated their capabilities. It seemed that even combined, they could hardly withstand a few strikes from Guhan. Young master, upon realizing the futility of their desperate struggle, their courage waned once more. Are we afraid? The thought remained unvoiced when a figure wielding a sword abruptly appeared before him. It was too late. The flash of the sword illuminated the air, and a head sword high. Run. Quick. Witnessing Guhan's lethal intent, the remaining 3 were instantly shrouded in the shadow of death, losing all courage to fight back. They turned and fled into the distance, abandoning all thoughts of the young master, the elixirs, and any commands. At that moment, they would rather confront those monsters than face Guhan again. Indeed, Guhan's expression remained impassive. He was not a mere expendable. As he spoke, his figure flickered, instantly pursuing them. Amidst the rise and fall of his sword, cries of agony echoed endlessly. Not far away, Yang Lin and Meng Xing exchanged a glance. Their expressions grave yet tinged with relief. Their gravity stemmed from the unexpected surge in Guhan's strength in just a short span of half a day. The relief arose from Guhan's combat style. He fought with grand, sweeping motions, seeking sheer lethality without regard for energy conservation. They could discern that while the great yin sword qi was immensely powerful, it was also exceedingly taxing on spiritual energy. And it seemed Guhan had no intention of conserving it. Humph! Yang Lin scoffed derisively. Such a reckless approach is permissible outside. But here it is a path to self-destruction. Indeed, Meng Xing concurred. Even with his dual polar realm, his spiritual energy is ultimately finite. Such immense consumption would make it difficult for him to sustain his strength for long. Brother Meng, Yang Lin remarked, the dark green aura surrounding him re-emerging. With Murong Yin absent, it was an opportune moment to strike. Taking them down one by one would also help avoid unnecessary expenditure of energy. Excellent. Boom. As they spoke, a silver light erupted from Meng Xing, his figure flickering as he launched a powerful strike towards Guhan. He chose his moment perfectly, just as Guhan had dispatched the last opponent, leaving him most vulnerable. Clang. In the blink of an eye, Guhan pivoted sharply, his sword crossing in front of him, narrowly blocking Meng Xing's blow. Crack. Accompanied by a slight sound, Guhan was propelled back over 10 feet. Fortunately, with the protective garment crafted by Yu Miao, the tremendous force was mitigated by half, leaving him only slightly shaken but otherwise unharmed. In contrast, Meng Xing was not as fortunate. His fists were bloodied, and even his extraordinarily resilient bones, comparable in hardness to mystic artifacts, bore several fractures. The faint sound had originated from this treasure body. Guhan's tone was laced with mockery. Merely that. Meng Xing's countenance was dark and brooding, and he remained silent. He had taken the initiative, hoping to seize the opportunity to defeat Guhan, only to find that Guhan remained unharmed while he himself suffered a significant setback. Be cautious. Yang Lin approached him. Do not be deceived by the appearance of that sword. It is anything but ordinary. Brother Yang, Meng Xing's gaze burned with intensity. Once we eliminate him, that sword will be ours. After their direct confrontation, his understanding was profoundly deepened. Although Guhan's sword appeared battered and its grade indeterminate, it possessed one striking characteristic. It was remarkably hard enough to rival certain rare metals. Its value was self-evident. What? Are we already dividing the spoils? Guhan raised his sword once more. Do you truly believe you have me at a disadvantage? Boom. As he spoke, his internal energy surged once again, and with a sweep of his long sword, 21 streams of sword energy surged toward Meng Xing. Meanwhile, he charged toward Yang Lin, his primary target. The sword energy was too swift and abundant. Even with Meng Xing's strength, evading it all was utterly impossible. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, advancing rather than retreating, his arms shimmering with silver light as he met the oncoming sword energy head-on. Clang, clang. As he swung his arms, wave after wave of sword energy was deflected. However, he was still forced to retreat under the relentless assault, his legs carving deep furrows into the blood-red ground. Suddenly, with a furious roar, he summoned even more silver light, dispersing the last of the sword energy. Despite possessing a celestial golden body, Guhan had now reached the spirit profound realm, and the great yin sword energy carried with it a trace of sentience, its power surpassing that of the past, leaving more than a dozen intersecting wounds on his arms. Within those wounds, faint glimmers of silvery bone were visible. At that moment, elsewhere, Guhan had already engaged in battle with Yang Lin. Flash, flash. Wave upon wave of sword energy descended, forcing Yang Lin into a retreat. He felt utterly frustrated. In the storage ring that Guhan had taken, not only was there the blood pearl, but also his twin guns. Guhan furrowed his brow. You seem to have weakened. Yang Lin's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Without his offensive mystical weapon and lacking Meng Xing's protective body, he dared not confront the great yin sword energy head-on. More critically, he lacked sufficient elixirs. He could not afford to unleash his full power. Understanding dawned on Guhan as he suddenly smiled. Those twin guns of yours are quite impressive. If I were to take them to Rui Tower, they would surely fetch a handsome price. Yang Lin's eyes turned blood red. If word got out that his mystical weapon had been stolen and sold, he, the young master of the Yang family, would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the northern region of the eastern wilderness. In his rage, he disregarded the issue of energy consumption and erupted instantly. In the blink of an eye, a layer of dark green aura spread out, enveloping a radius of 3 zhang and trapping Guhan within. Guhan furrowed his brow once more. Poison? He could sense it, the tendrils of dark green essence infiltrating his body, inducing a slight numbness. However, before he could fully discern it, countless minuscule whirlpools within his meridians began to operate simultaneously, swiftly refining the toxin and, incidentally, augmenting his meager cultivation. He found himself speechless. Had the young master of the Yang family truly encountered such misfortune in his fate? Opposite him, Yang Lin smiled coldly. Ultimately, you shall perish at my hands. As a mutated Qingmu spirit body, he possessed not only formidable self-healing abilities, but also a trace of lethal poison within his spiritual energy. In his usual confrontations, he could secure victory with ease, and apart from a select few, none were privy to this secret, including Yang Ying. Guhan's expression turned peculiar as he slowly raised his sword. You seem to be celebrating a tad prematurely. Humph. Yang Lin approached with overwhelming confidence. Arrogant. You still have the strength to wield your sword. Indeed, you possess some skill. But it ends here. Rest assured, I will not permit you a swift demise. Is that so? Guhan sighed. Then I must extend my gratitude. With that, his sword descended in an instant. Yang Lin's pupils constricted at the dazzling light, mere inches away. The great Yan sword chi. Thud, thud. At such close proximity, evasion was futile, and he was instantly riddled with more than 10 gaping wounds. You have sustained severe injuries. The protective spirit light around him trembled violently, nearly collapsing. Impossible. He glared intently at Guhan. The lethal poison within my spiritual energy will affect even those at the void ascension stage. You cannot possibly be unscathed. I warned you beforehand. Guhan advanced slowly, sword in hand. You celebrated too soon. As he spoke, the sword trembled lightly, and a 3-inch beam of sword light erupted from its tip. The killing sword. Yang Lin's pupils constricted. He had witnessed the ferocity of the killing sword before. Even at his peak, he wouldn't dare be careless, let alone now. Mengxing. In desperation, he bellowed. Assist me. With Yang Lin's call. An overwhelming aura surged forward, the wind from its approach causing Guhan's robes to billow. Die. The furious shout echoed as Mengxing had already closed the distance to within 10 zhang of Guhan. Kill. The long simmering killing intent within Guhan erupted in an instant as he turned and met him with a sword. The threat posed by Mengxing far surpassed that of Yang Lin. He dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Clang. In a flash, the two figures collided. The silver light in Mengxing's hand shone almost blindingly, and Guhan's lethal strike was surprisingly caught with both hands. He had blocked it. Among his peers, this was the first time anyone had been able to directly withstand his killing sword. Quite impressive. Mengxing fixed his gaze intensely upon Guhan, but alas, it was still insufficient. He could sense it. The bones in his fingers had already been cut through by Guhan by 1/3. In the past, no peer cultivator had ever achieved such a feat. Even Morong Yin would find it exceedingly difficult. Insufficient? The murderous intent within Guhan surged once more. The might of his sword grew even more formidable. A sound that could make one's teeth ache echoed as the long sword slowly advanced. Boom. At that moment, Yang Lin's offensive surged forth once again. Although it seemed Guhan had means to restrain the lethal poison within Yang Lin's spiritual energy, rendering his greatest advantage moot. He had no choice but to strike. Guhan's rapid growth caught him utterly off guard. To defeat Guhan with just one of them was akin to reaching for the heavens. Only by joining forces could they hope to prevail. And now that Guhan was entangled with Mengxing, it was their prime opportunity to act. As the assault loomed closer, Guhan realized he had no avenue for retreat. He acted decisively, unleashing all the remaining power within him, meeting Yang Lin's attack with a palm strike. Meng brother. Yang Lin exclaimed in alarm. Assist me. If Guhan manages to deflect this strike, finding such a golden opportunity again will be exceedingly difficult. Understood. Clearly, Mengxing comprehended the gravity of the situation. With a fierce resolve, he relinquished his grip, allowing the long sword to pierce his body. His hands radiated with a brilliant silver light as he struck directly before Guhan. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, sending Gu Han hurtling backward for dozens of feet. Upon landing, his complexion turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite his robe, he sustained significant injuries. Opposite him, Mengxing also found himself spitting blood incessantly. Waves of murderous intent mingled with sword energy churned within him. Had it not been for his precious body, Yang Lin would likely have found himself rendered nearly powerless by that single strike. I concede. Mengxing staggered to his feet. You possess some skill, but today us victors shall still be us. Gu Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had already spoken this before. Humph. A glint of coldness flashed in Yang Lin's eyes. You remain oblivious even as death approaches. Your sword techniques are indeed formidable, but you are well aware of the price they exact. Even with your dual polarity realm, your spiritual energy has surely dwindled significantly, has it not? His conjecture was accurate. The continuous use of the great yin sword qi had indeed drained Gu Han immensely. His current spiritual energy was barely at 1/10. Have you even calculated that? After a moment of silence, Gu Han felt a sense of lament. Indeed, you have come prepared today? Of course. The two slowly closed in. You are well aware of the anomalies in the secret realm. To neglect your spiritual energy under such circumstances is utterly foolish. As he spoke halfway, he suddenly stopped. Witnessing Gu Han calmly withdraw a vial of elixir and directly consume it, the pupils of both men constricted, a flicker of concern flashing in their eyes. The recovery pill, an item of considerable worth, an excellent medicine for cultivation and restoration of spiritual energy. Just like that, it was gone. Gu Han casually discarded the elixir bottle. Somewhat perplexed. Why the silence? After consuming the pill, his aura surged dramatically. A bottle of recovery pills. Yang Lin inhaled deeply, his words of futility left unspoken. Gu Han produced another vial of pills and consumed it. Xinqing powder. Yang Lin instantly recognized it, its value surpassing that of the recovery pills. Thank you for the reminder. Gu Han replied earnestly. I nearly forgot. Within this secret realm, elixirs are indispensable. As he spoke, he retrieved yet another vial. Qingling pill. Its worth rivaled the previous two, without a hint of inferiority. Enough. Finally, the two could no longer contain themselves. The elixirs on Gu Han's person had already become objects of their desire, and witnessing him consume them filled them with anguish. Boom. As the words fell, the two charged at Gu Han in unison. Whoosh. What awaited them was a barrage of sword qi. Having ingested the elixirs, Gu Han's internal energy had significantly replenished. With a single strike, he temporarily thwarted their assault. Wait a moment, he said earnestly. I must first restore my cultivation. As he spoke, he rapidly produced 7 or 8 vials of elixirs, disregarding their ranks and effects, and swallowed them all at once. The two quickly deduced that Gu Han possessed even more elixirs than they had imagined. In truth, this was indeed the case. From his previous spoils, Gu Han had approximately a quarter of the elixirs remaining. Earlier, Yang Ying's claim that Gu Han lacked sufficient elixirs was merely a comparison to his own stock. To others, even a quarter of elixirs represented a substantial resource, particularly within the confines of this secret realm, where they became exceedingly precious. Halt. Those are mine. To Gu Han, the elixirs were merely tools for replenishing energy. Yet to them, they represented the means to continue living. In an instant, their hearts bled as they charged at Gu Han with bloodshot eyes. Perfect. Gu Han, now invigorated, wielded his sword and surged forward. Boom, boom. In that moment, the three engaged in an intense struggle. However, as time passed, the tides began to turn. Gu Han's energy was abundant, allowing him to expend it freely, while Yang Lin and his companion found their energy waning. With this shift, the duo, who should have had the upper hand through their combined strength, found themselves being pushed back by Gu Han, narrowly escaping death several times. Bang! With a resounding crash, the two barely blocked Gu Han's strike, their figures retreating swiftly. They could no longer hold their ground. Yang Xiong, Mengxing fixed his gaze on Gu Han. Today, we must seize the elixirs from him. Indeed, Yang Lin glanced at the several transparent holes on his body, his expression darkening. They all belong to us. Though they felt anguish, the two hesitated no longer, each producing a vial of elixirs to consume. If they did not replenish their energy soon, today, perhaps it is they who shall meet their demise. In the throes of anguish, the two comforted one another. If we eliminate him, our losses will undoubtedly be replenished. Indeed, tenfold reimbursement. Kill me? Gu Han scoffed disdainfully. Those 2 vials of elixir are hardly sufficient. As he spoke, He produced several more vials of elixir, heedless of their nature, and consumed them all in a single motion. Kill! He bellowed, charging once again at the duo. Bang! Bang! The battle raged on. However, it was evident that while the 2 vials of elixir could restore a modicum of spiritual energy, they were utterly inadequate for sustaining such an intense confrontation. And soon the 2 could no longer endure. A cry of agony echoed as Yang Lin, in a moment of carelessness, had his arms severed by Gu Han. Meanwhile, Meng Xing, despite possessing a formidable physique, was marred by numerous sword scars from Gu Han's relentless onslaught of Di Yin sword energy, revealing his silver bones beneath. Naturally, Gu Han's consumption surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. Yet, he refrained from pressing the advantage, unexpectedly halting his offensive. In the wary gazes of the duo, he produced 5 more vials of elixir. Instantly, they felt an overwhelming urge to curse. How could they possibly continue fighting? It was utterly futile. The conflict between them was destined to be a war of attrition. The first to falter would meet death. Clearly, it was they who were on the verge of collapse. Gu Han possessed an abundance of spiritual elixirs, enough to drag them to their doom right here. The only recourse was to eliminate Gu Han in an instant, denying him the opportunity to replenish his elixirs. However, had they been capable of that, they would have acted long ago and not found themselves in this predicament. In a fleeting moment, the 2 exchanged glances, and the thought of retreat began to take root in their hearts. In truth, they still had some elixirs remaining on their persons, but they dared not use them. Otherwise, once their elixirs were depleted, they would not need Gu Han to strike. Their fate would be far worse than death. Do not worry. Gu Han perceptively sensed their intentions and spoke earnestly. This is the last 5. I truly have no more. While he had managed to suppress the 2 with the aid of the elixirs, ensuring their complete subjugation would not be a simple feat to part. Gu Han's words were met with skepticism. The 2 exchanged glances, and without a moment's hesitation, turned to flee. Depart? Gu Han's expression darkened with dissatisfaction. Did you consult me? Boom. As he spoke, his aura surged dramatically, and he pursued them relentlessly, with Yang Lin as his target. Not far off, Meng Xing sensed the shift and, without hesitation, diverged from Yang Lin, racing in the opposite direction. Brother Meng. Yang Lin was nearly apoplectic. Though he longed to voice his grievances, the words remained unspoken. He understood all too well. Meng Xing and he shared nothing more than a mutually beneficial relationship, devoid of any semblance of friendship. It was already commendable that he refrained from adding to his misfortunes. How could he possibly offer assistance? Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind him. It was dire. A chill ran through his heart, forcing him to abandon thoughts of Meng Xing as he barely managed to twist his body. In an instant, several strands of sword energy pierced through him once more. After a series of battles, he was already grievously injured, having lost an arm, now with further wounds. His speed naturally diminished. Brother Meng, he cried out in despair. Help me. From a distance, Meng Xing heard his plea. Then, he quickened his pace. Yang Lin's expression turned to one of utter hopelessness. Kill. A voice laden with murderous intent echoed. The killing sword struck again. Do you wish for my demise? With hope slipping away, a flicker of madness crossed Yang Lin's eyes. In your dreams. In the blink of an eye, the dark green aura surrounding him expanded once more. Before he could fully unleash his power, Gu Han's sword had already plunged into his heart, the remaining force pinning him firmly to the ground. Don't move. Seeing him struggle, Gu Han's expression remained impassive. If you make a move, you shall truly perish. Yang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. If you dare to kill me, my Yang family will never rest until we exact vengeance. Kill you? Gu Han shook his head. Did I not say? Your life still holds value for me. As his words fell, several strands of sword energy surged into Yang Lin's body, traversing through his meridians, barely preserving the spiritual energy needed to maintain his protective aura. What do you want? Yang Lin glared intently at Gu Han. What are you truly after? The young master of the Yang family. Gu Han cast him a sidelong glance. The chief of Qi Xiao Academy, a naturally mutated green with spiritual body. From any perspective, your worth is considerable and should be quite valuable, correct? You. Yang Lin's pupils constricted. Are you attempting to extort them? Not quite extortion, Gu Han mused. I merely wish to use you in exchange for someone else. Who? Fear not. Gu Han replied with a cheerful smile. Someone inconsequential to all of you. This transaction will greatly benefit your Yang family. Volume 1. Chapter 172. I shall venture to the heart of the secret realm. Inconsequential? Yang Lin had never anticipated such a response from Guhan. This person. After a moment of silence, he seemed to recall something, his tone tinged with mockery. Is it related to that wretched spawn? Before he could finish his thought, the gleam of a sword flashed before him, and his other arm was severed from his body. You. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain. Fixing his gaze on Guhan. What are you doing? Nothing much, Guhan replied with a cheerful demeanor. Your tone simply irked me, reminding me of my dear elder brother. You are playing with fire. Yang Lin's eyes burned with resentment. You are courting death. Do not think that with Zui Yang protecting you, you can. Suddenly, a blinding flash of sword light whizzed past him, narrowly missing his ear and leaving a deep crater in the ground. Yang Lin. Guhan smiled amiably. Forget your noble identity. You are now merely a prisoner, a pawn for trading with the Yang family. As a captive, you must adopt the demeanor and awareness befitting your status. Do not maintain such a lofty facade before me. I presume your Qingmu spiritual body's regenerative abilities are commendable. With that, he deftly shifted his sword, directing it towards Yang Lin's legs. Yang Lin's complexion paled, and he fell silent, fully aware that Guhan acted without restraint and was indifferent to his status. Although he would not face death, the prospect of losing limbs repeatedly was unbearable, regardless of his Qingmu spiritual body's self-healing prowess. At that moment, the ground beneath them began to tremble slightly, and faint voices echoed in the distance. Let go of me. Silence. Your sluggishness hinders my ability to rescue Brother Gu. Had I known, I would have left some people behind. Nevertheless, Guhan was methodical in his actions. Even if he were to be outmatched, it would likely not result in severe consequences. It was none other than Morong Yin and her entourage. Young Master Yang. Guhan grasped Yang Lin's shoulder. Come, let us meet them. By the way, temper that foul disposition of yours. My sister Morong is not as accommodating as I am. In an instant, Yang Lin's face drained of color. Outside the cave, dismay washed over them. The sight of countless corpses strewn about and the devastation left in the wake of the battle darkened their hearts. We are late. Shun Xian's expression turned grave. You. Morong Yan's eyes reddened as she glared at Ji Xian, whom she was holding. Why didn't you inform us sooner? I was running as fast as I could. Ji Xian stammered, nearly in tears. Do not worry. A voice called from a distance as Guhan's figure emerged into view. I am unharmed. Huh. Upon seeing Yang Lin, half-conscious and in Guhan's grasp, everyone was taken aback. What is happening? This seems quite different from what I had envisioned. Didn't I say? Casting a glance at Ji Xian, who was dangling from Morong Yan's grip, Guhan shook his head. Did I not allow you to leave? Seeing Guhan safe, Ji Xian's face lit up with joy. I knew I would be a burden. I went to fetch help. Who would have thought? Guhan expressed his astonishment. You possess some wit. Of course. Ji Xian beamed with pride. I am quite clever. Oh, please set me down. Guhan, with a casual toss, discarded her aside. What is the meaning of all this? Yang Lin inquired. Guhan offered no reply, instead casting a glance at the perplexed Yang Ying before suddenly grinning. I have a grand gift for you. With that, he unceremoniously threw Yang Lin at Yang Ying's feet. In another part of the secret realm, a creature roared, its third eye suddenly opening, a crimson beam shooting forth towards Meng Xing. Damn it! Meng Xing gritted his teeth. With a sudden twist of his body, he narrowly evaded the crimson beam, his form enveloped in a resplendent silver glow. In an instant, he closed the distance to the monster, exerting every ounce of strength to tear off its intact arm. A piercing howl escaped the creature's lips, and immediately, the endless red mist surged forth. An opportunity. Meng Xing took a breath, swiftly removed the storage ring from the severed arm, and vanished into the distance. After his fierce battle with Guhan, he was severely drained, with medicinal pills running perilously low. Without Yang Lin, and with his kin having been eradicated by Guhan, he found himself alone and naturally wary of provoking the Qingyan pavilion. Left with no choice, he turned his attention to the mindless monsters around him. However, as the red mist thickened, the monsters grew increasingly powerful, even exhibiting a semblance of intelligence. The difficulty of acquiring medicinal pills escalated once more. Panting, he glanced back at the monster he had evaded, taking a moment to inspect the contents of his storage ring. Not enough. His brow furrowed in frustration. The pills contained within could barely sustain him for half a day. What to do? His anxiety intensified. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He quickly stowed the storage ring and peered into the distance, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Who goes there? A figure emerged slowly from the crimson haze. As expected of the young master of the Meng clan, you can even detect my presence, the newcomer remarked. It was Wang Ji, a disciple of the esteemed Yuqing sect. What brings you here? Meng Xing instinctively scanned the surroundings, finding no one else but Wang Ji. Young Master Meng, Wang Ji replied with a smile. I am here. Of course, to assist you. Assist me? Meng Xing's gaze fixed upon Wang Ji's storage ring. If he was alone, there was no need for caution. Dealing with him would be far simpler than contending with those monsters. Young Master Meng, Wang Ji seemed to anticipate his thoughts. The medicinal pills in my storage ring are quite limited. If you desire them, they are yours. With that, he tossed his storage ring towards Meng Xing. Meng Xing glanced at it, his brow immediately furrowing. Indeed, there were hardly any pills within. What are you playing at? He questioned, perplexed by Wang Ji's intentions. Nothing much. Wang Ji replied, shaking his head. I am merely following the orders of junior brother Chu and senior brother Yuan, requesting your presence before them. Before them? Meng Xing's eyes narrowed. What audacity! On what grounds? Young Master Meng, Wang Ji spoke in a measured tone. I imagine your stock of medicinal pills is dwindling. How much longer can you endure? 5 days. 4? Or perhaps even less. Should you choose to meet with junior brother Chu, your predicament could be resolved. Of course. Junior brother Chu has stated that he will not pressure you. It is entirely at your discretion. By the way, he added, tossing over a medicinal pill. Junior brother Chu also mentioned that regardless of your decision, this Tianyuan pill should serve as a gesture of goodwill. The Tianyuan pill. Meng Xing gazed at the golden pill in his hand. Meng Xing's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor. He had not anticipated that Chu Kuang possessed such a precious elixir. A single Tianyuan pill was sufficient to sustain him for an additional day or two. The hesitation in his eyes vanished in an instant. When faced with the prospect of survival, pride truly held no significance. Not far away, Wang Ji pointed in a direction, chuckling, Young Master Meng, you shall surely not regret your choice today. By the way, he added, somewhat perplexed, where is young Master Yang? Why is he not with you? Meng Xing's expression darkened. He should be dead. Within the cave, Yang Lin lay carelessly discarded in a corner, his body ensnared by over a dozen of Shun Xian's restraints. Aside from barely managing to circulate his spiritual power to maintain the most fundamental protective barrier, he was akin to a living corpse. Fortunately, he was oblivious to the conversations around him. Otherwise, he might have been driven to spit blood in fury. Impressive. Upon hearing Guhan's account, Mu Rong Yin raised her thumb in admiration. Truly remarkable. I had thought that, faced with such a multitude and the formidable opponents Yang Lin and Meng Xing, Guhan would be fortunate to escape. Yet, to my astonishment, he turned the tables on his adversaries. Capturing Yang Lin and scaring off Meng Xing delivered an immense surprise to everyone. Such accomplishments left Xin Xian in awe. This is enough to command respect across the eastern wilderness and northern territory. Who would have believed that after merely half a day's excursion, your cultivation would have progressed so remarkably? Alas, who would believe it if spoken aloud? In truth, Guhan remained quite clear-headed. I merely took advantage of the elixir. The outcome might have been quite different had we been in the open. It is regrettable that such a splendid opportunity allowed Meng Xing to escape. His so-called treasure body is indeed much more troublesome than Yang Lin. Alas, Mu Rongyin glanced at Yang Lin, a flicker of sympathy in her eyes. He is quite unfortunate to have crossed paths with you. Indeed, Xin Xian concurred. His plight is truly pitiable. In actuality, it was not that Yang Lin lacked strength. The mutated Qingmu spirit body was exceedingly rare, and the lethal poison within his spiritual power was certainly extraordinary. Had any one of them, even Mu Rongyin, been careless, they would undoubtedly have fallen victim to Yang Lin's prowess. But alas, he had encountered Guhan. The toxic substance fortuitously met the body impervious to all poisons, rendering his trump card into a useless play. He was utterly constrained. One could only say that Yang Lin had indeed encountered an extraordinary stroke of misfortune. This debt of gratitude was finally acknowledged by Yang Ying, who had remained silent since entering the cave. It is too burdensome. He had discerned Guhan's intentions, to exchange Yang Lin for his mother. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, your situation will only worsen, Yang Xiong. Guhan shook his head. You have witnessed the events in the secret realm. Even if I do not capture him, the Yang family would seek to eliminate me post-haste. The outcome remains unchanged. No matter how dire the situation, it cannot worsen. Therefore, why should I continue to show them leniency? He spread his hands in exasperation. Are you suggesting that I bow down and beg for their forgiveness? What? Murong Yin exclaimed vehemently. Such matters must never be undertaken. Indeed, Shun Xian nodded in agreement. Given the temperaments of those two families, the more you show weakness, the more they will take advantage of you. Guhan appeared utterly speechless. I was merely using an analogy. Did you truly take it to heart? A moment of silence ensued. Yang Ying offered a deep bow to Guhan, silently expressing gratitude. From the moment he resolved to assist Guhan, he had already foreseen the fate that awaited his mother, an overwhelming despair settling in his heart. Yet, he had not anticipated that Guhan would grant him an immense surprise, accomplishing what he had longed to achieve but deemed impossible. This favor outweighed any resources or celestial-level techniques by a considerable margin. The temptation was overwhelming. He found it impossible to decline. How pretentious! Murong Yin rolled her eyes. Indeed. Shun Xian shook his head repeatedly. Excessively pretentious. Brother Yang, Guhan patted his shoulder. Among friends, such formalities are unnecessary. You ought to take a lesson from a certain rotund individual. Rotund individual? Yang Ying was taken aback. Are you referring to the chubby one I encountered? He still had some recollection of the plump figure. Precisely. Guhan affirmed with utmost seriousness. That rotund fellow surnamed Fu is the most shameless person I have ever met. Without exception. The three exchanged glances, finally comprehending the origin of Guhan's infamous moniker. Enough, Shun Xian shook his head once more. Since Brother Gu has no pressing matters, let us refrain from disturbing his cultivation. After all, such opportunities are rare. Regarding the matter of cultivation, Guhan pondered for a moment. Let us set that aside for now. There is a more pressing issue at hand. What is it? Murong Yin inquired, her face alight with excitement. Are we to pursue Mengxing? Well, Guhan scratched his nose. Let us also set that aside for the time being. What then do you intend to do? I plan to venture to the heart of the secret realm to investigate the treasures there. What? The three gasped in astonishment. In the small valley, Mengxing, upon being led back by Wang Ji, drew a bemused smile from Yuan Gang. It seems you've become rather haggard in such a short time apart. At that moment, Mengxing was covered in blood, his expression weary, a stark contrast to the spirited demeanor he had displayed upon entering the secret realm. Yuan Gang. Mengxing's face was devoid of expression. If you brought me here merely to mock me, then I shall take my leave. Meng brother. As he prepared to depart, Chu Kuang slowly rose. Please wait a moment. My senior brother harbors no ill intentions. Otherwise, I would not have given you that Tian Yuan Dan. And bringing you here surely serves another purpose. Speak. Chu Kuang regarded Wang Ji with a puzzled expression. Did we not instruct you to invite everyone? Why is only Meng brother present? Wang Ji hesitated. It appears I am the only one. Mengxing replied coolly. The others are all dead. What? A collective shock rippled through the group. They perished within such a short span? What of Yonglin? Yuan Gang's brow furrowed deeply. Why have we not seen him? Mengxing cast him a sidelong glance. He too has likely met the same fate. That cannot be. Chu Kuang suddenly realized that the situation had spiraled beyond his control, his brow furrowing in concern. With your and Brother Yang's prowess, coupled with those blood beads of his, it was inconceivable that even against Murong Yin and her companions, let alone those monsters, you would not have the strength to contend. Why then did he meet his demise? What truly transpired? Mengxing fell silent. How could he articulate this? More than 10 individuals had besieged a single opponent, only to be entirely vanquished, with himself having narrowly escaped. It was utterly shameful to admit. Mengxing, Yuan Gang's expression turned icy. Consider your current predicament. Your life hangs by a thread, and yet you still maintain that haughty demeanor of your young master? Enough. Chu Kuang interjected, waving his hand. If Brother Meng is unwilling to speak, I shall not press the matter further. So what is it? Mengxing fixed his gaze upon him. What is the reason behind this? Simple, Chu Kuang replied with a smile. I have heard much of your precious physique, and having witnessed it today, I must say it is indeed remarkable. Why not serve under my banner and lend me your strength? Dream on, Mengxing retorted. Turning to leave, Chu Kuang did not stop him, casually producing a jade vial. If you agree to my terms, all the heavenly essence pills within this vial shall be yours. At these words, Mengxing abruptly turned back, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he focused on the vial. Brother Meng, Chu Kuang's tone was rife with temptation. Surely you have noticed the increasing presence of that crimson mist. Alone, you will not survive until the moment the secret realm opens. In this realm, a Aside from me, no one else can save your life. I possess many such pills. Enough to ensure your safety. The only condition is your agreement to my terms. Life or death, he regarded Meng Xing, speaking unhurriedly. It all hinges upon your choice. Meng Xing remained speechless. He believed Chu Kuang's words. A person capable of casually offering a heavenly essence pill surely possessed an abundance of such elixirs. His heart wavered, yet the remnants of pride within him rendered it impossible to utter words of submission. Chu Kuang did not rush him, merely observing in silence. After a lengthy pause, Meng Xing suddenly lifted his head, his eyes a deep crimson. One reason. A reason that can persuade me. To live, he thought, or to maintain my dignity. He chose the former. What is the reason? Yuan Gang pondered, gesturing for the others to exit. The reason is quite simple. Brother Chu, his voice brimmed with admiration and reverence, is the reincarnation of a sage. What? Meng Xing's expression transformed in astonishment. In this world, there exists an exceedingly rare group of prodigies, born with vestiges of memories from their past lives, extraordinary and unparalleled. Whether in innate talent or the speed of cultivation, they leave their peers in the dust. He had only heard of such beings before, but never did he anticipate that the Chu Kuang before him was one of them. Moreover, he was a sage reincarnate. What defines a sage? Beyond the extraordinary lies the path to sanctity. In the entire realm of sects and families, aside from the ancestor of the Yuqing sect from a millennium ago, the highest cultivation level achieved is merely a half-step into the extraordinary realm. Regarding the sacred realm, the ability to summon the forces of heaven and earth with a mere gesture is a skill limited to those elusive families and common practitioners of the sacred lands who have long since vanished from the world. In a lifetime, one might never encounter it. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Is this true? There is no doubt. Chu Kuang chuckled softly. Proving my identity is not a challenge. We merely need to wait until we are outside. Of course, this is contingent upon your making the right choice to have the opportunity to see. Meng Xing, no longer hesitated. Agreed. Serving the reincarnation of a saint. He would naturally not reject such an opportunity. As for many, it is a tremendous fortune sought after in vain. Moreover, at this moment, he had no other choice. Very well. Chu Kuang seemed to have anticipated his decision and was not surprised. This Tianyuan pill is now yours. Rest assured, as long as you serve me diligently, I will undoubtedly grant you immense fortune in the future. However, the prerequisite is that you must not betray me, since I have boldly revealed my identity. I am not afraid of those half-step extraordinary beings seeking trouble with me. His tone carried a hint of the former saint's authority. I will not. Meng Xing's heart raced. He had indeed entertained that fleeting thought, but now that it had been exposed by Chu Kuang, he dared not dwell on it further. Junior brother, Yuan Gang sighed deeply. Had you revealed your identity to that Guhan earlier and subdued him, it would not have been a difficult task. I would not. Chu Kuang shook his head. On that day, with his mere acupoint opening cultivation, he dared to challenge Zheng Ning. I can imagine that my identity as a reincarnated saint would not be significant to him. Indeed. Yuan Gang nodded. It seems I have underestimated him. However, he has likely perished at Yang Lin's hands, which he brought upon himself. No. Meng Xing suddenly looked up. He is not dead. What? He is not dead. Meng Xing repeated. Moreover, now that he is allied with Chu Kuang, he no longer concealed anything and laid bare the events of the past days. That Guhan. As he spoke, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. His progress is alarmingly rapid. He is terrifying. Furthermore, he possesses an abundance of pills, as if he were well prepared. Unexpectedly, Chu Kuang sighed. Even that blood pearl could not harm him. Ultimately, I have underestimated him. This man must possess opportunities beyond our comprehension. Junior brother. Yuan Gang's expression grew grave. This individual's potential is far from ordinary. According to your account, his nature is rebellious and he would undoubtedly refuse to submit to us. Should he continue to grow, he will surely become an obstacle. Perhaps we should take this opportunity to eliminate him? Indeed. Meng Xing harbored a deep-seated hatred for Guhan and naturally wished to remove him as soon as possible. Such a hidden threat must not be allowed to linger. Fear not. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Kuang nodded. If he cannot be utilized by me, yet he is so exceptional, the only option is to destroy him. Very well. Meng Xing's spirit lifted. Let us go now. There is no rush. Chu Kuang shook his head. There is still ample time. Allowing him to live a few more days is of no consequence. Right now, There is an even more pressing matter that cannot be delayed any longer. Junior brother. Yuan Gang felt a stirring in his heart. You mean to, indeed. Chu Kuang did not conceal his intentions. The center of the mystic realm beckons me. Meng Xing furrowed his brow. The aberrations occurring within the realm render the existence of the precious liquid uncertain. Thus, a visit is imperative. Chu Kuang smiled knowingly. It is essential to ascertain the truth. Having lived anew, he undoubtedly harbors his ambitions. Every stroke of fortune and every opportunity must be firmly grasped. He seeks to forge an impeccable foundation. Returning to the realm of sages is merely a modest objective. Shattering constraints and advancing further is his fundamental aim. Only then will he have the chance to avenge the grievances of yesteryear. Junior brother, Yuan contemplated. In that case, I shall accompany you. No need, Chu Kuang replied, shaking his head. As one approaches the center, the crimson mist intensifies. Even with your prowess, elder brother, you would not reach the end. Rest assured, I possess my own means. With that, Chu Kuang stepped forward. You need only conserve your strength here. When I return, it will be the day of Guhan's demise. Yuan gazed at his retreating figure, admiration etched on his face. Truly a remarkable individual. Meanwhile, within the cave, this is far too perilous. Indeed, with such anomalies in the mystic realm, the existence of the precious liquid remains in question. Upon learning of Guhan's intentions, Shen Xian and Mu Rongyan vehemently opposed the endeavor. Strangely, Yang Ying exhibited no signs of dissent. Be cautious, Yang, Mu Rongyan exclaimed in anger. What do you mean? Are you wishing for Brother Gu's demise? Yang Ying cast a sidelong glance. Do you think you can sway him? Mu Rongyan fell silent. Guhan's resolute nature rendered him impervious to persuasion. Brother Yang, you truly understand me. Guhan sighed. Previously, while I was cultivating, I noticed the effects of this crimson mist, which are considerably inferior to that of the precious liquid. This substance holds great significance for us, and I must investigate. Moreover, you are all aware of my capabilities. The crimson mist poses little threat to me. To let such a fortuitous opportunity slip by would be utterly unacceptable. However, a look of concern crossed Shen Xian's face. The crimson mist is increasing. Thus, I cannot afford to delay. Guhan nodded. If I wait a few more days, it may become even more challenging. Take care. If you find it unbearable, retreat at once. With no way to dissuade him, Shen Xian and the others reiterated their warnings. Rest assured, Guhan waved his hand, swiftly exiting the cave. I shall exercise caution. With Guhan gone, Mu Rongyan could no longer remain idle. We must not linger. Elder brother, you stay here to keep an eye on this fellow. Yang, come with me to continue searching for spiritual herbs. Shen Xian blinked. Why must I remain? Because you run swiftly. Shen Xian felt speechless. Such reasoning left one with no grounds for rebuttal. Upon reaching the exterior, Mu Rongchong hurriedly approached. Miss, shall we continue our search for the spiritual herbs? Mu Rongyan waved her hand. This time, we must. Suddenly, her brow furrowed. Wait, where is that person? It feels like someone is missing. No one is absent. Mu Rongchong was utterly bewildered. Miss, you must be mistaken. There are only 4 of us outside, correct? Mu Rongyan cast a glance at Yang Ying. Just 4? Indeed, Yang Ying pondered for a moment. From beginning to end, it has only been the 4 of us. You must be misremembering. Forget it. Mu Rongyan shrugged off her concern as she gestured with a hammer. Let us go. Let us not waste any more time. At this very moment, in the heart of the secret realm, within a small pond, Jiang Xian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, continuously absorbing the spiritual liquid into his body, gradually refining it. Compared to before, his appearance had undergone a significant transformation. His hair was now jet black, his posture upright, and he had reverted to the visage of his youth. In the depths of the secret realm, the red mist was so dense it seemed almost impenetrable, intertwining in strands that progressively deepened in color. The entire realm grew increasingly eerie. Amidst the swirling red fog, a shadow flickered, moving neither too fast nor too slow, steadily advancing deeper into the secret realm. It was Guhan. Since his departure, a little less than half a day had passed. In truth, while the secret realm was expansive, the distance between its 2 ends was merely around 100 miles. With his current cultivation, it shouldn't take him this long. However, the deeper he went, the thicker the red mist became. He certainly did not wish to miss this splendid opportunity for cultivation. Along the way, he simply opened a small aperture in his protective spiritual light, drawing in strands of red mist to refine. His cultivation was on the verge of breaking into the third level of Lingxuan. In the outside world, such a pace would leave many astonished. And it only heightened his anticipation for the effects of the precious liquid, which would undoubtedly surpass that of the red mist. He hoped there would be no mishaps. With this thought, he quickened his pace. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. His body halted, and his brow furrowed momentarily. After several breaths, the ground beneath him began to tremble slightly. He sighed inwardly. My luck seems to be rather poor. The only ones capable of causing such a disturbance, aside from Murongyan, are those monsters. Clearly, it was the latter this time. Moments later, two thunderous roars shattered the long-standing tranquility of the secret realm. Our God! Glory! Boom! Boom! Two immensely powerful figures burst through the layers of red mist, bracing themselves against the ground, and in an instant, appeared before Guhan. As he cast a sweeping glance, Guhan's heart sank. Compared to before, the monsters had nearly doubled in size, their forearms now significantly more robust. More importantly, the muddled expression in their eyes had considerably faded, replaced by a glimmer of clarity. Evidently, as the red mist thickened, they were undergoing continuous evolution. Desecrate our God. We shall eradicate. Upon witnessing the tendrils of crimson mist summoned by Guhan, the two creatures uttered their first coherent words. No sooner had the sounds escaped their lips than their central eyes flared open, a hue of red deeper than before. A sense of dread washed over Guhan. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively evaded. Boom! Boom! Two resounding crashes echoed through the air. The once formidable blood-red earth was suddenly marred by two profound craters created by the blasts of red light. The power of the divine. It is not to be profaned. As a semblance of reason returned, the creatures' responses quickened significantly. Realizing their previous assault had failed, their muscular arms thrust forward, lunging at Guhan from either side. Guhan's expression turned grave. The strength of these two monstrosities was but a hair's breadth beneath that of Yang Lin and Meng Xing, and they lacked the latter's inadequacies stemming from insufficient elixirs. They posed a substantial threat. With a swift motion, he unleashed his sword. 21 arcs of grand sword energy surged forth, targeting the creature on the left. As he moved, a surge of murderous intent ignited within him, and the tip of his sword released a 3-inch beam of light, piercing towards the central eye of the creature on the right. The creature, having gained sentience, sensed the imminent danger. Its massive hand rose high, shielding its body. Undeterred, Guhan intensified the momentum of his killing strike. With a soft thud, his sword pierced through the creature's palm, penetrating precisely into its central eye. A wretched howl erupted as the creature's form collapsed in an instant. Behold, my God! Witnessing this, the creature on the left, previously deterred by Guhan's sword energy, suddenly relinquished its resistance. It bent its arm and knelt, allowing the sword energy to carve more than 10 grievous wounds into its flesh. Grant me glory, it murmured, seemingly engaged in a fervent prayer. An opportunity. Guhan's eyes sparkled with intent as he withdrew his sword, the murderous resolve reigniting within him. His form transformed into a fleeting shadow as he aimed to cleave down upon the creature's head. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With the creature's murmurs, the surrounding crimson mist began to swirl violently, coalescing into red vortices that surged into its being. Kill! In an instant, Guhan's sword descended. Thud! Another soft sound reverberated. The sword sank only 3 inches into flesh, halting further progress. My God! The creature continued its incessant murmurs. Grant me glory. Before the naked eye, its form expanded, its muscles becoming more resilient, forcibly expelling Guhan's sword. This is dire. A jolt of alarm coursed through Guhan. The creature's power had far surpassed his expectations. Suddenly, the creature jerked its head upward, its gaze exuding authority, dominance, and ruthless coldness. It starkly contrasted with its previous stupor. Guhan felt an unsettling conviction. In the creature's eyes at this moment, he was no different from the dirt beneath his feet. With a swift motion, the creature's central eye flared open once more. In that instant, a looming crisis of life and death enveloped Guhan's heart. In the next moment, a beam of crimson light shot forth. Its power magnified several times compared to before, exuding an ominous aura of destruction. In a hair-raising moment, Guhan brandished his sword, barely managing to deflect this lethal strike. A resounding crash echoed as he was hurled far away, suspended in midair, spewing blood uncontrollably. Although the protective garment shielded him from part of the force, The sheer impact still severely injured his internal organs, and he felt a cacophony of cracking bones throughout his body. It was a narrow escape. Had it not been for his indomitable will, he would have faltered in maintaining the protective aura around him. Flee. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain within and sprinted forward with fervor. The creature, now imbued with a clearer intellect, no longer spoke with the previous sluggishness and awkwardness, its tone dripping with cold detachment. When the time comes, with that declaration, it lunged powerfully, covering over 10 paces in an instant, relentlessly pursuing Guhan's aura. Several miles away from the battlefield, shrouded in layers of red mist, Chu Kuang advanced as if strolling through a garden. Strangely, he bore no protective aura. Instead, he was enveloped in a mysterious glow that repelled the surrounding crimson fog. At that moment, he was deep in thought. Besides this divine essence, there were two further opportunities for fortune: the Xiandan Pavilion and the selection of the Holy Son of the Yang Hua sacred land. Contemplating the former, he frowned slightly. The emergence of the Xiandan Pavilion was unpredictable, so he decided to set it aside for now. Regarding the latter, he furrowed his brow again. Alas, with his current weakened state, he had no choice but to endure humiliation and bear the burden. Old man Yang Hua, you've struck it rich by having me as your holy son. As if struck by a realization, his expression turned icy. Humph. Once I advance further and unify the eastern wilderness, I shall penetrate the forbidden lands and avenge that sword wound. The god-slaying array? The formation you passed down has ultimately become my fortune. I doubt you ever anticipated this. His words dripped with mockery. Suddenly, a faint yet piercing scream echoed from afar. Such a remarkable individual, yet destined to perish by my hand. What a pity. His brow furrowed once more. Could there be an unexpected twist? Humph. His gaze darkened. No matter who it is, my fortune is not something you can covet. The treasures within the secret realm had long been regarded as his own, and he would not allow anyone to tarnish them. As he spoke, his speed abruptly increased, and in just a moment, he vanished without a trace. Hearing the distant roars behind him, Guhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression grim. The creature's evolution was surpassing his expectations at an alarming rate. Even more terrifying was the fact that these monsters were gradually regaining their intellect, no longer resembling the mindless beings they once were. This was the true horror. Moreover, as time progressed, their strength will inevitably surge to a level that few can resist. At that time, the circumstances of all will become precarious. After all, the secret realm is limited in size, making it not overly difficult to locate everyone's hiding place. In this moment, he could only place his hopes on the precious liquid. If everyone's cultivation could collectively break through and advance further, there might be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. With this thought, he disregarded his internal injuries and quickened his pace. Originally, he had already traversed most of the journey, and now, with all his might, it did not take long for him to arrive at the center of the secret realm. Faintly, he sensed once more the familiar aura of the precious liquid. How wonderful! It was indeed still here. His spirit lifted. He broke through the confines of the crimson mist and arrived at the ultimate creation within this secret realm. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was taken aback. Above the uniquely distinct small pond, a transparent barrier enveloped it, keeping the crimson mist at bay. At the center of the pond, a slightly plump young man sat cross-legged, while the precious liquid transformed into ethereal mists, continuously merging into his body. This person was, of course, Jiang Xian. Given his temperament, he could hardly be bothered by the anomalies within the secret realm, even though he was well aware that these changes were instigated by him. Suddenly, he sensed a commotion from the outside and slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Guhan, he too was momentarily stunned. "It's you? Who are you?" Guhan instinctively grew wary. "Do you recognize me?" The young man before him exuded an aura of danger, even more so than the mutated creature lurking behind him. Jiang Xian chuckled, glancing at himself with satisfaction. "The transformation is so great that it is only natural you cannot recognize me." Guhan ignored him, casting a glance at the small pond, where the precious liquid had dwindled to a shallow layer. He felt a pang of regret. "This precious liquid is mine." Jiang Xian's expression turned serious. "This substance is fated to be with me." Guhan was left speechless, sensing an insufferable arrogance in his words. With a slow rise, Jiang Xian appeared contemplative. "I had thought that, given your strength, you would be trapped on the periphery. Yet, you have managed to reach this place. You, little fellow, never cease to surprise me. Guhan furrowed his brow. Where have I seen you before? No need to ponder. Jiang Xian waved his hand dismissively. The workings of destiny are vast and unfathomable. Each of our encounters seems to be preordained, a matter of fate. If one were to pursue the root cause of it all, it would only lead to a lower understanding. Is it you? The tone was all too familiar to Guhan. A flash of realization struck him like lightning, and two figures vividly appeared in his mind. So pretentious, so insufferable. You are the one from Yu Mountain City. The old servant from the Deqi Martial Academy as well. Astute. Jiang Xian did not deny it, his face alight with admiration. You are indeed very clever. Guhan blinked, bewildered. Clever? Your tone, so irksome, is recognizable to any discerning individual, irrespective of appearance. It is your remarkable charisma that truly stands out. You are undoubtedly a talent. Jiang Xian, however, paid him no heed and continued his monologue. Having attained the pinnacle of cultivation, he defeated Donghuang and met his demise and transformation. In pursuit of vengeance, he plunged the capital of Deqi into chaos, resulting even in the death of Zheng Ning, the esteemed first seat. Outside the Rui Tower, he ruthlessly trampled upon the reputation of the Yang family, disregarding the dignity of both the Yang Fei and Yang Meng clans. Subsequently, he declined the invitation of the Wei Master, resolutely choosing to remain in Fengwu Courtyard. The workings of the heavenly Tao are unpredictable, yet they invariably give rise to a few exceptionally gifted individuals. Your talents, roots, and disposition are all of unprecedented caliber. In my humble opinion, in the northern wilderness of the East, apart from the legendary Luo Wushuang of yore, none can rival you. Guhan, indifferent to the flattery, gradually wore a grave expression. It seems you know me quite well? He fixed his gaze on Jiang Xian. Who exactly are you? If my memory serves me right, I did not see you when entering the secret realm. How did you manage to come in? It is not that I know you, Jiang Xian waved his hand, sighing deeply. It is simply that your brilliance is too overwhelming to be concealed. As for who I am but a humble man, surnamed Jiang. Guhan's heart stirred. Are you of the Deqi royal family? To be precise, Jiang Xian sighed. Those of the Deqi royal family ought to call me their ancestor. Guhan instantly grew vigilant. Are you the Deqi Taizu? No need to be alarmed. Jiang Xian gestured dismissively. I am not here to seek vengeance against you. Even if those incompetent individuals were all to perish, I would feel no sorrow. As for how I entered, he smiled. Naturally, I came in stealthily. The specifics I shall not disclose, for I have promised someone to remain discreet. Guhan's brow furrowed even deeper. He posed a question, to which Jiang Xian provided an answer. Their exchange was nearly exhaustive, with Jiang Xian revealing almost everything. This is rather peculiar. Is there any further inquiry? Jiang Xian wore a friendly expression. As for me, I have no significant flaws, save for being a tad loquacious. If you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. Whatever I can answer, I will not conceal. Really? Guhan regarded him with skepticism. Would you truly be so benevolent? Ask away. Jiang Xian's tone remained gentle. Otherwise, should you perish soon, there will be no opportunity left to inquire. Guhan's expression stiffened. You intend to kill me? Indeed. You just stated there was no vendetta. That matter is unrelated. You mentioned earlier. Guhan sighed. I am exceptionally talented, worthy of comparison to Luo Wushuang. Indeed. Jiang Xian's face bore an expression of regret. I am, in fact, someone who cherishes talent. It weighs heavily on my heart to see someone as remarkable as you perish by my hand. Hence I have resolved to grant you this courtesy, to allow you to meet your end with clarity. Volume 1. Chapter 176. To meet your end with clarity is the favor I bestow upon you. Guhan fell silent. A favor? What sort of favor is this? To be on the brink of death, what use is knowledge of such things? What now? Seeing him silent, Jiang Xian urged, is there no issue? That shouldn't be the case, should it? Guhan took a deep breath. The reason for my demise? It's quite simple. Jiang Xian gestured toward the precious liquid within the small pool. Whether it is intentional or not, since you have uncovered my secret, I must silence you. If this matter were to leak, those old-timers would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon me, knowing that their most cherished protege perished in the secret realm due to my actions. His words revealed a thorough understanding of the anomalies and consequences within the secret realm. I see. Guhan sighed again. The disturbances in the secret realm were instigated by you, weren't they? Astute. Jiang Xian nodded, his eyes filled with a sense of regret and sorrow. If only you had remained on the periphery and not ventured forth, you could have evaded today's calamity. I truly did not wish to lay a hand upon you. Evade? Guhan replied with a hint of derision. And then wait to die? Delay my demise? Jiang Xian chuckled softly. It's certainly preferable to dying at this very moment. One last question, Guhan said. Speak. How do you intend to leave? Guhan understood that since Jiang Xian could stealthily enter, he must possess a means of exit. There must be an undisclosed route leading out. What makes you think you still have a chance to escape? Jiang Xian asked, a smile playing on his lips. I was merely inquiring, Guhan retorted, fixing his gaze on him. Did you not say you would provide clarity on my fate? Do not entertain any misguided notions. Jiang Xian shook his head. Even if I divulged the method, with your current cultivation, you would never manage to escape. Moreover, you are destined to die. Pursuing such trivial schemes seems rather pointless. My patience, too, has its limits. His tone now bore a hint of impatience. Very well. Guhan ceased his inquiries. My final question, what purpose does this precious liquid serve for you? I have seen you 3 times, and you have donned 3 different visages. Why is that? At that, Jiang Xian seemed to reminisce. His expression was one of nostalgia and lament. One can only say that fate is capricious. Over a century ago, I was the most dazzling genius of the northern region of the eastern wilderness. My contemporaries, Yang Xiong and Meng Xing, were insignificant in comparison. Back then, I was arrogant and disdainful of the recruitment from the Yuqing sect, yearning solely to become the scion of that sacred place. Alas, my skills fell short. And I failed. He sighed as he continued. Upon my return, I sought refuge with the Yuqing sect, establishing the Deqi dynasty, and took on the duty of guarding the core of the God-slaying array. The God-slaying array? Guhan felt a stir of curiosity. What is that? A millennium ago, Jiang Xian did not conceal the truth from him. There was a celestial battle in which a giant, self-proclaimed as a god, fell, and one of its remains landed in the northern region of the eastern wilderness, causing great chaos. The founder of the Yuqing sect met his demise as a result. Only when a formation was transmitted from the Forbidden Land, sealing it away, was this calamity averted. The name of that formation is the God-slaying array. As he spoke, he gestured towards the crimson mist. This power is entirely distinct from the spiritual energy of cultivators. In my view, it can only be termed divine power. The magnitude of its might, I trust you have already experienced. He then pointed at the precious liquid. These are but a fragment of divine essence extracted after the refinement of the God-slaying array. Its efficacy surpassing your imagination, does it not? He found it peculiar. You seem utterly unfazed. Death is imminent. Guhan shook his head. Is there any need for astonishment? In truth, apart from the God-slaying array, his understanding of this so-called divinity exceeded even Jiang Xian's. Moreover, pausing for a moment, he inquired, did you transform into your previous form due to this so-called divine power? Indeed, Jiang Xian did not harbor doubts. He had become deeply entrenched in reminiscence. Who would not be enamored by such power? Decades ago, I had already transcended the 9 layers of earthly tribulation, 1 foot stepping into the extraordinary. Yet, the more swiftly I advanced, the more unwilling I became to accept my failures. Thus I set my sights on this divine power. Alas, he wore a despondent expression. This power remains beyond our control. After I accepted the divine energy into my being, an unforeseen incident occurred. Fortunately, I did not transform into that kind of monster, but my foundation was utterly destroyed, and my physical form deteriorated into that ghastly visage. Understood. Guhan contemplated for a moment. So you became disheartened, detached from worldly affairs, and simply concealed yourself as a menial worker in the martial academy? Certainly not. Jiang Xian shook his head vigorously. At that time, I was filled with regret, almost to the point of despair. With my innate talents, even if I could not become that holy son, I could have become a formidable force, rivaling the powerful clans of Yang and Meng. It was then that I realized. His face bore a look of deep sorrow. I must survive. To live well. Nothing, be it the holy son, dynasties, descendants, or achievements, holds more significance than the act of living. In pursuit of survival, I even considered that these were mere stopgap measures, incapable of fundamentally resolving my issues. Yet, the elixirs capable of restoring vitality and replenishing foundations were, at the very least, semi-holy medicines. Given my state at the time, where could I possibly seek such remedies? After much contemplation, this divine essence became my sole hope. Thus, I concealed my identity, endured humiliation, hesitated for decades, and meticulously planned for years, finally awaiting this singular opportunity. Now that I have restored myself, I shall begin anew. I do not wish for any unnecessary troubles. Hence he fixed his gaze intently on Guhan. This is your inevitable demise. Within this secret realm, all who have laid eyes upon me must perish. In truth, Guhan shook his head. Even if you do not kill me, once those monsters fully mature, I shall have no chance of survival. No, Jiang Xin smiled. Only after experiencing failure once does one comprehend the importance of starting anew. I shall leave no room for potential hazards. Furthermore, while you profess to be unable to survive, in your heart, you are still contemplating how to deal with me, are you not? I am not. Guhan's tone was calm. I have accepted my fate. Is that so? Indeed, I await my demise. Awaiting death. Jiang Xin chuckled. I am aware that throughout this entire ordeal, you have been stalling for time. Just right. I have lived in considerable frustration over these decades, and I yearn for someone to share my innermost thoughts. So, for the time being, I shall cooperate with you. And now? Guhan raised an eyebrow. Are you satisfied? Quite satisfied. The expression on Jiang Xin's face was indescribably refreshing. After so many years, he had not felt such exhilaration. Today marks the day of my resurgence, Jiang Xin, and the fall of you, the prodigy. Is it not preordained? Every sip and every peck? By the way, he pointed into the distance. Is this the reason for your delay? This is what you have been waiting for. Is it not? He has arrived. Is that so? Guhan sighed. Then my inquiries have concluded. Boom, boom. As he spoke, the earth trembled. The creature that Guhan had cast off was once again in pursuit. Compared to before, it had grown larger, its eyes gleaming with even more vitality. And it appeared even more terrifying. You. At first glance, he spotted Jiang Xin standing in the small pool. A flicker of anger suddenly ignited in his previously indifferent gaze. Blasphemy against the divine. Must be punished. Swish. As the words fell, a third eye opened on his forehead, and a robust red beam, imbued with a hint of destructive power, shot towards Jiang Xin. Very well. Jiang Xian's expression was one of exhilaration. Today is the day of my rise, and my first battle shall be against you, you young one. Saying this, he cast a glance at Guhan. Before you meet your demise, observe closely. I, once a prodigy, will demonstrate how I compare to you, the current genius. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, an overwhelming pressure surged from his body. As he moved his hand, a mysterious aura emanated forth, directly meeting the red beam head-on. Not far away, Guhan gathered all his strength and took off running. What? To survive, to live well is far more enticing. Chapter 177 of Volume 1. Another one? Then let us deal with them together. Boom. Although Jiang Xian's strike seemed casual, the faint, ethereal light enveloping him completely countered the unmatched red beam. Blasphemy against my deity. Witnessing Jiang Xian's formidable strength, the creature let out another furious roar. Must be punished. Just as the voice faded, the red beam thickened once more. Hee. Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled with intensity, and his aura surged even higher. Excitement blooming on his face. Decades of silence, decades of restraint, decades of scheming. Now, in this moment of triumph, all his pent-up frustration transformed into boundless ambition. This divine essence. It is destined for those who are worthy. Once more rumble. Before he could finish his words, his aura soared to its zenith. He was but half a step away from the extraordinary. How could there be talk of blasphemy? Boom, boom. As he spoke, he extended his hand, countering the red beam and launching a counterattack. Bang! Amidst the swirling crimson mist, a tremendous sound erupted. The creature, which had been chasing Guhan to the brink of desperation, was struck on the forehead by his palm, causing its movement to abruptly halt. Bang! In the next moment, the force of his palm erupted forth entirely. The eerie vertical eye in the center of the creature's brow abruptly shattered into fragments, releasing a surge of power that dissipated the surrounding crimson mist entirely. With a thud, the creature's body collapsed to the ground. Punishment. The words lingered in the air, but the brilliance in his eyes had completely dimmed. Punishment. Jiang Xian furrowed his brow, glancing at his own palm, charred and blackened. Although he claimed divinity, this power was indeed formidable. Regrettably, it was still insufficient to prevent dismemberment. The title of God seemed somewhat misleading. Having spoken, he clasped his hands behind his back and gazed into the distance. Escape? In that instant, he stepped forward, and his form vanished, only to reappear 100 yards away. There was no escape. Several miles from the center of the secret realm, Chu Kuang's brow furrowed once more as he sensed the distant sounds of battle. Could it be that someone was indeed present? Who could it be? His gaze turned icy. How dare they covet what belongs to me? Before he could finish his thought, he sensed something, and a sudden smile broke across his face. Very well. Since you have come to me, it saves me the trouble of searching for you. Before seizing that opportunity, I shall first dispose of you. Guhan's aura surged magnificently. His speed reached its zenith, his figure almost turning into a blur as he fled forward. The creature he faced was, naturally, a means of escape he had left for himself. Yet he was acutely aware that, given Jiang Xian's strength, it would not take long for him to deal with that creature. This brief moment was his sole chance for escape. With this in mind, he disregarded his injuries, gritted his teeth, and pushed his cultivation to its limits. Quickening his pace even further, blood spurting from his mouth as he ran. Moments later, he sensed something amiss, his expression changing as he abruptly halted. This is bad. Not far away, amidst the roiling red mist, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Chu Kuang, it is indeed you. Upon seeing Guhan, he was filled with emotion. You truly possess great ability. You never cease to surprise me. Sighing inwardly, Guhan understood that facing Chu Kuang made his escape today nearly impossible. And you as well, he thought to himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You are certainly capable of surprises. You've come here to obtain that precious liquid, haven't you? Chu Kuang chuckled. Cough. Guhan coughed up more blood. Aren't you here for the same reason? With a raised brow, Chu Kuang recalled the monstrous howls he had heard earlier. It seems that creature's rate of evolution exceeds my expectations. I admit, while you are indeed impressive, you are also excessively arrogant, overly proud, and far too greedy. The opportunities here do not belong to you. Go ahead, Guhan replied impassively. Your opportunities await you. No one is obstructing you. There's no rush, Chu Kuang said leisurely. After all, we are only this far apart. That treasure will eventually be mine. However, before that, we must first resolve our own matters. Guhan furrowed his brows slightly. Are you planning to take action against me? Indeed. If my memory serves me right, we have no grievances between us, do we? Certainly not. Chu Kuang smiled faintly. It is merely that you are too exceptional. Yang Lin's blood bead failed to eliminate you. Meng Xing and the others, in their alliance, were only able to escape with a single survivor. You instill in me a sense of peril. Meng Xing? Guhan's gaze turned cold. Is he with you? Naturally. Chu Kuang nodded. To subdue him is far easier than to subjugate you. Indeed. Guhan nodded in agreement. When it comes to serving others, he is indeed more adept than I. I have a question. Chu Kuang disregarded his sarcasm. The blood bead from Yang Lin. Even if I do not intervene, you could not evade it. Your survival must rely on more than mere fortune. You must harbor a significant secret. Hee. Guhan chuckled softly. I possess many secrets. Tell me. Chu Kuang slowly advanced, demanding complete disclosure. I might consider granting you another opportunity to submit to me. You. Guhan regarded him as if he were a fool. Defeated me? Let us see. Chu Kuang sighed. You are so exceptionally talented, yet your temperament is obstinate. And your actions are devoid of restraint, rendering you utterly unusable to me. Should you be allowed to flourish, you will undoubtedly pose a tremendous obstacle to my schemes. As he spoke, the ethereal light surrounding him gradually receded into his body. Behind him, an indistinct, massive maw slowly opened. Since I cannot subdue you, I shall have to destroy you. Actually, Guhan said earnestly, have you ever considered that you might perish here today as well? Hee. Chu Kuang laughed confidently. No one can kill me, right? Half a step to the extraordinary. How could that be possible? Where would he come from? Mid-sentence, his expression drastically changed. Apparently. Guhan raised an eyebrow. You possess many secrets, even detecting his presence before I did. You. Chu Kuang fixed his gaze intensely on Guhan. Dare you deceive me? Deceive you? Guhan narrowed his eyes. Do not forget. You were the one who obstructed my path. It can only be said that it is your own misfortune. Ha ha. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, Jiang Xian suddenly appeared before the two. Quite remarkable. He wore a broad smile. You cannot blame him. Had you not blocked his path, you would not have encountered me. Without my presence, you could have evaded today's deadly calamity. Since you sowed the seeds earlier, you must now bear the consequences. Young man, all things in this world are predetermined by cause and effect. If you are, mid-sentence, he suddenly scrutinized Chu Kuang anew. You are quite extraordinary. Perhaps not inferior to this lad. The ethereal light surrounding Chu Kuang evoked in him a sense of profound mystery. TSK. He appeared astonished. I never expected that during my absence, remarkable successors would emerge in the northern wilderness. Alas, time is like fleeting clouds, and in the blink of an eye, the world has transformed. It appears that my era has long since passed. You. Chu Chao paid no heed to his lamentations. Who could it be? How did they manage to enter? Jiang Xian shook his head vigorously. My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is. He glanced at Guhan and then at Chu Chao. A look of profound sorrow etched upon his face. Here lie the two greatest prodigies of the eastern wilderness, the rising stars of the future, yet today they are destined to perish by my hand. A heaviness settled in Chu Chao's heart. Instinctively, he sought to turn and flee from this place. Flee? Guhan laughed coldly. Do you think you can escape? With a swift motion, Jiang Xian appeared before Chu Chao, blocking his path. Young man, he smiled gently, you cannot evade your fate. Perhaps you should learn from that lad. Sometimes, accepting one's destiny is a form of growth. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. Guhan nodded earnestly. Acceptance of fate is essential. In a heartbeat, he sprang forward with astonishing speed. Alas! Jiang Xian shook his head in dismay. Why won't you heed my advice? With a flourish of his sleeve, a terrifying force descended upon Guhan. Trouble. Guhan's heart raced. He halted abruptly, swiftly sidestepping. Boom. A deafening roar erupted, leaving behind a massive pit several yards deep. Coughing. Guhan leaned heavily on his sword, blood spilling from his mouth, his protective aura flickering, clearly gravely injured. In truth, Jiang Xian sighed. I understand the thoughts of you gifted individuals. You believe yourself favored by destiny, convinced that miracles will surely manifest in your life. Even when faced with despair, a flicker of hope lingers in your heart, just as it once did in mine. Alas, he lamented, such gifted souls have not survived. You. Chu Chao's expression darkened. Do you truly intend to strike me? Young man, Jiang Xian disregarded him, casting a glance at Guhan. Given our old acquaintance, I can offer you a reprieve. Coughing, Guhan struggled to his feet. You intend to let me go? Certainly not. Jiang Xian replied with a smile. I find you somewhat agreeable, hence I've decided to grant you a bit more time to live. First, I shall eliminate him. What say you to that? Very well. Guhan nodded. Get on with it. Don't just stand there. A reason. Chu Chao's face remained expressionless. Provide me with a justification for your actions. My apologies. Jiang Xian slowly advanced. Everything I wish to convey has already been shared with that lad. I have no desire to repeat myself for you. Just play the fool. Enough. Chu Chao shook his head. Since you seek your own demise, I shall not be held accountable. Jiang Xian furrowed his brow. What do you mean? You refer to yourself as this Holy One. Indeed. Chu Chao sighed. I never anticipated that the contingency I had prepared would be unleashed upon you first. You should feel honored. Buzz. As his words fell, the entire secret realm quivered violently. An overwhelming oppressive force descended upon the scene. Though he did not confront the looming threat directly, even a mere trace of its residual power caused Guhan to cough up blood once more. The confidence that once adorned Jiang Xian's face was replaced by an expression of sheer terror as he instinctively retreated. This was the aura of a sacred weapon. Who exactly are you? A sacred weapon is an artifact wielded by practitioners of the Holy Realm. Its might unparalleled by ordinary treasures due to its constant communion with the essence of the Tao. With a leisurely demeanor, Chu Kuang clasped his hands behind his back. Surely, you did not believe that I, a Holy One, would recklessly embark on a second life without any preparations? A realization dawned upon Jiang Xian, his eyes widening in disbelief. Are you a reincarnation of a saint? Correct, Chu Kuang replied with a smirk. Now, allow me to pose another question. Do you think your cultivation can withstand a strike from the Holy Realm? With a cold sweat breaking out, Jiang Xian stammered, defend? Not a chance. A strike from the Holy Realm? Not only could I not defend against it, but I couldn't even hope to escape. Young brother. His expression turned serious. Sincerity etched upon his face. Let us converse amicably. Please do not resort to violence. This entire matter is merely a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Chu Kuang scoffed. You were quite eager to strike just moments ago. Jiang Xian waved his hand dismissively. That was then, this is now. Had you revealed your identity earlier, I assure you, I would never have made a move against you. Is that so? Chu Kuang shot him a sidelong glance. It seems you indeed fear my hidden card. Fear? Jiang Xian readily admitted. How could I not be afraid? In all seriousness, he continued, there is no need for us to engage in a life or death struggle. Though you are a reincarnated saint, such a trump card cannot be infinitely employed, can it? Why waste it on someone like me? A mere half-step beyond the extraordinary realm. Trading my life for a strike from the holy realm would be a grave loss for you. What do you think? He glanced at Guhan. Am I not speaking sense? As another rotund figure, Guhan gasped for breath. You are 100 times more shameless than he is. Shameless? Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow. What even is that? If I valued such trivialities, I would have perished decades ago. You are far too young. Meanwhile, Chu Kuang remained silent, deep in thought. As Jiang Xian rightly pointed out, his hidden cards were not infinite. Before his reincarnation, the means he sealed within the sacred weapon could only safeguard him thrice. Each use diminished his defenses. After 3 uses, his greatest reliance would vanish. He understood better than anyone the value of keeping the means of the holy realm as a deterrent rather than employing them directly. Young brother, noticing Jiang Xian's wavering resolve, Chu Kuang interjected, consider this carefully. There truly exists no enmity between us. My action stems solely from necessity. As he repeated his earlier words, he sighed deeply, expressing the gravity of the situation. If those individuals were to discover the commotion I have caused and the demise of their most cherished junior, they would undoubtedly pursue me to the ends of the earth. To avert such a fate, I find myself compelled to resort to this desperate measure. There remains some divine essence. Should you require it, I shall fetch it for you immediately. No need to rush, Chu Kuang replied, shaking his head. After all, it will eventually belong to me. I have a proposal, he continued, fixing his gaze upon him. Why not align yourself with me? Or perhaps consider a partnership? Align? Jiang Xian was taken aback. Partnership? Indeed, Chu Kuang nodded. Ultimately, whether it is becoming a holy son or devouring divine power, your true desire is simply to seize the opportunity to attain true transcendence. I can assist you in this endeavor. In fact, transcending is merely the beginning. If you aid me in achieving great feats, even the realm of the holy is not beyond reach. Furthermore, you need not worry about the affairs here. I will not utter a word to outsiders. Really? Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled with fervor. Is that true? Of course, Chu Kuang affirmed with a nod. In my lifetime, I have never spoken falsehoods. Moreover, do you truly believe you have other options? He understood the situation clearly. Killing Jiang Xian would yield no benefits apart from squandering a potential ally. Conversely, if he could subdue Jiang Xian, having a half-step transcendent expert by his side before his strength flourished would be an immense advantage. Coupled with his contingency plans, many strategies could be executed in advance. Very well, Jiang Xian agreed swiftly. I accept. Refusal was not an option. Chu Kuang would never let him go otherwise. By agreeing, not only could he safeguard his secret, but once Chu Kuang matured, he would also gain an opportunity beyond ordinary imagination. Such a choice was clear even to a fool. This outcome would undoubtedly bring joy to both parties. Except for Guhan, the collaboration left him with virtually no avenue for survival. This young man, indeed. Jiang Xian's gaze swiftly turned to him. Are you also to be subdued? Him? Chu Kuang shook his head. Let it be. I have given him numerous chances. Yet he remains ungrateful. Such a person, even if forcibly subdued, would pose a risk. It is better to eliminate him early. An astute observation. Jiang Xian agreed wholeheartedly. His obstinacy will surely lead to catastrophic trouble in the future. Very well, he sighed. Thus, he has acquired yet another valid reason for his demise. Since I have allied myself with you, I shall take action today and eliminate him. It shall serve as my atonement for my previous recklessness. Fool. As he spoke, he approached Guhan slowly. You are woefully ignorant. Do you truly understand the implications of the reincarnation of a being of the holy realm? Humph. Guhan managed to rise, albeit unsteadily. What does it matter? Though he was unaware of the shadow's exact power, it was evident that it far surpassed that of the holy realm. A mere holy realm could not intimidate him. Make your move. Not far off. Chu Kuang's expression darkened. A mere practitioner of the spirit realm dares to desecrate the dignity of the sacred realm. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Jiang Xian furrowed his brow. Heaven's misfortune can be forgiven, but self-inflicted calamity cannot be tolerated. I have granted you so many opportunities. Why do you fail to seize them? You choose the path of death over the path of life. Foolishness, sheer foolishness. Is there anyone as shameless as you? Guhan shook his head. I cannot do it. Humph. Jiang Xian scoffed. You understand nothing. I am merely a man of prudence recognizing the times. Besides, since you desire to preserve your face, Before he could finish, his figure blurred for an instant and directly appeared before Gu Han. Then you need not cling to life. Gu Han remained silent, and with a swift motion, his long sword descended. Swish. In an instant, 21 strands of sword energy surged toward Jiang Xian's vital points. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Quite interesting. Boom. The pressure emanating from him gradually intensified. With a flick of his sleeve, he effortlessly swept aside the sword energy, leaving countless deep, bottomless pits in the solid ground. That day, he observed Gu Han with keen interest. When you sparred with Jiang Hong, your sword energy was far less potent. A capable divine ability? Rare indeed. Regardless, you are destined to perish. He rubbed his hands together. Why not impart this divine ability to me? I shall ensure its glory endures. Kill, came the response, laden with murderous intent. Jiang Xian's expression grew more serious. Such a heavy aura of killing intent. This is becoming even more intriguing. As he spoke, he did not flinch nor evade. Instead, he met the long sword with his bare palm. Clang. A resounding metallic ring echoed. Jiang Xian's palm radiated with spiritual light, directly deflecting the long sword and, in a fluid motion, struck down before Gu Han. Uffed. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Gu Han was sent flying several dozen feet, crashing heavily to the ground. Impressive. Jiang Xian gazed at his palm in admiration. Truly remarkable. Just a moment ago, that long sword managed to breach my protective spiritual light, leaving a 3-inch wound. Drip, drip. Blood continued to drip down. That sword. He licked his lips. I sensed its excellence back then, and now it proves to be just as extraordinary. And your sword technique, is it driven by killing intent? Splendid. Truly splendid. Such exquisite swordplay exists in this world. Would you be willing to teach me? Cough, cough. In the distance, Gu Han gritted his teeth and stood up. The spiritual light enveloping him flickered uncertainly, as if on the verge of shattering completely. Oh, Jiang Xian was taken aback. You can still stand? No wonder. Upon realizing the subtle glow surrounding Gu Han, he suddenly comprehended. That robe of yours is quite remarkable. Beside him, Chu Kuang slowly approached. He must be bearing some fortune. Witnessing his cultivation progress, it is evident he encounters continuous fortuitous events. Otherwise, he could not have achieved such heights today. Indeed, Jiang Xian concurred. With so many opportunities bestowed upon him, it is truly a pity. Young man, he turned his gaze back to Gu Han. Shall we discuss a matter? Given your imminent demise, it would be a tragic waste for these fortuitous opportunities and destinies to accompany you to the grave. Cough, cough. Gu Han spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Are you out of your mind? You intend to kill me, yet still covet my fortune? Sigh. Jiang Xian waved his hand dismissively. One cannot phrase it that way. Although I intend to end your life, it is merely the will of fate and does not imply profound enmity between us. In truth, the bond we share is quite significant. The concept of fate is ineffable. Perhaps, unbeknownst to us, the opportunities you have garnered were actually intended for me? You. Gu Han's tone dripped with sarcasm. You truly desire it? Indeed. Very well. Gu Han fixed his gaze upon him. Address me as Grandfather Gu, and I shall bestow upon you the opportunities. Grandfather Gu. Jiang Xian did not hesitate in the slightest. As long as you are willing to relinquish the opportunities, I would gladly call you grandfather, even ancestor. Gu Han fell silent, comprehending the gravity of the situation. Jiang Xian was utterly devoid of any moral boundaries. Such a person is the most difficult to contend with and the most terrifying. Alas, witnessing this, Jiang Xian sighed, his expression filled with disappointment. I anticipated this outcome. Why not simply hand over the opportunities and meet your end with grace? Must you resist so obstinately? Very well. Since you are so stubborn, I shall have to demonstrate my methods. With that, he stepped forward, instantly arriving before Gu Han, sweeping his large sleeve to shatter Gu Han's protective aura. In that fleeting moment, wisps of crimson mist surged into Gu Han's body. With a flash, Gu Han's countenance turned ashen. The will within his mind suddenly intensified several-fold, relentlessly urging him to fully assimilate this power and transform into a monstrous being with 3 eyes and 6 arms. Within the realm of consciousness, faintly, a shadow sensed the presence of that will. What on earth is this? Could it be? He suddenly recalled something. Hold on, kid. Otherwise, you might put me in a dire predicament. Outside, Gu Han's face was pale, his teeth clenched tightly as he resisted the onslaught of that will. Within his body, the crimson mist, refined by his meridians, swiftly became part of his cultivation, even healing his wounds at an astonishing pace. Oh, Jiang Xian expressed surprise. The will is indeed formidable, capable of withstanding for such a duration. Wait, how is your cultivation advancing so rapidly? This is impossible. You, Guhan raised his head, fixing his gaze upon him intently. Did you not desire my fortune? Here it is. With that declaration, he turned his palm, revealing 2 blood beads trembling in his hand. This was the only thing he could conceive that might instill fear in Jiang Xian, even possessing the potential to slay him. This is, Jiang Xian's pupils constricted sharply. There was no time to contemplate further. The essence within those blood beads was something he was intimately familiar with, divine power. Moreover, it was more tyrannical, purer, and deadlier than the divine power he had once stolen. How could this be? Not far away, Chu Kuang's expression shifted slightly. How did this come into his possession? Fortune. A frenzied glint flashed in Guhan's eyes. Catch it. Crack. Crack. As he spoke, his large hand exerted a slight force, causing multiple fissures to appear in the blood bead. No, Grandfather Gu. Jiang Xian was terrified, his heart trembling with fear. This cannot be allowed. We can discuss this properly. Before he could finish, a chilling scream suddenly erupted. 2 streams of crimson mist, each the thickness of a thumb, spiraled together, directly shattering his protective spiritual light and invading his body. Chapter 179. You wish to seize my body? Very well. I implore you to take it. No. As the red mist entered his body, Jiang Xian's complexion turned ashen, his expression filled with terror and despair. This should not be. You cannot possibly possess such a thing. Cough. Opposite him, Guhan was also spitting blood incessantly, swaying unsteadily. I have given you my fortune. Crushing the blood bead, he naturally could not emerge unscathed. About a quarter of the crimson mist also took the opportunity to invade his body, turning his flesh and bones into a mushy blend. You, Jiang Xian gritted his teeth. How dare you call this a fortune? Indeed. Guhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, barely managing to sustain another layer of protective spiritual light. Believe it or not, this is my fortune. Whether you can withstand it is your own concern. At that moment, he felt significantly better. Having blocked the encroachment of that will, the crimson mist was merely a great tonic for him. Though it appeared dire, his cultivation was steadily ascending, and his injuries were healing at an astonishing rate. How are you holding up? Chu Kuang approached Jiang Xian, his expression grave. Can you still endure? He could tell that Jiang Xian was nearly expending all his cultivation to suppress that divine energy. I can't hold on any longer. Jiang Xian suddenly laughed bitterly. It's over. As soon as he finished speaking, he staggered back a few steps. A strange red hue washed over his face, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was utterly finished. The light in his eyes dimmed in an instant. His once upright posture suddenly turned hunched. His previously lustrous black hair gradually lost its sheen, and numerous wrinkles began to etch themselves onto his face. Decades of effort, decades of scheming, all destroyed. With each word he spoke, his visage aged further, until he ultimately reverted to the frail, withered figure of an old servant, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Beside him, Chu Kuang's brow furrowed even deeper. He could sense that Jiang Xian's physical body was deteriorating, his foundation utterly ruined, and he had little time left to live. Old fool. In stark contrast, Guhan's condition had improved significantly. Not only had his injuries healed considerably, but his cultivation had also broken through to the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm, with the 4th level now within reach. You truly are useless. He scoffed derisively. You can't even withstand this bit of fortune. Such a tremendous opportunity, all wasted by you. Utter nonsense. Jiang Xian trembled with rage. Nonsense fortune. Nonsense opportunity. You deceive me. Do you dare to deceive me? Guhan shook his head. In this world, myriad opportunities and countless transformations exist, each unique in its nature. Are the opportunities you cannot seize merely nonsense? Such an assessment is, to say the least, unjust. Your perspective is far too narrow, having long lost the serenity of mind. This path of cultivation, alas, will surely be fraught with difficulties. He heard the imitation of his own words. Jiang Xian, enraged, spat another mouthful of blood. Difficulties? I'm on the brink of death. What further future could there be? I will slay you. His eyes burned with fury. I must end your life today. I shall rend your body into pieces. Boom. Before his words had faded, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the arena. Although he had been ambushed, he was, after all, a half step into the transcendent realm. With a full burst of power, Gu Han could not withstand it. The spiritual light around him trembled violently, on the verge of shattering once more. Old wretch, Gu Han spat blood. You deserve this. If not for your own greed, coveting my fortune, would you have fallen to such depths? Jiang Xian could no longer suppress the murderous intent within and was ready to strike, determined to reduce the one who had destroyed his life to mere pulp. I will kill you. Wait. At that moment, Chu Kuang spoke again. Do not kill him yet. Do not kill. Jiang Xian whirled around, glaring fiercely at him, his eyes filled with madness and despair. Did you not see? He has brought me to this state. How could I possibly spare him? This matter concerns you, Chu Kuang said earnestly. Perhaps there is still a way. A way. A flicker of hope ignited in Jiang Xian's eyes. Do you possess a miraculous elixir to restore my vitality? None, Chu Kuang replied, shaking his head. If I had such a thing, why would I abandon a powerful being in the holy realm and end up in this predicament? Then Jiang Xian fell into despair once more. There is no hope. That divine essence has been nearly exhausted. With such a significant upheaval in this secret realm, whether it will open again is uncertain. Even if it does, I can't wait 5 more years. In fact, Chu Kuang shook his head. Considering your breakthrough to the half-step transcendent realm took merely a few decades, your lifespan is still quite ample. Ample? Jiang Xian forced a bitter smile. What good is that? Without a physical body, life is meaningless. Therefore, Chu Kuang quickly analyzed, your issue lies within your physical form. Have you ever considered, as he spoke, his gaze shifted to Gu Han. What if you were to acquire a different body? Gu Han's emotions were tumultuous, anger, disdain, and a hint of absurdity all mingled within him. He had not anticipated that these two would once again turn their attention towards his own body. Acquire? Jiang Xian responded, beginning to comprehend. Are you suggesting, indeed? Chu Kuang's eyes gleamed as he fixated on Gu Han. I observed clearly that a portion of that divine power entered your body. Logically, you should have perished. Yet not only are you unscathed, but your wounds have also healed considerably, and your cultivation has even ascended. Even I, in my prime, could not have achieved such a feat. How did you accomplish this? Curious to know? Gu Han's expression remained impassive. Will you call me Grandfather Gu? I understand now. Chu Kuang's eyes sparkled with an increasing intensity. No wonder Yang Lin had previously held blood droplets in his hand, yet still fell into your grasp. Do you possess a method to refine divine power, or perhaps you can inherently absorb it? No. At the side, Jiang Xian instinctively shook his head. This is utterly impossible. He had arrived at his current predicament precisely because of his reckless attempt to forcibly refine divine power in the past, fully aware of how arduous such an endeavor is. No, it is no longer a matter of difficulty. It is entirely devoid of hope. Then how do you explain this? Chu Kuang chuckled, gesturing towards Gu Han. What about his current state? Jiang Xian found himself at a loss for words. He was unable to provide an explanation. Therefore, Chu Kuang took a deep breath. I propose that you switch bodies. This way, we can uncover all his secrets. Jiang Xian hesitated slightly. What is the matter? Chu Kuang raised an eyebrow. This individual, regardless of talent or fortune, is fit to be among the elite. Such an almost perfect vessel. Do you truly believe I would relinquish it to you? Seizing a body. Jiang Xian sighed. The risks are far too great. The act of seizing a body carries significant peril. Even though he had transcended the tribulation realm and possessed immense soul power, the probability of successfully seizing Gu Han, such a prodigy, was already a stroke of fortune at 30%. With his temperament, such a low probability was not worth the gamble. You intend to seize my body? Gu Han's brow furrowed in dismay upon hearing this. Indeed, Chu Kuang nodded. Do you have any objections? What do you think? Gu Han's eyes narrowed slightly. My opinion? It is of great consequence. What a pity. Chu Kuang laughed. Your opinion holds the least importance. Since my reincarnation, although my soul power has dwindled to a mere 10%, I am still confident in suppressing the soul of a mere spirit Xian realm cultivator like you. This time, he cast a glance at Jiang Xian. The probability of your successful body seizure is as high as 90%. 90%? Jiang Xian's breath suddenly grew heavy. Is that truly so? Of course. Chu Kuang exuded unwavering confidence. With such a high probability, if you dare not take the plunge, then there is indeed no reason for you to continue living. Wherever you look. Hearing of such a high probability, Jiang Xian instantly became exhilarated. It is indeed high. Exceedingly high. Moreover, considering this young man's innate talent, even if I can only unleash 70% of this body as potential, it would still surpass my current capabilities. Alas, if I do not dare to take this gamble, I, Jiang Xian, truly have no reason to persist in this life. You wish to seize my body? Suddenly, Guhan bellowed. Dream on. Boom. As he spoke, his aura surged to its zenith. Sword held across his chest, he bore an expression of fearless resolve. The two were not surprised by Guhan's sudden rage. Who could remain calm when facing body seizure? I have stated. Chu Kuang crossed his arms, fully displaying the imposing demeanor of a saintly being. Your opinion is inconsequential. Young man. Even Jiang Xian resumed his previous calm demeanor, a look of wistfulness and contemplation upon his face. The concept of cause and effect is indeed most profound. You have destroyed my corporeal form. Now, your own flesh must atone for this transgression. The cycle of cause and effect has long been predetermined. Why must you futilely struggle against your fate? Engaging in such fruitless endeavors? Accepting your destiny may indeed offer a form of liberation. Liberation, my foot. Guhan's expression was as cold as water. With a swift turn, he fled into the distance. Stop him. Chu Kuang's demeanor darkened. Without needing further prompting, Jiang Xian's figure flickered and instantly appeared before Guhan, obstructing his path. Young man, he chuckled, do not run. Escape is futile. You. A glint of determination flashed in Guhan's eyes. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow you to succeed. With that, he pivoted his sword and aimed it at himself. Stop. Jiang Xian's countenance shifted. A terrifying pressure descended, instantly restraining Guhan. At this moment, he regarded Guhan's body as his own, ensuring not to harm him in any way. In fact, he even benevolently raised a protective barrier of spiritual light to shield him from the encroaching crimson mist. Indeed, observing the immobile Guhan, Jiang Xian's satisfaction grew. Handsome and distinguished in appearance, he was, in fact, even more striking than my original form. Excellent, splendid. Not far away, Chu Kuang could no longer contain himself. Handsome? Does your original form bear any connection to that description? I would rather die. Guhan gritted his teeth. I will never let you off. Hee. Jiang Xian remained unfazed. Curse away. While you still have time, vent your frustrations. Otherwise, once I seize your body, there will be no trace of your existence left in this world. Enough. Chu Kuang approached. Time is of the essence. We must proceed swiftly. As his words fell, the faint ethereal light surrounding him surged dramatically. Jiang Xian regarded him with renewed interest. As expected of a reincarnated saint, such profound soul power. He felt entirely reassured. Chu Kuang's soul energy far exceeded his expectations, imbued with a subtle hint of saintly authority. Overcoming a mere spiritual practitioner would be exceedingly effortless. In fact, even Guhan felt the pressure. Chu Kuang's soul power was significantly stronger than his own. At this juncture, Chu Kuang gazed down at him, an air of superiority radiating. Do you regret your choices? That question suddenly brought Guhan to a state of tranquility. It bears no significance. Indeed, Chu Kuang nodded. Whether you regret it or not will not alter the outcome of this day. With that, the ethereal light in his eyes flared intensely. Soul capture. He locked his gaze onto Guhan's eyes and softly uttered these two words. Chapter 180. I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Boom. As the words resonated, Guhan felt as though his soul had been struck by a hammer from Murong Yen, leaving him momentarily dazed and fostering an inexplicable urge to submit to this individual. This is bad. His instincts warned him. Should he succumb now, not only would his plans unravel, but his very life would also be in jeopardy. With this thought, he clenched his teeth tightly, fiercely holding onto the last flicker of clarity in his mind, enduring the oppressive force of the soul-capturing technique. Outside, noticing the struggle in Guhan's eyes diminishing, Jiang Xian's eyes brightened. Has it worked? Naturally, Chu Kuang declared with arrogance. You should understand that this soul-capturing technique is merely a minor application of soul power. It is a contest of the intensity of both party soul forces. He isn't even connected to the divine realm, so how strong could his soul power be? Since I have intervened, there is no chance of failure. Excellent. Jiang Xian smiled broadly. I naturally have faith in you. Indeed, as the two conversed, the struggle in Guhan's eyes completely vanished, leaving him in a daze. Resembling a puppet. Let me give it a try, Jiang Xian said, fixing his gaze upon him. Boy, what is your name? Guhan. Do you know who I am? I do. Guhan nodded mechanically. Curse you. Jiang Xian's expression stiffened. Those under the soul-capturing technique speak their innermost thoughts. Clearly, This was the impression he left on Guhan. I ask you, Chu Kuang interjected, his expression serious. Why has your cultivation improved so rapidly? What is your secret? Also, can you refine divine power? Upon hearing this question, the previously vacant expression on Guhan's face once again began to struggle. Enough, Chu Kuang shook his head. If you do not wish to speak, then so be it. Only then did the struggle in Guhan's eyes subside. Unacceptable, Chu Kuang frowned deeply. It appeared these questions touched upon his core secrets, and his subconscious was resisting the answers. No matter. Jiang Xian waved his hand. Once I take over his body, I shall naturally know everything. There's no other choice, Chu Kuang sighed. It must be this way. Remember, Jiang Xian reiterated, ensure you protect him well, or rather, safeguard my physical form. Rest assured. Good. Jiang Xian's spirit lifted. I, Jiang Xian, have faced misfortune and adversity throughout my life, with my cultivation journey fraught with challenges. Today, I shall finally embrace the opportunity for a complete turnaround. Ha ha ha, here I go. As his words fell, a shadow suddenly emerged from his brow. And under the protection of Chu Kuang's soul power, it swiftly entered Guhan's brow. Within Guhan's consciousness space, the figure transformed from Jiang Xian's soul swayed incessantly. Indeed, he nodded repeatedly. This physical body aligns with my soul to a degree of 70%. It is quite satisfactory. But where has this boy hidden himself while being under the soul-capturing technique? Progressing further, he soon arrived at the depths of the consciousness space, where he beheld a prison. Inside the prison stood a shadow with its back to him, hands clasped behind, emanating an intimidating aura that nearly brought him to his knees. This jolted him. Who is this? It seems different from what I anticipated. Just then, the shadow slowly turned, waved at him, and greeted him amicably. You have arrived? Jiang Xian was taken aback, instinctively nodding. Something feels amiss. Who are you? This esteemed one. The shadow sneered disdainfully. How dare you, a mere insignificant insect, inquire about this esteemed one's name? Upon hearing this self-reference, Jiang Xian's heart sank. No, this is wrong. It shouldn't be like this. As he spoke, he instinctively attempted to withdraw from Guhan's consciousness space. Suddenly, a surge of sword energy flashed through, piercing his body. Jiang Xian let out a wretched scream, his form becoming slightly translucent. Kid, the shadow looked pained. Be gentle with your strikes. It took so long to find such a fool. It would be a shame to kill him so easily. Apologies, I couldn't help it. With that voice, Guhan appeared before Jiang Xian. It is because of him that my great opportunity slipped away. I nearly fell victim to that so-called divine power. You must be cautious. The shadow's face bore a look of dread. If you become tainted, even this esteemed one shall suffer. You. Jiang Xian fixed his gaze on Guhan, his eyes wide with disbelief. Were you not ensnared by the soul captivation technique? How is it that your soul power is so formidable? He could sense that Guhan's soul power far exceeded that of a spiritual transformation practitioner, even surpassing that of most divine realm cultivators. The shadow curled its lip. Formidable? It is all due to this esteemed one's calculations. Never mind, I must not dwell on it. The thought pains me too much. Almost on the verge of death. Guhan chuckled lightly. Why bother knowing so much? Indeed. The shadow nodded sagely. Do you understand the rules? As prey, how dare you question your hunter? Simply wait for your demise in peace. Jiang Xian's heart plummeted to the depths. You. He glared fiercely at Guhan. You dare to deceive me. With a flash, a sword intent hovered ominously at his brow. Precisely. Guhan smiled sweetly. I have indeed deceived you. What can you do about it? Thud. Jiang Xian immediately knelt on the ground. Grandfather Gu. He bowed fervently, his face a portrait of pleading and remorse. Ancestor Gu, spare me your wrath. I truly did not mean to offend you. It was all that Chu Kuang and that bastard who incited me. I am innocent. Please, let me go. He suddenly raised his head, his expression earnest. I, Jiang Xian, vow from this day forth to be your loyal hound. Whoever you command me to bite, I shall not hesitate. Hiss. The shadow stared in astonishment. What an extraordinary individual. No wonder. Guhan had long been accustomed to such behavior, wearing a nonchalant expression. This person has no sense of decency whatsoever. Indeed, the shadow nodded. In all my years, he is the most shameless individual I have encountered, without exception. Enough. Guhan waved his hand, retracting some of the sword's might. As per our agreement, this individual is now entrusted to you. Excellent. The shadow's eyes gleamed, a surge of power emanating forth. Jiang Xian's body stiffened. Facing the shadow, he felt as if he were an insignificant insect before a colossal giant. This is a crushing defeat on the level of existence. No, he trembles in fear. Elder Gu, ancestral Gu, I implore you, Taoist Jiang. Guhan's expression turned stern. The concept of cause and effect is profoundly intricate. You sought to seize my body, and now you find yourself ensnared by my schemes. This is the fruit of your actions. The web of cause and effect has long been predetermined. So why do you persist in futile struggles, engaging in this fruitless endeavor? Did you not claim that your fortunes were bleak and your path fraught with misfortune? Living such a burdensome life. I offer you liberation. Should you not express your gratitude? Ah! A scream echoed. Jiang Xian was instantly consumed by the shadow. Faintly, one could still hear his final curses. I thank your grandfather for such sentiments. The shadow pondered for a moment. Such words shall not be uttered again. Why? They invite a beating. Guhan wore a look of exasperation. Indeed, it is quite easy to be beaten. TSK. The shadow licked its lips, somewhat regretful, for the flavor of this soul was rather mundane. If you could procure the soul of that sage-level being outside, it would indeed be a delight to savor. Him? Guhan shook his head. Let it be. That individual is highly vigilant, and is a reincarnation of a sage, leaving behind numerous contingencies. Nonsense. The shadow scoffed. Reincarnation of a sage? How pretentious. What? Guhan was taken aback. Not reincarnation, youngster. The shadow shook its head repeatedly. The cycle of reincarnation is one of the most intricate and convoluted matters in this world. Even I have yet to grasp it. How could he, a mere ant of sage level, claim such a thing? He merely seeks to seize a body. The shadow sneered. Moreover, from what you say, he employs those despicable tactics. Then, Guhan suddenly understood. Not unlike you, youngster. The shadow erupted in fury. Do not speak such nonsense. That sort of person is not worthy of being compared to me. You are insulting me. Observe. Guhan began to analyze. It is all about seizing bodies. He succeeded, while you did not. Is that not the sole distinction? Huh. The shadow chuckled in anger. Do you know who these so-called reincarnated great beings target for body seizing? Who? Infants. The shadow's tone turned icy. Moreover, they are those not yet born, still nestled in their mother's wombs. I previously mentioned that this body-seizing endeavor is fraught with peril. Therefore, some individuals, in search of greater safety, will scout numerous pregnant women beforehand, selecting the most promising unborn child as their target. You must understand, an infant's soul is the weakest, and its bond with the physical body is not yet stable. It is precisely for this reason that this method of body seizing is most effective, and being nurtured in the womb greatly enhances the compatibility of their souls with their bodies. This is the true nature of so-called reincarnation. This method is insidious and vile. He spoke with disdain. Even as a demonic cultivator, I would not stoop to such depths. Otherwise, do you think I would be in this predicament? Is that so? Guhan sighed. Then this person truly deserves his fate. Bring him in. The shadow licked its lips. I shall assist you in devouring and slaughtering him. No need. Guhan cast him a glance. I have conceived a superior idea. Outside, Chukwang fixed his gaze intently upon Guhan. Despite his unwavering confidence in his methods, a flicker of restlessness inevitably stirred within him. Suddenly, Guhan's expression underwent a rapid transformation. Pain, struggle, hesitation. After a moment, he abruptly opened his eyes. You are, Chukwang probed, Zhang Daoyu? Alas. Guhan let out a deep sigh, his face a portrait of lamentation. In one fleeting moment, his life hung by a thread. In the next, he sought to seize vitality from the jaws of death, akin to the emergence of blossoms after a long winter. As the saying goes, the ways of heaven are ever-changing and fate is elusive. Amidst the sorrow and joy, life and death, profound truths of the universe reveal themselves. I, Jiang Xian, have attained enlightenment. Chukwang's countenance brightened with joy. There was no mistaking it. It could only be him. Such an insufferable tone could not be mimicked by anyone else. Indeed, Guhan clasped his hands in gratitude. Today, Jiang Xian is reborn, and for that, I owe my thanks. Chukwang waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for thanks. After all, we are both reborn beings. The past is of no consequence. From this moment forth, let us regard each other as equals. Quite so. Guhan sighed once more. The past is but a wisp of smoke, long dispersed by the wind. Now, you and I are akin to that. Daoyu. Chukwang interjected, feeling somewhat weary of this discourse. He found Jiang Xian's incessant chatter rather irksome. You must have uncovered his secret by now, correct? Naturally. I regret not having driven him to despair. Guhan mused. That rascal, he began to weave a tale. Fortuitous encounters indeed are extraordinary. In his youth, he inadvertently stumbled upon an ancient relic, acquiring that sword and those sword techniques. Furthermore, he consumed a rare fruit, attaining an invulnerable physique. As a result, he possesses the ability to absorb this divine power, albeit he can only refine a minuscule portion. Nonetheless, it is truly remarkable. Invulnerable? Chu Kuang furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of disappointment. As a mighty sage, he had heard of countless peculiar physiques and bloodlines. Thus, he did not doubt the authenticity of Guhan's condition. What he regretted was that such a power could not be replicated. Chu Daoyu, Guhan smiled. Should you wish, after we emerge, I can guide you to that relic. Perhaps we might uncover similar rare fruits. Excellent. Chu Kuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. I shall be in your debt. No need for that. Guhan waved his hand nonchalantly. The concept of cause and effect is most profound. Your prior assistance to me was the cause, and now, Daoyu. Chu Kuang hastily interrupted. Ahem, given the escalating anomalies in this secret realm, we should first acquire those divine essences and deliberate once we return. Agreed. Guhan nodded. Divine essences or precious liquids, both are treasures he covets. The two continued on their journey, engaging in further conversation. Daoyu, Chu Kuang expressed his curiosity. During our previous contest, I discovered this individual's spiritual power surpassed even mine. I wonder how deep his spiritual pool is. Guhan feigned surprise. Your spiritual pool measures 70 zhang. Chu Kuang did not withhold his own revelation. I have discovered 2 of the 5 hidden secrets. No wonder. Guhan sighed with a hint of regret. This young man consumed the exotic fruit, causing a transformation in his body, and has thus uncovered 3. His spiritual pool measures an impressive 80 zhang. Fortunately, Chu Kuang fell silent for a moment. If this individual survives, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to me in the future. What a pity. Guhan expressed his lament. In this physical form, I can only exert a meager 70% of my true power. 70%? Chu Kuang's smile held a deeper meaning. 70% is quite substantial. 70%. Not too much, not too little, just enough for him to maintain control. At this moment, Guhan felt an urge to strike him with a sword. However, recalling that a mere sword thrust might not suffice to eliminate him and would potentially reveal his identity, he restrained himself. Just wait. This time, I shall ensure your downfall. Arriving at their destination, within a mere moment, the two found themselves once again by the small pool. A quick glance left them utterly astounded. The pool, which had previously contained a shallow layer of divine essence, was now completely devoid of any trace. Chapter 181. Infiltrating the enemy. Gone. Gazing at the empty pool, Guhan's brow furrowed instantly. He distinctly remembered that not long ago, although the precious liquid was scarce, there was still some remaining. Moreover, Jiang Xian had previously made similar remarks, yet now there was not a single drop left. Jiang, my friend. Chu Kuang's expression darkened. What on earth is happening here? I have no idea. Are you jesting with me? Jesting? Guhan shrugged. If it exists, it exists. If it does not, it does not. Why would I waste my time jesting with you? What benefit would that bring me? Chu Kuang fell silent. Indeed, in matters such as this, there is no point in deceit. Perhaps, Guhan pondered, the essence was taken by those creatures, although this possibility seems rather slim, or... Chu Kuang's gaze turned icy. There may be others here of whom we are unaware. Indeed, Guhan sighed. Aside from that, I cannot conceive of any other rationale. Surely, this precious essence could not simply dissipate on its own. If that were the case, this secret realm would serve no purpose. Humph. Chu Kuang scoffed. I care not who it may be. This matter is far from resolved. Not easy. Guhan shook his head. If there truly is someone, then that individual must possess considerable strength to elude our senses. Moreover, this person seems to have come prepared, leaving no trace behind. Finding him would likely prove quite challenging. Chu, my friend, he sighed. In this world, treasures belong to those who are destined to possess them. What is meant for us will not escape our grasp. And what is not meant for us cannot be forcibly taken. One must learn to accept this. Chu Kuang's expression darkened further. Accept? You have consumed the majority of the divine essence, and you are certainly able to accept that. What of myself? I have nothing. In truth, Guhan felt an even deeper sense of loss. After expending such effort, being pursued by monsters and Jiang Xian, nearly losing his life. He ended up with nothing to show for it. What a loss. A tremendous loss. He discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Chu Kuang. This loss must not go unavenged. Each harbored their own thoughts as the two conferred briefly, ultimately deciding to depart from this place. With the crimson mist thickening, even their formidable strength began to wane, rendering their continued presence here of little significance. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, a thunderous rumble shook the ground as a monstrous creature, with a furious expression, propped itself on the ground, relentlessly pursuing a nimble figure ahead. Though its form was not as impressive as the one encountered by Gu Hanyu, it was formidable enough. Yet, no matter how hard it exerted itself, the figure in front continued to widen the distance between them. A faint, mocking laughter echoed from ahead. With such sluggish speed, you truly embarrass your god. I'm feeling a bit tired now, so I shall cease this game with you. Suddenly, the creature halted, its breath coming in ragged gasps. Its eyes aflame with fury, and a peculiar red light flickered from the slit in its brow. With a roar, the crimson mist around it surged as if animated, swirling towards its body. As the mist enveloped it, saliva dripped from its mouth while its muscles swelled rapidly. In mere moments, both its stature and its forearms had doubled in girth. After a brief pause, it lifted its head sharply, the last vestiges of its confusion vanishing entirely. Its form now 3 times its original size. Its muscular arms radiated explosive power, veiled in an eerie red mist that lent it an air of majesty. Insignificant ants. It intoned slowly, its voice cold and domineering, dripping with disdain. How dare you usurp divine power? Today, I shall eradicate you all. With a sudden roar, it threw back its head. Waves of sound rippled outward, dispersing the crimson mist within a 100-foot radius, revealing the bizarre, blood-like earth beneath. The resonance of its voice was piercing, echoing across much of the secret realm. Several miles away, another sluggish, wandering creature abruptly halted upon hearing the roar, its form freezing in place. Do not blaspheme, it muttered, its arms thrusting forward as it surged towards the source of the sound. In that moment, every creature within the secret realm that heard the roar, like it, began to converge upon the same location. A monumental crisis was brewing. At the edge of the realm, the roar was unmistakably heard by Murong Yin and her companions. How strange, she mused, puzzled. What madness has seized these creatures? Miss, I am somewhat concerned, Murong Chong interjected. Shall we continue? Of course. Murong Yin shot him a glare. Have we finished collecting the spiritual herbs? We shall not rest until we do. Keep going. Murong Chong could only offer a wry smile. Finished? How could that be possible? Moreover, though this secret realm has existed for millennia, it has not yielded any exceptionally precious spiritual herbs due to a scarcity of. However, the common spiritual herbs are abundant, and though they appear unchanged on the surface due to the constant infusion of red mist, their insides have undergone significant mutations. Who would dare to consume such things? Naturally, he was filled with doubts. Yet, with that purple gold hammer present, he did not dare to utter a single word. At this moment, Yang Ying approached, her expression grave. Have you not noticed? The strength of these creatures is increasing, and they are becoming more intelligent. Is that so? Murong Yin pondered. They do seem considerably more formidable. During their herb gathering, they had encountered solitary monsters. Although they easily defeated them with their combined strength, she could still sense the changes in the creatures. Oh no. A thought struck her, and her face filled with concern. Brother Gu is still inside. If he encounters these monsters, he may not be able to handle them. Do not worry, Yang Ying replied, exuding a near-blind confidence in Gu Han. I have a strong intuition that even if something happens and all of us perish, he will certainly survive until the end. Within the valley, Meng Xing's expression shifted at the sound of a roar. It seemed the strength of the creatures had increased again. It matters not, Yuan Gang said nonchalantly. With our junior brother present, there is no cause for concern. Him? Meng Xing sighed. He has been gone for nearly a day. Who knows when he will return? Moreover, you cannot fathom how rapidly these creatures are growing in strength. He had battled the monsters several times, and his understanding was far deeper than Yuan Gang's. Just then, a disciple of the Qingyun sect seemed to notice something, his face lighting up. It's junior brother Chu. He has returned. In the distance, 2 figures walked side by side, stirring up endless red mist as they approached the others. The crowd stared in astonishment. 2. They instantly recognized the figure of Chu Kuang, but the other was also familiar, though they could not place him immediately. Soon, they were left dumbfounded. The other person was none other than Guhan. Impossible. Watching Guhan and Chu Kuang converse, Yuan Gang's expression was one of disbelief. How could our junior brother be with him? It's him. Meng Xing's eyes blazed with fury. If anyone despised Guhan most in this setting, it was undoubtedly him. How dare he throw himself into the net? Boom. A brilliant silver light erupted from him as he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Guhan. I will take your life. HM. Guhan was momentarily stunned, then erupted in anger. Chu, who is this person? What do you mean by this? Stop. Chu Kuang's expression darkened. Without needing Guhan to intervene, he swiftly moved to block Guhan, intercepting Meng Xing's attack. Let me explain. Chu called out. Brother Chu. Meng Xing was greatly dissatisfied. Why do you protect him? Do not act impulsively. At this moment, Yuan Gang and the others had also joined the group. The younger disciple's actions, undoubtedly, had their reasons, yet it was unexpected when he cast a glance at Guhan, filled with deep sentiment. In the end, you have chosen to submit, young disciple. Guhan's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Who are you? Senior brother, Chu Kuang chuckled softly. You misunderstand. This esteemed friend is not Guhan, but Jiang Xian, Jiang Daoyu. He is a companion I made during this journey. Jiang Xian? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Esteemed guests, Guhan clasped his hands in greeting. I am honored to meet you. You mean to say, Jiang Xian and not Guhan? Meng Xing expressed his uncertainty. Guhan cast him a sidelong glance. This friend, whether Jiang Xian or Li Xian, is merely a name to us cultivators. If it pleases you, you may call me Ma Xian or even Zhao Xian. It matters not. What is paramount is that Guhan has utterly dissipated. And before you stands I, a reborn version of myself, a reincarnated being. That is sufficient. Upon his words, silence enveloped the room. His nonsensical ramblings left the audience in a state of bewilderment. Even Chu Kuang's lips twitched in confusion. A disciple from Yuqing's sect blinked, puzzled. What does that mean? I don't understand. Neither do I. Yuan Gang glanced at Meng Xing, somewhat hesitating. Does he imply he has undergone possession? Indeed, Meng Xing nodded. It does sound like that. Is it not possession? Guhan regarded them as though they were fools. Am I not clear enough in my explanation? The crowd appeared speechless. What you uttered was hardly an explanation. Junior brother, Yuan Gang's expression grew complicated. He remained somewhat confused. What exactly is happening? Enough. Guhan shook his head. Allow me to clarify. I shall handle it. Chu Kuang interjected, unwilling to let him speak further, for it was too infuriating. He recounted their prior experiences and introduced both parties. Of course, he withheld certain details, such as his hidden techniques, the peculiar fruit Guhan mentioned, and the ancient estate. These matters would not be casually disclosed. Now it makes sense. The crowd finally grasped the situation. So Guhan is indeed dead. Serves him right for being so arrogant. Indeed, he even dared to reject our Qingyun Pavilion's invitation. He deserves this fate. Amidst the discussions, satisfaction washed over the crowd. Quite so. Yuan Gang sighed. To die by possession, how fitting for him. Chu Kuang's words were met with unwavering belief. After all, he had demonstrated ample means to convince them. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Guhan smiled. Excellent. All of you wish for my demise. One and all, await your reckoning. Cough cough. Meng Xing cleared his throat. His demeanor somewhat awkward. Although he understood that this person was no longer Guhan, he still felt a twinge of discomfort. I was too rash earlier. I hope Brother Jiang will not take offense. Not at all, not at all. Guhan waved his hand, wearing an expression of nonchalance. As the saying goes, one must engage in conflict to foster acquaintance. The bond between us is indeed profound. However, Brother Meng, as cultivators, we ought to maintain a long-term perspective and cultivate an expansive heart. If one clings to transient grievances, one risks descending to a lower level. Over time, this will inevitably lead to a compromise of one's path, which would be detrimental to your future cultivation journey. His words left Meng Xing feeling quite nauseated. I have received your guidance. In truth, he was not alone. Yuan Gang and the others bore equally peculiar expressions. What was wrong with this person? Enough. Seeing that Guhan was about to continue, Chu Kuang directly intervened. Friend Jiang, we must prioritize discussing serious matters. Very well, Guhan ceased speaking. It was not that he lacked the desire to continue. Rather, he was running out of things to say. He found himself somewhat admiring Jiang Xian, who could effortlessly conjure such a plethora of words. Such a skill was indeed rare in this world. Brother, Chu Kuang's expression turned grave. Just now, You must have heard the commotion caused by that creature, correct? Indeed, Yuan nodded. It seems they have become even more formidable than before. I never expected their rate of growth to be so astonishing. We should refrain from venturing out for the time being. Let us wait here. This seemed reasonable. As they had ample medicinal pills, and once the secret realm opens, others will surely deal with them. The crowd murmured among themselves, their concern evident on their faces. Hide. Guhan cast a disdainful glance at the others. How foolish. Friend Jiang. Chu Kuang naturally valued Guhan's opinion. What insights do you have? Insights may be an overstatement. Guhan replied with a self-satisfied smile. I merely have a small suggestion. In truth, we cultivators contend against heaven, earth, and humanity throughout our lives. We are bound to face countless trials and tribulations. If we falter at every obstacle, we will gradually lose our drive for progress, and thus our cultivation will stagnate. Meng Xing could no longer contain himself. He felt that this person was even more detestable than the previous Guhan. What exactly are you trying to say? Do you not understand? Guhan chuckled, revealing a broad smile. Allow me to be more straightforward. While they are still weak, let us eliminate them decisively. Now, that was comprehensible, wasn't it? The crowd stared in silence. Is that it? Is that what you call insight? This is nothing but a reckless confrontation, the most foolish course of action. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's brow furrowed deeply. Our strength will undoubtedly suffer losses. He understood well that the current prowess of those creatures was on an entirely different level compared to when they had first transformed. Heh. Meng Xing seized the opportunity to mock. Indeed, what a brilliant insight. Guhan remained unruffled, smiling in return. May I inquire, Brother Meng, do you have any commendable ideas? Meng Xing was at a loss for words. He was preoccupied with deriding Guhan and had no strategies of his own. Esteemed colleagues, Guhan's words were a blend of truth and deception. Before I underwent possession, I encountered a creature that had regained a significant portion of its rationality. What does this imply? He smiled again. I believe you should comprehend. The notion of regained rationality weighed heavily on the hearts of the crowd. Do monsters possess rationality? The difference is stark. If what Guhan asserts is true, then even if they hide, safety eludes them. Jiang Daoyu. Chu Kuang's expression turned grave. Is this statement genuine? If you doubt it, Guhan chuckled. Chu Dao, you may seek out a monster for yourself and observe how they differ now from their former selves. Chu Kuang sank into contemplation. Furthermore, Guhan continued to exert pressure on the group. Before I seized control, that monster was indeed insignificant, yet compared to my current self, it merely falls short. He refrained from revealing the full truth, fearing it might frighten the crowd and yield adverse effects. What? Chu Kuang's complexion shifted. No one understood Guhan's strength better than he did. Even though Jiang Xian's compatibility with this body is only 70%, it is sufficient to rank among the elite. To be merely a notch weaker than him was a thought he dared not entertain. Moreover, there are dozens of such monsters. So what? Instinctively, Meng Xing grew increasingly displeased with Guhan, naturally opposing him. They may be strong, but those monsters might not even find us first. Let us not forget, in this secret realm, there are also Murong Yen and her group. If we strike first, won't we merely be aiding their escape? It would be wiser to wait and let the monsters find them first, then, Meng Xiang. Guhan suddenly interjected. Are you particularly fortunate? You. Meng Xing was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the question's intent. Naturally, Yuan Gang remarked with some sentiment. Brother Meng's luck is such that even I find myself envious. This precious body of his was forged from a piece of celestial gold during his childhood. Who else possesses such fortuitous opportunities? Indeed, Guhan's eyes sparkled with realization. Even a fool can thrive if fortune favors him. You. Meng Xing's eyes reddened. Dare you repeat that? Heh. Guhan cast him a sidelong glance. Let the monsters find them first? Do those monsters heed your commands, or mine? Even if they reach them first, how much time would be wasted? 2 days? 3 days? By then, the monster's strength will have escalated to unfathomable levels. Need I elaborate further? You are not foolish. He sighed. What else? A barrage of inquiries left Meng Xing speechless. He found himself unable to counter Guhan's claims. Of course, Guhan shot a glance at Chu Kuang. In truth, I might be overly anxious. With Chu Daoyu present, we can always resort to that final measure. Chu Kuang's brows knitted tightly. That final measure refers to the hidden trump card sealed within his holy weapon. However, this card holds immense significance for him. He is reluctant to squander it, especially on these monsters. I believe, In an instant, he reached a resolution. Zhang Daoyu speaks wisely. It is prudent to act preemptively. These monsters pose a grave threat. The longer we delay, the more complicated the situation becomes. Eliminating them sooner rather than later is more beneficial for us. I concur. Yuan Gang naturally and unconditionally supported him, taking the initiative, which bore the advantage of first strike. However, it was essential to defeat them one by one to prevent significant casualties. Yet, Meng Xing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. It's fine for Murong Yin and the others. Yuan Gang waved his hand dismissively. Brother Zhang has taken over Guhan and is well aware of their whereabouts. When the time comes, we merely need to lure a few creatures there. There is no need for us to intervene. Brilliant! Guhan exclaimed, his face alight with admiration. No one is more suited for such tasks than I am. Meng Xing fell silent. Moreover, he feared it might provoke Chu Kuang's displeasure. Time was of the essence. Chu Kuang hesitated no longer. We must hasten to locate those creatures. The longer we delay, the more complicated this matter becomes. Deep within the secret realm, a dozen or so monsters knelt on the ground, their eyes fixed on the colossal figure before them, faces filled with adoration and fervor. We pay homage to the divine envoy. Glory to our deity. The envoy spoke with a cold, detached tone, starkly contrasting with his earlier demeanor. Do not blaspheme. You insignificant ants, audacious beyond measure. You dare to attempt to steal divine power. Your crimes are unforgivable. Follow me. As he spoke, he glanced towards the periphery of the secret realm, his third eye suddenly opening, blood-red and fierce. Annihilate the ants. Welcome the return of our deity. Boom, boom. With that, he forcefully pressed his sturdy arms against the ground, moving directly outward. Our deity returns. Our deity returns. Behind him, the throng of monsters displayed even greater fervor, closely trailing in his wake. Around them, endless crimson mist churned ceaselessly, bewitching, eerie, and strange. On a small hill, Yuan Gang wore a perplexed expression. Why can't we find a single one? Their plan was actually quite simple. The group would work together to search, and upon finding any monster, they would unleash their full might to eliminate it. Although this method was less efficient, it was undeniably reliable. However, after several hours had passed, they had yet to catch even a glimpse of a creature. Something was amiss. A sense of unease crept into Chu Kuang's heart. It seemed as if these monsters were deliberately evading them. No worries, no worries. Guhan quickly reassured. Let us keep searching. Perhaps they ventured deeper, where the crimson mist is denser, aiding their evolution. He was more anxious than anyone else. If they could not locate the monsters, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? They must find them. They absolutely had to. In my opinion, Meng Xing also felt that something was off. We should still pause. Boom, boom. Before he could finish, the ground beneath them trembled violently. They're coming, Guhan exclaimed joyfully. Just as I said we couldn't find them, and now they come to us. Indeed, the word fate is truly remarkable. Everyone, this is the universe's favor upon us. We must seize this opportunity. The group could hardly endure it any longer. Favor? Nonsense. For several hours, Guhan's incessant chatter, filled with seemingly reasonable yet utterly nonsensical drivel, had tormented them all. Even Yuan Gang felt a twinge of annoyance toward Chu Kuang. What on earth were you thinking to bring this creature back? No, that is not it. For the moment, Chu Kuang had no mind to dwell on such matters. Listening closely, it seemed there was more than one. No matter. Guhan waved his hand dismissively. With our combined strength, even if there are 3 or 5, we shall prevail. Very well. Chu Kuang hesitated for a brief moment. Let us go take a look. It would be far better to deal with several at once than one by one. His intentions were clear, and the others dared not oppose him. Following him swiftly towards the source of the sound. Boom, boom. As they drew nearer, the earth trembled with increasing ferocity. Guhan's expression grew strange. This noise undoubtedly indicated more than just 3 or 5. Oh no. Suddenly, Chu Kuang's face changed dramatically. Stop. We need to leave, quickly. His soul, inherently linked to the sacred realm, allowed him to sense the impending danger before others. There was an overwhelmingly powerful presence ahead. Ants, you dare to desecrate my deity and must be punished. No sooner had the words left his lips than a cold, authoritative voice echoed through the air. Accompanying this proclamation, a colossal creature abruptly came into view. Hiss. Upon seeing the form of the beast, the group gasped in shock. Was this truly the same monster they had encountered before? Its strength was utterly staggering. Meng Xing's eyes burned crimson as he fixed a fierce gaze on Guhan, filled with murderous intent. You said it was merely slightly weaker than you? Steady yourself. Guhan swallowed hard, feigning composure. Remain calm. There are many of us. Dealing with it won't be difficult. Deal with your grandfather. The group nearly erupted in expletives. Many of us. What good is that? Run. Yuan Gang made a swift decision. This was a miscalculation. To subdue this creature would likely cost us the lives of most of our group. We must retreat and discuss further. He could see clearly that this beast was on par with the most elite of Skyward Realm experts. Sacrificing lives was the most foolish course of action. Retreat? A low growl interrupted them, and the creature, with its four thick arms, lunged forward, landing squarely in front of the group. Boom. The ground shook violently. Ants, you have desecrated the divine might, and only your lives can atone. This is bad. Hearing its words, the group's hearts sank to the depths of despair. This creature's intellect remained entirely unaffected, even exhibiting cunning. Surround them. Annihilate them. Let their blood welcome my deity. Boom. Boom. Amidst the swirling red mist, a dozen or more creatures emerged from various directions, swiftly encircling the group. Do you see? Guhan glanced at Meng Xing. This is what I meant by slightly weaker than me. Meng Xing was ready to tear his own heart out. In the face of death, still explaining this? Is your mind unwell? At this moment, the faces of the group were ashen, utterly devoid of hope. Even though these creatures were far weaker than the one they had faced earlier, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. A couple could be easily dealt with. 3 or 5 posed no challenge. But a dozen? That meant certain death. Moreover, there was still a larger one ahead. It seemed. Chu Kuang fixed his gaze upon the divine envoy. So you are their leader. A flicker of hope ignited within him. With reason intact, communication was still possible. If he could just hold his ground, perhaps there was a chance for salvation. To kill us would benefit you not at all. I have a proposal that you might consider. Ant. The divine envoy's tone remained cold, refusing even a glance. You dare negotiate with me? Execute him immediately. Boom. As the command was issued, the monstrous beings sprang into action. A scream echoed through the air. One of the disciples from the Yuqing sect had inadvertently fallen prey to a creature's grasp. Senior brother, junior brother, save me. Puff. The plea was abruptly silenced as the creature tightened its grip, reducing him to a mere mist of blood. Crimson droplets rained down, painting the earth in vivid hues. With your blood, welcome my god. The creature's intellect paled in comparison to that of the divine envoy. Fight. At this critical juncture, Chu Kuang abandoned all notions of luck. Whoever can escape, does so. Swish. The moment the words left his lips, he darted in a chosen direction, fleeing rapidly. Bang. Suddenly, a colossal hand descended, blocking his path with a resounding crash. A deep imprint marked the ground where it struck. Leave. The divine envoy's face remained impassive. As a sacrifice, to resist is blasphemy. You. Chu Kuang's eyes blazed with fury. You will regret this. In an instant, his aura surged, an eerie massive mouth flickering behind him. Boom. In a flash, he collided with the divine envoy in a fierce confrontation. Junior brother. Not far off, Yuan Gang was taken aback. I shall assist you. Gritting his teeth, he abandoned his attempt to break free and joined Chu Kuang, combining their strength against the divine envoy. Bang. Bang. The battlefield erupted with thunderous roars. The cries of the wounded mingling with the increasingly thick scent of blood, transforming the area into a veritable hellscape. In a corner of the battlefield, Guhan and the 2 disciples from Qingyun Pavilion found themselves retreating before the onslaught of 4 monsters. Seemingly intentional, the 2 stood slightly behind Guhan, as if using him as a human shield. Oblivious to their intentions, Guhan coughed up blood, fighting with reckless abandon. You too. He wiped the blood from his lips. You must leave first. I will hold them off. The 2 were taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a declaration. Go. Guhan's expression was resolute. The plan was mine. The responsibility lies with me. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your safety. All right. The 2, having no fondness for Guhan, were nonetheless thrilled at the prospect of escape. Take care. Be careful. Superficial concern must be outwardly manifested. Glory. The 4 monstrous beings seemed to have discerned the intentions of several individuals, their third eyes suddenly opening wide. Hurry. Guhan exclaimed with a face full of despair. I cannot hold on for long. Without his prompting, the 2 turned and fled. However, at the very moment of their turn, a figure darted past them with incredible speed. Guhan. The two were utterly stunned. Why did this person look so familiar? Wasn't he the one who spoke of covering their retreat? Boom. Before they could react, for beams of crimson light abruptly descended upon them. The two had barely begun to unleash their true strength when they were completely obliterated under the illumination of the four red lights. Everyone was preoccupied with their own plight. Such a minor incident naturally went unnoticed. "Ah, die for me." Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from afar. It was Ming Xing. The silver light enveloping him shone almost blindingly as he engaged in a fierce battle with three monsters, managing to hold his ground due to the resilience of his treasure body, albeit with slight disadvantage. "Brother Ming." Guhan's eyes sparkled with hope. "Hold on. I shall assist you." Volume 1, Chapter 183. A Transcendent Rooster? Regarding the matters within the secret realm, Murong Yuan was utterly oblivious. Outside the secret realm, he remained solitary and desolate, bearing an expression of fatigue and weariness, much like his current state of mind. Alas! Suddenly, he let out a heavy sigh. If only the Grandmaster were still here. How could my Yuqing sect have fallen to such a plight? Earlier, after the secret realm had closed, he promptly informed Wu De and Duan Run about the situation concerning the Yang family. However, both of them, nearing the end of their lifespans, were preoccupied with thoughts of breakthroughs and prolonging their lives. As for other matters, they exhibited no concern whatsoever. The God-slaying array? The northern wilderness? If he were to perish, what need would there be for the northern wilderness and the God-slaying array? Regarding the Shixiao Academy and the Meng family, although there had been some friction over the relic, he understood that these two families would never stand by his side. Contemplating this, a tinge of sorrow inevitably welled up within him. The seeds of calamity had already been sown. Tranquil days would not last much longer. While he sighed deeply, a voice filled with discontent and brimming with anger faintly reached his ears. "Bah! One reaps what one sows. Why care for these rascals? Let them all perish." If they had not acted recklessly, even after 1,000 years, the God-slaying array would not have encountered issues. Just because you possess a soft heart and cannot bear to see the suffering of living beings? Have you even taken a moment to reflect on your own wretched state and how much longer you have to live? Amidst the tirade, a diminutive figure gradually entered Murong Yuan's line of sight. Standing merely a foot tall, it was strikingly majestic. Its crown was like a brilliant vermilion, red as blood. Its beak resembled a sharp blade, glimmering coldly. Two golden claws were exceptionally sharp, akin to celestial gold, draped in resplendent five-colored feathers. It appeared almost ethereal as the gentle breeze stirred, dazzling and extraordinary. Its eyes were unfathomably deep, as if capable of seeing through all the world's intricacies. Murong Yuan was left utterly astonished. Was it a chicken? His eyes widened in astonishment, unblinking in disbelief. Surely, he was not imagining things. It was indeed a chicken, a magnificent rooster, a beast of the supernatural? No, that could not be. Supernatural beings could only speak human language if they had taken form. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless supernatural creatures, yet he had never seen or even heard of a chicken attaining such enlightenment. How absurd. The rooster strode confidently toward the secret realm, cursing vehemently. "Just wait. If I find out which scoundrel did this, I shall not rest until you are utterly vanquished." The moment it spoke, its previously regal image was utterly shattered. Murong Yuan blinked, pondering the rather dubious demeanor of this fowl. "What are you staring at?" The rooster cast a disdainful glance at Murong Yuan, clearly unimpressed. Had he never encountered such an imposing rooster before? Hiss! Murong Yuan gasped, a chill racing down his spine. Drenched in sweat, it was not mere surprise, but sheer terror. A single glance from the creature had instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing his very soul to feel as if it might shatter. How terrifying! He suddenly regained his senses, realizing that as a practitioner on the verge of the extraordinary realm, he had inexplicably failed to detect the rooster's presence until now. This was undeniably abnormal. The power of this chicken was undeniably formidable, at least at the threshold of the extraordinary realm. Was this truly a world where such a being existed? "Speak, will you?" The rooster, growing impatient, demanded, "Where do you hail from, and what brings you here?" Murong Yuan instinctively divulged his origins. "Yuqing sect?" The rooster flapped one wing, resembling an arm, scratching its head with a hint of recognition. "Ah, I believe I entrusted the slaying god formation to your sect some time ago." Confronted by it, Murong Yuan no longer felt the grandeur of his ancestral elders, but instead grew somewhat timid. He could not help but feel this way, After all, it was a chicken of the extraordinary realm. Who are you? The rooster paused, scratching its head again. What was my name? Ah, yes. It's Chongming. You may call me Lord Chicken. What? In that instant, a thunderbolt of realization struck Murong Yuan. The shock of this revelation far exceeded that of encountering a being of the extraordinary realm. You are Chongming, Senior? He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Though younger than Wu De and the others, he had learned the detailed tale of events that transpired a millennium ago from their accounts. 1,000 years prior, giants descended upon the world, bringing untold suffering. Then, a mysterious being named Chongming emerged, imparting the slaying god formation, thereby safeguarding the northern territories of the eastern wilderness. This Chongming was, astonishingly, a chicken? Chongming regarded him intently. I prefer it when others call me Lord Chicken. Murong Yuan's face flushed crimson. Though this being was a revered elder he had long admired, he could hardly bring himself to utter such a name. Such pretentiousness. Chongming glared at him. Master Ji, inquired the elder, are the matters within this secret realm of your doing? What matters? Murong Yuan was taken aback. Never mind. Chongming shook his head in disappointment. Observing the foolish expression on Murong Yuan's face. You wouldn't comprehend anything. He decided to investigate himself. Former Master Ji, Murong Yuan, suppressing his discomfort, called out those two words. What has transpired in this secret realm? Mind your own business. Chongming cast a disdainful glance at him. With your meager cultivation, focus on your own affairs. Murong Yuan was left speechless. After living for so long, it was the first time he had been told his cultivation was lacking, and by a mere chicken at that. Chongming paid him no further mind, striding confidently to the entrance of the secret realm, then standing still for a moment. It suddenly scratched its head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Master Ji's memory is a bit faulty. What was the incantation to open this secret realm again? At that moment, the profound and enigmatic image of Chongming in Murong Yuan's mind came crashing down. An incantation, you say? Murong Yuan instinctively produced the jade talisman. Is this what you mean? Precisely. Chongming glanced at it, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. All right, I remember now. Boom. Suddenly, an immense aura radiated from him. A vast pressure descending upon the scene. Remember, he looked at Murong Yuan. Before Master Ji resolves the issue, do not allow anyone to enter. Murong Yuan felt a surge of urgency. Then Master Ji means anyone. Are you not a person? Murong Yuan. Break from Master Ji. A low voice resonated. Chongming's form transformed into a streak of light, crashing into the entrance of the secret realm, and with a momentary ripple in space, he vanished from sight. Chapter 184, Brother Ming. Steady yourself, do not panic. I am coming to your aid. At this moment, within the battlefield, Guhan wore a face of anxiety and concern. I will be there immediately. Boom. As he spoke, his aura surged, reaching approximately half of its peak power. At that very moment, a monstrous eye opened in the center of a nearby creature's forehead, unleashing a beam of crimson light. Get out of the way. Guhan's eyes turned blood red. He slightly shifted his form, the red beam narrowly grazing his shoulder. Puff. Despite this, he was still affected, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Brother Ming. He seemed unfazed, his figure darting swiftly, breaking through the encirclement to reach Meng Xing's side. Boom. With a swift horizontal motion of his sword, he blocked an incoming strike. Once again, he coughed up blood, yet his expression grew increasingly resolute. Cough, cough, I'm here. Upon witnessing Guhan's actions, Meng Xing's first reaction was disbelief. This fellow cannot possibly be so benevolent. However, seeing Guhan, despite his grievous injuries, strive to break through and come to his aid, even assisting in fending off the monster's assault, caused his heart to waver. Had he misjudged him? Brother Ming. Sensing his thoughts, Guhan sighed. Rest assured, my intentions are entirely pure. My previous words were merely a reflection of my temperament, not aimed at you nor indicative of any discontent. Observing the overwhelmingly dire situation, he felt an intense sense of guilt. This predicament is my fault. Had I not proposed that plan, we would not find ourselves in such a dire strait today. Fear not. He inhaled deeply, his expression resolute. Today, I shall fight with all my might to ensure everyone escapes unscathed. In that moment, Meng Xing's expression grew complex. His hatred and disdain for Guhan diminished significantly, even giving rise to a tinge of guilt. Previously, his tone had softened considerably. My attitude has its own faults. Boom. Before he could finish his thought, a robust arm suddenly swept towards him. Watch out. Without waiting for him to react, Gu Han had already darted in front of him, firmly blocking that arm. Brother Ming, the past is but a fleeting memory. Let us not dwell on it. Our priority now is to break through. Very well. Witnessing Gu Han's selfless bravery, even Meng Xing, usually indifferent, felt a flicker of emotion. He had known Yang Lin for many years, and aside from the occasional call for assistance, he had never been treated with such camaraderie. Brother Jiang, the words escaped his lips. I, Meng Xing, choose you as my friend. Boom, boom. At that moment, yet another creature joined the fray, converging with the other three, encircling the two men. However, with Gu Han sharing the burden, Meng Xing felt somewhat relieved. Brother Ming, Gu Han said, facing away from him, leave these two to me. Rest assured, even if it costs my life, I will not allow them to touch you. Very well. Meng Xing smiled, confidence returning to his visage. Aside from that so-called divine envoy, the other creatures, though formidable, were not to be underestimated. And he regarded these two with disdain. Whoosh! A flurry of fierce winds swept through, stirring endless crimson mist. The four creatures launched their assault in unison. 8 immensely powerful arms descended upon the two men, blotting out the sun. Today, Meng Xing proclaimed boldly, we shall carve a path to survival. As he spoke, the silver light emanating from him intensified to its peak. Break for me. Facing the onslaught, he did not flinch or evade. An indomitable fighting spirit surged within him, and he boldly met their attack with a punch. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. The four arms were firmly halted by his might, unable to descend any further. Brother Jiang, he laughed wildly. Witness my prowess today. Bang! Before he could finish his declaration, a tremendous force struck him squarely on the back. The impact was so great it drowned out his cries of agony. Caught entirely off guard, he was driven into the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Had it not been for his formidable physique, he might have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. His face turned pale, the silver light flickering precariously. As he strained to glance back, not far away, Gu Han had long since distanced himself from the battlefield, holding a long sword in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. Brother Ming, he said, sensing the weight of his gaze, his expression laden with remorse. I apologize. I am still not fully attuned to this physical form. A momentary delay in my spiritual energy prevented me from shielding you. You do not hold it against me, do you? If not, would you grant me another chance? Jiang Xian, Meng Xing's eyes turned blood red in an instant. He realized all too well that he had been played for a fool by Gu Han from the very beginning. I, Meng Xing, shall not share glory with you. Before he could finish his words, four monstrous figures stepped forward in unison, letting out a low growl as their third eye at the center of their brows suddenly opened wide. In that fleeting moment, a shadow of death enveloped Meng Xing's heart. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, a resounding boom echoed. The divine emissary wielded his colossal hand, forcing Chu Kuang and Yuan Gang to retreat repeatedly, rendered nearly defenseless. It was not that they lacked strength. Rather, the disparity between the two sides was insurmountable. As time passed, an increasing amount of crimson mist infiltrated his body, subtly hinting at a breakthrough from the void realm to the tribulation realm. Ants, be eradicated. With a thunderous clap, two massive arms struck down, creating deep craters in the ground. The rolling red mist sent Chu Kuang and Yuan Gang hurtling backward in disarray. Junior brother, Yuan Gang coughed blood, a layer of earthy light flickering precariously around him. Had it not been for the enhancement of Chu Kuang's wild battle body, he would have succumbed long ago. This adversary is far too formidable. Unless we join forces, we stand no chance. It is futile. Chu Kuang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Though the fire of battle burned fiercely in his eyes, his body was beginning to falter. We have no opportunity left. Yuan Gang's gaze swept across the battlefield, his heart sinking. At this moment, aside from Gu Han, Meng Xing, and the two of them, only a few remained, struggling to endure, and it was evident they could not last much longer. I was careless, Yuan Gang lamented. We should have executed that plan properly, no? Chu Kuang shook his head. That plan was flawed from the outset. What do you mean? Yuan Gang questioned, sensing a shift in understanding. Jiang Xian is, in fact, a problem. Everything had transpired with such uncanny timing that even he could not help but doubt Gu Han's true identity. Could it be? Yuan Gang's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. That person is not Jiang Xian, but Gu Han? I am uncertain, Chu Kuang replied, shaking his head. It is merely conjecture. Impossible. Yuan Gang vehemently shook his head. The possession occurred under your meticulous watch, no matter how capable Guhan may be. He could never have had the opportunity to resist. Nevertheless, a glint of coldness flashed in Chu Kuang's eyes. Since we cannot be sure, he remains an unstable variable, a risk that must not be allowed to linger. Just then, the divine emissary drew closer, interrupting Yuan Gang's words. Ants, your flesh, blood, souls, and cultivation. Today, all shall become offerings to my deity. I concede. Chu Kuang seems to have made a resolute decision, instantly retracting his battle intent and quietly observing the divine envoy. Your power is formidable. In my current state, I am far from your match. This situation arose due to my carelessness. I accept my defeat. Originally, this stratagem was not devised for you. But alas, since you have intruded, you must meet your demise. As the words fell, an overwhelming aura of terror descended upon the arena. Elsewhere, Brother Meng, do not panic. Observing Meng Xing's expression of despair, Guhan brandished his sword, radiating righteousness, and proclaimed, I shall assist you. The murderous intent surged within him, with his target clearly set upon Meng Xing. Today he must be utterly eradicated. Meng Xing yearned to unleash a torrent of curses, but his grievous injuries rendered him speechless, unable to utter even a coherent phrase. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars erupted. Before Guhan could take action, the very ground beneath him trembled violently. Simultaneously, an unearthly pressure, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, enveloped the arena. Following this, the furious roar of the divine envoy resounded. The four monstrous beings hesitated not, abandoning Meng Xing and racing away into the distance. Crack, crack. At that moment, the space contorted under the force of this overwhelming presence, revealing countless fissures as delicate as strands of hair. The secret realm was on the verge of collapse. With a sudden thud, Zhongming crashed into the secret realm, losing control and rolling twice before tumbling to the ground. His sharp beak pierced the earth. Ugh! He shook his head in disdain. This odor remains as repugnant as ever. Just wait. Once this rooster regains his powers, it will be the end for you wretched creatures. Oblivious to their impending doom, his gaze swept through the swirling crimson mist, and his expression turned frigid. How dare you touch such a thing? Indeed, the more he spoke, the angrier he became. The rooster should not have come today. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, sighed deeply, and thought, if it weren't for Xiao Yun, I wouldn't bother with your fates. You brought this upon yourselves. You deserve to die. Muttering to himself, he slowly ventured deeper into the secret realm. Beside him, the wisps of red mist advanced, only to be repelled by his resplendent plumage, which instilled trepidation in countless onlookers. The divine power had no effect on him whatsoever. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. This scent is peculiar. How could such things have entered? They truly do not allow the rooster a moment's peace. With that thought, he vanished in a flash, transforming into a streak of light, disappearing from sight. On a small hillside, Ji Xian lovingly caressed the white jade vial in her hand, her face alight with joy. Divine essence. With this, I shall save myself considerable effort. How wonderful. Her face was adorned with a radiant smile, her eyes nearly forming crescent moons. Had it not been for you, I would have been oblivious to this divine essence. Before she could finish her thought, her figure abruptly stiffened, the jade vial in her hand plummeting to the ground. Amidst the swirling crimson mist, a diminutive figure gradually materialized before her. It was none other than Chongming. How audacious! Upon encountering Zhishuan, its expression flickered momentarily before transforming into one of solemnity. The resplendent hues of its feathers shimmered, exuding an ominous aura, and its pupils appeared to split, veering towards a duality. Little witch, I can discern at a glance that you are not of this world. Even the tone of its voice diverged drastically from before, sacred, commanding, and utterly irreverent. Boom. As it spoke, its presence erupted with overwhelming force, rendering Zhishuan utterly powerless to resist. How could this be? Her complexion turned ashen, her eyes wide with terror. She longed to flee, yet she found herself utterly incapacitated, even her once mighty soul power rendered futile. The creature before her conveyed an entirely different sensation than Gu Tian. Gu Tian's demeanor imposed a hierarchical suppression upon her, while Chongming was her natural nemesis, a foe that transcended mere strength and rank, seemingly born to counter her existence. Especially those dual pupils. A mere glance left her feeling as though her very soul was being torn asunder. Humph. Chongming slowly approached. Encountering me, little demon. You have met with misfortune. Boom. As it spoke, it unfurled its wings and soared into the air, letting out a thunderous roar. A wave of sacred energy enveloped the space. A flicker of despair crossed Jixuan's eyes as her form shifted, transforming into another visage, one that Guhan recognized all too well. Luing, another witch. She sighed softly and closed her eyes. Confronted with such an innate adversary, she saw no glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, just as she resigned herself to her fate, the anticipated cataclysmic blow failed to materialize. In midair, Chongming hovered, the sacred aura that had once enveloped it dissipating. And its pupils returned to normal as it scratched its head, murmuring to itself. What was that great something? How could I have forgotten? This title feels so familiar. Never mind. It slapped its head, dismissing the thought. Forgetting is not a rare occurrence. Now, to attend to business. Has it fled? Coming to its senses. It found no trace of the witch, save for the jade vial. Humph. It snickered. Consider yourself fortunate. Should you encounter me again, luck will not be on your side. With that, it turned its attention to the jade vial. Essence of divine power. Quite commendable. I suppose my visit was not in vain. It opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing the vial whole. Little Yun truly is something else. It began to grumble again. Handing such treasures to those insatiable individuals is nothing short of wasteful. In such a wretched place, what sort of talent could possibly flourish? Better off. Suddenly, a terrifying and overwhelming force suddenly spread forth, warping the very fabric of the secret realm, the sacred domain. Its eyes narrowed in disbelief. How dare they wield such power here? By shattering the secret realm, you will all face annihilation. A bunch of scoundrels. Truly irredeemable. With a swift motion, it vanished once more. Boom. On the battlefield. The indifference that once graced the eyes of the divine envoy had evaporated, replaced by boundless fury. At this moment, a multitude of creatures gathered behind him, prostrating themselves and continuously channeling their strength into his being. Not far ahead, a fist-sized orb of light hovered in the air. Though it appeared gentle, it concealed a ferocious force of destruction. The moment it brushed against him, a third of his body was reduced to dust. This was the hidden stratagem of Chu Kuang, a strike from the sacred domain. Even with the divine power augmenting him, he could not withstand it. Ants. Chu Kuang regarded him with a sudden laugh. Before me, you are but an ant. Not just you, but also you. Abruptly, he turned his gaze toward the distant Guhan. Equally an ant. Chu, my friend. Guhan felt a sudden weight in his heart. Instinctively, he began to retreat. What do you mean by that? He. Chu Kuang fixed his gaze upon him. You are quite the schemer. Whether it's Guhan or Jiangxian, today, all shall be obliterated. With a mere thought, the orb of light abruptly released a fragment of its power, striking Guhan. Puff! How could Guhan possibly withstand the might of the sacred domain? He spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! Without hesitation, having absorbed the divine power earlier, he had already ascended to the fourth realm of Lingxuan. Now, he held nothing back and unleashed his full potential. Yet, even so, he could only slightly delay the erosion of that sacred power. Once his spiritual energy was exhausted, he would still face the inevitable fate of complete annihilation of his corporeal form. Indeed, witnessing this situation, Chu Kuang was no longer oblivious to Guhan's true identity. You are truly Guhan. Though I do not comprehend how you achieved this, he sighed. I must admit, I have underestimated you. This has cost me dearly. Because of you, my plans have nearly unraveled. Even my contingency has been forced out. Tell me, how shall I repay you? Though his tone was calm, the malice was palpable to anyone listening. No need for repayment. Guhan gritted his teeth, his spiritual energy visibly diminishing. I am naturally warm-hearted. Brazen words. Yuan Gang's expression darkened. Still defiant even at death's door. Guhan. Meng Xing staggered to his feet, his face twisted with resentment and unwillingness. Experience this. The slow approach of death and the powerlessness of despair. Toward Guhan, his feelings transcended mere hatred. There lay a trace of fear, just a hair's breadth away. Today, he is destined to be utterly annihilated by Guhan. Oh my God! Suddenly, from afar, the roar of that divine envoy resounded once more. It is blasphemous. Boom. At this moment, his body was reduced to mere half, and he chose to relinquish his resistance, kneeling upon the ground, murmuring incessantly, "Grant your servant strength. Annihilate this swarm of ants." As he whispered, The surrounding crimson mist seemed to come alive, surging towards his form with unparalleled ferocity, enveloping him in a colossal blood cocoon. Meanwhile, the monsters behind him remained motionless, their bodies emaciated. They were continuously channeling their innermost power into that blood cocoon. In an instant, the blood cocoon surged with might, seemingly rivaling the luminous sphere. The collapse of the secret realm accelerated with alarming speed. This is bad. Yuan Gang felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Junior apprentice, this, boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a streak of light descended swiftly from the sky, crashing violently to the ground. Ugh! Chongming pulled his head out, vigorously shaking his wings to rid himself of the blood-red soil clinging to him. Next time, I must not fly so fast. Yuan Gang and Meng Xing were momentarily stunned. Even Gu Han, though facing the brink of life and death, couldn't help but cast another glance. A chicken? Where did that chicken come from? The few of them were oblivious to the fact that, upon seeing Chongming, Chu Kuang's body began to tremble slightly. Who did this? Casting a glance at the luminous sphere and the blood cocoon, Chongming erupted in fury. What a fine divine extermination array. And you have turned it into this ghastly state. I, Lord Chicken, shall not spare you, oh? As he spoke, his gaze suddenly fell upon Chu Kuang. Lord Chicken felt a flicker of recognition. Have I seen you before? Volume 1, Chapter 186. Kneel. Call me Lord Chicken. Upon hearing Chongming's words, Chu Kuang's heart quaked violently, his body trembling more intensely. Junior apprentice. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow deeply. What is wrong with you? In his memory, Chu Kuang was always confident and composed, adept at strategizing. Even when facing that divine envoy or discovering Gu Han's deceit, he managed everything with grace, never losing his composure. Why, then, does he falter before a mere chicken? Although this chicken does indeed appear somewhat extraordinary. Suddenly, Chongming smacked his head. You are that unfortunate fellow from back then, aren't you? Ha ha ha, you're still alive. Quite a resilient fate you have. At this, Chu Kuang clenched his hands tightly. We meet again. Chongming, that accursed chicken, and that cursed old blind man. Were it not for them, how could he, a dignified being of the sacred realm, have fallen to the depths of possessing another and being forced to reincarnate? With this thought, his hatred and resentment intensified. Lord Chicken observed, focusing on him. You seem a tad dissatisfied? Chu Kuang remained silent. Hatred is hatred. No one comprehends this chicken better than he does, particularly that old blind man, who understands just how terrifying it truly is. Brother Chu, Meng Xing's gaze was filled with uncertainty. What exactly is this chicken? Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. Thud. Without any means of resistance, Meng Xing fell to his knees. What is it? Chongming's voice was cold, his small eyes fixated on him. Boy, say that again. Meng Xing was utterly stunned. He could never have imagined that a mere chicken could be so fearsome. I am not. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Smack. With a sweeping motion of its wing, it landed a resounding slap across Meng Xing's face. Call me Chicken Master. Just as Meng Xing was about to speak, someone beat him to it. Gu Han. Although he was on the verge of collapse, he still had no intention of sparing Meng Xing. In your dreams. He gritted his teeth, forcing out a sentence. Brother Meng is a celestial gold body, an unparalleled prodigy. How could he bow to you? Huh. Chongming was infuriated. Smack. Another slap followed. Celestial gold body. Not bowing. Smack. Call me Chicken Master. I won't. Meng Xing was utterly dazed, and the one responding was still Gu Han. Smack. Will you call or not? I want to call even if it kills me. Smack. Smack. In an instant, a flurry of slaps rained down on Meng Xing's face. Uffed. He opened his mouth and spewed a mouthful of fresh blood. Among the blood, several teeth mixed in. Not far away, Yuan Gang watched in horror. Meng Xing, being a celestial gold body, naturally possessed a hint of celestial gold property, making his teeth nearly as hard as ordinary mystical artifacts. And now, they were knocked out by this chicken with seemingly no effort at all. Seeing that Chongming was about to strike again, Meng Xing finally came to his senses. Stop hitting me, Chicken Master. He had a sense that his treasured celestial gold body was no different from paper in front of this chicken. A few more hits, and he might truly perish. Humph. Only then did Chongming relent, his tone unfriendly. Boy, when you return, let your family teach you how to write the characters for cultivation. Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized. Boy, his gaze shifted to Gu Han, and he was filled with rage. Do you dare to use Chicken Master? Meng Xing wore a face of grievance. Use You only just figured it out? With such strength, how can you lack a brain? Guhan. Compared to Chongming, he naturally harbored a greater hatred for Guhan. What a pity. Guhan sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. This chicken is rather unreliable. Had it been fatty, he could have killed him outright. Boy. Chongming, however, was relentless, slowly approaching him. You possess some strength, having even reached the extreme state? What a pity your heart is so corrupt. Today, Chicken Master shall teach you a lesson. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the distance, a colossal blood cocoon pulsated as if it harbored something within, akin to a beating heart. With each throb, the hue of the blood cocoon intensified. Suddenly, a shift occurred in Zhoming's demeanor. He had become distracted by the thrill and had forgotten the pressing matter at hand. Without further ado, he disregarded the individuals around him and dashed toward the blood cocoon. At that moment, a piercing red light erupted from the cocoon, colliding instantaneously with the sphere of light. A thunderous roar ensued. From the point of impact, a terrifying wave of energy radiated outward, causing the secret realm to unravel. In the blink of an eye, countless dark and profound spatial rifts manifested around the onlookers, seeping with an unsettling energy. Concurrently, an endless expanse of red mist surged forth from the fissures. Help! Save me! The anguished cries of two surviving disciples of the Yuqing sect pierced the air. One had been gruesomely severed into several pieces by the spatial rift, while the other was ensnared by the red mist, which invaded his orifices, initiating a horrific transformation. Move. Chu Kuang's expression grew grave. The secret realm was on the verge of destruction, and the divine power was about to erupt. Erupt? Yuan Gang felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He could sense that within mere moments, the density of the red mist had doubled from its previous intensity. What should we do? We must leave. Chu Kuang shook his head. Given the tremendous commotion, those outside would undoubtedly notice, and then we would have our chance to escape. Exercise caution. Avoid the spatial rifts at all costs, or I cannot guarantee your safety. Understood. Yuan Gang and Meng Xing did not hesitate, closely following him as they departed the scene. From a distance, Meng Xing glanced back and saw Guhan's figure completely engulfed by the red mist. Do not worry. Chu Kuang seemed to sense his unease. That power of mine is beyond his capacity to withstand. This time, he is doomed. Outside, Murong Yuan fixed his gaze intently on the entrance of the secret realm. His brow furrowed, a flicker of concern occasionally crossing his features. Something is amiss. There must be trouble. Otherwise, Elder Zhongming would not have appeared without reason. Should I venture inside for a moment? Just a glance. It wouldn't be a breach of Elder Zhongming's orders. Resolving himself, he no longer hesitated. With a determined bite of his lip, he produced a jade talisman, opened the portal, and swiftly entered the secret realm. Upon entry, he was immediately overwhelmed by the suffocating red mist. How did this substance escape? Could the divine slaying array have malfunctioned? Instinctively, he hastily closed the portal to the secret realm. He was acutely aware of the terror the red mist posed. Should it disperse, the consequences would be unimaginable. Oh no! Suddenly, a horrifying realization dawned upon him, causing his complexion to pale. Yuan, the red mist was so fiercely malevolent that even he, a practitioner on the brink of transcendence, felt trepidation. What of Murong Yuan and her companions? Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself skyward, racing deep into the realm. I hope they remain safe. If he felt a tremor in his heart, he dared not contemplate further. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. Someone. Could it possibly be her?